Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Did you find yourself kind of staying indoors on Friday, Saturday?
Friday probably was the worst, I believe.
Yeah.
Saturday, we were at Wrigley, and it wasn't so
and it
bad.
got better.
Saturday's rain was bizarre.
Yeah.
And now here's Ollie Williams with the weather forecast. Ollie?
It's gonna rain!
Thanks, Ollie.
We were doing the show at Gallagher Way, and we did the 2016 Champions Gate ceremony. And it was a beautiful day, and things were going so smooth, and it was a fun show, and it was terrific. And then it started to rain.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is the deal?
Shouldn't you be at work by now?
Work? It's raining.
So?
I called in sick. I don't work in the rain.
2016, do we really need a rain delay?
I think the rain delay was perfect, if you think about it.
Here we go, Montgomery's pitch. A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it and throw to Rizzo. It's in time, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
We did it.
Did the rain
We
delay,
did it, guys.
Did the rain delay make the gate better?
It shined, it glistened, it sparkled, just like the 2016 Cubs.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
Hey guys, I listen to you guys every morning. I appreciate everything you guys do.
Let's go!
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Mixed results in our baseball lives last night, Mr. David.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, there were two different results, two different moods, two different outcomes. And I think that I feel like it was a missed opportunity for the Cubs. White Sox took care of business. Cubs blew a chance. Big chance.
Boy, I mean, the Bregman, that was a great moment to have to sort of to confirm that you've turned your season around completely.
And what happened next?
And the moment escaped him.
That was
That's
great
usually
drama.
what he does, though, right? Isn't he known for the ability in the clutch, or not necessarily this year, but career-wise?
Well, career-wise, yes. Career-wise, that was a moment that you could have looked at. Alex Bregman, Kenley Jansen.
He's back.
It's a Monday night in Chicago, Wrigley Field, bases loaded, Cubs,
He's out.
Tigers. And it takes you back to 2017. It takes you back to the World Series. It takes you back to one of the more famous bats in his career. And it was a walk-off single against Jansen in that Game 5, Astros-Dodgers. And I thought, this is perfect symmetry. We're going to talk about this tomorrow. This is the hit that turns Alex Bregman's season around for sure.
You're always pounding that drum.
What am I pounding?
That drum? I was making a Astros or cheaters remark.
That's below the belt.
That was.
That's low.
Yep, I went there.
I'm just mad because the Cubs had runner on second base, nobody out, ninth inning.
Oh, I know.
Come on. You get him over. Conforto, I thought that ball was getting out of the ballpark. You get the sac fly. Dansby Swanson's on third base. You got one out. Then the Tigers did what they did. Load the bases. Perfect scenario. You got Breggy at the plate.
Breggy. Wow, you really are coming around. Huh?
I'm not. That's not my nickname for him. That's just what others refer to him as, perhaps.
That's not your nickname for him, but you do like a good nickname.
I do like a good nickname. Makes things easier. And he didn't come through. So it wasn't all that at bat. It wasn't all of that player.
Not at all. I just thought that was an opportunity for him.
It was a great
of
chance.
All people. Yes.
To seize an opportunity, and it was squandered. Yes. And the Cubs end up losing because they keep running out of pitching. That's a record. I think that's the most pitchers that Craig Counsell and the Cubs have used all season long in a game.
Really? Wow.
It was one of those nights where just didn't seem to be their night.
Yeah, you need to get out of the way of that baseball. I mean, holy God, that was terrible.
Trent Thornton.
That was bad. That was scary looking.
Over 100 miles per hour, hit in the foot, in the leg, and he left immediately, and that was unfortunate. But, yeah, his replacement, Javi Assad, comes in, and let's see, they work through 8 pitchers. Wow, 8 pitchers. Tyone gets them 13 outs.
So what do you think they'll do? They'll probably I don't know, bring up 2 more today?
The shuttle needs to be
Don't
going.
Don't they have to do something?
Somebody's got to go to Iowa and maybe come back. They made some moves before the game because Phil Maton goes back on the injured list.
Saw that.
Drew Pomerantz DFA'd.
DFA'd.
I don't know.
That's a little drastic.
Where that comes from. Somebody's going to have to ride with George Kittle on the shuttle back to Iowa.
Wow. George was there. You know, you figure
George was there and didn't leave.
George grew up in Iowa, and he probably is a big Cubs fan.
He said he was.
We know he's a Bears fan.
We heard that.
He grew up a Bears fan.
We heard a lot from George Kittle.
Yeah, George.
They stayed with George Kittle during a pitching change instead of going to commercial. There was a lot of George Kittle last night.
There was a ton of George Kittle, and that would have been great maybe, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago when you might have wanted to get on board with the George Kittle experience. But I think nowadays it's just kind of, hey, hi, George. You know, I like that you're a madman, but, you know, that's not a need anymore.
I don't think they need a tight end, and the most popular tight end in Chicago, his name is either Colston Loveland or Cole Kmet. They got 2 pretty good ones.
They got good tight ends.
Actually, they got 3 good ones.
Yeah.
Sam Roush, young man from Stanford.
They just drafted him.
You want to keep him in the booth for an inning? I'm all for it.
The thing about him is you might learn something.
I don't know what I learned from George Kittle.
You'll learn a lot from
guy.
Sam.
He's an entertaining guy.
Stanford men teach you things.
Okay. Yes. But
I don't know what that means.
Sam Roush is an entertaining guy. Interviewed him on the Chicago Lead. He does have a lot to say.
He's a very bright man.
But when we time to go to commercial, we went to commercial. We didn't say, hey, stick around. We're going to have more of Sam Roush.
Well, he could have walked over and maybe chatted with Nico for a few minutes and then come back.
Oh, tough night for Nico.
Yeah, that was too bad.
Just some things happened last night that, you know,
I thought we decided Nico was back. I don't know.
Nico was back, but he made an error in the field, so
that was odd.
That was out of character.
You don't see that from Gold Glover.
And Nico had 2 more hits.
Yes, he did.
2 more hits.
He sure did.
So Suzuki,
he's 2 a day, man. Catching up.
Suzuki homers. Nico had a couple hits. Dansby Swanson had a couple hits, put himself in a position to score the winning run and a walk-off that would have been great. Ian Happ came up huge with the big home run.
Big home run tied the game.
Wasn't their night, though. So now they go back at it tonight against a Tiger team that's trying to figure out what exactly they are and what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, help them make that decision. Help them. Tell them who they are. Tell them what you want from them.
Tonight could get off the rails. Framber Valdez, he's a bit nuts, isn't he?
Yes, he's
on the mound for the Tigers.
He's touched, I believe.
That could be interesting.
We like to term it.
David Peterson for the Cubs, lefty v. lefty,
or a bit nuts.
Well, he's got a little
he is
competitor in him, doesn't he?
He's touched.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brewers win again. They're the best team in baseball again.
How about that?
And they're the best 100 game
ever in Brewer history.
How does that continue to happen?
You sounded like great counsel there for a second.
I did. Did you recognize the imitation?
Yeah.
I don't think I impersonate anybody better than Craig Counsell sigh. It's just a Craig Counsell sigh.
You come by it honestly.
Well, that's frustrating. You see the Brewers continue to win. How they're doing it without all of their injured pitchers. They have their share of injuries too. Woodruff's out. They've got all kinds of issues with Miz. Is he back yet? His arm's still tired, I'm sure.
He feels great, but the arm's tired.
Yeah.
I heard it was up last night.
So, tough one for the Cubs. We will continue to look at that. Jameson Taillon, oh boy. Settle down after the first inning. Not great. The first inning with back-to-back home runs, the second home run was hit even before Ron Coomer could comment on the first one.
Yeah, that was rough. There's no way around it. You're sitting there and you're like, oh gosh, J-Mo's back. Everything's going to be so much better. Boom goes the dynamite. And as you say, first the indignity of the 3-run homer, and then immediately you get a home run to follow the home run.
Fly ball left center field. That goes PCA at the wall. This is gone. Dingler with a home run. It's 4-0.
Dingler, how dare you interrupt Coombe? Coombe was just about to diagnose the Riley Green homer and what went wrong. And there's Dingler going deep. A Dingler dinger.
Do we know for certain his name really is Dirk Dingler?
It's Dingler. He hit 2 homers.
Did he just make it
Learn
up
his name.
after seeing that movie?
Show him some respect. He had 4 hits. Jeez. He was on base every time you looked or hitting out of the ballpark. Now, there's a catcher the Sox could use.
Oh, my God. I am about to come over this table.
Sorry.
I told you they needed to draft Von Lackey.
I was just looking for a segue.
That
was a bittersweet night in Texas.
That was tough, man.
Kyle Teal goes down.
Kyle Teal, his foot. It was a weird play. I mean, he didn't get hit. It's just like as if his spike got stuck in the dirt. He was down on one knee waiting to get a catch to tag a guy out, and he twisted his ankle. Then you had all this wild speculation about what could be wrong. He tried to stand up, and he couldn't do it. So they had to run out, and they had to help him off the field. It did not look good.
No, it did not.
And that is not a guy that you've seen much of this year, and you were hoping to see a lot of him. And he was probably their best player a year ago, and this has been the most star-crossed season known to man. And, I guess someone said Kiro is on the way already, so they're already bringing someone up. That tells you IL.
Edgar Carroll's on his way to Texas.
And you know that's not good.
Not good.
Not good at all.
So it tempers your enthusiasm a little bit. The Sox, the high water mark of the season now, 53-46. Another offensive outburst. They've won 6 out of 7, and I think in 4 of those games they've scored 9 or more runs. Mully, this is an offensive machine right now.
Yeah, I don't like the idea that now you probably have an automatic out in your lineup.
You probably do, but as you pointed out yesterday, when Drew Romo was playing, that was pretty much an offensive liability.
Yeah.
Edgar Carroll, I don't think he's been any better offensively in Charlotte. Right now, it underscores, again, how aggressive Chris Getz needs to be at the deadline. Because you look at who's out there, you look at the possible trade pieces and who's going to be the source of speculation, and your attention shifts. I know it's very quick here because you just lost Kyle Teal. You don't know how bad it is yet. But to Colorado, all-star catcher. You got an all-star catcher there.
Just calm down. Let's get it. Let's find out. You're so desperate to trade away every young White Sox.
I am not desperate. Here's what I'm desperate for. So you so misrepresent me.
And I was joking about Von Lackey.
I know.
That was just a reference to Bob
the catcher from a Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Von Lackey.
Yeah. There's Bob. Yeah.
I think that.
Calm down, Bob. They got Rock.
Spinning ahead, and we'll talk about this with John Heyman at 8 o'clock. Maybe Bruce has some thoughts. Well, we're talking to him at 7:25. Hunter Goodman will be a player that many teams will at least call the Rockies about.
Yep.
He's an all-star catcher. He is a guy that, with a team like the Rockies
Who's
building.
the A's catcher? Wasn't he mentioned too as a guy that could be on the move? What's his name? Langoliers or whatever?
Mm-hmm. He batted third against the Sox. Yeah, he's a guy in the middle of their order. Yeah, there are going to be catchers out there.
There's
and
like
now
3 or 4.
Chris Getz has got to consider, depending on how bad Kyle Teal is injured, depending on the severity of that.
Well, if it's a long-term injury, we got a real problem. Then you're going to hear language.
Well, what would you recommend? Because, Mully, you have seen injuries before. It did not look good, especially somebody.
It didn't look good.
He's only been back since, June 7th? So he's been back for 6 months. We were talking about how they finally had their lineup together.
I know.
Finally had everybody in the order.
You can't have nice
Mooney's
things.
starting to look better at the plate. He had a double last night, scored a couple runs.
Yes.
He's in the mix. I think now you've got to react and respond to what's going on there. You have a very good team.
I know, and you're desperate to trade any young player that could come up and threaten a favorite shortstop, who, by the way, also had to leave the game after fouling a ball into his shin. It looked like he hit himself on the shin.
But you don't have as many concerns about that, do you?
No.
Colson Montgomery didn't
They
seem
said
serious.
they didn't even, I guess after he walked it off, they weren't even going to get an x-ray.
Yeah.
Mainly because they don't want to know.
They had enough bad news for the night.
Exactly.
We can't take another blow.
He did catch a ball in the shin.
I believe that they will be responsive to the Teal injury because they understand, I would hope, exactly what's in front of them. This is a very good team. Suddenly, this is becoming a team that is scoring runs in bunches. They're going to go through another slump, but that's baseball. But when you look at the American League, I don't know how you can look at this any other way.
I think it's interesting, like if you look at ERA in all of baseball, not just on the National League and the American League, but in all of baseball, the White Sox are like 10th or 11th in total ERA, and they've got two players. I think it is Sean Burke with like a 3.4 and then 3.5 for Davis Martin, and I think that is third and fourth. And I'm sorry, that would be fourth and fifth in all of baseball.
Oh, yeah.
So you got two guys that are really meeting the moment.
Oh, no doubt.
So you gotta concentrate on maybe getting that third pitcher. I don't know.
I think you do.
Yeah.
I think that would give you a 1-2-3 punch.
I don't think you're chasing the same kind of great player that maybe the Cubs are. And I don't even know if that player is available.
Well, I don't think you need to. If you're talking about the top of the market, if you're the Sox.
Right. No, you don't.
You want somebody who is maybe in the Burke, Davis Martin category. Because Burke, they had this graphic on for Sox pregame, and I wrote it down when I was at CHSN. I thought you'd appreciate it. Since June 18th, Sean Burke.
Yes.
4-0, tied for first in the American League.
In 6 games, I believe, right?
Yeah. 1.40 ERA, first in the American League. His whip of 0.88 is second. 47 strikeouts, second. 91 swings and misses, second. And he's seventh in walks. This is a guy hitting his stride in total command, and he's a top of the rotation starter the way he's pitched the last month.
There's some guy, the guy from the Yankees, he's leading in ERA.
Schlittler.
Yeah, him.
Schlittler.
I'm even starting. And that's beyond an Irishman. We're only going to get in trouble if I keep talking. Okay. And then it's Cease and somebody else tied for second. And then the two White Sox.
He's getting it done.
Yeah.
By the way, good call, Texter. He called me. I did not catch up with my Brewers box scores yet, but the Miz did pitch 4 innings last night. You're right.
Oh.
He came back, 65 pitches, struck out 6. That's why. That's why.
Did he throw about 90 miles an hour?
I know.
He's had to tone it down a little.
He probably toned it down.
A little bit.
Maybe just down to, 99.5. So I think that's what here it is. He ramped it back up. He started with a 102.2 miles per hour fastball for strike 1 to the leadoff man.
Stop it.
He threw 4 fastballs at 103.4, 104.0, 103.8, and 103.6.
Yeah, his arm really.
That makes everybody at 104.3 the score excited.
He threw one at 106.
103.6.
Oh, 103.6. What's his fast? Didn't he? Wasn't it the Cubs? He threw the fastest fastball he's thrown. Like,
did he hit 105?
I thought he was at 104.5. I didn't know if he went to 105. But it's crazy.
Yeah.
It always looks like 106. That's what they say. He only threw at 104, but it felt like it was 106.
Back to the Sox. So you think a starting pitcher is a higher priority than anything right now?
Well, I mean, what you're asking is a really interesting question because how's your battery look, right? Mm-hmm. In other words, can you handle the pitching staff? Now, Edgar Caro, there weren't a lot of complaints about him at all. I think Drew Romo is probably a better defensive catcher. We know that he hasn't been hitting in a long time. 3 hits in forever.
It's been a while. He has not been offensively anything but anemic.
Challenged. I think he's got 3 hits in his last 50 at bats, and 2 of them are singles. He has 1 extra base hit.
Yeah, I think that's a problem. But they have picked him up, or they've picked up that position. This is a team scoring runs. That last night it was Benintendi, bases clearing double, and you had a lot of bright spots.
He's quietly had like an excellent season for himself. Maybe because they're not bothering with him in the outfield anymore, and he's just kind of DHing. But I think that you can honestly say that when you watch him, his like numbers with runners in scoring position, he's gone up like 100 points.
And we never talk
in his
about
power
him.
numbers.
We seldom talk about Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah.
He's a guy that gets very little attention,
Right.
probably as much as he would prefer. And I look at that lineup.
We only talk about him in light of his contract.
Right.
You know, the highest paid free agent ever.
He's the highest paid White Sox player.
Makes you wonder, huh?
I know.
Yeah.
But this is a new time right now. This is ushering in a different era. And the White Sox have reason to
extend Mooney. I hear what
they
you're
have reason
saying.
to extend Mooney, but they have reason to believe this season is potentially still one that's going to be very meaningful and special because they're in first place. And it's July 21st. The Teal injury is not something that you obviously snooze that you don't welcome, but they're going to be okay, I think, even without Kyle Teal. They've played most of the season without Kyle Teal.
That's what I was just going to say. They've played a lot of the season without
When
him.
you look at Chase Mydroth batting 9th, and you think about how hot he has been and what he adds to your lineup, he's batted everywhere in that lineup.
Yes.
He's batted 4th on occasion. He's batted 5th and 2nd, but now he's 9th. That's a potent lineup.
Well, it was potent last night.
And last night they were going against DeGrom.
Oh boy, that was pretty fun.
Yeah,
that was pretty fun. They
you beat a guy like that.
It was rough, David, watching the game because I believe Antonacci walked to lead off the game, and then he got stopped at third. I wasn't sure he should have been stopped, but I guess it's the start of the inning because Mooney hit a double. So you got second and third, and you're sitting there like, wow, this is great. Look at what they're going to – and then they didn't get a run.
I know. And you started to wonder, but that was a playoff victory last night because of the way they attacked DeGrom and wore him out. 4 2/3.
They got him out.
They got him out.
They chased
you
him.
You knocked out and chased an ace caliber guy in his ballpark.
Yeah,
and you won again on the road.
That was pretty good.
So that was an impressive night for the White Sox.
Yeah, it was. It was a good night altogether.
Not so much for the Cubs.
No, the Cubs, it was almost a great night. You did come back. You trailed from the first inning on. That was rough to watch. J-Mo returns with the allowing home runs. That was kind of embittering. But they came back. They tied the game. You felt like good things were going to happen, and then they let it get away from them. I was, believe me, I was watching that hoping for the best because, Cleveland won last night. We just want people to lose. That's all. Can everybody please just start losing?
Can the Brewers lose like at least once a week?
How about the Red Sox? They won again. You see that? They had like
14 in a row.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, stop that.
The Sox were part of that. They swept them in the middle of it.
I am well aware. Thank you for bringing that up. All right. We've got the Pick Six next. We're going to pick apart all the stories of the day. You're listening to Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
This is the story of the one. The one who
not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look, and I get over by him. He goes, "You are not driving anymore. No more." And the president looks at him and says, "Wally, let him drive." So I didn't know I didn't know who to think. I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy story.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but HW has more pull
gets
than,
to do
than
it.
Murph.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I host Doug Buffone up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
You get your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
Yeah.
how did that make you feel?
Okay, Stephenville kid, whatever, his Stevens Center, Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay.
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We'll go to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
I actually go by Haugh nowadays. I don't know if you guys had heard that, but Haugh is what I like to be referred to as. Or Hall. Hall is good too.
Not Mark Grote.
Where's
the K in there?
I've had enough Mark Grote in my life, I got to tell you.
Did you ever think about putting a little accent on it and making Mark Grote?
Oh my God! See, now you don't even know what you just did, Marshall. You don't even know what you just did.
Did I unlock something?
You just walked me right into one of my favorite stories, personal stories ever.
Okay, well, tell it.
And you're gonna love it. You're both gonna love this. So back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was a member of the Miami Heat, I was covering that Bulls playoff series in which Shaq was part of the Heat. So I was assigned to, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I was assigned to the shoot-around at the United Center to cover the Heat, their shoot-around. And one of the good things about these things is you get great access when you're there because it's just the beat reporters and maybe a few stragglers as well. So I see Shaquille O'Neal, and it's just like he's there and just a couple reporters. He looks at my credential, and he's like, who's that? Mark Grote? Is that your name? Mark Grote? I said, actually, it's Grote. He goes, no, I like Grote. Grote's better.
Not him strong-arming you into changing your name.
Yeah, well, here's part of the reason why is because I did ask him. I said to him, this was that he was starting to age, and Shaq and I are the same age. So I felt comfortable in saying, you're getting a little bit older now. Teams are defending you differently. And he looked at me, he goes, you're getting older too, Mark Grote.
Oh, my God.
I do love that. I'm not gonna lie. I like that story was worth telling. Yes,
I was like, yes, sir. There's more, but that is the Grote-ness of it all. Shaquille O'Neal making sure that I was Mark Grote.
I would almost do what Joe Theismann did, just go with that pronunciation for marketing.
Oh yeah. Especially if a man that is 7'2", 350 pounds says your name is Mark Grote, go with it.
Mark Grote. Like, can't you hear
And always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. A pair of first-run home runs, courtesy of Jameson Tyone, put the Cubs in a 4-0
hole. They would rally. Seiya Suzuki, Michael Busch, and Ian Happ all homered. The game would go to extra innings, but the Cubs would fall 8-6. They're 56-44 overall. Same two teams tonight at Wrigley. Tigers will have Framber Valdez throwing. The Cubs go with David Peterson. The Cubs are 7 in back of the Brewers, who are now 63-37. They've got the best baseball record, and they're the first team, their best first 100-game start in Brewers franchise history. Again, Brewers 63-37. The White Sox snap a 10-game losing streak on the road to the Rangers, dominating this one 10-3, but they did get some bad news as Kyle Teal had to be helped off the field after he was injured on a tag attempt at home plate. Eric Fetty struck out 6, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits and 4 innings of work. White Sox Rangers again tonight. Rangers have not announced their starter. Noah Schultz will throw for the first place White Sox. The Blackhawks signed Connor Bedard to a 5-year, $75 million deal over the weekend. Yesterday, Bedard Zoomed with media, and we'll hear more from Bedard coming up. The Bears rookies report for camp July the 25th. That's Saturday, folks, and we are 50 days until NFL kickoff. The Hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How agonizing was the Cubs game last night, especially after they had a runner on second with nobody out in the ninth? How about Kenley Jansen, Alex Bregman's matchup in the ninth? What else stood out to you?
Yeah, it was a frustrating game. I think you gave up runs early, and then you're kind of just chasing the game. Then you finally get to a point where you tie it, and you mentioned the opportunity they had there. I listen. You need to get a big hit in a big spot. It's as simple as that. And they easily could have won that game, and I think it would have been a great victory for them, and everyone would be celebrating. But the reality is that you do get weirdly caught up in hero ball sometimes where, if someone has a big home run to get the game to where you want it, next thing you know, everybody's kind of swinging like they really want to get the big home run. Sometimes you just got to get up there, just get the bat in your hands and find a way to just crank out a single or do something that's going to get you a winning run. It doesn't always have to be any kind of glory, and I'm not pointing the finger at anyone. I'm sure everybody wants to be the guy that comes through with the big hit, but that Bregman, that was just a squandered moment. I think it would have. He's gotten a lot better. He's hit a few home runs here, and I think that it was an opportunity for him. Just knock in a run, and you're the star of the game, and you're a hero, and everybody's singing your praises, and the storyline's completely different. So it was tough. It was just it was a kind of bitter reality of them then getting an opportunity and throwing some runs up, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, as the homestand continued against the AL Central, that was a long, delayed by a little bit with a little precipitation in the area, I guess, downtown. So that didn't start till about, 7:35?
7:35.
We had the first pitch of that game. We're going to talk more about Tyone in a minute, but it's hard to come back from spotting a team 4-0 lead. The ball was flying out of Wrigley. Lots of home runs in that one. They were kind of right there, but if they would, again, this is why when people say, well, geez, you're kind of negative about a team that is still, after the loss, 12 games over 500. Like, last night is the reason why. Like, are they good, or are they just beneficiaries of, a pretty average year in baseball across the board, while the Brewers are playing out of their minds, their best 100-game start in franchise history? Are you kidding me? So you were right there, and Alex Bregman could have been the guy. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Didn't happen.
Yeah, because they're not just losing games that they're, it's 7-3. You concede and you understand. They're losing games that are taking years off your life because they're like, okay, 3-0. Alex Bregman's got Jansen 3-0, and he strikes out. Just make contact. That's all you got to do. Make contact. And you have him in a situation that you think is conducive to just getting a guy home and walking it off and stealing a victory. There were nice moments. Ian Happ homering for the first time since June 27th. It's been a long time since Happer's gone deep. And he was due, and that tied the game, and that was exciting. Then he had back-to-back with Bush and Suzuki. That was good. That was fun. But when you need a clutch hit, the Cubs seem to not be able to provide one. Last night was one of those games. It seems as if we need to go back and check this at some point. The first game of every series seems to be one where you come out of it like, oh my gosh, they're going to lose this series. And then like over the weekend, they win back-to-back games, and you're like, oh, well, that seemed pretty bleak on Friday. Feel pretty good right now. It's that kind of season. They are 12 games over 500, but you have to really look at the record and stare at the standings to realize it. Because watching this team is an exercise in frustration.
Well, those are two different questions.
We've got more than two questions. We'll ask Bruce Levine at 7:25. Did you miss Jameson Taillon when he was out, or did a pair of first-inning home runs and a 4-0 deficit erase any goodwill? What was your overall takeaway from his performance?
Not very impressive. My biggest takeaway was that I was wondering to myself, not aloud, because I guess I'll save that for now. Was that one of those situations where you could have seen Craig Counsell using an opener? You have a situation where you almost sensed this was going to happen. You feared it was going to happen. There was almost this feeling of inevitability that Jameson Taillon is back and somebody in the first 5 hitters for the Tigers going to go deep. It turned out 2 of those guys went deep. They went deep so fast, as we pointed out in the first segment, Ron Coomer couldn't even comment on the first home run by Riley Green before Dylan Dingler went deep again.
Like that fly ball left center field. That goes PCA at the wall. This is gone. Dingler with a home run. It's 4-0.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Coomer. I'm just going to ruin your night by going deep. So the game wasn't over before it started, but it certainly was expected. You thought this was the worst case scenario, but it was also what you have come to expect from Jameson Taillon. Early on in games, he gives up long balls. And it was a night, you're right, Dustin, the wind was blowing, and Michael Busch, I think, benefited from that with his home run. But yeah, this was disappointing. Taillon settled down a little bit, but he only got 13 outs? I think that when you only get 13 outs for Craig Counsell, that you're not necessarily doing your job. So I was disappointed.
Not great.
That was from JMO postgame. Not great. That pretty much sums it up. Not great. Did not miss him one little bit. Mully, when that happened, I thought of you and I. You and I had a conversation off the air yesterday during one of the breaks, and you asked me what would get you to where you thought the Cubs were in the right direction. And I said, a really nice performance from Jameson Taillon tonight. And that was not it. Now, again, sure, right. He settled in after the first 5 batters. He kept him in the game. Here's the problem with the Cubs have a bunch of pitchers right now that keep them in the game. They don't have a guy that dominates and lets the offense catch up. It just keeps them in the game. The Cubs need somebody, and I don't know if that somebody's out there available to go get, and I don't even know if the Cubs have the ammunition to go get that guy if that guy was actually available. We talked about these guys on the air. Peralta had a really rough night last night. Joe Ryan had a really rough night. So guys that are on that shopping list, they're not doing their teams any good either. It's not like they're keeping their not-so-great teams in the games.
Change of scenery.
Change of scenery. Sure. Maybe for JMO, too.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, I was watching the game, and they were doing a really good job of talking about what a great outfielder Ian Happ is. And look at this. He plays the ball off the wall, and he gets it back in, and that prevents them from scoring a run. He did such a good job. He limits them to just second. Boom goes the dynamite. What? Oh, so all those runs, so all that hard work that what was all wasted work. Yeah, it was just a rough moment to kind of, and then as you say, you're just sort of, trying to get yourself like, okay, he gave up a home run. It's a pity it wasn't a solo shot, but crack. Oh no, there's another one. It wasn't it was a familiar, like, home run defense. Like, what the hell is that? Like, and then I thought it was kind of amusing that Sutcliffe was saying, when you become a veteran, when you're an older pitcher, it's like you forget that you can't reach back and throw this. I got it. I'll throw him this one. Boom goes the dynamite. I was amused by his commenting on that, and I thought that ended that J-Mo kind of got his act together after that, and he didn't. He got his team in a position where they managed to tie the game, and it was no longer on his record, right? So
his offense put him in position where they tied the game, and it wouldn't affect his record.
But he didn't give up any more runs after that. So I was trying to be positive.
You just cleared a very low bar.
The bar lowered the minute the second home run was hit. The first home run seemed pretty bad. The second one, that just seemed like a, how would you say, kind of an exclamation point on his return.
What was the other part of that question?
That's the voice of John Heyman joining Mully and Haugh at 8 o'clock this morning. How sick to your stomach did you feel when you saw the Sox catcher Kyle Teal limp off in the second inning, unable to put any weight on the lower leg, the left leg? Drew Romo entered the game despite just 3 hits in his previous 49 at-bats with 1 extra base hit, 1 run, and 1 RBI. He did a decent defensive catcher, sure, but somewhat overmatched these days at the plate.
Yeah, somewhat. It's, I guess we're going back to the automatic out offense. And I like Edgar Caro. I think he's a good guy. I've admired him from afar, but not this year. He's really struggled this year. And, so has Drew Romo. And you've got you're back to kind of the no offense catching. And it happens. Maybe go to both those guys and just tell them, don't challenge anything. Whatever you do, never challenge a call. They're both pretty bad.
You can't do that.
Can't
do that.
They're pretty bad with the ABS system.
It's not very good.
You are banned from ever challenging anything, especially behind the plate. Maybe if you're at bat and the guy's striking you out again, we'll let you challenge one. But that's once every 15 days. More than 2 weeks. I was bummed. I was really bummed. And, you don't know what it's going to be. But when a guy's helped off the field and he can't put weight on his foot, your mind goes to dark places. Ugly. Your mind goes to dark places. And then if you ever mess around on the internet, people go to darker places than you were even going to, and you're thinking,
what?
I'm just saying. I was looking at Sox Twitter, and there was, I don't want to even say it, but there was a certain Greek hero that comes to mind with a certain injury that ended his life. As a matter of fact, I don't know why we have to get into that.
What?
Achilles.
I'm so confused right now. I think Kyle. I think he's going to live. Is it the Achilles? Is it the ankle? You just don't know, right? You just don't know. This brings up, should the World Baseball Classic happen, should players play in the World Baseball Classic, that, of course, is going to come back, and all that fun we had about the espresso machine, right? It was the espresso machine and how fun that was during the broadcast. Not so fun anymore. I felt bad. Yes, I feel bad for Kyle Teal. I feel bad for Sox fans over that.
Now what do you do about it? Now how do you respond? Because, yes, it is unfortunate, and yes, it is something that you watched and I'm almost in agony. Your facial expressions are like, that looks
He was
terrible.
grimacing in his mask.
You felt it, and you saw a tough guy, leader of that team, a guy who we celebrated as maybe one of the better players on that team when he returned back for shortly after a month, and he goes down again. So this is just unfortunate for somebody with a bright future, and I hope it still remains that way. But if you're the White Sox, you have some real quick decisions to make. And you need to, number one, get Edgar Carroll to Texas, which it sounds like he's on the way. But nobody is necessarily looking at their watch waiting for him to get there.
Do you know who their backup, their emergency catcher, who that is?
I don't know.
Sam Antonacci.
Yeah, he's not going to catch.
I'm just saying.
Edgar Carroll's hitting
14
for 61 in 15 games at Charlotte, 594 OPS. So you're not exactly looking at him to do anything except for maybe bat ninth. He's your ninth place hitter. Or Drew Romo. They're not exactly going to be offensive assets. But you're in the midst of a special season. You are now at your high water mark record-wise for the year. And you have two possibilities out there before the deadline in less than 2 weeks. Hunter Goodman for the Rockies has 30 home runs. He's an all-star. Shea Langoliers is for the A's got an 881. He's got 22 home runs and an 820 OPS. You have to make those phone calls, because if Kyle Teal is out for a long period of time and you fear that it is, then you can't squander. You can't just look at that and concede. You've got to react. So this is going to be the source of a lot of conversation and speculation moving forward. They still need a pitcher. They still need a reliever. But now I think they need a catcher.
Find a McCannon.
Next question. Sorry.
All right, that's okay, Kyle. It's okay, Connor. You can apologize all you want. What is the best part of his press conference yesterday? Well, his Zoom, I guess. Freshly minted 5-year, $75 million extension that went into the recruitment mode with Patrick Kane. Bedard sounded like any other Blackhawk fan when asked about potential return of Kaner.
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know, what I can say to, persuade his decision. But, obviously we'd all be so excited to have a player like that, but also a guy like that. I can't imagine his first game back at the UC, the reaction he'd get and just how much juice that would bring to not only our team, but our fans as well. And, that would just be, that would be incredible to, get to play with him and learn from him. So, hopefully he decides to come back, and, I think it would. And you talk about kind of the legacy aspect of it, but just as a team, it would make us a way better team. He's still an amazing player. So, I don't know if this is probably not the best pitch, but, hopefully he comes back and, we can play together for sure.
Was that the best part of Bedard's Zoom with media?
Love the effort. Love the sentiment. I have heard better pitches on an elevator. I don't think it was necessarily all that persuasive. He does his best talking on the ice. And that's where the statement is, hey, Patrick Kane, you want to play here? Would you like to come home? Would you like to compliment this? Connor Bedard would be an excellent compliment, or Patrick Kane would be the excellent compliment at this stage of his career to Connor Bedard. That's the best way to put it, because Patrick Kane still can play. He still can dazzle. He still can do a lot of the things. He's not going to carry a team the way that he could 10 years ago, but he still can make a team better and score offensively and make them dangerous on the power play especially. So I like Connor Bedard's sentiments, and I also like the fact that now here he is, freshly minted, definitely secure, and maturing. He's 21, and he seems like he's been here longer than 3 years, but he's also at the point of his career where he can say what he said and not worry about having to prove himself. I don't know if I want Kaner hovering over me. I don't want if I want that shadow. It really doesn't matter to his progress and growth anymore. And the Hawks should recognize and realize that. And I think that they have by virtue of it being a possibility. Patrick Kane has to decide reportedly between Buffalo and the Hawks. And Connor Bedard did his best, so that was a fun part of his Zoom conference yesterday, which was held, I guess, at a barbecue in his backyard. Well, where was he, Dustin? I don't know.
Yeah, I love the umbrella on the back porch of the veranda or wherever he was in Vancouver, right? Is he in Vancouver?
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to hear Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson with you guys tomorrow at 8:25. That's a tease. And where is he with this recruitment of Patrick Kane? I just still remember it. I feel like I still have a sports fan bruise somewhere when the Blackhawks slammed the door shut on any possibility of Kane or Taves coming back, trying to move on from the Kyle incident, right? I think that was the reason. They were just trying to shut down that chapter. But this is about Connor Bedard, and was that the best? That was the fun part of it. It was fine. I think it would have been better if it had been over on the west side or over at the new ice arena that they have. But I get it. He's, taking care of business. The other thing is, talked about his surgery, right? He had the surgery when he had it so that he could be back as fast as possible, right? Because otherwise he might have been out till after the holidays if he had waited and not gone well. So that might have been the bigger news, is that he's on his way to recovery and he'll be playing.
He talked about playing earlier than you think.
Right. So that's probably the newsier item. Listen, I think we would all agree. Who doesn't want Patrick Kane back with the Blackhawks? Does anybody? Give us a reason why you wouldn't want Patrick Kane back with the Blackhawks playing on the front line with Connor Bedard. I don't think you can come up with a good reason.
It was great. It's good to see the guy is on the mend, and that was, you're right, Dustin, that was very important news that he may not be out as long as we originally feared, but you never know. I think it was great that he expressed a desire to play with Kane, and he wanted Kane back, and he made, even if it wasn't an articulate pitch, it was a pitch. And it was, if you are the highest paid guy on the team, if they have given you this money, they are saying, you are the guy we have to keep happy, you are the superstar player of the group. Okay, I want Patrick Kane. That's great. That just answers a lot of questions, and I'd love to see Kane come back in large part because they need him. It's all fun and nostalgic and all the rest of it. He's also a good player, and he would help them get through it. So there's a lot to like about this idea. I don't know if it's going to happen, and I don't know if any past conversations, Dustin, as you're kind of mentioning the Kyle Beach situation, I don't put that on the players, and I think that the people that were responsible for that are all away from the organization, and I think it's time to move on, and there's nothing wrong with moving on to the past.
I just feel like we might be setting ourselves up for a disappointment with all this speculation over
I feel
Kane.
like it's taking so much time, and that some other shoe's going to drop.
And as Mark Lazarus pointed out yesterday, the Sabres are in the midst of their own speculation and roster kind of reshuffling. And you wonder if they're on the verge of a deal, which would lead to them finally signing Kane.
The longer this takes, the more likely that seems to be.
Right. Yep.
All right. We're going to take a quick time out. We'll be right back continuing the Pick Six. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
For Caleb Williams, it is the combination of knowing he can will to win a game, where you run 26 yards behind the line of scrimmage before you pass the touchdown to Cole Kmet is the best example of it. It's also the example of the undeniable arm talent.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the program sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie.
Yes, he's got a very deep and unique voice, Mark Grote.
Monotone.
Yeah, I do like calling you Mars Hall.
Mars Hall is one of my many. I have a lot of nicknames, and Mars Hall is up there as one that a lot of people call me, or just straight Mars.
Didn't it come from grade school?
Came from grade school, kindergarten, first day of class. We all have name tags on. This girl, super thinks she's smart, walks up to me, points at my name tags like Mars Hall. I was like, it's actually Marshall.
I just got it. So that's what you were doing earlier. I just got it. It took me 3 or 4 times. That's the way it works. I'm a slow learner.
Sometimes it's shortened to just Mars.
Yeah, okay.
I call him Mars a lot.
I like it.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Yes! Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
That's
I
what
call myself that.
I see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara Walters' reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
your what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. Your what?
Your what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man.
Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then a bunch of space, man.
Man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to go ellipses.
Right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking some baseball, and a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out, and I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that, I think. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
No.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Yes, dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1.
I think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make the
answer
bet?
is yes.
Okay, then I owe you
there
$1.
was Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you
Hey,
if we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his
You walking the
wallet
streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I need the ID just to get where I need passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have a dollar. I don't have a dollar.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the
didn't.
back of your neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile,
something was
you got
going
Layla.
on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, this is
Yo,
God
you and your
paying me
streak-
off
Is there a
for
slice
these
of
bets
pizza in
I
there
made.
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
like
that was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
the. Well, actually, it was right
Pick
after
Six
the
with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Hey, here's a question for you guys to discuss and ponder.
Mike Florio talking NFL with Mully and Haugh at 9 o'clock, and we are just 50 days, guys, 50 days from the kickoff of the NFL season, which make of our guy Sam Panayotovich. He tweeted out the 2026 receiving yards prop bet for Rome Odunze. It varied depending on which spot you wanted to look at. 775.5 yards on BetMGM, 799.5 to 800.5 to land. DraftKings, Caesars, FanDuel, all these different ones. How about the folks at Circa, the official sportsbook here at 104.3 The Score, had the over-under. They have the highest total, 825.5 receiving yards for Rome Odunze. Where do you think Rome lands?
I found this fascinating just because we've spent time talking about him. We have talked about what kind of year is he going to have, how important this year is for him. 6'3" Rome Odunze, the guy that should be able to win any jump ball, should be able to bring the ball down, and he, in his mind, even if he won't say it out loud, he believes he's better than Puka Nacua, who played with him briefly at college and then had to transfer away because Rome was the better player, at least in all of our minds. Big year for Rome Odunze, and I don't know that I necessarily like any of these numbers. I think that you look at a guy and you think, well, you should be 1,000-yard receiver if you were drafted as high as you were, and you were, what did he have, 1,600 yards his senior year in college? That's the reason they drafted him. He was unbelievable. It seemed like he had that Puka Nacua effect. He could literally catch anything, and he could, pull down whatever it was. And then he had 634 yards as a rookie, and 661 yards receiving last year. Now he missed 5 games last year. I think that none of these numbers are good enough as far as I'm concerned. I really think he needs to be a 1,000-yard receiver. I think that you've got that ability and you've got that capability within that offense, and they're looking for somebody. Make sure that you're a guy that is on the field and ready to play, and nothing is your new normal other than getting 100 yards a game or something. I mean, really have yourself a hell of a year, Rome.
I'd love him to have a hell of a year. I think it's amazing, though, that there is a 50-yard discrepancy between the lowest and the highest here. Again, I think Ben Johnson likes to get the ball all over the place. I think that's the goal. They want to get the ball all over the place. I think Luther Burden III is also going to have a really nice year for the Bears, and I think he's got a growing relationship. Obviously, they really like Colston Loveland, who might be the wide receiver in the tight end role. It'd be great if he went over all of these, but what would be even better is if the Bears win. Right, they don't regress. So I'm not worried about Rome Odunze's fantasy football numbers. I'm worried about Rome Odunze and the Bears offense taking another step forward and not having to come from behind week in and week out to win ball games.
Guys, these numbers aren't really realistic. This is Rome Odunze, his first 2 seasons: 54 for 734, 44 for 661. His career total so far is 98 catches for 1,395 yards with 9 touchdowns. Puka Nacua had more than that as a rookie. So let's be realistic here. Rome Odunze has been a disappointment at the 9th overall pick. This is a huge year for him to prove that he wasn't a bust. That he isn't a bust. And I think that we can wish cast all we want. Luther Burden right now is a better option in Ben Johnson's offense. Luther Burden is the guy that Ben Johnson said he wanted to invest in if he had to invest. Rome Odunze is on the clock. I think these are optimistic totals. I would take the under. All the different iterations and all the different sports books and all the different options. I would take the under. Until he proves us differently, Rome Odunze is a figment of our imagination as far as being a number 1 wide receiver. He's not been that guy. Unfortunately, like him, great interview, great locker room guy, friend of Caleb, all those things are true, but the production just hasn't been there.
Make sure if you take the under, you do so at Circa.
I will.
That's a better wager.
And like I said to a question earlier, is
all right, what did you think of the latest tweet from Caleb Williams over the weekend? Hashtag worth the cost over a picture of natural grass field being manicured for the World Cup. Have the Bears announced what their surface inside their new stadium is going to be? And should Williams be consulted to get the player perspective? Or is that above his pay grade?
I find this interesting because Caleb Williams has been out there along with a lot of NFL players being very vocal about their desires to keep some of these fields natural grass. 92%, according to the NFLPA, 92% of all players prefer natural grass. That's not surprising. 15 of the 30 NFL stadiums have natural grass. This World Cup just completed in 11 NFL stadiums, 78 games, all on natural grass. FIFA demanded it. Should the NFL? Or maybe the question is better, shouldn't the NFL? Why shouldn't the NFL have similar standards? I know the dollars. I know the money sign. I know all of the things.
That's why. That's the answer to your question. The NFL is going on the cheap here.
They're going on the cheap, but I do wonder if at some point in time, as much money as they make and as much as your player health has got to be paramount, if this is something that players stand up a little bit straighter for, speak up a little bit louder for. I don't know what direction you go, but if you're Kevin Warren, let's just say hypothetically, you're still planning, designing your next stadium. Do you bring in Caleb Williams, somebody who the franchise will soon invest $250 million in, and say, what do you think? What do you think? It would be a great gesture. I don't know if it would be more than window dressing, but it would be something that I think players like Caleb Williams could have a voice in saying what they want in a new stadium, especially as slow as this whole thing is going for the Bears Stadium.
Well, the next time there is a CBA in the NFL, the players should demand that. It's ridiculous that when you think about the fact that the World Cup comes in and certain stadiums they played in did not have natural grass surfaces, and they changed that out for them based on FIFA's demands. I get it, but the other problem is, what about when there's a really terrible rainstorm right? And then you're playing in the slop. Now, as a fan, really fun to watch that. Every high school kid's dream is to play in the slop and to play in the snow and those kinds of things. But NFL players, they're not thinking that way. They've got a big investment that they're playing for. So I think Caleb Williams is right. # worth the cost.
I would like to answer the one of the final questions first. Have the Bears announced what the surface inside their new stadium is going to be? I'm almost positive that is going to be slag heap / environmental issue combination of what was the thing? I lost the word that we were talking about. The smelt. Whatever. I was trying to make a joke about how awful the environmental issues are. Can they grow grass there? They're going to have a dome, right? So it's going to be indoor. They've got grass indoor. They have done things to kind of combine that, and it costs a lot of money. And the upkeep on that would be prohibitive to do that indoors. But that's what they were trying to do for the World Cup. I don't know that they're going to be able to do that. I don't know that an NFL stadium wants the same type of surface for the reasons Dustin is saying, whether there is a certain amount of cold, a certain amount of rain, a snow, whatever it might be. They're looking for a surface that costs the least amount of money and produces the best effects in terms of safety for the players. And I don't think it's ever going to be kind of manicured the way the World Cup was. And it's a pity that is the case. But I would imagine that whatever the Bears come up with in their dome stadium is going to be better than the Soldier Field stuff that we've seen over these many years, the frozen ground and the concerts would tear up the grass, etc. So, you can spray paint a field all you want, but it's not going to make it safe.
Would you ask Caleb?
I would definitely keep him in the loop in everything I was doing. He's the future of the organization. You want him on board. There was nothing wrong with consulting him, and I would even show him the cost and the reason that you're doing things the way you're doing it. I would have no problem letting the guy know exactly what's going on. Absolutely, I would tell him. Keep him a part of it, make him want to be here, make sure you sign him to his contract when the time comes. All right, we've got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Watching what's happened with the White Sox and seeing where things stand with the White Sox is amazing.
And winning a series on the road this weekend.
And doing it with some incredible pitching. Yesterday in the early innings of that game, it felt like a heavyweight fight. Each series that gets more and more important for the White Sox is probably going to feel this way. But the pitching matchup yesterday was just sexy.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, are you using chat to maybe research your
trade? That's what kind of spurred the conversation, because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, there's no way anybody's trading Nico. And you were like, yeah, they're going to trade Nico. I was like, no, they're not going to trade Nico. And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So that's probably
what was it when you said the Bulls were going to win 45
I knew it was
games?
a long time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now. Yeah. But until then, I was very much, they might trade Nico. Because
what show was it with the Give Me My $2? Was that that was
I want my $2.
Yeah. Was
Better
that a
Off
Cusack
Dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go. Yeah.
I will have your dollar the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't find my wallet,
run that dollar.
I might be in trouble.
Run that dollar, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with,
they become back and forth because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, I'm still on act 1. He goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
Yes. He played better defense than Austin Rivers. And I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you were mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show, but it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond, we weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you can think of in high school. I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were you were actually a really good college basketball player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months. Something you could never do. Talk about I was, one of the featured guys. No, I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC, freshman player of the year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. The NBA, hey, man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right, you got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherewithal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with a Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up, it's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? Coming at me? Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. Backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told no lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith Trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith Trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, He gonna put you in the plan, and He gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But when it's your time and He put you in position, you just got to go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Nah, not really. Because,
hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. It's not my first rodeo. It's not my first go-around. I've been
What's your point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Did you take any solace in the fact that the Cubs and the White Sox probably have similar needs at the trade deadline, which is in just 13 days? They're probably not shopping in the same exact aisle. In other words, the Cubs are likely looking for a higher-end players in the back end and maybe frontline starters. Sox need a third starter type, more of a complement to Sean Burke and to Davis Martin. Is there any way they will be bidding against each other?
They could be. I would maybe dispute this slightly. It's worth having conversation about later. I think the Sox do need an ace. Or if they don't need an ace, they should want an ace. So if you go out and you talk to the Giants about Logan Webb, or if you go out and you talk to the Mets about Freddie Peralta, or if you talk to the Mets about Clay Holmes, you want somebody who is going to help you get over the top in a season where that is attainable and realistic with the American League down, and the American League is down. The Cubs have to shop for those top ticket items. They decided to go all in when they signed Alex Bregman. Nothing has changed about that commitment. They're still all in. Now, it hasn't been pretty, and here they are, 12 games over 500. They're going for a starter and a bullpen piece. The Sox have got to be thinking, I would urge them to be thinking big as well, because they are, who's the team most likely to go further in the playoffs? That's a good debate. The Sox could make that argument in the American League. They are. So if that's the case, go out and pursue your starter. They are shopping in the same aisle. I don't know who can afford more. The Sox have more to spend in terms of prospect capital. They're more flush with prospect cash. They do. You're getting mad. Mully's getting triggered. But yes, I think they're shopping for the same thing.
They have nothing to spend in terms of prospect capital.
The Sox.
Nothing.
I think based on what the American League looks like right now, the White Sox should be trying to go for it, because you never know. No year is promised. I think you've got to go while you have the chance to go. Now, here's the biggest question, is based on what happened last night, things could change drastically as far as what you're looking for. Mully, I think it was in the first segment of the show, you mentioned about the A's catcher.
Yes.
Okay, so he is listed right in the middle on
Shane
one of
Langoliers.
Yeah, he is listed right in the middle of a top 10 list I look at as like guys like that
Right.
can really help out a team, right? So, but again, that also could solve that's not just a 1 year. You wouldn't do it as a stop. This is something. Imagine adding that guy to the next 5-6 years of White Sox baseball.
You would do something like that if you found out that, God forbid, there was a very serious injury that will take a year from now,
right,
to resolve.
For Kyle
and you
Teel,
needed
correct.
someone
Right.
not just for the playoffs, but for next year.
So, it's just a question of how many guys are going to, we've talked about this and we're going to keep talking about how many guys are going to be available. Okay, they keep showing, Mason Miller, Tariq Skubal, Mike Trout at the top of the list. I don't know that any three of those guys are moving. So then if those are the top three guys, all of a sudden now the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, those guys become your top targets. And after watching Joe Ryan last night, anybody really want Joe Ryan after last night?
Don't overreact to one start.
David, remember what you heard this weekend.
David
Every
apparently wants.
game counts. Every outing matters. Every segment counts. Is Robbie Ray getting traded?
Maybe.
But again, it's maybe. There are no for sures right now. There really are no for sure guys that are getting moved. So I think they're shopping in the same aisle because I think the aisles are going to be pretty small.
Well, I think it's different. I think there'll be players that are available, and I think the Cubs are looking for something a little different than what the White Sox are looking for. And I think the White Sox would be smart to see if how they can pick up people for only money. If there are guys out there that teams are looking to dump because they're big salary guys, the White Sox don't have the kind of expenditure that the Cubs have. So they've got money to burn. Take a look at how many people are suddenly going to White Sox games, how that crowd has improved, the amount of money brought in. Take that, use it to eat some salary, and and then you pay a lot less in terms of your minor league system for whomever you would then bring in. So I think the Cubs have already got a lot of people making some dough, and they might be less likely to look to be kind of a salary dump spot. But that might be the advantage a team like the White Sox with a payroll that's out of whack should be eyeballing and should be trying to get done on a rental player basis. So I would really hope that that's the kind of the way they approach it, that it only costs money. It doesn't cost them any of their young talent. I really hope they take that approach rather than the Cub fans. Oh, Theo said every season is sacred. Let's spend everything to try to win when we're not ready to. Hang on to your players. Find out who the good ones are. Keep them. Get rid of the other guys. You might have guys right now playing that you can afford to get rid of in the near future. Who knows?
That's a tease.
All right. You want a list?
I want a list.
All right. We're going to open up the phone lines right now, 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today.
The White Sox and Rangers meet again tonight on Chicago Sports Network. Chuck and Ozzy get you ready with White Sox Countdown Live at 6:30, followed by first pitch at 7.
At times, and I've excelled. So I'm taking the same approach, and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to this.
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Hallis Hall today. I'm walking out of Hallis. I knew the question was weird, trust me. But I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there, so I wasn't really like, I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard.
You're kind of shaking your head at God.
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at God?
Were there kind of shaking your head at God?
Were there any Snickers? Yeah. Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that, because it's a very weird thing to ask.
What happened with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight face.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Oh, my God. I'm looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah. You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so great.
You're going to ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do.
I think I get one God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get it talking to.
No,
you know?
Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Hallis Hall, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
All us God guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it.
I understand. Hey, look, well, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Can you see us? Because we have some stuff in the studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. There's this picture of Pyomai right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
yeah,
not Pyomai. That's a sad death.
Yeah. What happened was
spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Seriously.
Spoiler alert. The horse dies, everybody.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pyomai, as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house, so it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pi Oh My. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pi Oh My, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pi Oh My is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a four-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So, yeah, interesting psychology going on there. R.I.P. Pi Oh My.
Our pal Boog
Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio. It's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. 50 days until the NFL kicks off, and the Bears rookies, they'll report to camp on July the 25th. That's Saturday. The vets come in on the 28th of the month. The White Sox, they stopped a 10-game losing skid down in Texas against the Rangers, pulling away late, winning 10-3. They're 53-46 overall. They've got a game lead on the Guardians in the AL Central, and they're taking on the Rangers again tonight. Noah Schultz will be on the bump for the first-place White Sox. The Cubs, they still are looking up at the Brewers. Now it's 7 games behind after falling in extra innings 8-6 to the Tigers. Tonight over at Wrigley, it's Framber Valdez and David Peterson, the pitching matchup. The pregame is at 6:30. This hour of the program is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Now the stretch. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Bregman strikes out, and the Cubs fail to take advantage of a leadoff double and a bases loaded, 1-out chance.
It's really tough, as much passion as he has for the game, as hard as he works. Feel bad for any of these guys when they go down, but, Kyle having to deal with so many things here and so many setbacks is really tough.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. So you've got a couple different things going on. You got the Cubs finding a way to lose after coming back in a game that they seemed out of for a long period of time, tying the game and then eventually losing in the 10th inning because they couldn't take advantage of an opportunity to get a run in the bottom of the 9th.
I like that phrasing, finding a way to lose.
Well, they kind of did.
I think they did. After tying the game, after putting a runner on second base with nobody out in the 9th, they found a way to lose that game. I don't like that.
And the other cut you heard there was Will Venable talking about Kyle Teal, who suffered what looked like a serious foot injury. He just couldn't. He had to be helped off the field. He could not put weight on his left foot, and we don't know exactly what's wrong. There's been some different conjecture. We're not in the business of trying to figure out exactly what an injury is just by looking at it. But David nonetheless wants the White Sox to trade all their prospects for a catcher.
That's totally distorting my opinion and view. But I do think that with Kyle Teal going down, and it did look ugly and it did look unfortunate.
It looked bad.
And it's being preliminary reports say ankle.
Yeah, that's good.
But he is going to be somebody that, after playing in only 19 games this year, he is now lost again indefinitely. So, yeah, I did speculate. They do have options. They do have Shea Langoliers with the A's. That is going to be a sought-after catcher. They do have Hunter Goodman with the Rockies. That's going to be a sought-after catcher. Both those guys have power in their bat. Both those guys have something the White Sox lack. They have a catcher who's an offense. They're offensive catchers. And Kyle Teal now wasn't necessarily hitting, but he never really got on stride because of his injury at the World Baseball Classic. Nonetheless, what it means is, bottom line, you hope the best for Kyle Teal. Edgar Carroll will be meeting them in Texas, hopefully in time for tonight's game. But they just added another need to their list. Starting pitcher, reliever, and now I think they need some catching help.
I'm not arguing that, but it is certainly possible that the catcher position ends up being more of a priority at the trade deadline than the pitchers. I mean, things do change depending on injury.
Do you agree with that, though?
I am hoping that we get some form of. I'm hoping that things aren't as bad as I fear they are. I'm hoping
with Teal.
Yes. And that maybe you can.
But realistically, what do you think the news is going to be? You have to plan for
David. If it's a high ankle sprain, which again is a non-contact injury, his foot, it looked like his toe was stuck in the dirt, and then he turned his body, and his whole body kind of turned on top of the back of his leg. I wasn't sure if it was a calf, if it was a torn ligament, if he did his Achilles. You have no idea. There was a lot of issues down there.
He looked in pain.
He was in pain. He was grimacing,
Yeah.
and he was being helped off the field. So,
Right.
I mean, I don't expect it to be like really positive.
It was bad enough to temper the enthusiasm after a game where they scored a lot of runs again.
Yes.
They beat an ace in Jacob deGrom.
Won on the road.
And they won on the road
Yep.
for really the third time in 4 games. This road trip is going well in the standings, but this is a blow because not only does Kyle Teal mean something in that lineup, handling that pitching staff, but he's a cog in the clubhouse, a guy that people rally around and a leader on a young team.
All right, we've got a lot of people who want to check in and they want to talk about various subjects.
Okay.
We'll start with our guy, John. He's in Joliet. Hey, John, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, guys. I'm sitting there and I'm watching this Sox game, and they're down 2-0. And I for some reason, like last year when you watch a game and you see this happening, you're thinking, okay, maybe they're going to score a run or two, but not this year. These guys come up, and I don't know what part of the lineup you would want to face because there's a hitter in every spot of this lineup. And yes, I just find it fascinating that I said they were only going to win 69 games this year. These guys could possibly win 81, 82 games. And it's just amazing to watch these guys just come through game after game, player after player. It's unfortunate we lost Teal, but, man, this team is so damn exciting.
Thanks, John.
It is. It's very.
They're going to win more than 81 games.
It's
okay. It's okay. Sox fans, it's okay to think big.
Oh, please.
I'm just saying.
Please. Mr. David is patting Sox fans on the top of the head.
No, I'm not.
Why don't you muscle their hair a little?
John, why is John saying 81, 82 games?
Because he picked them to win 69 and he was off. He's complimenting them.
That's a 12-game improvement. But this team is now 53-46.
Yes.
7 games over.
Mm-hmm.
They could be 85, 88 victories.
Oh, do you think? You don't think they could win more than that, Mr. David?
That's so unfair.
No, I'm just saying. You sound like you're.
I'm the one advocating for them to think big at the deadline.
Yeah.
And you're like making fun of me for that.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to keep the team to a point where we know who the good players are, who can you afford to trade, and who must you hang on to.
What are you afraid that they would do at the deadline that would concern you?
Oh, I don't know. Fernando Tatis Jr., maybe
okay.
Fernando Tatis Jr.
So you're afraid of them getting
something like Fernando Tatis Jr.
So you're afraid of like a Bonham trade or somebody like that was the one that got away.
Well,
and watching them flourish. You're concerned like Jacob Gonzalez is going to become an all-star infielder for the Pirates.
Well, I wrapped my mind around that one because I figured they got something for him. Now, I don't know that now I'm looking differently at Landon Tomei or not. It seemed very important to them. I can't wait until the new prospect list comes out and we get a feel for how a guy like Jim Callis fits these guys in the whole draft. They had a really good draft by all accounts. So I'm excited about that. But you know what I don't like is, like, let's just say you went out and you drafted a guy who you thought was like going to be the best defensive shortstop that anyone has ever seen, and the guy the other night has 3 hits in a game, and you don't know whether his bat's coming around. You drafted him out of high school, so you don't know how the development's going to go. Oh, well, but we need something, so why don't we give up on that? I want everyone to compete. I want to see what they have. They've invested a lot in this. Let's see who their best players are.
That's a fair perspective, definitely. I think definitely they have earned that.
I don't want to hang on to people just to hang on to them. I appreciate the difference between a young player that has a chance to get better and a player that is a proven commodity who has the back of the baseball card and can get better.
I do wonder how you balance that with the temptation to use one of those prospects that are maybe attractive to other teams who are in sell mode. And so you have something that the Sox need, whether it's an ace or top of the rotation starter or a reliever in a high leverage situation or a catcher now with some pop in his bat. How you balance that, because you're right. Every general manager wants to protect prospects they have drafted and developed. But at the same time, the temptation to go for it now has to be great within Chris Getz, because you're looking at an American League that is there for the taking.
Yeah, it's just, are you the team that's going to take it? Are you there for the taking of it?
In reality, right now, you are a team that if you play 500 baseball, 32 and 31, they have 63 games left. If you play 500 baseball, you win 85 games.
Yeah,
and then you're in the October. You're in the tournament.
Most likely. Yeah, that probably would get you in. I hear you. And I'm not down on any of it. I'm not afraid to make moves. It's been a while since they've been good, and I keep saying this, and I mean, I hope you understand the way I say this. I really like this team. I really have enjoyed watching them. Different guys able to contribute in different ways. It's been a load of fun. But when you start talking specifically about sort of the grinder type guys, you can't help but wonder if, just because you're the starting second baseman, are you the long-term starting second baseman? Or is my collection of shortstops going to come breathing down your neck as different people get better at different positions, whatever it might be?
Okay, let me interpret that for a second.
Okay.
I think that what you're saying is valid. I think it's also applicable to the White Sox, but I think they're more likely to trade or to dangle Chase Maedroth in the offseason than they are now.
See, and I'm not looking to get rid of anybody, and I'm not naming names, and I like Chase Maedroth, and I would hate to have to buy all the laundry soap for his uniform. You identified a second
baseman. You didn't have to name Chase Maedroth.
Because we're talking about a team with a collection of shortstops. I don't know where everyone's going to play.
Right.
Some shortstops end up being second baseman. Some end up being third baseman.
Right.
I like the third baseman. I like the shortstop. I like the second baseman. But if I got a guy that I just drafted who's the number 5 prospect in baseball without playing a game of minor league baseball, I got to be aware of where he's going to fit in.
Do you see that video of them they released yesterday of him taking batting practice? Rock?
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Pretty natural swing.
Yeah, I mean,
He's the natural.
Let's have some fun for a few minutes.
All right.
I want to look at this. Let's try Tony. He's in Rogers Park. Hey, Tony.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm with you, Mully. I'm sorry. I don't want to trade what could be a really good player down the line just for some rental guy who we probably won't have next season. And in matters like this, I'm just conservative. If the White Sox top out, they're going to win one playoff series. They're not going to win the World Series. I'm sorry. That's just what I believe. So, no, it's not worth it to me. I don't believe in making decisions based on the exception. The exception is the exception for a reason. The rule is the rule for a reason. Thank you, guys.
That's good stuff, Tony. And I'll tell you what, David. I mean, the other thing is, like, no one's got a perfect team. No one. Maybe the Dodgers are closest to it, and they can go get anyone they want, and we understand the differences. But if you're the White Sox, you're right. Go get a starting pitcher. Make sure you get a good reliever. Oh, and you need a catcher. What else are you adding to the list?
Those three things.
There's going to be nobody left in the whole minor leagues.
Yes, you're underestimating the whole minor leagues. And I think that people are overlooking the fact that you can't guarantee anything beyond this October. And if you are in a position to win a playoff series, that's no small thing for this group that just is coming off 100-loss consecutive seasons.
Come on.
Remember when the White Sox, just like a year or two ago, they said they had too many catchers? Now we need a catcher. We had like Corey Lee. We had all these catchers, and now we really need one. It's just, I think we just need to pump the brakes a little bit.
On what? Pump the brakes on what?
On getting a catcher. I don't think we just need a catcher right now. We was doing good with Till, been out most of the season.
The context for every conversation about the White Sox changed when they began this season. Oh, wait, let me look. 53-46. First place White Sox. It's July 21st. Everything about last year doesn't matter anymore. Everything about this year in the final 63 games does. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That's all I'm advocating.
You're saying, oh, God, don't let them build some mega team that would be overshadowing everything else.
I'm expressing more faith and confidence in the fact that the guys they have at the major league level are going to be there for several years and not worrying about getting rid of somebody who might be good.
Then why are you trying to get rid of people?
Because you need something now.
Well, I mean, again, they're going to be here. You're going to need it next year and the year after because they're here for a few
advantage
years.
of now because you don't take later for granted.
Yeah, see, I mean, the past is prologue. I just don't believe that you can move forward and not look at what has happened. And there is, there was a young player that was here that was given away for an old veteran pitcher that you thought
10 years ago
was going to. Hey, I mean, again, if we do not learn from our past, we are doomed to repeat it.
I think if you are paralyzed by one mistake, you're going to be limiting your ambition, and you shouldn't do that.
Hardly
this
paralyzed.
This year is different, and they made it different because they have players and prospects who have now developed to the point where you look at the American League, and you can't assume next year it's going to be the same landscape.
You just said they're going to be here for a few years.
The Sox
they're going to
will
get better.
The Sox will.
Okay.
They will continue to ascend and because these are young players. It's a young core. How many 13 rookies have made their debut?
That's my point. So I'm not willing to deny a rookie debut to anybody right now. I mean, there are guys that I would trade, no doubt about it, but no one that I feel like could be in the mix, whether it's on the periphery or not. I had a hard time with them getting rid of Jacob Gonzalez, and that would have been a really tough show or two to do had it not been for the fact that they had the number 1 overall pick and they drafted the guy that I wanted. So it made it a lot easier.
That numbed you enough to where you could take the pain. It numbed the pain of losing Jacob Gonzalez, getting Rock Chalowski.
No question about that. There's no doubt about it.
And I understood it because now I also think that I'm looking at this. The next move Chris Getz makes, I think, will help me feel better about the Jacob Gonzalez move because you don't want that to limit you if they're going out to get a starting pitcher. If Jacob Gonzalez could have helped you get a starting pitcher rather than the draft slot to take Landon Tomei, that's a good debate. But if you're able to still pull off a trade for a starting pitcher that can help you now because you need it now, then I think everything will fall into place. And I'm still confident that with Chris Getz, the way that he has put this team together, everything will fall into place.
All right. We've got someone who backs you 100%. It's Marty in Highland Park. Hey, Marty.
Mully, where's Joe Borchard today? The exception is that the minor leaguers make it.
Well, that is a great point. We were talking about this off the air, and I was rattling off the names of every Cubs guy they weren't trading for that reason. And I understand that you got to give up something to get something. And if I felt that they were one player away, I would give up something to get something. I just don't. The argument that I'm being presented with is the American League is down, and if they're going to make the playoffs, they need to take advantage of that by making a deal. And I'm unwilling to give away any of my future for a brief playoff respite.
Marty?
Oh, if I'm still on.
You are. You are. I was talking to you. I'm sorry, Marty.
I think that they think they are one player away. I think you're underestimating how good this team really is. They may be one or two now. I think they do need a hitting catcher. But I remember the 1984 season. 83, they were so good. We were going to be super for years to come. And then we were garbage in 84, 85, and 86. Grab it.
Thanks,
this
Marty.
Is the year.
Seize it.
All right.
Seize the opportunity.
Yeah, carpe diem, Marty.
Carpe diem.
I got it.
Oh, man. Put it on a T-shirt.
I believe you can get a Carpe Diem T-shirt. Seize the day, Marty. I love it.
Good stuff.
All right. We'll be right back. We're going to bring in our guy, Bruce, and I'll find out how enthusiastic he is for the White Sox to keep giving away stuff. We'll see. Maybe you're all right, but I am skeptical. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This ain't pop. This ain't pretty. This is Southern hospitality. The Black Crowes, Whiskey Myers, blues-soaked guitars, outlaw swagger. Rock and roll the way it was meant to be. Loud, raw, and real. The Southern Hospitality Tour. The Black Crowes. Whiskey Myers. Friday, July 24th. Credit Union 1 Amphitheater. Tickets at livenation.com.
Save big money when you shop at Menards. Transform your home in one weekend with exterior wood stain and sealer from Dutch Boy. It provides one-coat protection on decks, fences, siding, and outdoor furniture. It repels rain after just 4 hours of application. That means quicker results, saving you both time and money. Our knowledgeable team is ready to help bring your dreams to life, 1 gallon at a time. Stop by your local Menards today.
Save big money at Menards.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on the brands you trust to deliver on the job. Right now, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compound miter saw. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Save even more on what you need to keep the job moving. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You're listening to 104.3 The Score, powered by Circa Sports, the official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Somehow they turned the season around, and now history is calling at Fenway Park. After Caleb Durbin's clutch 8th-inning home run sealed a 6-5 victory over Baltimore, the Boston Red Sox sit at 14 straight wins. Tonight, they go for number 15, looking to tie a legendary 1946 franchise record set by Ted Williams and company. I'm Drake Toll.
Plumbing emergency? Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911. Licensed professional local 130 plumbers are available 24/7 for fast, reliable help. Call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Baseball. Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
On Inside the Clubhouse, Saturday mornings, 9 to 11. Award-winning show. Not yet, but, close.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy, Bruce Levine. He joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Want to give a shout out to our audience on CHSN. Thank you for watching. You must love Mr. David's shirt. He's got the He's got the beautiful
new swag.
That's new swag.
Yeah,
for
I love
sure.
it. Thank you.
I got the old hat on, so I'm still part of the crew
Old
too.
staple.
But,
Yep.
We got Bruce. How are you, buddy? How's life? How you holding up?
Good morning, guys. Where do you want to start? Heels, heel, or the cubby?
Oh,
or currents?
is it a heel? Do we have any information on what exactly the injury to Kyle
looked like
Till
an
is?
ankle. It looked like an ankle.
Yeah.
And it was an odd movement on his part, and this is his third major injury so far this year. Starting back at WBC, missing so much time, then he was rehabbing, he hurt his knee, and now it's the ankle where he's almost sure to go on the IL today.
It feels like he's spending as much time on the IL as Maton.
Yeah, well, Maton's unfortunately another story that we can get to a little while from now, but he's going to be seeing some IL time and maybe surgeries in the offing.
Bruce, how do you expect the White Sox to respond to Kyle Teal's expected absence over however long it lasts? But what do you think with 2 weeks until the trade deadline they will do?
Well, we talked about it yesterday. Hunter Goodman would be a good place to go in Colorado. I don't know if there's any reality to that, but certainly, when you look at other catchers for the short term, you have Caro in the minor leagues, who's familiar with the staff, didn't hit at all beginning of this year. We know that. So at least you have that initially. I don't know what you do for the longer term if indeed Teal is out for a period of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because there are a lot of different prospects that could be available. We were talking earlier about Langoliers, if you could make a move for someone like that. I just don't know that they need to, really. We just have to find out how long he's missing before we get over our skis on this. I keep telling David, I think they need a third starter. I have faith in what Sean Burke has done of late and what Davis Martin has done all year. And who knows? Maybe Noah Schultz can get his act together and be that third starter you have to have if you're going to make a playoff run. But I would look into that, and I'd be willing to give up some modest to pay that sort of thing. But Bruce, you're the one who told me that this is a year about development and you've got to be patient and you got to wait your time. I just don't want to get ahead of myself.
Well, this is the radio, so we get to change our mind every day, right? But I don't think I haven't changed my idea that you're not going to give up the quote unquote farm for an attempt to win, but you might have enough inventory and enough gravitas right now. The appeal of White Sox players is probably at the highest point since when? Maybe go back 40 years, 35, 40 years. You go back to the Larry Himes era when you had those 4 picks in a row with Frank Thomas and Alex Fernandez and Robin Ventura. At that point in time, that was the highlight of the Chicago White Sox farm system and how it was used for the next 10 years to compete. I think the White Sox farm system and their development right now is being looked at the same way. So can you take advantage of that in this copycat type league?
Back to Wrigley, Bruce. I thought when I saw Dansby Swanson standing on second base with nobody out in the 9th inning of a tied game, that you were going to be on the field within moments talking to Dansby Swanson about scoring the winning run. And then he was stranded
on the field. Yeah.
He was stranded. And then Bregman strikes out, and it was 3-0. That at bat was something else. Take us through it.
That was tough. I mean, you go 3-0, and you get Kenley Jansen, who's not – he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He has 400 plus, 480 saves in his career. He's going to end up with 500. So he's the third most in history, but not the same version of him with the cutter that he's been earlier in his career. But you see the calmness and the style of a guy that's within one ball of walking in the winning run and just rearing back, throwing, and then unfortunately from 3-0, Bregman swings at the ball 4, which would have won the game. But that's baseball. That's why you play it. As Craig Counsell said after the game, you don't like to lose, but it was a really good baseball game, and people certainly got their money's worth. I think we can't stop talking about the Cubs without talking about Tyone and the two different versions of him that we saw, the one that only got 1 out and gave up 4 runs, and the one that got 18 outs after that. Who is he? Can he slow down that locomotive train, which is the home run ball that he continues to give up this year?
He only got 13 outs.
It seemed like 18.
He got 13 outs. That's not enough.
No?
No.
Well, he kept him in the game. He didn't lose the game.
He gave up back-to-back home runs, Bruce. They were down 4-zip.
David, he didn't lose the game.
I know, but this is what bugs me about everything. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No,
what bugs you? Tell us.
When you give up back-to-back home runs and he lasts another few innings and we all come out of it like, well, that was really good by Jamison Tyone. No, it wasn't.
I don't think anyone said it was really good, but
no.
You did survive till the 9th inning where you could have won the game. I think that's all anyone said.
Yeah, I think professionally, look, was Fetty's start a good start with 4 innings yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, but he did what needed to be done.
But it's baseball now.
Yes.
I mean, with Freddie Peralta, he's a 4-inning pitcher now. Okay, so what are we looking for? I'm not making any excuses for Jamison Tyone. The fact that he just came off of the IL, that's not an excuse, and he didn't make that excuse. He said he wasn't happy with it. He put his team in a hole, and he didn't take any accolades for keeping the team in it. He thought any type of, like you, David, any type of feeling that it was a good start would be weak. I agree with that. And is he a better pitcher at this point than Javier Assad? Right. So if you don't make a move outside, do you eventually flip-flop, even though Tyone's never really pitched out of the bullpen in his career?
Probably not, no. I mean, probably not. Do you think that they're any more likely to make a deal or to talk about a deal with the Tigers if the Tigers go to sell mode because of the presence of Scott Harris, who has a relationship with Jed Hoyer from their working together back in the day, and or Kyle Hendricks' presence in the Tiger front office?
No discount for knowing each other, okay? As a matter of fact, sometimes it works against you because, in fact, you know how smart the other guy is, and you don't want to be outthought by people that you have so much respect for. So I don't think that comes into the equation at all. It's interesting, but I don't think it does. Look, I think Scuba's going to be there the rest of the year. They're only a couple of games behind, the third wild card. And as we've talked about it before, in the American League, anything can happen. Detroit fought in a nice game for them yesterday. They're 7 games behind the White Sox in the loss column. It's a lot of games, but they have a lot of games left with them, and they have a lot of games left in the division as the White Sox do. So nothing's a guarantee. The White Sox are a tremendous story, and they continue to play their butts off. They're the second highest offensive team in the American League as far as runs scored. So it continues to be a nice thing, but I don't think Detroit's going to. They're not going to sell at this point. I don't think they will.
Do we know yet who is selling? I mean, we're talking about the catcher position, and just because you naturally worry that the White Sox could be short at that position, and you think about, we're talking about Colorado, we're talking about the A's, talking about I guess Ryan Jeffers, Minnesota. I mean, the Mets look like they could be selling. Who else is selling? Do we know? Do we even?
Well, we take Del Perez from Kansas City at this advanced stage. For a run.
You think that
for who?
Salvador Perez is going to be traded?
Well, I mean,
no, he's trying to
because
come up with
because he's a Hall of Famer. Would they not trade him? Is that what you're saying, David?
I'm asking if he's on the market. If you're hearing speculation that he would be traded.
I haven't, but I would say
we're talking about teams that might be giving up something.
Why wouldn't he want to go to a contender to finish his career? Certainly, it's not going to be in Kansas City.
I don't think the Kansas City is going to be in a position to want to help the White Sox win a division.
No, but they'd certainly like some of those young White Sox players, David.
Perhaps. That seems like a pipe dream.
I mean, Sal isn't what he was, but the leadership he brings, the idea. I mean, it would be a great addition, and stranger things have happened, but it would be a Kansas City and Sal Perez production. It wouldn't be just Kansas City trading him. Okay,
if you're getting somebody off the Royals, I think I'd prefer Michael Wacha to Salvador Perez.
Are the White Sox in the same market as the Cubs are pitching wise? In other words, like I keep saying, I think they should spend some money, eat some contract, maybe save a prospect by doing that, as opposed to going after the top name guy. And you know what I mean? Like, I think the Sox need a third pitcher. They need someone to complement maybe your Davis Martin, Sean Burke combination. You get a third guy that can help. Everyone kind of slots in differently. Whereas I think the Cubs probably need a reliever more than they need a starter, but they need both.
The Cubs are going to need a couple relievers. We still, we talked to Craig Counsell yesterday about Daniel Flint. He said we firmly believe Daniel is going to be back helping us. He wouldn't put a date on it at this point in time. But, yesterday, Thornton takes a line drive off his ankle. He's almost automatic IL time. Hopefully nothing's broken there, but that was extreme. So they continue to lose guys who are valuable for them in the bullpen. They're going to have to make more moves. Savali has been traded for, and he was in the locker room yesterday. He was on the team. Again, to answer your question directly, the White Sox, as we know, have more to give up for the help that they need. I think the White Sox need a starting pitcher to go with what they have. That's not to diminish what maybe one of the Smith guys can do coming up from the minor league, but I think a guy like what David said, a guy like Wacha would be perfect for the White Sox.
All righty, Bruce. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
All right. Keep listening in the 8 o'clock hour right here, and you get a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses with special guests Public Enemy on July 29th at Credit Union 1 Amphitheater, provided by Live Nation.
All right. We'll be right back. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work. And once you're at the office, tune into Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app.
Good morning, guys. You guys crack me up. A joy to listen to you guys.
Or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
Wow, 60 years.
Mulling reported this morning that he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment
It's a good thing. It's a
because
good
I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is some connected to a family member. So, you know, if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
That's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah. I feel kind of, yeah. It goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you
that
changed
he's
the
got
bets.
this
You said
heart-
I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2
I
shots.
said I
Two
think
shots.
he said he was guzzling half a
I
bottle.
think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros said that catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one. I
like
that.
Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off. I'll tell you that.
Boys on Carbs off, Riz.
You know,
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan hey, you know. And he didn't look thrilled that the guy had you know what I mean? You got to be a little bit careful.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey.
I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And he
and I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
That he's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey. Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing
funny.
that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief? We'd
have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the game. Went 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
To get the vest. The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Pat and Ron's booth.
Oh, we love the fact that they listened and they responded that way.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who
right
gave
now,
you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's another free item.
Here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and Mick Ultras.
All right. I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredible.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has already sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next baller catching.
Another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You going to wear it?
No.
Oh.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which
Right.
we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Trade and just go for it and find yourself back in the same situation. So yeah, I mean they'll look into the Detmers for sure. They sent a scout already to look at a Clay Holmes. He was supposed to pitch Saturday. It got rained out. He had a bullpen session. So they got one of their top guys, executives, to go watch him. And he's an intriguing guy. I mean, he can still opt out after a year. He pitched great until he broke his leg. He had a good, solid season last year. They really like this guy. And they're thinking, it would certainly come cheaper than the Detmers.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. So that is the voice of Bob Nightingale.
Okay.
And he's talking about the White Sox guys they're looking at. Detmers, we've heard his name before. Clay Holmes, an interesting name because he's been out with a broken leg, not with any issues in his arm.
No arm issues.
No arms
He
at all.
got nailed by a comebacker. Broke his right leg.
Yes.
And then that was May 15th. He has been out since. He pitched a bullpen session the other day, 45 pitches. Before the injury, he was putting together a pretty good season. He had 9 starts and a 2.39 ERA. If Clay Holmes, who, by the way, isn't he the guy that taught Ben Brown the offseason grip change? Remember that? Clay Holmes was sought by Ben Brown, and they talked, and things changed. But he is available by the Mets, and he would help the Sox, and he would fit the description of what you are looking for.
Exactly what I'm looking for. He's got a contract. He's got some money coming to him. It only costs money. You'd have to give up some minor leaguer, like just make up a name. What's a good minor leaguer name?
William.
Bill Decoy.
Why Decoy?
Because that's Ohtani's dog. Everyone will think he's a good player.
I was thinking an actual player, an actual person.
Oh,
William Bergolla, the shortstop.
No, unequivocally not.
You want something for nothing.
I want something for nothing.
You want something for nothing.
I want not just something. I want it all for nothing.
Well,
Bergolla is a good young player.
Okay.
Who might be a better infielder than some other infielders.
I'm not going to go through the Sox list of prospects. I'm going to stick with the Clay Holmes description. He's somebody that could fit in the top of your rotation if he were healthy, if he stays healthy. His contract right now is fairly modest by starting pitching standards. He is making $13 million a year this year and $13 million a year, $12 million next year with a player option.
$25 million.
Player option, he probably would pick it up unless he finishes strong.
What do you have to pay to get out of the option? I mean, do you have to give him $2 million or something?
I'm not sure about the buyout terms. I have to look deeper into it to get the buyout terms. But best case scenario, let's say a likely scenario, you could trade for Clay Holmes. He helps you win a playoff series. He has a really good stretch run performance. And he goes to free agency.
Give him Dustin's bottle of Malort and a minor league player to be named later. Cash considerations.
I don't know what you would have to give up to get him, but I think that if you're looking for starting pitching help, Clay Holmes makes sense, and I understand why the Sox would send a scout to watch him throw.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. If he can teach everyone what he taught Ben Brown, you'd be a hell of a lot better.
Well, he's got a whole staff to work with, so you never know. And John Heyman would be in a position to let us know about the other Mets pitcher on the block, and that would be Freddie Peralta.
All right. We will bring John in next, and we'll run all of our queries past him. It's Mully and Haugh. It is 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, Gold Glove second baseman Nico Hoerner gives you an insider's perspective on the Cubs. Coming up this afternoon at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Sensational play by Nico Hoerner.
Nico Hoerner on The Score is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Get ready to win big at Grand Victoria Casino, the ultimate Caesars Rewards hotspot with 27 table games, over 700 slot machines, and a World Series of Poker room. Plus, bet all the game day action at Caesars Sportsbook. With Caesars Rewards, visit over 50 destinations and earn perks everywhere you stay. Dine, relax, shop, and play. Sign up for a Caesars Rewards card and you could be reimbursed up to $500 in losses on slots or table games. See Caesars Rewards for details. Grand Victoria Casino has it all. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only one impacted by it. Maybe you love someone who's...
I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so...
dismissive?
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted, he said, that's a pretty good air horn. That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on.
Okay, no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
it's
audience
possible.
is biased, but yeah, they're on team
right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
Well, because they're live tweeting the interaction.
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line
constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before. But I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're busy.
Go, Jim.
You're busy talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them. I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before, when I was bartending, and my shift would end at 2 a.m., and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known BC Billy forever. And he looks at me Shaq runs by and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and you
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome.
That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts, and Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they then cough. And Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so
the free Odyssey app, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM in HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 10-game losing streak on the road to the Rangers is over. White Sox dominating the Rangers last night 10-3. They're 53-46 overall. Have a 1-game lead over the Guardians in the American League Central. Sox Rangers again tonight. Noah Schultz throwing again for your first place White Sox. Extra innings on the north side, but the Tigers with the W, 8-6. Cubs are now 56-44. Jamison Tyone allowed 4 runs and 5 hits over 4 1/3 innings. His first big league start since June the 7th. A pair of first-run home runs put the Cubs in quite the hole. Framber Valdez, David Peterson, the pitching matchup pregame right here on 104.3 The Score beginning at 6:30. Blackhawks introduced Connor Bedard and his new contract yesterday via Zoom. Mully and Haugh will speak to the Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson tomorrow at 8:25. 50 days until the NFL kicks off. This hour of the show brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Jon Heyman, insider for MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
New York Post columnist, Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
Jon Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I'm going to endorse the point where I say you never know with the Cubs, but I'm going to retract the I like the White Sox.
On 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our guy, Jon Heyman. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Shout out to everyone watching on CHSN, and we certainly appreciate your viewership. John, good morning. How you holding up?
I'm good. How are you doing, Mully? White Sox look fantastic. I'm going to reinstate where I say I like the White Sox. I'm no longer retracting. They are good.
Front runner.
We'll update that. That's awesome.
I am. I'm a bandwagon jumper.
I love it. So, John, you wrote something. You wrote a tweet basically about the Yankees and the idea of the catchers who could be available, and they should look at their own guy before they go outside the organization. The White Sox lost Kyle Teal yesterday. It looked serious. He had to be helped off the field. He was limping pretty badly. It's his left foot. Hopefully an ankle. We'll find out more today. But I'm just wondering, with the names like Hunter Goodman from the Rockies or Ryan Jeffers from Minnesota, Luis Torrens from the Mets, Shea Langoliers from the A's, would any of those guys like to take a quick plane trip to Chicago and get in the lineup and help out, provided it didn't cost any good prospects?
Well, they might, but it is up to the teams, unfortunately. And the Rockies are reluctant to trade Hunter Goodman, who's a home run hitter in, I think, everywhere. He's actually hit better on the road than he has in Coors Field, two-time All-Star. 3 years to go before free agency, which is really the key. So I think Hunter Goodman, that's a tough one to get. I do think Shea Langoliers might be slightly easier to get, but not very easy at all. The A's are listening to anything, basically. I doubt they would trade Nick Kurtz, but I think they'd listen on anything else. Still, those are tough ones. Ryan Jeffers is a free agent after the year. Minnesota, at least this week, is semi-trending down. They could trade certainly a guy who is a free agent to be more easily than a Joe Ryan or somebody like that. But the catching market's pretty good. You've also got the Mets have two guys, believe it or not, who are viable: Francisco Alvarez and Luis Torrens. Jonah Heim, the backup to Langoliers, also could be available, should be available as a backup on a team going nowhere. So there is a big catching market. It's very unfortunate for Kyle Teal. I mean, this will be his second injury, if this is in fact a debilitating one. It did not look good after that game yesterday, from what I understand.
John, everybody will want pitching, and certainly the Mets have some to trade. We just heard a report about the White Sox sending a scout to watch Clay Holmes throw a bullpen session, and there's interest there reportedly. And then, of course, Freddie Peralta, who wasn't good, but also could benefit from a change of scenery. The Cubs might be interested in Peralta. The Sox may be interested in Holmes. How many other teams will be interested in both?
Well, I mean, Holmes is coming off an injury. If he's healthy, if he looks good, he should have a pretty good market. Peralta, frankly, has not been very good with the Mets. Now, maybe it's the Mets' fault. Their defense is awful. Even if they did emphasize run prevention, that has obviously not worked. But his ERA is up to 5.01. He does only make $8 million. He does have a very good track record. And a lot of teams are going to say, well, it's probably the Mets' fault. They're just not very good. So I do think there is a decent market for both guys. I think both teams are probably interested in both guys. And there are a lot of different pitching possibilities. Right now, it's unclear who is going to be out there because you've got 11 teams that are around 500. So we're not sure who exactly is going to be a seller beyond the 7 teams that are almost definitely sellers at this point. And those teams don't have a lot to give, but we'll see. I mean, we could add Gosman from the Jays as a potential get. We could add Trevor Rogers from the Orioles as a potential get. You've got guys with the Reds. Maybe they will look at Hunter Green even, but certainly Lodolo and Abbott could be out there if they do become a seller. And I think they're the 7th team, but I think they're pretty likely seller at this point. There are a number of potential possibilities, but at this point we don't have a lot of definite sellers beyond the Mets and a couple of other teams that have starting pitchers. So right now the market is thin, but should get better. But certainly I don't think Skubal at this moment looks like he's going anywhere. That could change, obviously. Alcantara doesn't look like he's going anywhere, and Sonny Gray certainly should not be going anywhere. Red Sox have won 14 in a row.
Does the fact that the American League is so wide open, does that make people hesitate? Will they give it every last second? I mean, the trade deadline is, I believe, a week from this Monday, 13 days away, less than 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. That would indicate you better know which way you're going. And I'm sure people are talking, but it just seems like it's so open in the American League that unless you're really awful, you should stay in it.
Well, I think a lot of teams are going to feel that way, but certainly if you're under 500, you're pretty unlikely to be a World Series contender. Now, of course, we did see the Diamondbacks barely over 500 make it to the World Series a few years ago. So, I for the most part, I agree with you. A lot of these teams that are around 500 hanging in there in the American League probably will continue to hang in there. At this point, I think the Twins probably should be a seller, at least of their free agent types like Jeffers. The Orioles and Jays certainly are candidates to sell. The Tigers are another candidate to sell. But you're right. There are only a couple obvious sellers in the terrible American League, and that's the A's and the Angels. Basically, that's basically it. Who are sellers, and the Royals. I think the Royals will be a seller, and they do have a couple of pitchers, Waka and Lugo. They're not world beaters, but look, I think Jed Hoyer's MO, if you look at his career, is that he goes for more the position player type than the big star pitcher. So, I mean, he certainly wants to fill out that rotation with healthy bodies. They've had so many injuries, more than just about any team except probably the Jays and the Royals in terms of the starting pitching injuries. So he certainly will be focusing on starting pitching and then also relief pitching. But, and I've tied them to Skubal just because they have the prospects to do it, and I know they need pitchers. But his history has been basically to spend and really focus on position players, which is why they have a very good position player team.
John, how will the Dodgers and their plan to take Shohei Ohtani out of the rotation, if they in fact follow through with that, affect how aggressive they might be near the deadline for a starting pitcher? And once they get involved, it does change the landscape for everybody else.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they have the best prospects. They have 7 top 100 prospects, which is more than anyone else. I know those prospect rankings aren't exact, but they have 4 outfielders in the top 30. I mean, they just traded an outfielder who wasn't in the top 30 or even the top 100, but who's a prospect to the Rockies for a reliever, Seth Halverson. But they have so much ammunition to make trades. But that has not been their history. They do not really go the big fly at the deadline. Historically, they did trade for Yu Darvish when he was in his prime about a decade ago, but they don't historically do that. And they are telling other teams right now that they don't plan to do that. Now, plans can change. We still got 2 weeks to go before the deadline, and certainly they could end up trading for Skubal or somebody else to fill out that rotation, because they do have a number of questions. I mean, Snell still is not back yet. They expect him back. Glass now, they're hoping he's back at some point. Sasaki looked good here in New York against the Yankees, throwing up to 102 miles an hour. But right now, you've got Yamamoto and they've got Robleski, 2 guys who did make the All-Star team, so pretty good pitchers. And Yamamoto is a proven ace, but they've got questions like everybody else. At this point, with Snell coming, with Glass now perhaps coming, with Sasaki, with Sheehan and River Ryan perhaps in the pipeline, they're telling teams that they're really not expected to go big for a starting pitcher.
John, the Boston Red Sox just won their 14th game, and you look at, I guess 15 is their record, franchise record. When you look at them, how has that happened? How have they gotten? I mean, they have good pitching, I understand, but they still have a couple guys out that might not be bad. I mean, how in the name of God have they gotten this done? And it was disturbing when the Sox lost 3 in a row at home to them, but now you look at it and it's really not surprising.
Yeah, I mean, baseball's a funny game. We've seen the Cubs win 10 in a row twice, lose 10 in a row once. I mean, obviously this is pretty historic. I think 15 is their record in 1948. Yep. So 14 is a lot, but it's kind of like a progression to the mean as far as I'm concerned. I saw them as a playoff team going in, and they certainly have better young pitching than even I thought with Tolley, with Early, with Bennett. Bennett taking the place of Bayo has been a huge improvement. They have a good young team. They probably could use a little bit more offense, and I would expect that they're a buyer at the deadline, and certainly they cannot be a seller. No way. No way. In the American League, you got 14 wins in a row. You're not a seller.
The Brewers can be whatever they want, and they're still going to win the division, and they're still going to win probably 95 to 100 games. I don't know how they do it, John, but they continue to do it. Last night, Jacob Misiorowski comes back and gives them 4 innings. I thought he was tired. Is he going to be a 4-inning pitcher now, or what's going to happen next with the Miz, and how do you explain the Brewers?
I can't. I don't. I can't explain the Brewers. I really can barely explain the Rays. I mean, some of these teams just amaze me, but the Brewers are the most amazing. I mean, the manager Murphy may get manager of the year for third year in a row because he's a great manager, but we chronically underrate this team. They do a terrific job, obviously, but now they like everybody else, they've got questions. They're still winning through these questions, but Mizorowski as a 4-inning pitcher off a 10 or 12-day layoff. You've got Woodruff now out for the year with the shoulder. Harrison's got a bit of an arm question, so they've got some questions, that their answers will be good ones. It'll be interesting to see whether they go for it and make big trades for pitchers or whomever that they're going to need. And it does appear that the rotation is a little bit thin at this point, and they will need pitchers. That has not been their MO beyond that Sabathia trade, whenever that was 15 years ago, a long time ago. They have generally not done that. They needed to do it then to get credibility and finally make the playoffs. Well, they've been in the playoffs most years, and they've won that division the last couple of years. So they don't need it for any credibility, but they have, after the Dodgers, they have the best group of prospects of any team. Now, they have locked up a few of them, so I'm assuming those guys are not being traded. They have Jesus Mate, the number 1 prospect in baseball. I'm assuming he's not going anywhere, but they still have prospects to maneuver, and they still can make deals to improve the team. And at this point, even though it's not their MO, even though they have the lowest population base to draw from, they should go for it. I mean, it's been a long time since they've been in the World Series, and they have a real opportunity here.
And who's been the most disappointing team? I mean, we're talking about teams that are surprisingly winning, but I mean, the Mets obviously carry that trophy.
York, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be the Mets. I mean, they're obviously disappointing teams. Whether you're looking at the Royals, the Angels, probably annually disappointing. There are a number of disappointing teams. The Mets take the cake. $380 million payroll. They've got, they had 1 All-Star. They have, all the guys they signed are either hurt or are badly underperforming. Peralta, Bichette, and then particularly Robert, as guys you know of well, and Polanco and Semien. I mean, they had 5 big acquisitions, and you've got Peralta with a 5.01 ERA. You've got Bichette with about a 670 OPS, and you've got Semien even lower than that, and you have Peralta, you have Polanco and Robert, who've been out for at least 2/3 of the year and not performed when they were healthy. So those are their 5 big pickups, and it is a disaster here in New York.
Crazy stuff. John, you're the best.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it.
All right. Great talking to you guys, as always.
You too.
That's our guy. That is John Heyman. He does a remarkable job. And, the Mets are unbelievable. That is hard to believe.
Well, they're going to dismantle.
Well, they're talking about trading Frankie Lindor.
Yeah, Lindor, who I think is coveted by many teams if he's on the market, even despite the contract. They're going to unload Peralta because he'll be a rental. And Clay Holmes sounds like he's on the block. They're going to get rid of as many assets as possible. Steve Cohen went on John's podcast and said that basically he failed. So they'll be among the more active teams, I think, unloading in the next 13 days. But they won't be the only team, so they'll just be ahead of the pack. And maybe somebody can jump the market with the Mets because I think they're open for business.
I know a couple of teams that could use a couple of Mets, don't you think?
Well, if they're in that mode, you want to take advantage of that. Yeah, no doubt. If you're the Cubs, if you're the Sox, you have to have those conversations. The Cubs already got a guy from the Mets, David Peterson. He pitches tonight at Wrigley against Framber Valdez, who, for the Tigers, is not having the kind of year I think they envisioned.
No.
5-6, 4.10 ERA. And then the Sox, Noah Schultz back on the mound for them against another.
Big outing for him.
Big one for him. Kumar Rocker opposes him. He's 2-8. Opportunity for the White Sox again to jump on a young pitcher with good stuff. You don't want to get him confident. You don't want to give him command. And if you can get to Kumar Rocker early, I think that, you're in a position to win another series on the road against a good team. This could be a big night for the White Sox.
Well, it'd be great to see them win another series on the road, and it would be great to see them beat a team that they have struggled with in Texas. I mean, they have not been able to win when they have been there. So it's a big deal if they can win a series against a team that's caused them all sorts of problems.
Yeah, Texas has been a problem for the White Sox over the years. Not the same team. They're just the best in a bad division. They are the symbol of mediocrity in the AL West. Who's going to win that division? It could be the Mariners who are coming back. They got a grand slam, I think, last night for the big dumper. He's starting to hit again, Cal Raleigh. And there's nobody in that division, though, that really scares you or looks like a team that is going to be one to make an October run just yet.
Yeah, I'll tell you what scares me is I saw yesterday the Guardians have the easiest schedule in the second half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So we know the White Sox are, I believe, like 22nd or something out of the 30 teams. They have a fairly easy schedule, and that's just basically teams that aren't, at 500 yet or whatever it is. But the idea that the Guardians only play, I think it's 3 or 4 teams the rest of the year that actually are over 500 and have the easiest schedule makes that division race look a little bit more intimidating than it has.
It does. Right now, the Sox have a 1-game lead, but they have the same number of victories as the Guardians. The Guardians just have 2 more losses.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good race.
Let's build
it's
that
fun.
number up, Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and lose. All right, we'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
With Alex Bregman legitimately hitting now. With Nico Horner, what do you have, 8 hits in this series? All good for Nico Horner. Just those 2 guys starting to hit. I hadn't conceded the season for either of them, but I did think to myself, this may just be a off season for both of those guys, and they'll rebound next year. That they are back and looking legitimately good.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. You've seen it before, the underdog down in the late innings, written off by everyone. But then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes along the way. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn things around. You need to start right now, though. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1. TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJANwealth.com. They are your local trusted fiduciaries with offices in Naperville, Orland Park, and Park Ridge. They will analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money is working for you and not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth now at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're listening to 104.3 The Score, powered by Circa Sports, the official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Update your living spaces with new flooring. Mohawk laminate floors are durable, waterproof, and easy to...
Umbrellas, we'd bring... One time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans, and... These little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off, we hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh, God.
There's a timeout. Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
I told Grote, I just like it when you two mess with each other, so sorry in advance if I just listen and giggle for some of the time where you two talk to each other. It just makes me happy.
I miss Grote a lot. He's good, but he has to say something ridiculous. So once he starts talking,
Wow. I swear to God, I was just about to say, because I feel like I don't know, Layla wants us to fight or something. I don't know what's going on.
No, I
here.
didn't say anything about a fight.
Oh, just
You don't
entertain.
fight.
Yeah, no, but I was just about to say before you made the comment you made. I'm looking at you right now, and you look good. You look like you just got back from vacation. The hair looks good. The tie is tight, as if like you're just got off the air, but you're getting ready to go on the air. So you're looking good, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You're looking good also.
Don't say that. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it. No, it's good. This tie knot is great because I don't tie it myself.
What?
Yeah, they tie my ties.
No, they don't. Are you serious?
Man.
Dude, of course I'm serious. I've told this story before.
I've not heard the story.
Grote, not only do they tie the ties, not only do they buy the clothes, not only do they set out the outfits, when I step into the dressing room, the belt is already through the loops. True story. And I asked our lovely wardrobe designer, Christine, this was like a week into the job. So this is, almost a year and a half ago. At this point, I was like, why is the belt already through the loop? And she said two things that blew my mind. One, she was like, well, it's because our job is to make sure that all you guys have to think about is performing on the air, as if me having to put the belt through the loops was somehow going to take away from the takes. And then two, she said, no one had ever asked her about that before.
Of course.
I was like, wait, what? So all of these TV people are just so coddled and so spoiled that they think that is normal. And she's like, yeah, you're the first person that's ever asked. She's like, I've worked everywhere. I've worked at SNL. I've worked at Fox. I've worked at NBC. And she's like, you're the first person who's ever asked me that before. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is clearly different. So yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, you look good since going into TV. I'm like, yeah, none of it's me.
Well, okay, here's the question then. Do they also derobe you like a boxing trainer? Like you get off and then they pull the mouthpiece out? Like, do they derobe?
Good question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, good question. No, I have to do that myself.
Oh.
Maybe, but on my next contract.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, on my next contract, that's something that I'm going to be looking for.
Well, then what the hell does Triano do over there? If he's not derobing you, what exactly does send him back? If that's all you can get out of him, then send him back.
Why do you think I put in the recommendation? I mean, the guy is excellent at tying my shoes. He's really good at it.
See, this is what I needed. This is what I came here for.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, you got scared, didn't you?
I did.
It's Ozzie Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it two different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster.
Well, yeah, why would you put that?
I don't know.
Because you podcast.
Super Bowl champion.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
He has the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Some say it's a symptom of manliness. Others a cause. The mustache.
When he hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave, D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay?
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you
Next
very
question.
much. Dave Winstead.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. You know the football season is right around the corner when Coach Winstead is with us, and here he is today. Dave, good morning. How you holding up?
I'm great. You are correct. You put that the right way. I just kind of walking around the condo. Jan says, what are you doing here? Get the hell out of here. Go up there with Mully and Haugh and Mitch and hang out with Dustin. So here I am.
The Bears start Saturday. The rookies report. The coaches are back. The summer for them ends in a few days. Is that an anxious feeling for coaches? Do they dread or welcome that return?
No, I think, going into this year, obviously having 1 year of how Ben wants to do things under your belt, I think the team, the coaches, they kind of know their strengths and weaknesses as far as, hey, this is what we're really going to focus on. So I think it's exciting. I mean, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, which the Bears are, it's an exciting time. I mean, the coaches are anxious to get out there and get to work. The players should be anxious to get out there. I mean, with their schedules nowadays, they get plenty of time off. I mean, God, I was looking at the schedule. I mean, before they really start banging around, I mean, they got plenty of time to, as we say, get your legs under you a little bit, get your mind set, and let's get going. So I think there's excitement. I can't imagine what Bears practices are going to be this year. I mean, they're going to be so exciting up there. The fans. I mean, they got a taste of it last year,
right?
And obviously they want more. And it's going to be interesting to see when you look around the division. It won't be easy. It won't be easy. I think there'll be a better team. Now, does it compute to more wins? That's the big question mark.
Well, you've got to be getting better or you're getting worse. Isn't that the old adage? So you probably, as a head coach, have some things that you want to work into that you've already worked on in the offseason. You already know what direction you're going in that is slightly different. How do you choose to introduce that? Is it something you want to get to right away? Do you want to build into it? How do you get the new going?
I think, the running game is what the running game is. They know what they're doing in the running game. They proved that from a personnel standpoint, from a formation standpoint, from a play standpoint. So you got that. To me, the biggest thing is getting Caleb more consistent in the passing game with those high percentage throws. Right. You don't work on the end of the game stuff that he does. That's just God-given ability. And I think, I've told people this all the time. I loved what Ben told Caleb. That tells you what type of coach he is. I forget what game it was. We had so many games where Caleb won it at the end. It was one of the games, it might have been a Giant. I can't remember right now, but he interviewed Caleb, and they asked Caleb, what did Ben tell you that last time out before you went in? And he says, kid, we need you. Do your thing. That's not holding
Great
up.
coaching.
Yeah, that's not, well, that's all part of it, though. How many plays has Patrick Mahomes made?
Right.
You know what I mean? How many times do players do things? And I've used this phrase before, going back to our University of Miami days when we went down to the U and we sat there and we said, okay, how we want to go about recruiting? And Jimmy said, well, the one thing that I'm going to say, he says, let's get players that do things we don't have to coach. And we all laugh, but when you really sit back and think about it, there's something to that. In situations, guys got to make plays. And so my point is, I didn't mean to is that you don't have to work on those things. The nuts and bolts, I think, of the passing game, the play action pass stuff will be where the priority is on offense. And then defense, it's going to people forget real quick. They forget about rebuilding and they forget about injuries at the end of the year. Those are two things that fans and the media, they feel bad for you. Oh, I feel so bad. You went into last season with 3 or 4. Remember, we had 3 out of our 4 defensive backs out.
Yes.
And, I feel so bad for Dennis Allen. Well, luckily, not luckily, but we're fortunate that we get those turnovers because our pass defense showed up. We gave up 23 touchdowns, I think it was, over 20 yards or more, which is tied for the most in the NFL. You don't realize that because we were getting turnovers. So my point is that we're going to be healthy. Dennis is going to be able to do his thing. He was really handcuffed from a coaching standpoint early in the year with that many injuries. We're going to be healthy coming into this season, some good young talent, so the defense will make a nice jump. I really believe that.
Away from the Bears, do you have any insight into the Aaron Donald situation because you know him so well? And I wonder, after 2 years, if he does come back and it looks like there's some indications he's tempted to, how good could he be?
Yeah. Well, boy, I tell you, do I have any real insight? Talking to people in Pittsburgh last week, he was training there. He's been out to L.A. I would just say this, he went out to L.A. He was working out with pads on. Okay, and you don't just to get a feel, because he's not going to do anything and embarrass himself.
Right.
And I was told that he wanted to get a feel that do I still have the movement that I had?
The burst.
After 2 years,
Yeah.
correct. After 2 years. And am I comfortable doing this? And then I'll make a decision whether I want to do it. So what he does, I don't know. I really thought that he would wait a few games. I thought he would train and sit back and just see how this season unfolds for the Rams. And if they come out of the gate like everybody's expecting them to, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the guy didn't leave because of injury and didn't leave because they tore the jersey off his back. He just had enough. And so him stepping away was unique. So would it totally surprise me? No.
It's the worst thing to see is when guys can't make their own call, whether it's injury, something like that, personal family stuff, where someone has to stop. For whatever reason, the idea of a guy that is that talented choosing to come back, I don't know how he's not as good as he ever was. I mean, I get it. We're none of us the same entity we once were, but oh my goodness, that guy is unbelievable.
Yeah.
What a talent.
Can you be the offensive coordinator and go in there and say, okay, who do we want to block today?
Myles Garrett or Aaron Donald?
Yeah, and that
both, neither.
Yeah, both.
Or both, and you're unable to block either.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, that's I don't know. I mean, we will see, but I don't have any. I'll call somebody back. I talked to him last week, and he was training in Pittsburgh, but he was in Pittsburgh all the time training. That was nothing new. But when he went to L.A. and he was messing around with pads on and being around the fellows, that tells me that you're
close.
You're serious.
You have a sense what the Vikings will do at quarterback and how that might affect the Bears?
I would say this, for whatever it's worth, and you might say, well, my 40 years experience doesn't mean anything, but my experience for 40 years, I think, let me just tell you, history has proven when a guy has talent and a guy has performed at a high level, Murray's done both of those things, and a team tells you, David, we don't want you. Mully, we don't want you. You're not good enough for us. And he goes somewhere else. It may be 1 year, and then he goes back to being the problems, whatever they were. But usually that guy comes out with a chip on his shoulder, and he plays at a high level. So the Vikings make me a little bit nervous. I think it's going to be him.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be him, and he makes me a little bit nervous. He honestly does.
He's a problem if he's healthy.
because of what I just said,
Yes.
And being in the same division, and having a chance, the NFC, and having a chance to make some noise with a talented team.
Yeah.
And the Vikings do have talent around them. He's never had that group of receivers that he'll have up there.
And coaching.
The
right play caller, the right technician, all those things.
Yep. So, I mean, it's
great defensive guy behind you. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot. They got a lot of positives.
So that'll be interesting. And Green Bay's Green Bay, and Detroit. Dan Campbell. I mean, they were
big year for Dan.
Fat cats don't fight. And last year, would they have three or four noon games? Every other game that Detroit had, I believe, was on prime time somewhere. They were the favorite child to take it to the Super Bowl, and they weren't ready for that. So I got to say, new offensive coordinator, and then Dan Campbell, he's not a play caller. He knows it, and he fires his offensive coordinator, and he starts calling plays halfway through. Just a total mess up there. So I think they're going to bounce back in a little bit, So like I said, the Bears are going to be better.
They got an interesting play caller, too, the offensive coordinator from the Cardinals, Drew Petzing, and he's the Ben Johnson's buddy. They were in each other's weddings, and he's somebody who's highly respected, and you wonder how much impact he'll have on Jared Goff's consistency and how much them, with they're changing in the backfield. Now they have Jahmyr Gibbs as probably the main guy. They'll have a compliment, but I think that will be more on his plate. Yeah, I think it is a big year for Dan Campbell, but that offense is still dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. And I think all they need is some consistency. I mean, they got the talent. And so my point is I think they're going to bounce back a little bit too. So the Bears will be better, but the division is going to be tougher, in my opinion, for the reasons we just talked about. So it's going to be an interesting year. Be a fun year to watch, boy. Every game you're going to be holding on. That's for sure.
I wonder when you think of the Bears. Obviously DJ Moore is gone. He was kind of a safety valve of sorts. Now we had a conversation earlier in the show about Rome Odunze, who has been a topic of conversation for a while. They don't have the same depth at receiver that they had, but they've got Ben Johnson. You're not entirely worried about the offense. The tight end position will be different. They'll have a healthy a tight end from week 1 in Loveland. It should be fun to see how he develops. I just wonder whether they have enough of a running game. I mean, you liked what they did last year, but they didn't try to improve it much. They've got some issues on the offensive line. They certainly have issues on the defensive line. You just wonder how all that stuff will play in year 2.
Yeah, I talked to the line coach, Kurt Ferentz. I went back and forth with him about Jones, the center we drafted out of Iowa. There's not a guy in Iowa's program, and Kurt has seen a lot of great ones, obviously, that doesn't believe that this kid is going to be a starter for the Bears soon. Maybe not day 1, but at some point, and be an outstanding center
this season.
This season.
So Garrett Bradbury, the free agent that they got or they traded for from New England short-term fix?
Well, I don't know. I'm going up there in 2 weeks. I'm going up there August 4th, I think, and watch practice. I was texting with Ben last week, so I'm gonna watch that one. And then the other one, I talked to the tight end coach, the guy that recruited and coached our tight end from Stanford. I talked to Nate Bynum, who his coach. He played for me at Pitt and played in the NFL. He said this guy is tough. He's smart. So if he's going to be the Smythe guy that was from last year, I mean, move him around. He's smart as hell. He can, he'll fill a need. Mm-hmm. So I mean, that's going to be solid. The position that needs to develop. I'm not worried about the offensive line as much, Mully. I'm really not. The position that has to develop to me is that defensive line. I'm a Booker fan. You guys know that from day one. Have been. But some of these other guys, I don't know. I mean, everyone talks. Jackson. I mean, one sack last year. I know he's hurt. I don't know the kid they drafted. What's his name out of Texas A&M in the second round.
Shamar Turner.
I mean, he's not really a playmaker in my mind. So there's a lot that has to prove. My last point would be. And I got down on him a little bit, like I think most Bears fans did. Not necessarily the last play, whether he ran the right route or slowed down or what. Talking about DJ Moore against the Rams. That play kind of set everybody in Chicago upside down. I would go back to when Tom Brady was doing the game and it was a 2-minute drill. And it was a critical time, and he took himself out of the game because he was tired. And Tom said, how can you do that? No one takes himself out of the game, a starter, in a 2-minute drill. So that kind of affected me. But I'm going to say this in defense of DJ Moore. I talked to a lot of people around a lot of different clubs. And you know who they all bring up? They say, God, who's going to make a difference with Buffalo?
DJ Moore.
Yeah. I'm telling you, around the league,
interesting.
This guy is respected as a playmaker. Running, Mully, catching after the catch.
Tough guy.
I mean, I'm telling you.
Yeah, took a lot of shots and stayed in games.
Us in Chicago here, I think we all kind of have that perception and all got down on him a little bit. But there's a little different feeling with teams and people around the league. That's all I'll say.
That's telling.
Great stuff, Dave. Great to see you.
Yes,
Appreciate you dropping by.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, we'll get this thing
Absolutely.
cranked up here in a couple weeks for real.
Excellent.
And look forward to it.
50 days until opening night.
Is that what it is? Wow. There you go.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah, the 0-2 on the way to Crow Armstrong. Hit in the air to right field. It's deep. It's back toward the wall. Beavers at the wall. That ball is gone. It's a home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence it should never cost a...
Right, I guess so. I guess so.
It's played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're
It's
live on
playing
the
out
air.
in real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name. And then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Hallis Hall, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the scores. Chris Emma. Here, we literally had two different pronunciations given to us for Ozzy. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
Okay.
What?
All right. Wait. Huh? What?
Oh,
you said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
Radio magic. Right? Let's go
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzy Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
One more.
He loaded up the gun.
It was Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who didn't used to work here at the school.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey,
I do not
guys,
think it means what
Grote,
you
I don't
think
want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
What do we call that? Loud wrong?
I mean,
wrong.
I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still my
that was
favorite.
a Parkin special. I am Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh yes, the
Layler, I don't
accent
even
that
know her.
Oh! Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
Is this
man.
thing on?
I'll tell you, man, it's the big ant factor.
That's what I bring out of people.
It's a foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off. He's
That's it
taken
for
the
you.
jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show now.
Ant is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're just left
drove
with the
all the
throuple.
way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
It's surreal. Still learning. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. in retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami, and people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was going to mess with me on the team? Or like it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever.
The surgery now, and just kind of grind everything I can to hopefully make it as good and speedy as I can, but obviously still pretty early, but it's feeling good, so just kind of day by day.
Mully at Haugh 104.3 The Score. That, of course, the voice of Connor Bedard. He's talking about his left shoulder, his surgically repaired left shoulder, that when you watch the video of it, it seemed so innocuous, just kind of working out on the ice, and takes a bad fall and clearly compromises. He's trying to get off the ice, and he ends up having the surgery, and he says it's going okay.
It's going okay. That's the big news, because he suggested that he would be back sooner than some people projected. If he gets back by the end of October, I think they play 14 times through October 31st. That's still enough of the season to have an impact. As Mark Lazarus pointed out yesterday, still, there's going to be it's an interruption. It's to his momentum of his career, but it doesn't have to be as catastrophic as maybe we once thought. So if he can come back, that's the good news coming out of yesterday, besides the attention paid, what he said about the contract extension and how he made his pitch to Patrick Kane.
Yeah, he's it's a relief to know that he's under contract and it's all done and it's behind them. He's going to make a fortune in 5 years. I think everyone understands that.
He's the third highest paid player in the National Hockey League.
Yes.
Average annual value of his contract. And that says a lot about what they expect from him. They expect him to be on the ice. They expect him to be that guy every night. As Jeff Blashill says, it's an every night league. And I think this contract says that they expect Connor Bedard to be the star every night.
And
he should be.
I think they should expect that from him. I think that he is a guy that we have watched almost grow up before our eyes, and now he's at an age where I think he's more likely to make an impact.
Well, I think when you have Byram coming over and you have Bedard getting paid, now that you need one more offensive element. Maybe that is Patrick Kane. If you miss out on Kaner, who's deciding between the Sabres and the Blackhawks, then I think you can say you're done, but they might want to keep an eye out there for more offensive help. You've got to be aggressive, and I think that's what Kyle Davidson, who we're going to talk to tomorrow at 8:25, we're scheduled to talk to Kyle Davidson. Looking forward to that conversation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It'll be a fun conversation to have with him, given everything that's happened in the offseason and given where they're at with the possibility of Patrick Kane coming back. Again, as time passes here, that feels more unlikely than maybe it did when we first heard about it from Chelly. But, hey, it is what it is.
Well, the Sabres are rumored to be making a couple moves.
Yes.
They're closer to going deep. They're a team that has aspirations to go deeper in the playoffs. The Hawks are just still trying to get back.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a difference in terms of the two franchises. So depending on what he's looking to do, there's a lot of mutual interest, though. I think that you can't discount that, but we'd be guessing if we had to predict what's going on next.
And there's a lot of talent in the pipeline. I mean, they have a ton of talented young players that we have seen already some of them, and we'll see more this year. And who knows? You know, there could be some surprises from some people that aren't anticipated at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be the fun part of it. When you have young prospects, you're not quite sure how they're going to ascend and when that's going to happen. If they happen simultaneously, we could have a surprise season. Who would have thought? Not to make it, but it's an apples to oranges comparison. But the White Sox surprised a lot of people this year.
Right.
The Bears surprised a lot of people last year.
Yeah.
Maybe the Hawks can surprise a lot of people next year.
That's the dream. All right, we've got Mike Florio next. We'll talk to our guy, Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
The weather is getting warmer, and the action is heating up at Circus Sports. It's sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees in Illinois. Whether you're betting on the north side or the south side in the second half of the baseball season, or getting ready for your football futures, there's no better place to bet than Circus Sports. Circus Sports brings you player-friendly pricing, enhanced in-game options, exceptional customer service, and more. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Are you using chat to research your next home improvement project? Saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired and you just look ahead, is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way, and do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in the Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that.
Okay.
Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, like, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
morning, Layla. Morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building. In the house, in the studio.
Wait, should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
Do that.
Whatever, the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want that. So
technically,
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand by it, but it's just okay.
If you don't get a Grote impersonation, are you even here?
No.
I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up Baseball Savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. But if pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, If it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't say it.
Zip
Yes.
it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people
Zip
say
it.
things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
Brevity.
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave
whenever,
Feldman.
and whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes.
And boom.
I mean, wham. I love that.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions T-shirt
Yes,
today.
Get it out of here.
Thank
Are
you.
people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a
anyone-
Chicago Lions
I
shirt.
love-
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool!"
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride.
does
Yes.
Detroit get all the
That's a
lions?
band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember the band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
but I
offense.
hate your family.
Yes,
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is
is
on
made.
fire.
Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
God.
On fire.
from the University of Texas.
Oh my God.
Chuck Swirsky.
Yes.
Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly
I
1,000.
told you guys. This is
Hey,
crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham from there.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier
Yep.
prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6",
And he can
211
compete.
pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year.
Local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place White Sox snapped a 10-game road losing streak to the Rangers, winning last night 10-3. Same two teams tonight. Noah Schultz, 3-6, 5.60 ERA is on the hill. The Rangers have not announced a starter. The White Sox own a one-game lead on the Guardians for first place in the AL Central. The Cubs looking up at the Brewers in the standings, 7 games back after an extra inning 8-6 loss to the Tigers. Jamison Tyone allowed 2 first-inning home runs to put the Cubs in a 4-0 hole. David Peterson starting for the Cubs tonight. Framber Valdez for the Tigers. It's a 6:30 pregame right here on 104.3 The Score. Bears rookies will report to camp on July the 25th, that Saturday, and 50 days until the NFL kicks off, and we're talking to Mike Florio about all things NFL next right here on the Mully and Haugh Show. The Hour, it's brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. We get better and better. So we can't beat. Boom, beat.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We love our opportunity to talk to Mike Florio when he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Michael, good morning. How are you?
What's up, guys? How are you today?
We're doing great, and we're kind of, the World Cup is over, and that means that all the nice grass goes with them. It's the end of a new look stadium, the new grass. We heard from Caleb Williams, of all people. He had a hashtag worth the cost about how great the manicured fields looked at the World Cup, and he'd like to see them.
First of all, the grass that they used for the World Cup was never going to work for football because it's a specific, it almost looks like a putting green. It's aimed at helping the ball roll properly. They would need different grass, but the broader point is this. If you can afford to put grass in a stadium that has artificial turf, if you can find a way to make grass grow in an indoor fixed roof structure, you can do it for football if you want to do it. The NFL Players Association can approach this in one of two ways. If they approach it as a collective bargaining issue, it goes nowhere, because once the NFL says, hey guys, here's what it would cost to retrofit these stadiums to have the kind of grass that you want on all 32 fields, actually 30 fields, because 2 of them are shared, and we're going to share these expenses, here's what's going to cost you, they're going to say, all right, we'll stick with what we currently have. So negotiating for it isn't going to work. PR efforts is what we have seen in recent days leading up to the World Cup, the coordinated campaign with Caleb Williams involved. I think the best strategy would be to focus on one team at a time. The Seahawks are getting new owners. They've got artificial turf. Pressure them on the way through the door to take care of their players and rip it up and put in grass. The Bears, whenever they get their new stadium, it's going to be domed. Hey, are we going to have a tray that slides out like they have in Arizona and Las Vegas with a high-quality grass surface that is carefully maintained in all weather conditions and then slid back in so the Bears can continue to play on grass? That would seem to be something Caleb Williams would want. I think the energy is better focused, not generally, because when you do it generally, no one feels like they're the focal point of the criticism. When you target it to one team at a time, that may be the way to move the needle, and I think they should start with the incoming owners of the Seahawks, but continue anytime there's a new stadium, especially a dome stadium, pressure that team to choose grass as they design this thing from the ground up.
Worth remembering as the Bears move forward closer to theirs, certainly here in Chicago. Mike, big picture, you saw the big pictures of Aaron Rodgers and his family released last night on Instagram. Just curious what your reaction was to seeing those and hearing about his perhaps reconciling with his estranged family.
I think it's great news. And I've been saying for years, and I'm a firm believer in the importance of family. Those relationships need to be maintained. And when walls are built, somebody needs to take a sledgehammer to them. And it can be hard to make the first move. Will my effort to reconcile be reciprocated, or will this family member tell me to shove it? So it causes people to harden in their positions, and it makes the divide even deeper and harder to overcome. However they got there, I think it's great that Aaron Rodgers has found a way to reconcile with the most important people in his life. Family's all we have. When all else fails, family is who you rely on. And it always saddens me when I see family relationships, immediate family relationships, that have become fractured, because that should never happen. And some of our fondest memories growing up, who's there? Who's at the heart of it? It's our parents. It's our siblings. And it's a tragedy anytime that a son doesn't have a relationship with his aging parents, because you have a limited time to reconcile. You may realize too late that you should have made things right. So whoever made the first move, I applaud it. And I think it's a good sign for Aaron Rodgers at this point in his life that he's putting down some of the bags of pettiness that he used to carry around.
I can't help but wonder how her in-laws feel about his wife.
Well,
I mean, she's not in any of the photos, is she?
Well, that's a different. There are theories about whether or not there's even a wife, but I'll take my clear evidence of Aaron Rodgers' personal growth where I can find it.
That's a good attitude, Mike. Joe Burrow came out the other day and was talking about the idea of an 18-game season, and he was saying that would kind of there would need to be an understanding of how long a year would be if you had to play 13 consecutive games. It seemed like he was aiming for 2 bye weeks with maybe a Pro Bowl in the middle of the season or something.
Well, and he's made that point before that there would need to be 2 bye weeks. The idea of a break in the middle of the season, the NFL is never going to shut the league down for a full week. They're not going to do that. That is a weekend of lost revenue opportunity. The whole idea of adding more weeks is to add more inventory, add more standalone games. The problem with a second bye, they did that in 1993. Now, they only had 28 teams at the time. The networks hated it because when you add in a second bye, you get, at the time, 18 weeks. You would get 20 weeks now with 18 games and 2 byes. It dilutes the quality of the schedule. It reduces the number of available games each and every week. So that's the risk of 2 byes. But it seems like 2 byes is going to be a minimum requirement to get the players to agree to 18 if and when they ever do. I still think the key to getting them to agree to 18 is this notion that I've heard floated that all players would be limited to 17 regular season appearances, so no one player is going to play 18 games. And most of those 1-game absences would be the result of natural injury issues because a lot of players miss at least 1 game due to injury anyway. But that may be the way to get enough players to vote for 18 games because they didn't want to do 17. It was a close vote. And they're not going to want to do 18. And it may have to go all the way to a lockout where they cry uncle just as the season's ready to start when they say, okay, fine. If it's no games or 18 games, we'll take 18. But it's coming. 2031 at the latest, but it's coming.
Mike, as we get ready for all of the rookies reporting to the respective NFL training camps this weekend and the veterans to follow, there was a time where you would be on holdout watch, wondering who was not going to report because of whatever contractual issue they face as a rookie, but that's been removed. There aren't as many issues as well with guys holding out for contract extensions because sometimes those get taken care of. Anything that you're keeping an eye on as teams get ready to report? Is there something that we're maybe not as aware of or plugged into that we might see in terms of a statement made by a veteran or even a rookie?
Well, what's happened with the holdouts, they've made it so financially expensive for the player that we see the hold in now, where the player shows up and doesn't practice. You guys had that a few years ago with Roquan Smith. The player shows up, doesn't practice until a deal gets worked out. Far more leverage for the player if he's not there. The team kind of likes it. They know where he is. They know he's around the team. And I think at some point it does put a little pressure on the player to just pick up the helmet and get to work if they can't get it worked out. So the hold-in has replaced the holdout. There are 4 unsigned rookie quarterbacks. There isn't much to negotiate, but the top 4 quarterbacks taken in this year's draft don't have contracts yet. I expect that'll get done. You know, I think the big thing, and I remember this feeling from when I wasn't in this business and I was strictly a fan. Once it's time to get to practice, you hold your breath a little bit every day waiting for the tweet. Nowadays, it used to be something in the newspaper the next morning that a key player on your favorite team has torn an ACL and they're done for the year or blown out an Achilles tendon. Those are the injuries that we know are going to happen. And, we're going to see the whole season reshaped once we start playing the games that count. But that's the big fear once training camp arrives. And as some of these other issues subside with the holdouts, that one thing that's never going to go away, spending that 4 weeks checking your phone constantly and hoping you're not going to see a tweet that your starting quarterback or one of your key players on defense, offense, wherever is gone for the year.
Mike, you did a very interesting video kind of look at what change could be in store for the Green Bay Packers if indeed their current ownership structure is a disadvantage.
Yeah, and this all goes back to Ed Policy, who became the president of the team last year, publicly complaining about the reality that the Packers, unlike the other 31 teams, are not in a position to raise capital by selling a piece of the team. All franchises can sell up to 10% of the team now to a private equity fund. We see transactions all the time where a little bit here, a little bit there. You get hundreds of millions that come in as the valuations of the teams go higher and higher. The Packers can't do it. They're publicly owned. The shares are out there. No one can go out and buy up the shares. The shares can't be resold. And if this is a real problem that makes the Packers in danger of eventually being not competitive, the easiest solution is to dissolve the corporation and replace it with an expansion franchise. Multi-billionaire would pay a massive fee to the league to basically take over the Packers. They would buy the assets of the team under the Articles of Incorporation of Green Bay Packers, Inc. That money would go to charity, and the Packers would just be transferred from the corporation to the way every other team is run, a basically glorified mom-and-pop food truck. I mean, that's what these are. They're a bunch of family businesses that are worth billions of dollars. But that's, if it becomes a problem, if this wasn't just Ed Policy trying to posture with the people in Green Bay and Wisconsin to get a better stadium renovation deal, which it may have been, but if this is a real concern, that's the ultimate solution if they would ever want to go that way. Because I thought it was impossible to fix this. They're stuck with this corporate structure forever. They're not. They can dissolve and they can have an expansion franchise take over the Green Bay Packers. Then the concern in Green Bay would be that the expansion franchise would move to a place where the new owner could generate more revenue, which is one of the complications of doing it.
On the field, how much of the Packers' success this season hinges on when Micah Parsons returns and maybe if he returns earlier in the season rather than later?
I think it's gigantic. Look at the boost he gave them right out of the gates. They started off 2-0. They won a game on a Sunday. They blew out the Lions. They beat the Commanders back when we thought the Commanders were going to be good in 2025 on a Thursday night. You had one of their starting offensive linemen talking about going undefeated after only 2 games. And then once Parsons got injured, the air came out of the balloon and they could not pump it up again. Losing him really decimated that team. And maybe getting accustomed to trying to function again without him, I don't know, maybe that'll help them through the early portions of the season. But I feel like not having him is something that is a mental burden that the Packers showed late last year they have a hard time carrying. So the sooner he's back, the sooner he's healthy, the sooner he's on the field, the better off they're going to be. And the challenge becomes if he misses, the first 4, 5, 6 games, will that be too late? Because every year there's a playoff contender that starts losing games early. By the time we get to Halloween, you look at the remaining schedule, you look at the records of the other teams, you may have already lost too many games to do anything other than run the table to get into the playoffs.
Mike, do you suspect that Aaron Donald is going to play this year?
Yeah, I think he is. I think that the Rams are milking this for dramatic purposes. And I also think that at some level, whether they've consciously made this decision or not, it's better to have Donald return when there are 32 teams in training camp than to fill the quiet void of the past few weeks with this announcement. Because whenever it happens, the bar for the Rams is going to go even higher. They're already the favorites to go to the Super Bowl and win it. It's going to be, hey, let's just give them the trophy. Let's just cancel the season. Why are we doing this if they get Donald? How do you motivate your players when everyone's telling them how great they're going to be this year? Everywhere they turn, they're the Super Bowl favorites. Every game they play, they're going to be getting the absolute best that each opponent has every single week. And all it takes is one key injury. One key injury, and well, all right, so much for the Rams. So, hey, it's still a good problem to have, although I believe that the only good problem is no problem. But I think he is going to play. I think he's rejuvenated by the promise of not being double and triple teamed on every play, because that's going to be Myles Garrett. And Aaron Donald finally gets a chance to play with a lot of one-on-ones And he doesn't have to be 100% of what he was in 2023 to get the most out of those situations.
35 after 2 years out, is it unrealistic to expect him to be the same Aaron Donald we remember?
Well, he doesn't need to be the same. He can be 90% of the same. And he's 35, but he doesn't have the 2 years of wear and tear that he would have had if he would have kept playing. So he got burned out. And I think one of the reasons he got burned out is he was sick of constantly being manhandled by 2 and 3 offensive linemen. You get to a point where it's just not fair in your mind. I can't do my thing if I'm going to be this guy that is constantly the focal point, and it just gets old. It wears you out. And he's spent the past couple of months trying to kickstart that fire. The fire burned out, and can he bring it back? Is Myles Garrett enough to allow him to get that fire? But he's dropping these hints on social media. He shows up at the team's facility to see how his body feels after working out in pads. Every little breadcrumb is leading to this. At this point, it would be a surprise if he says, you know what? Thought about it. I'm good. I think he wants to do it. It's a no-lose situation for him. And it's one season. And let's go try to get another Super Bowl played in the stadium where they play their home games and the same place where they won their last Super Bowl 5 years ago.
Great stuff, Mike. Great catching up with you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
As always.
Thanks, Mike. You too.
That is our guy, Mike Florio. It's interesting stuff.
And right now, be the sixth caller to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670. And you can win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses with special guest Public Enemy on July 29th at Credit Union 1 Amphitheater, provided by Live Nation. That's 312-540-0670.
All right, we'll be right back. 312-644-6767. We are Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
You want to know how good Ben Johnson is and why he's going against the grain in the NFL? If you're a defense and you're trying to figure out, well, what look is he going to give us? You have no idea.
And now they're armed with 3 tight ends.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
So there was the improvement right there last year, which
and
you
he
love
will
to see.
improve. And he's shooting 54% from the field, and if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, you know you can get to the cup and finish around the rim.
Yes, you can. And that's his calling card,
yeah,
right?
He's
so
a slasher.
The Bulls got 2 guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right? That's an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the stat, a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Philon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense, because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Philon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with the second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second round picks as well, but these are 2 guys that they should get big minutes next year right away, because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like, he's ready to come in and start playing.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting around Caleb Wilson because I think he's a super talented prospect who also has some very real holes in his game. So I wanted to get, a look at what he's like as a person, not just a player. And everyone I talk to around Caleb Wilson believes he's the type of guy who has the right mentality to improve his weaknesses and the curiosity to continue to get better. I talked to his high school coach, Mario Mays, down at Holy Innocents High School in Atlanta, and he told me that Caleb logged by far the most hours on their data watching platform, Huddle, 3 times more than anyone else in the program, to just study his opponents and study his own film to see where he needed to get better. I talked to Sean May, who told me how Caleb became a leader at North Carolina as a freshman, despite being one of the youngest players on the team. And I just became more convinced that, he's someone who has a little bit of boom or bust potential, I think, especially compared to the other top 3 prospects in this class. But he has the right mentality and he has the drive to become the best player he can be. So I think that, the Bulls will have a player who has the highest potential on the team and someone who could one day become the star they really need to level this thing up.
What fits in the bust category for him?
Yeah, well, I think a couple things. One, he doesn't shoot threes at all. That's a pretty tough thing for a modern NBA forward to have to deal with. He's also 211 pounds, so he really plays a power-based game. He plays like he's a center, but he's going to be severely underweight for an NBA power forward, let alone an NBA center. Also measured at a sub 7'1" wingspan. So, not a ton of length, not a ton of strength, and doesn't shoot. He's not someone who really was running pick and rolls as a ball handler at North Carolina. He didn't have a lot of opportunities in isolation. So he's a very unique player. And to me, it puts a lot of pressure on Tiago Splitter as the Bulls head coach. I think that you just have to use him in unique ways because he does have
Oh, yeah, no, you know what? I was in New York City. I was hanging out there for
what were you doing there?
World Cup.
Oh,
I was up there.
Is that it? Just the World Cup?
I was up there for the World Cup. Saw my guy Noah Kahn perform, who was just in Wrigley last week.
Yeah.
Crushed it, as he always does. And just happened to, hang out with the CEO of Anheuser-Busch, my guy Brendan. And he's like, hey, we're going to the Cubs game. You want to go? And I said, absolutely. Can't wait to go. So now here I'm at a Cubs game.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is George Kittle. George Kittle went to New York to see the World Cup final. Got to be nice.
Chicago's favorite tight end, it seems.
Ran into the Iowa guy. Grew up as a Cub fan, but grew up as a Bear fan. And he hooks up with some Anheuser-Busch people, and hey, let's go to the Cubs game.
And then they invited him into the booth, and he wouldn't leave.
Isn't that unbelievable?
He stayed a long time.
But isn't it unbelievable
through a commercial break
that you could
that
go
they skipped
to the
talk
World Cup?
To George Kittle.
Okay, you're mad about it.
No,
Why
I'm
are
not
you
mad
mad?
about it.
Who do you think he was denying us the pleasure of hearing?
David got a thing with tight ends, man. Like
He's-
Kelsey, Kittle.
Yeah.
Like he don't like tight
A
ends.
lot of notice me tight ends.
Why
There's a
don't
lot of notice me guys that play tight end.
I got a feeling
Colson Loveland is not one of them.
I got a feeling that there's a certain former football player that wasn't invited to tight end you and maybe holding a grudge.
Who would that be?
You.
No, I wasn't. No, I never played
You
tight
were
end.
a wide receiver.
Yeah,
and
no, has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
No, I find it
wondering.
amusing how popular George Kittle is in Chicago for being a 49er.
Yeah, George Kittle's all right. I kind of like George. He's kind of half whacked, right?
Yeah.
You don't.
At least.
You don't think so?
I don't. Does it count against me that I'm not exactly the biggest fan of George Kittle?
No, you don't.
Or
have to
wondering
be a
why
fan.
he's in the marquee
But
booth for an inning?
He's on. I
Or
would think
more?
I would think that if he was at a Cubs game because he grew up a Cub fan, you would identify with him and feel good about it.
I don't know. I don't deprive anybody or begrudge anybody who had fun with that. That's great.
Can
That's
I
great.
can I talk about?
It was
my
a great.
favorite?
It was a great inning for Pat and Ron.
One of my favorite 49er moments ever is when Robbie Gould and Dustin's favorite quarterback, Garoppolo, were celebrating after they beat the Green Bay Packers, and they were doing like a Chicago Bear. Like they were having like a moment where as Chicago ends, and Robbie, by virtue of playing here, but certainly Jimmy Garoppolo by virtue of growing up
Sure.
here. They were pleased to defeat the Packers because of their
I love
Chicago Bear
that.
connection.
That was great. That was a great moment.
Yeah, it was.
That was so much fun.
Don't you
I
think
love
George
Jimmy G.
loved it?
It's a totally different story. Totally different. Because he's not. Jimmy Garoppolo went to Rolling Meadows, the pride of Eastern
Yes.
Illinois.
Oh,
Guy,
I
a
know.
local guy, made good. Robbie Gould, all-time leading scorer in Bears history. I would get why they would enjoy and we would appreciate their level of enjoyment about beating the Packers.
But George Kittle grew up loving the Bears, and he's talked about it many times.
Great.
Huge
He's never
Bears
played
fan.
for the Bears, and there was a point in time where that would have been, well, a great thought. Not now. Welcome Colston Loveland for the next 8 to 10 years. The tight end position will be just fine here. Cole Kmet, too. Excellent. The Bears have one of the best tight end rooms in the NFL.
So your message to George Kittle, it sounds like, is
No,
get out of the booth.
I'm glad he enjoyed the game.
Get out of my town.
That's great. I'm glad he enjoyed the game. I'm glad he had a big prominent role. He was on. They found every camera found him, and that's great. But
Didn't he bring like T-shirts to the fire station or something? Wasn't
Did
there
he?
something? I thought he did something.
I didn't see that.
Maybe he brought him buds.
He had a cool Cubweiser shirt on. That was
Did
pretty,
he really?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's good.
And he's on his way to training camp because the 49ers report this weekend like everybody else. So, no, it's funny. He's an entertaining, funny guy. He has a good approach to life, and that's good.
You don't seem too happy about it.
I'm not unhappy about it. I find it amusing that people find him so amusing in Chicago because he's a Bears fan.
Yeah.
And every now and then he calls out the Bears, and because he's a Cub fan. But it's odd because he does play for a team that, is in your way if you're a Bears fan. 49ers are in your way.
Are they really?
Yeah.
The 49ers.
Every team in the NFC is in your way.
I remember talking to Eddie DiBartolo many, many years ago, and he said that he talked about trying to buy the White Sox, how he had flirted around with baseball. And he said that if that had ever happened, maybe he could have convinced the McCaskey family to swap franchises. And he could have owned the Bears and the White Sox instead of the Niners. And he was just joking around.
Yeah.
But it was at the Super Bowl one year, but I was kind of like, wow, that's outstanding.
Yes, nice thought. Definitely a nice
Just because, remember, he was at the time, I think they got in big trouble. He was like overpaying players. He was using like, I think they were like buying flowers for players' wives and sending candy they were adding incentives that were not allowed in the collective bargaining agreement or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Sutcliffe had a good time with it. I thought that Rick Sutcliffe was entertaining, and he talked about they were texting. Sutcliffe is good friends with Travis Kelce. And they were texting about him being there, and
went to the
he
wedding.
went to the wedding.
Yeah.
It would be great to talk to this week. He's in town, I think, through the weekend, perhaps, because he is going to be pitching for the Savannah Bananas.
Rick is?
Yes.
Wow.
He's going to be throwing to a hitter, as he announced last night on the broadcast. See?
Yeah.
I was listening.
I mean, how many batters will he face?
One, I believe.
Okay.
And that's where I think he was inviting either Travis Kelce or George Kittle to come and be that batter. I don't know who it will be. He mentioned Mark Grace. That would be something.
Wow.
But
that's wild.
It would be
so
fun to
what
see
you're
Rick
telling
Sutcliffe
me,
on the mound at Wrigley again.
more than just one former Savannah Banana in town.
Well, Ozzy's a former Savannah Banana, too.
Ozzy. I believe, didn't AJ, didn't he play with the Bananas? Did Paul Canerco keep facing it bad or something? I think Ozzy was a manager of the Bananas.
Ozzy
right?
danced, though. Ozzy
He
danced.
did dance. Okay.
And, Canerco and Burley.
When are the Bananas?
Was it Canerco? No, it was AJ. Yeah,
It was
and
AJ.
Burley. Yeah, and Burley.
AJ and Burley. Was Canerco not there? Didn't he?
Might have been, too.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
they involve everybody.
Yeah. They're the bananas. They have a far-reaching group.
Is this right? Rick Sutcliffe is going to be pitching. He's 70 years old.
Rick is?
Yeah.
He's got to be closing in on that.
That's something. He's still getting on the mound. That's terrific. He was fun last night. He had a good time. He's enthusiastic about the Cubs, even in a loss like that.
He was a little too complimentary for you. Is that right? I liked his. Sometimes when you're aging as a pitcher, you can't throw the way you did.
The Jameson Tyone explanation.
Yeah, I thought it was very forgiving, but it was understandable.
I think the one thing that was I noticed. You do tend to notice is what Dustin got a little worked up earlier about, or maybe it was Bruce. I'm sorry, Dustin. The compliments to Jameson Tyone after he gave up 2 first-inning home runs, and I think that the fact that he lasted 4 1/3 innings after that was a bit much.
Okay,
that's all. It can be a bit much sometimes. Where you compliment guys for eating innings after they
they've given away. Yes, but having said that, I must say that as I was watching both games and toggling back and forth and trying to catch up on anything I missed, I was surprised coming back to the Cubs that he was still in the game. Just because he had been so awful in the first inning, I didn't expect him to be able to eat any innings, and he did stop them from scoring more runs. Not that I'm complimenting him. He was on the mound when they scored the 4 runs, but I was surprised at one point to toggle back and find that he was still pitching.
Yeah, I was surprised that as well. They needed him to do that, and yet, even though he persevered and gave the Cubs 4 1/3, they still used 7 relief pitchers.
Yeah,
8 pitchers overall.
Don't they? They'll probably have to bring up a couple of guys to.
There's got to be some corresponding moves because Trent Thornton is likely to go on the IL today.
Yes.
With whatever happened after he was hit with a line drive off the leg. What was exit velo? What was the exit velo, Dustin, on that one? It was at least 107, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like 108.9.
108.9.
Something like that.
Wow.
Ish.
Yeah,
exit velo.
That's kind of.
I did not hear that on the broadcast. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
It's usually
Boog wasn't there, and they were still doing a lot of exit velo.
Well, that's part of the game now. Exit velo. Got to get used to it. Got to adapt, Dustin. Got to adapt to the broadcasts. Yeah, that looked like it hurt though.
It did.
Yeah, they're going to be in trouble. And then they put Phil Maton back on the injured list. He has been, I think this is his 3rd or 4th stint on the injured list.
Pomerantz DFA'd, Maton to the DL.
How do you feel about Pomerantz being DFA'd? Anybody?
They gave it a try.
Yeah.
Right.
He must be damaged or not as effective as last year, else they would have given him every shot.
Right.
Craig Counsell really likes him. Aaron Savale will get a look. He made 15 starts with the A's, and his ERA was north of 5. I don't know that you're going to get the same thing out of him that you got a year ago. To me, this looks like he could be following the same path Pomerantz followed. Last year, Pomerantz was outstanding. This year, not so much. I wonder if the same fate is going to be with Savale.
Wow.
I don't know.
That's kind of dark.
No, it's not that dark.
Yeah.
It's just realistic. It's not dark at all.
I mean, they're willing to revisit everyone from last year.
They have to look at their injured list.
Oh, I know.
They've got it. These are desperate times.
It really is.
They call for desperate measures.
It's pure madness.
And you spend so much time lamenting what's wrong with the Cubs' pitching health.
Yes.
That you run out of time or energy to focus on what they haven't done with runners in scoring position. Like last night was a missed opportunity. Bases loaded. Bregman gets a 3-0 count, and he strikes out.
Yeah, that was not good. But, I mean, there's always today for dreams to come true.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We talked about it earlier. The first game of a series felt pretty bad Friday night. I can remember talking Saturday morning, wondering about the Cubs and the Twins series, and they ended up winning those 2 games, Saturday and Sunday. And it's like, wow, isn't everything fine? So Cubs win tonight and tomorrow against the Tigers team they should beat. The Tigers are not very good. And the Tigers should be in a position where they conclude in 13 days that they are going to be sellers. I think they'll take every bit of the time they need. They'll go up to the 12th day before they determine whether or not they're going to unload Skubal, Mize, etc.
Well, I think the Skubal decision is a difficult one just because he has opened up the possibility of wanting to come back. Now, I don't know if they have the money to give him and to build around him, etc. But they've got a couple of pretty good young players that are playing well for them, and certainly they may well have the Rookie of the Year this season. We'll see if
McGonigal. He is so smooth.
He's very good.
He went into the hole, caught a ground ball, fired and threw to first base. It was so effortless, and it was a difficult play.
Yeah, it was. But if Mooney can hit, 10 or 20 homers before the trade
I don't
deadline,
know. I think McGonigal
before the trade deadline.
Before the trade deadline, he's got 13 days.
13 days.
I take 2 homers in that span.
I'd take 1.
He's not hit one since May 27th.
I am aware he did hit a double. Didn't score a run though yesterday, but he hit a double.
His presence helps guys like Benintendi, who had a bases clearing double last night. Benintendi quietly putting together a decent season for him.
Yeah, they were talking about his power numbers being like 100 points better than a year ago. So that's good news.
That is very good news.
Yep.
And he's somebody that is going to have some value down the stretch, I believe. He's somebody that is
been at it a long time. Obviously, they've paid a lot of money to get him on their team, and it's interesting because he obviously can't really play the field anymore, and that's okay because you don't really need him to. And he's done pretty well as a DH, and certainly yesterday was a payoff for him. I can't believe that I just said that sentence because there were plenty of weeks and years where I didn't say that sentence. You know what I mean? But he's done all right this year.
773. Haugh's overreaction is ridiculous. The Cubs lead the majors in walk-offs. They're top offense in almost all categories. They're middle of the pack in runners in scoring position with other teams like the Yankees, Phillies, Red Sox, and even the White Sox behind them. Tell him to relax. Thank you. You just told me to relax.
Yeah.
I will relax. I will try to relax. I don't think that I'm going to feel bad about getting frustrated watching the Cubs on a night like last night.
It was frustrating. Yeah. It was frustrating because it was another pitcher, another starter back in the lineup, and your reaction to it is, okay, here you go. Now you're getting your guys back. How is this? Oh, boom.
I just made a statement earlier that I think is defensible. Like, the numbers can say what they say. And you're exactly right, Texter, and stand corrected if I'm misleading in that way. But it is frustrating to watch this team come through in the clutch as often as they apparently have, and then to not be consistent by doing that. The Cubs are the model of inconsistency, aren't they? This year?
They've been up and down. I'll give you that.
It's been a season of extremes.
Yes, it has.
That, I think, really is what is more, that wears you down a little bit or tries your patience.
Well, I think what's fascinating about it is the very fact that they've been so up and down, and as well as they're doing, you just wonder whether you're going to hit the up come playoff time or the down. Like, they could easily be a team that makes great noise come playoff time because everybody's on the upswing, but they've been the other way too.
That's why you just have to get in.
That's it.
That's why they just believe in.
Yes.
And Jed Hoyer can be armed with all of the numbers on trade deadline day and look at all of the odds and, well, we have this percentage to get a buy, and this is a team that is streaky enough
to do serious damage.
Yes, especially with their everyday lineup that is good enough to get on a roll and come through in a clutch situation time and time again. So that's why you don't give up on the Cubs. That's why it would be foolish to give up on the Cubs. But that said, you can still be frustrated by the Cubs on any given night.
Oh yeah,
Last night was one of those nights.
And I thought you did a good job of explaining it. It'd be the first game of a series, and the same thing just happened, where you had a bad showing against Minnesota, and then you came back and you slapped them around. And maybe the same thing happens with Detroit. But the fact of the matter is that last Friday was a very frustrating game.
It was. It really was.
And so was last night.
I hope David Peterson has ground ball stuff in him tonight, and the wind is blowing in.
Well, we know
it is blowing in. According to Wrigley Winds, it's blowing in, so it's good.
And we know that the defense behind him is excellent, if that's the case.
Yes. Well, usually it is.
Yeah.
Usually.
Feel good about it. All right. We've got Layla and Marshall, and we'll get a chance to talk to them next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, Layla and I will have our weekly conversation with Cubs outfielder Ian Happ at 11:25. Plus, we continue the baseball conversation with MLB insider Russ Dorsey at 1.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Let me ask you. A lot of shot creation potential, but it's untraditional. You're not going to be able to let him be, your lead pick and roll ball handler. Instead, you got to put him in the middle of the floor. You have to surround him with shooting. And I think you got to let him work out of the post a bit, and you got to let him take some mid-range shots. That's not something the Bulls did last season. The Bulls were 30th in mid-range frequency under Billy Donovan. Who was number 29 in that stat? It was Tiago Splitter's Portland Trailblazers. But a good coach has to adjust to the talent they have. And Wilson is such a unique prospect. I think that it's worth it for the Bulls and for Splitter to sort of bend his philosophies to suit him as best he can.
That's really interesting stuff because, we've heard the Kevin Garnett comp thrown out a lot on Caleb Wilson, which is asking a lot. But KG, not a guy with a superior handle who got offense through pick and rolls. He got offense in the post and through spotting up and rolling on those pick and rolls.
And he was 7 feet tall.
And he was 7 feet tall.
That part can't be glossed over.
Seems important. For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butt's clenching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clenching
starts out
butts.
with a bunch of tight ends. You had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your contribution.
I thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh,
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people are reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I
this
thought about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
Bit
your
of the
tight
joke?
end.
You
the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're right.
has advertising taught you nothing? Mark.
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me. I laughed when Vernon Davis
Reclench.
was painting. When I saw, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait till
are
you get me
relaxed.
wait until I get you in my clenches.
I can't believe that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the past
ran it
tense.
by somebody.
I wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this. This is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olczyk referred to a high heavy shart that had it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And that it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on vacation. Mitch has got a
Scaredy cat.
big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice Yes, how- it
we
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
Right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never bleep anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
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 But Katy Perry
Wait, yes,
was.
It was apparently.
Mully and Haugh. We are broadcasting live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for getting us up and running, twitching away in the morning, and thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Tuesday.
Yes, a lot of fun on Tuesday. More fun tomorrow. We'll get a nice interview with a certain general manager.
Kyle
in
Davidson
town.
is
That's
scheduled
correct,
8:25 tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Tease it before you leave. And thanks to our executive producer, Dustin William Rose.
You got Breggy.
And thank you, Brandon Fry, for bringing back that marvelous nickname.
We're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision or that choice. It's a business choice that he's making. And I think as an athlete, why is it that an athlete has to rush his choice?
Well, maybe because the NBA's holding their schedule.
Yeah, but you know
for-
what? I know it's LeBron.
Yes.
I think he's exactly right.
That was Rich Paul.
That was Rich Paul.
Yeah.
But I don't care if the commissioner puts public pressure on any player. Every player has the right to take as much time as he wants.
And I'll give LeBron about 45 minutes. I'll give Patrick Kane one more day. How's that?
Okay.
Just being fair. And Layla Rahimi in the house.
Hi, good morning. No, I agree. And I don't, guys, necessarily know if when Adam Silver spoke, he was putting pressure. I think he was just like, yeah, here's the reason.
Yeah.
You know, like this is what's going on.
But he doesn't say it publicly unless he wants to apply pressure.
Yeah, I could see why
That's the only reason he
saying
said it.
But I also think, like, if it's the truth, what's the harm in the truth at that point? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's-
I do. Yeah.
But
Marshall Harris.
Both sides of this
also
are
here.
worthy.
True.
What up? No, I agree with you guys. LeBron has all the right in the world. I don't have a problem with what the commissioner said. I just think it's hilarious because you're telling on yourself when you tell the whole world, like, hey, it's all about LeBron.
Yeah, we gotta know what game to have on Christmas.
I mean, but that's
Father Time.
But it's true, right? Like the jig is up. You know that you follow the stars, and we're watching the games no matter what, right? So they want the people who might not.
People might watch the NFL instead. Didn't the NFL take over that day
They did.
from the NBA last
They
year?
did, and now they're taking over Valentine's Day with the Super Bowl, which I don't hate.
But LeBron returning or not being there is not going to have any effect on, have limited effect on the NFL dominating the ratings.
No,
see,
the NFL will
They'll dominate either way.
Yeah,
I agree.
It is true, but I think they think, oh, we're going to get more viewers
Sure.
if LeBron plays on Christmas.
Sure.
We just need to know what team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the NFL won the battle, right? Like that's been settled.
It's got to be Spurs and Knicks on Christmas Day, right? Like you got to bring your heaviest hitting matchup.
Depends.
But
to the
like,
forefront.
Are the Spurs
to go
big
against the
enough?
NFL.
We love it, but does the world love the Spurs enough to care?
I think they love the idea of the Knicks enough. Knicks versus Wemby again to care.
I think the Knicks, the allure and the intrigue over their season or their it's now diminished because they won. The streak is over. They're less appealing now that they won.
I think you might be right.
watching them for,
I love that idea, but do you think any of those New Yorkers are no longer going to care about
that's what I'm saying. That's the largest market.
Outside that market, though,
against the largest curiosity in the NBA in Wemby. That's what I'm saying. They only play twice a year. You got to put that matchup probably at the Garden on Christmas Day.
Unless LeBron goes to the Heat.
Yeah.
And then he plays with Giannis. And
okay, that's a very different conversation.
Yeah.
Or even like if he goes to the Warriors, which I guess isn't happening.
Don't know until LeBron makes a decision.
It's funny because I don't think any answer's wrong here. I think the fact that he knows his words have weight, like you said, David. But at the same time, I also think there's no harm in telling people how the sausage is made when everybody enjoys how the sausage is made, right?
Yeah, I mean, provided the sausage is made well and it's a beloved product, there's no danger whatsoever. But if you really go to the sausage factory, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's true. That is, I hear it is a brutal process.
Yes.
It's all about the casing.
Isn't it always?
What have ye today?
Fortunately, none of that. It's funny to us. I think Marshall and I had different opinions on the Cubs game last night, which you can very much see as a mixed bag. There are reasons to be disappointed. There are reasons to have a little hope. So we'll get into the details of things we saw that I think matter when you talk about the season and how it relates to last night's game. Kind of the same thing with the White Sox. There were good things in the Rangers win last night, but there were also bad things. George Kittle was an absolute delight last night in the broadcast booth. So we're going to play like the best of George Kittle being one of us at 10:45. Marshall and I talked about how we may know some truths, or you may have your opinions about what the teams, the Cubs and Sox, should do at the trade deadline, but Kyle Teal's injury factors in. Ian Happ joins us at 11:25. 5 on it is at noon. A little hockey talk with Jay Zawoski, the former Midday Show producer. He's coming in at 12:25. We'll have him on to talk about the Connor Bedard news, what's happening with Patrick Kane, and more. And then Russ Dorsey is in studio with us at 1.
Have a great show.
Guys.
The weather is getting warmer, and the action is heating up at Circus Sports. It's sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees in Illinois. Whether you're betting on the north side or the south side in the second half of the baseball season, or getting ready for your football futures, there's no better place to...
That was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Bud 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
Now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to get
that-
bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if you wanted to.
Yeah, what's the
Same effect
updated
either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be
Buttons.
safe
Yeah,
with.
it's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so
tell him.
I'd like to
Tell
keep
him,
it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that path.
You did.
And then I believe it's a like a sim game or something like
He's
that.
6'6".
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies or both baby toes for 6'6".
I'd do that too. I got to be.
You
Well,
know,
I still want to make the NBA.
I gotta tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What?
You
No,
do
no,
not.
mother. You're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. if you're 6'6",
I can only imagine. I
you
mean,
don't
proper
fit into a
beds,
bed.
you don't- yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an airplane. That's a little bit. That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not going to be a regular guy. I'm going to be a superstar. I'm going to be something that's making money where I have custom-made beds. I got
Now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this
6'6".
idea.
We'd be on the same team.
6'6".
Dave and I'd be on the same
batting
team.
2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes. I would be. Let me see.
If
What
you
would I
were
be?
6'6", you'd be Gabe.
I'd be the Paraguayan goalie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what you would be. You would be just
No.
a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh, my God.
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96?
Yes.
The idea
I
that
wouldn't
the
be at
owner-
B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6"?
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has gotten up and done pass blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time just to show what he could do. He told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
No, you
Mitchell.
chose
writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And
about
Olin is a bad dude,
Right.
but he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin? It's about 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he
he's
had the
he
mean
was a-
streak in him. He knew
Oh,
knew
yeah,
what he was
yeah.
doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's
I mean,
that's a huge factor.
Yes. Huge.
You know,
All-state wrestler.
Dustin, you know the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims of 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your NBA career, like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't
You'd
make
be
that,
a lot
Now that's
clumsier than you are.
that's an insult. Now that's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
check my statistics at Lane Tech
don't,
basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches onto it, I think I'd been all right.
I
Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a
just
story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were these two twins that were like 6'5". Dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after.
Do you find the expression "two twins" a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
so there weren't two sets of twins.
No.
Okay.
One set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See? Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought
on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Let's go through the quarterbacks that have already made the top 100 list. They are as follows. At number 98, Panthers quarterback Bryce Young. Number 85, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy. At number 77, Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield. Number 72, fridge. Packers quarterback Jordan Love. That's right. Number 69.
Nice.
Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Number 62. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence. At number 59, Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. Let's get down to it here. Are we talking about Caleb Williams in the top 20?
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Because of the way he finished the season last year? Is that where we're going?
I said on this very program, Rahimi,
for this list,
Harris, and Grote.
We're anticipating this list, not necessarily saying what we think.
No. But I'm saying when we first talked about the NFL 100 and like, hey, will there be Bears on the NFL 100? Because there weren't any last year. I said Caleb Williams is going to be on the list. I think he's going to be top 25. That's just because of I know how the voting goes.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be top 25.
The Bears.
If you understand math and how math works, you understand why I have him in the top 25. But if you don't understand math, I can see why you'd be upset. Like, why wouldn't he be? Yeah, I can't help you.
Math. Oh, who can do math at a time like this?
I'm going to go back and watch the very end of Hard Knocks
Don't
again.
Do that to yourself.
Where the very dramatic ending where it's slow motion and you see the breath, like Caleb Williams taking a deep breath and the dramatic sound effects and everything, and he kind of felt like it was the Rocky movie about to start, and then Shane Waldron.
He's a great person. There we go. Let's focus. Let's get after it. Good luck to y'all.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Thanks to Tyler Buterbaugh on that open. It's already got Marshall Harris giggling on this Tuesday. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. Why are you laughing?
Why does Mark want to bring up the bad stuff? Got so much good stuff. I learned a lot about Mark's anxiety yesterday and how it works and why he flashes back to inopportune moments, per se.
Yeah, I mean, we all do that. I think a little bit as sports fans. You know, we all flash back to certain things where we're like, oh, no.
Yeah, you could have the merit, but he lets it debilitate
Exhibit
him.
A, all of us reading Justin Steele's tweet about his outlook for the season. Sometimes we know. Sometimes we have a feeling. Other times we're pleasantly surprised. And then other times, Marshall, I feel like we have reasons to believe that things are good, reasons to believe that things aren't as ideal as you'd like. And then that's where I feel like the mixed bag of the Cubs game came in last night. Because I don't know about you, but you turn it on and I'm like, it's 5 minutes in and it's already 4-0. And then I'm like, poor Jameson Taillon may have some rust. And then Tommy Hotovy goes out there, he settles down, and we see how he's able to ease back in. He says it's not rust. He claims it's not rust. We'll get into that a little bit, but it was an 8-6 Tigers win where even when the Cubs were down 2 runs before the game ended up ultimately being tied, it did feel like they were going to win the ball game. Then they didn't. So the defense, unfortunately, doesn't come through like we've seen it. You know, Kenley Jansen, I was for sure thinking you get to 21 pitches before Alex Bregman comes up with the bases loaded on 38-year-old Kenley Jansen. He's been at this a while, friends. I'm like, this is where you want to be. But it was a 8-6 ball game in 10 where the Tigers end up winning, and that's something that we've said a lot since the start of June. I feel like there are some things that could still show you that, this is a team that still has deficiencies in areas where you would like to see the team do better. You know, we know J-Mo's going to give up some home runs. I said, if I could limit those to 2 solo shots, I'd be happy. That didn't happen yesterday where there were 2 shots. One of them was solo. And then, you've got the right guy facing Kenley, for example, when it counts. And then also your defense has to come through there in order to have a chance to win the ball game. So that's where I felt with it. But I know you feel a little more optimistic about the way the Cubs battled in this first game of the series.
A couple of things here. I guess I give more grace to Jameson Taillon than most, and I understand why there's trepidation there because he's had issues with home run. When he got hurt, he was leading the league in home runs allowed with 20 at that point.
Right.
And then he comes back, and this may be PTSD for Cubs fans who have watched Jameson Taillon in his career to be like, I'm on the mound and pop, 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 pop. 4 hits, 4 runs.
Ray and I both look at each other. Were you thinking the PCA sound effect there too?
Yes.
Yeah. But it's not your team. So, can we do it? Because those were not the ones you wanted.
No,
these are not the droids
not.
you were looking for.
No, but to see him give up those 4 hits in rapid succession, you barely had time to breathe.
I was watching the Sox and Rangers game because I was like, ooh, Jacob deGrom's on the mound. And like I'd seen what deGrom had done against the Cubs. And I'm like, ooh, challenge issued. deGrom's on the mound. The whip was 101 going into this game. Game time temperature's a nice 72 in Arlington with the temp being 99 outside. And the game gets delayed. There were storms that rolled through. There was rain that rolled through. So you had a cushion there to start watching one of the games. We have to watch both. We love and hate our children equally, whether or not you choose to believe it. And in the meantime, I change over and I'm like, what? It's been 5 minutes. Why is the score 4-0? Not now, Pete. Wrong team.
So for Riley Green to hit the 3-run homer, and then Dylan Dingler is like, hey, this is just a preview of what's coming up because I'm going to have 4 hits and 2 home runs by the time this game is over.
Bow, chicka, bow, wow.
Yeah, so to see that, I was like, okay, this is a bad start, but I was like, I think the Cubs can score 5 runs in this game. I'm pretty sure that that's a thing that they can do. And to see Nico Horner get a couple of hits and to see Alex Bregman get a couple of hits, it's like, okay, those 2 guys are still where they need to be in terms of their push back to regression to the mean, if you will.
No, you know what? No, and not even that. They're pushed back to being the guys we would like them to be. How about that?
See, I wasn't going to go that far, but I understand why you want to.
I want to.
I'm taking baby steps over
I'm going to
here.
hold them to a slightly higher standard.
And then to understand that, we had a conversation yesterday, Grote and I, about who are going to be the top 3 Cubs performers the rest of the season. And Grote was like going back and forth. He's like, Grote, this is a very simple answer. It's going to be PCA, and it's going to be Seiya Suzuki, and it's going to be Michael Busch. Watch what happens. Back-to-back home runs of their own from Seiya Suzuki and Michael Busch. And then
the Michael Busch, first of all, they had some really good at-bats yesterday.
Yeah.
And that Michael Busch power, we've been very happy to see kind of come through.
I would argue the offense looked good as a whole yesterday in terms of just providing opportunities, getting on base. And when Ian Happ hits what I called a majestic home run, right? The game-tying 2-run homer, and he's been in a slump, so he needed something like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, this is looking like maybe the Cubs could have a chance to win. I'm sorry, but when Dansby Swanson leads off the bottom of the 9th with a double, and you understand the Cubs already lead the major leagues this season with 10 walk-off wins, how can you not already be thinking? And then, like, the next batter, it's a fly ball, but also Swanson gets all the way to third base, less than 2 outs?
You've got him where you want him. Absolutely. I thought the same thing. I'm like, oh, heck. Kenley's up. Kenley nibbles, man. He's been like that his entire career. He takes his time. He takes a sweet time on the mound. If you can work the count with Kenley Jansen, this has been the secret to him his entire blanking career. And they did it. They did all the things you were supposed to do against him to be able to put yourself in position for a win.
But see, Layla, I had a flashback. You talk about flashing back to not the best moments. Remember that time we were in
Kenley
Vegas?
may have been why the pitch clock was really implemented.
Remember when we were in Vegas and the Cubs were playing the Pirates and they almost got swept by the Pirates? And in one of those games, Seiya Suzuki was up to bat with the bases loaded in a 3-0 count. Tell me you didn't think about that. Either of you think of that?
Oh, absolutely.
And so,
well, I mean, just Seiya Suzuki and at bats of consequence. Yeah.
Well, not even Seiya Suzuki. I'm saying when the bases loaded in 2 out, and then it was Alex Bregman who works a 3-0 count from Kenley Jansen. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's it. You get excited.
I've seen this before, but then I was like, I've also seen this before. And Suzuki didn't get the job done. And here we watch Bregman strike 1, strike 2, foul ball. And then he strikes out on a pitch that would have been ball 4.
Well, and that's it. Is there were good pitch recognitions in those at bats, both by Seiya and by Alex Bregman. And I'm like, all right, guys, this is the time to cook. Like, you've got him right where you want him. He had been laboring, as we had discussed. He was up to 21 pitches in that at bat prior to Bregman going to the plate. So I'm like, this is it. This is exactly what you want. Walk him off, game, set, match, live to see another day in game 2. And unfortunately, that's not what we got. And especially when Michael Busch works the walk before Bregman comes up.
Unimpressive at bat.
The crowd was on 10, too. So, the crowd was salivating. They wanted to see this happen. Don't disappoint George Kittle, who's supposed to be in San Francisco already for training camp prep. Don't disappoint him. He's out there telling you where he's sitting and talking about the 50-50 raffle. The George Kittle fan club meets at 10:45, friends. So then Bregman works the 7-pitch at bat on Kenley. And you've got yourself in hitters counts, 3-0 count. So what do you expect to happen? And that's when Kenley's like, hey, I'm 38 years old, but I still got it. Strike cutter, foul tip, cutter, ball game. You go to the 10th inning. And then that's when Detroit strikes.
And I think when I realized, okay, the Cubs may not win this game is when that ball hit Trent Thornton. I was like, okay, this is bad because now you got another hurt pitcher, but also you got runners in the corners and nobody out. And it just feels like you wasted the best shot you had to just end the game.
Yeah, and 770 on our text line, 312-644-6767. The guy swung a ball 4. And it's not what you want to see, especially when you battle all the way back. Like you mentioned, Megan Montemurro had this really good stat. Ian Happ, that was his first home run at Wrigley since June 4th. There were so many encouraging things. Like if you get in a mess, how are you getting yourself out of the jam? Credit to Jameson Taillon for doing that. Credit to the Cubs hitters for coming back. Credit to the Cubs batters like Ian Happ for getting the home runs when they needed them. Credit to them for working on Kenley Jansen. And that's why I say it was kind of a picture of what we've seen this season, where you have reasons to be happy, and then you also have reasons to say, well, and then as we talked about, Marshall, you texted it in our group thread last night. Unfortunately, a defensive meltdown that you just can't have happen in games like that when the game is on the line to end the ball game and help Detroit win.
On the one hand, you're absolutely right. You can't have it. It's inexcusable. On the other hand, it's so rare that it almost catches you by surprise. Like, if that happens to the White Sox, I'm like, okay, yeah, they made a mistake. But Nico Horner is so surefire as a guy who's won a Gold Glove.
Right.
That for it to happen to him on a double play ball, like that looked like a tailor-made double play ball.
Yeah.
And then you just need one out to get out of the inning.
Couldn't handle it. And you know what? I think it's really hard, too, when that game lasted for so long. It felt like it was every bit of 3 hours. You had the rain delay. You're probably fatigued at that point late in the game.
3:32, by the way.
Exactly. And that's, the 30-minute delay. So then you've got all these pieces that add to it. We're not making excuses. But you do want to figure out how it happened so it doesn't happen again. But that's the stuff where you're just so frustrated because you were so close. And yeah, ultimately, Detroit ends up coming away by taking advantage of something we feel like Cubs batters have taken advantage before on the other side, and that's defensive miscues.
The same way that Cubs fans are probably looking at the Tigers and being like, yeah, they fought hard. I think Tigers fans are looking at their team and saying they fought hard. This is what they did. They've been able to grind. Like,
they played the game that team was built to play at the beginning of the season.
They got Flaherty out there after 4 innings. And for the Tigers to find a way to win a game on the road such as this kind of goes with what they've been doing for a while now. Remember, they've won 12 of their last 16 games. Mm-hmm. And this quote from A.J. Hinch probably sums it up best when you understand what the Cubs are up against in this 3-game series. Quote, "We've been playing Game 7 since May. We know what's ahead. We know what the conversation around our team is. And Tarek is in the news every single day because someone has a dream trade to make up.
Dodgers.
Yet we have to win. We have a game to win that night."
Yeah.
So
that is a very telling quote, isn't it?
But remember how bad off they were. Remember the White Sox swept them. How bad the Tigers were.
Wishful thinking.
And they just come back, and they're in the fray now.
Chipped away.
And they've got less than 2 weeks to prove that don't give up on us.
So I love the quote from A.J. Hinch, and I'm glad you brought it up, Marshall. A.J.'s a talker, right? Like, he's a guy who would tell you the truth every day. How that wears on your team, before the trade deadline, that's another story. When you feel like you're playing Game 7 for that long, I do think it wears on you. See the 2023 Cubs. In the meantime, Craig Counsell had this to say about the loss.
Look, it was a good baseball game. I mean, we were on the losing end of that one, unfortunately. We've won a bunch of those at home this year. It was a good game. J-Mo, obviously the first 5 hitters, it didn't go well, and then he settled down, and I thought the next 13 hitters, like bottom lineup, one time through the lineup, he was excellent. There was really no hard contact. Obviously the 2 walks got us in a little trouble, but we got out of it. And then kind of both teams' bullpens did a pretty good job. We got a big hit. We had a man on base when we got the big one. They had a single run. And then it was just some good baseball and some Kenley Jansen, you respect it because it's, he's the low heartbeat's not going to get him fired up, and he made some good pitches when it counted.
For him to describe that game in that manner.
He just said, I'm going to go cutter every single pitch for the rest of this at bat.
Well,
ball game.
That's what made it funny, right? Is like he's just throwing the same thing over and over again. And a lot of people are being real critical on the text line. And I understand it. Alex Bregman has been frustrating to a lot of people for a long time. And Corey and Whitewater probably embodies what I was thinking watching that at bat. 2-6-2. Seriously have to wonder if it'd be better for the Cubs if Bregman lets that pitch hit him in the helmet. Of course it would be better if Bregman leaned into one like his last name was Antonacci. Of course it would have been better because the game's over. The game's over.
That's it. It's situational.
You got to do what you got to do to win a game.
But as we've seen, professional hitters are also going to do what they know how to do, with what feels comfortable to them. And unfortunately, the adjustment was made. Kenley's been at this a long time. There's a reason he keeps getting signed. And you see it play out there. So it depends. It depends on how you feel about it. The Cubs did a great job of rebounding after losing the first game of a series to an AL Central team over the weekend. So now it would be nice to see them do that again. But taking game one of the series is nice money in the bank. This is a gift for them to not face Tarek Skubal in this series.
They have to take advantage going forward. And I do believe if they play what we saw last night in that way with the guys coming up with stuff, not the mental mistakes like getting picked off second base if you're saying, or the physical error like Nico Horner made in the 10th. They should be able to win the next two, but it ain't going to be easy because the Tigers got stuff to play for.
Well, and they, you could argue they should have been able to win this game too. And that's why sometimes for me watching, some hurt more than others. And I feel like with this one, it felt like they were going to win the ball game after they battled back, and they just didn't. And it can't. Defense is supposed to be the hallmark of this team. Doesn't mean it's perfect every time. But in clutch time, you hate to see that part of it, unfortunately, falter as well. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. We are with you until 2 today, broadcasting live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news on The Score, it is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Ray Diaz is on the ones and twos today, and he is also our executive producer. Thanks to Tyler Buterbaugh for the open. We also have in our studio helping out Connor O'Donnell, of course, on our video team, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerlin. You can find them on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago. We're on YouTube at The Score Chicago as well. Good morning to everybody up and chatting with us. And you can call us and text us, and some of you have been venting on our text line, and I don't blame you. 312-644-6767. As I've said, I love and hate my children both equally. So we go to the White Sox next, because it was fun to watch Jacob deGrom on the hill battle the Sox. But then, unfortunately, White Sox. So White Sox.
Oh, don't do that.
Injury talk. All of it is next.
Cubs fans, Gold Glove second baseman Nico Horner gives you an insider's perspective on the Cubs. Coming up this afternoon at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Sensational play.
And then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only 7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Damn, pinky toe. I wish it would have happened.
Wow.
It's all right. Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our
with
life
all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah,
right. See Deion Sanders, right?
Could have put it back on there. That's all right.
See,
but you know what?
Sanders?
Fortunately, we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because
we have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow back.
New toes.
He got it's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. If you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg.
He
I
went
got
to
a new
Home
leg.
Depot. He go to Home Depot. He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it. I mean, no, of course it didn't happen.
Chia toes.
Dustin said, "Look, Lieutenant Dion got new magic toes." Lieutenant Dan has magic legs. Good God, that is so weird. It's weird that you both have the same kind of secret, I don't want to say desire, but bizarre self-belief that you would have been this had you only...
So what else would you have needed to have been a pro soccer player?
Like a new body, like a different identity,
like a prosthetic body, or
I need
a brand new one.
I needed to lose about 5 inches.
Well, perhaps you were too tall, right? You were too tall.
No, I've always enjoyed I've always felt I was the right height for me, just for me.
And comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah, I kind of accept how I turned out.
Yeah,
that's it. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I've never wished, oh God, if only I was 7 feet tall.
And sometimes people like to listen to a podcast about crime because it provides justice. There's an element of somebody being brought to justice. Do you like Law and Order? You probably like seeing a perpetrator be brought to justice. So when I saw this story, I thought it fit into that. U.S. man, this is from The Guardian, Alabama man, dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Justice.
Wait a minute.
Eye for an eye.
Can you read that headline one more time?
Man dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Well, you can't ask him. A man died in Alabama from a heart attack while trying to discard his girlfriend's body after he strangled her, according to authorities. At the center of the unusually macabre case was Daniel Robbins and Jessica Folds. Chambers County Sheriff's deputies reportedly found them dead next to each other on the morning of June 10th in a wooded area nearing an abandoned vehicle in the town of Lynette. So, he died of a heart attack while he was trying to bury the body. Investigation by local and state law enforcement combined with autopsy results determined Folds was strangled, the woman, and appears the man, Robbins, was attempting to dispose of her body in a remote location. The truck near the bodies was still running, and the driver's side door was open when deputies arrived to find them. The tailgate was down, and there were drag marks into the dirt, into the woods where the couple was found. So he wasn't covering up the tracks or anything.
I'm guessing he's an amateur murderer.
574. Can we even read that on the air? Marshall, aren't they all amateur murderers until they become serial killers?
Well, yeah, 574. I had the exact same thought. It's true. You got to kind of build up to that status. Not that you should be aiming for that.
Okay. How about this? What I was asking is...
It's not a murder-suicide because they didn't plan on dying.
Yeah, nobody planned on dying. One man planned on the woman dying. Look. The amateur...
And it's not tempers. A lot of times it's related back to shame. Did you know that? It all goes back to shame that they can't acknowledge.
No, I don't doubt that.
There's behavioral science studies.
Now
we're just getting
these text responses.
630, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
Can't have the United States lacking in that category. Come on.
Everybody, because Layla was laughing so hard, might not have heard that.
That sounds so crazy. 104.3 The Score. Wow. I like that.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
And now there's some concern for Kyle Teal. And it is his left leg that they are working on. Kyle Teal missed so much of this season already with a hamstring strain and then tweaked his knee. As we take a look at this slide at the plate.
Didn't appear to be any contact from the runner.
But you look at the way his foot maybe got a little stuck there and it came out.
You could almost see him grimacing through the face mask.
Oh, man, this is not a good sign. Kyle Teal will have to be helped off the field. And he is having trouble putting weight on that left leg.
Yeah, that was not what you wanted to see in last night's game, especially out of a guy who I feel like was still coming into form after his previous injury. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. That was John Schriffen and Dan Plesac on the call from North Texas. Sox beat the Rangers. There was no doubt about that. The offense was dialed up, 10-3 the final. But in the meantime, we see another injury for a Sox backstop that we were so excited about seeing his offensive potential, Marshall. And I think all of us, when we saw that, it looked bad, and I am not expecting good news about the injury update today.
It's just about how bad will it be,
right,
is what it comes down to, because we know he's headed to the injured list, and we know Edgar Caro is going to be on the way to Texas to rejoin the team. And I just want to point this out. Kyle Teal is only batting 190 on the season, but even though he only had a 589 OPS, it was a supreme upgrade to what they were getting out of Romo and Caro at the time of his return.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we know Caro had battled offensively and just was not showing a lot of signs, for the most part, batting under 200 before he was sent down. I don't necessarily know how crucial the catching position being an offensive boost is to the White Sox, because they've shown us they can win in different ways. And in Major League Baseball, you see how the practice is. Your catcher doesn't always have to provide your offense. It's just fantastic when it does.
It's nice when you don't have to put your catcher by default in the 9-hole. And that's what the Sox were doing before they got him. I mean, this guy was batting in the middle, or he batted clean up, the first day he played? It hurts, because one of the advantages the White Sox have, one of the reasons I thought they'd be a top 10 offense in baseball this year, is because they were going to have the length of their lineup and have threats up and down the lineup. And don't get me wrong.
They do.
13 hits, 7 doubles last night, and chasing Jacob deGrom before you get out of the fifth inning. That shows you how good the lineup is. I'm just saying, without Kyle Teal, it feels like there's now a bit of a hole. Not like this huge hole, but like it could be more solid. Like what we've seen since Mully came back, and a team that's won 6 out of 7 games, is an offense that looks really, really good, outscoring opponents, 49-10?
They beat the tar out of the Rangers yesterday. They went in there and scored 10 runs, and they did it pretty easily, and they also chased Jacob deGrom, who had a 101 whip going into this game. Jacob deGrom looked not every bit of what we've seen him be in Cy Young form, but every bit of what we've seen out of him be consistent this year. He's been a heck of a pitcher. We saw him mow down the Cubs at will pretty easily, and that's when he let everybody know the guy he was going to be on the scene this year. That's what made this so encouraging. You're able to put up a 4 spot in the 5th inning, and that was excellent. deGrom only goes 4 2/3, gave up 7 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. You will take that every day. You will take it against that guy every single day.
And I know you and Grote are more like Miguel Vargas drives the ship kind of guys, but I'm trying to tell you,
and
man.
I don't know if he necessarily drives a ship. It's just everybody is picking each other up in this thing.
Yeah, but as far as tone setting goes, Sam Antonacci, we talked about it. The fact that he starts this game off against deGrom, who is back in his bag,
In his bag.
With an 8-pitch at bat, which ends up with a walk, and the very next pitch, bam, Mully's got a double in second and third. Now, they don't score in the first inning, but...
Rattle the cage, dude.
Yes, and to have him throw over 20 pitches in the first inning, and then the next time Antonacci comes up, it's a 9-pitch at bat, which is a single, and then he scores on Miguel Vargas's RBI double, and then the third time he comes up, again, against Jacob deGrom, it's an RBI single to tie the game ahead of the Andrew Benintendi 3-run double. You could see why Antonacci's presence makes such a difference. And again, it's just the tone setter for this offense.
Well, that's it. Is we talked about, I'm like, oh boy, we got ourselves a different version of deGrom tonight. And you said, I was like, Mully's already on base. And you know how I feel about doubles? I love them at times more than home runs because they're the sign of a healthy offense. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw the 8-pitch walk. You made Jacob deGrom walk his first batter. And then Miguel Vargas is like, cool, I'm going to see 9 pitches. And that's what happened. That's what protection in the lineup will do for you. And so Vargas works a 9-pitch at bat. And yeah, he struck out swinging. But at that point, you've rattled the cage and then continued to do so. And when a guy can't get in his groove and he can't dominate outright, you absolutely like your chances. The White Sox took advantage. Like, I can't say enough about those at-bats leading to what we saw out of that team today.
I mean,
or yesterday.
It was Eric Fetty against Jacob deGrom. Eric Fetty against Jacob deGrom.
The pitching matchup you were hoping to see.
But and here's the thing. I'm not trying to like knock Eric Fetty, but let's be honest.
Well, Jock Peterson was like, he did.
He did knock. Yes.
Hello. This is my 17th home run of the season.
But for Fetty, look, you want your starting pitcher to go more than 4 innings, right? But he went 4 innings. He only gave up 2 runs, but that's because the White Sox are out here showing you, hey, here's a 4-run inning in the 5th. Here's 5 more in the 9th, just to make sure that we don't have to use the back end of our bullpen and Brian Hudson and Grant Taylor and have them good to go for the last 2 games of this road trip. And to see that 31 times the White Sox have put up 4 runs or more in an inning. That's tied for 4th most in baseball.
That's the secret sauce.
They put up crooked numbers. At any time, if you mess around, they will put up crooked numbers against you. And I think early on in the season, it's what they were doing against mediocre pitching. Jacob deGrom isn't by no means a mediocre pitcher, and he may get a few of your guys along the way, but all you got to do is get him a couple of times in a row, and that's how you win ball games.
Well, and that's why I'm obsessed with walks setting up better at bats against the starting pitcher later in the ball game. It's not necessarily what you did. We know when guys, you can see. The eye test will tell you when guys are in their groove, when they are dominating, when they are establishing the rhythm of a game, when they want to tell you how this ball game is going to go. The White Sox, by practice, don't like doing that. They're very good about working at bats. They're very good about working counts. We see disruptive presences all up and down the lineup. That's a very good example of a fruitless inning that on paper and in a box score looked like it didn't produce much. But then once you watch and you see these at-bats and how they set themselves up to really get a good look at a guy, you'd much rather have a 3-pitch or a 9-pitch at-bat than a 3-pitch at-bat the second time around. We see the fruits of the labor. Doesn't always work that way. But did you put yourself in the best position to possibly do so in those first ABs? You absolutely did.
I think my favorite stat from last night for the White Sox is that outside of the 2 guys who had to leave the game early, Colson Montgomery, apparently they called it a shin contusion, but he said after the game, he told, I think, Scott Merkin, that he fouled it off his calf, and he's like, no x-rays are necessary. He should be okay. But my favorite stat is, besides those 2 guys, everybody got a hit, and everybody either scored a run or drove in a run.
You get a run. You get a run. You help this guy get a run. You get a hit. And up and down the line. Did you see who was the number 9 hitter for the Rangers, by the way? Old friend Nicky Lopez.
It was Nicky Lopez. He's found himself a home. Nicky Lopez has a home.
Nicky Lopez will stay employed.
Well, as long as that glove is solid.
A matter of how, I don't necessarily know. But Nicky Lopez is going to be out here staying employed.
The other thing is, it's disappointing to see 2 players have to leave the game because of injury. Colson Montgomery, again, he's day-to-day, so he may not play today.
Do you want to finish your thought and let's listen to Will Venable too?
Oh, no, I was just going to say Luis Angel Acuna might have to start, but that's okay because he's batting .426 since June 1st, and he had an RBI single last night.
An unlikely performance out of Luis Angel Acuna given what we've seen. So, yeah, let's get the actual updates from Will Venable.
Will, before we talk about the victory, what's the update on Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle is the left ankle. He's going to be evaluated more, get it scanned in the morning, but it's likely an IL.
You won't know the extent until he gets in.
Yeah, we got to go get it scanned and get more information.
And then who would be Edgar Carroll?
We haven't made any decision yet. Yeah.
And
someone's got to come, though.
Right. And what about Colson?
Colson, just left shin contusion. He'll be day-to-day. He said he feels good, but we'll see how he recovers tomorrow. It's really tough, as much passion as he has for the game, as hard as he works, feel bad for any of these guys when they go down, but, Kyle having to deal with so many things here and so many setbacks is really tough.
847 on our text line is cracking me up. The Sox have plenty of bats. They need a catcher who can field his position, throw out runners, and not make, all caps, stupid challenges in the first inning.
Wow.
Why did that get me today?
What about 815? I just put $200 on the Sox to win the World Series at plus 4,000.
I mean,
plus 4,000 is. Whew.
if you need to live dangerously, I'm not going to knock it.
If you look at what the Sox have done with this win, they're over 7 games over 500 for the first time since 2021. What did they do that season in 2021?
Made the playoffs. Just won't talk about the playoffs part.
They made the play. Yeah, don't. I was there. It was short lived, is what it was. They did get a game though. Look, for the White Sox to be 7 games over 500 and to be in this state of, hey, we won another road game. We have a chance to win yet another road series now because they took, as you said, the all-important game 1 of a series. Every time they get a win, it's like they're getting more and more confidence, and they're giving their fan base, and more importantly, they're giving their front office reason to believe.
Yeah, also this from a noted stat man in Major League Baseball, Tango Tiger, great account to follow on Twitter. After about 100 games, the average team has lost about 100 challenges, 1 per game. The league leader in lost challenges to the text we saw. Sox. They've lost 130 challenges and won 113. So the volume is a lot. They've challenged 243 times.
My issue with their challenges is some of them come before the 3rd inning, and I'm like, why? No.
Bold choices.
You need your challenges late in games. You can't be out of challenges after the 4th inning.
It was so perfect, though, because that text, I was laughing about it, and then that stat lands in my lap, and I'm like, well, points have been made. You hate the injury situation. It did not look good for Kyle Teal.
But I love another 10 runs in a game. I love 13 hits. I love doing it against a guy who is bona fide in Jacob deGrom. And I love to see what's next. It's like, can you keep it going?
They have far and away challenged more than everybody. The other team on this list, and this is 18, is the Phillies at 202. And the Sox are like, nah, 243. Let it live.
They're aggressive in almost everything they do. That's a fair statement, right?
I don't even know that I'm mad. It's just funny at that point. That's great. That's Marshall Harris. I'm Layla Rahimi. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. I told you the George Kittle fan club meets at 10:45. That's next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Watching what's happened with the White Sox and seeing where things stand with the White Sox is amazing.
And winning a series on the road this weekend.
And doing it with some incredible pitching. Yesterday in the early innings of that game, it felt like a heavyweight fight. Each series that gets more and more important for the White Sox is probably going to feel this way. But the pitching matchup yesterday was just sexy.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome to the
630 texting. He was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
How did you say that? How did you just do that?
So no. Listen, when I said amateur status, I was like, do we know if he was a repeat offender? If he had murdered anyone else? That's what I was asking.
Oh my word!
If he had a record.
No.
Y'all are hilarious today.
847, can he still declare for the supplemental? I can't.
It's not going to be a supplemental draft this year. Brendan Sorsby wanted me to tell y'all.
Will you please?
Who's on your serial killer Mount Rushmore? 312-644-6767.
815. His record is 1-1 now.
Okay. I'm going to try to just read these so they make sense.
His record is 1-1 now.
You went out even.
I can't do it. I can't read
my
these
goodness.
Speaking of can't do it, the guy that used to do that segment on this radio station coming up at 12:25, Danny Parkin.
Okay, I'm going to try
that's a good update. That's a good date.
I keep just looking at the text tonight.
815. Premium membership at Naperville Top Golf. Oh, my goodness.
Nope. I can't.
Now, his record is 1-1 now. Might be the top that might be the top text.
847. Can he still declare for the supplemental murderer draft as an amateur? I can't breathe. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, some have been waiting for me to have my Cubs meltdown after the start of this season. Well, we finally reached it. The kettle is boiling. It's ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber has hit 225 home runs for 3 different teams since he left Chicago. He hit 20 in 2022. He hit 46. 23. He hit 47. Oh, last year 56, and then he had that down year in 24 where he hit 38. Okay, the Cubs had 3 guys hit 30 last year. 2 of them at 30. But besides that, it's been quite some time since Cub hitters have had 30. You know when you go back to 2019. You know who did it?
Yes,
Kyle Schwarber.
I do know
Kyle Schwarber.
Thank you.
I mean, give me a. You know when the last time a Cubs had 40? Well, I don't know, but Kyle Schwarber somehow managed to have it 3 times. So again, you can't let that guy go. And then tonight, we're going to have an opener because we're afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we just cancel the game?
You should be afraid
Why
of
don't
Kyle
we
Schwarber.
just cancel the game? Just little league it. We don't have enough good pitchers. We are afraid of Kyle Schwarber, who we let go.
Who do you think is making that call?
I have no idea.
Front office or Craig Counsell?
Good question.
Is Craig Counsell making that call? You think Craig Counsell? Are you calling Craig Counsell afraid?
That's why I'm really curious because of the way it's been handled and all. So we don't want Colin Ray to face Kyle Schwarber. So we're going to get tricky. We're going to have it. So are they going to bench Kyle Schwarber because the Cubs are going with an opener? Oh, no. That's what the Cubs do with a guy who hits 30 home runs. They bench their left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher because they got no onion. So now how about a standing ovation for what he did? For the first thing out of his mouth to apologize for what is going on and owning it and saying, I have to take responsibility for this, and I do. And then just amplifying on what you said there, Mully, that was going to be my part where Bryson talked about we will come, we will get together and we will, get the next head coach of the Bulls. And he was like, no. I interviewed you. I learned about you. This is now your organization. And I'm going to stay out of the way. And we get that from George McCaskey a lot, too. I'm not the football decision maker. You guys are. And I think what we heard from Michael Reinsdorf, I'm not the basketball decision maker anymore. You are. And I like that.
And for those not watching on Twitch, Dustin actually was standing when he talked.
And he was
Mully would joke that I wasn't really standing.
No.
I was actually standing.
He might have been standing in a hold, but he was, for him, standing.
But Kyler Gordon's there, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, he's at the facility. He's in the meetings. He's watching the tape. Listen, does Jalen want to be any form of a leader at all? I mean, okay, why did you have to get married? You know the calendar. These are not voluntary. It's just another excuse. Like, oh, I got married. Oh, I want to see my. Everybody on that team has a wife or a girlfriend or a mom or a dad or a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew they want to spend more time with. But this is not the week or 2 weeks to do it, or bring them here while you're doing it because you're not there all damn day.
Yeah.
Who else? Anybody else? Dustin, do you have any favorite team?
I would go with the Phillies. I've never been to Philly. And that probably would change it very quickly based on what I've heard. But obviously, I still struggle with Kyle Schwarber not being a Cub. And I know he was with other teams. And that.
It's a fan of being right. Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
The Bears.
That is the voice of George Kittle, who was having himself a time at Wrigley Field yesterday. I love a man who can yap, Marshall, and I feel like George Kittle is not only an all-pro on the field, but an all-pro yapper. That man absolutely should be a full-time broadcaster after he gets out of the game. I know he's got the podcast, but he was on one yesterday. It was party time with George Kittle.
Dare I say he wants to keep the conversation going?
I think he does. What's the smirk? What am I missing here?
No, I'm just like that seems to be the type of guy that he is. Like once he's awake and alive, he wants to find out what's going on.
I mean, he does. It was a delight to listen to him join the booth. And I thought that was the right move because sometimes with a lot of the players who are sitting in the outfield or something, or they're watching the game, the sideline reporter will come up to them and talk to them because we know that's commonplace. But George ends up in the whole booth with Rick Sutcliffe and our friend last night. So I was laughing at the comicalness of like Alex Cohen did a great job hanging with him too, but the humor was on 10. So George let you know what time it was when he was out here talking about how he became the noted Cubs fan he is. And we all know he loves the Bears. Makes me sad.
Alex called Rick Sutcliffe and noted Chicago Cubs fan.
Absolutely.
George Kittle. How did that come?
I grew up in Iowa. My dad said, "Hey, we're Bears fans, and you're a Cubs fan." I said, "Sir, yes, sir." And here I am. I grew up drinking beers in the bleachers, so happy to be back.
Moral of the story: listen to your dad.
Listen to your dad. Listen to your mom. Two things that work out most of the time.
Now we know that his dad is named Bruce Kittle because he brought him up on the broadcast and talked about his dad being an athlete and his mom being an all-star athlete in high school in Iowa. If you wanted story time from George Kittle, you got it.
Am I the only one who thought it sounded like a first date? Like people, like I know about you, but I don't know enough about you. Let's find out some more.
George's first date with Alex Cohen and Rick Sutcliffe.
Because he was asking questions too.
He was. My favorite part of it was they stayed talking to him through the pitching changes because he was so chatty. And then they were trying to get out of the inning because it was the last batter of the inning. You were at a late count in the last batter. If you've worked a baseball broadcast, you know that's typically not the time where a third person is talking, especially one that doesn't necessarily know the flow of how to get out of the break. And at the end, he's like, "What do you guys think about ABS?" And I'm like, "Yes."
We think that there will be more challenges after the break.
I need more George Kittle. Like it wasn't like he was just talking about himself. He had a lot of questions. I was
good first date.
I was giggling the whole time, and then not me thinking back to the 2017 draft where Kittle was drafted in the 5th round and Adam Shaheen was taken in the 2nd. Not me doing that. Never. Thinking about how much he talks about loving the Bears. He told everybody where he was sitting. At one point, he talked about Big Cat and the 50-50 raffle. I mean, it was incredible. Like, for example, he came in wearing a T-shirt that said Cubweiser and told you the origin of the T-shirt.
Do you have a Cubweiser shirt on?
I learned about it. It was right next to the fire station. Guy was selling. He said, "Hey, T-shirt's $20." I said, "Absolutely." And then I got a Firehouse T-shirt from the guys right across the street too. I'm rolling deep on T-shirts in my pockets, boys. What do we need? We got Firehouse 78.
I don't know if you're wearing multiple layers tonight.
Oh, absolutely not. It's warm.
Yeah.
No.
Toasty.
They're just in my pockets.
So then he's pulling T-shirts out of his pockets.
He's pimping merch.
I mean, it was lovely. Ray, you know the term, and we joke about it, Yo Soy Fiesta? That was George Kittle.
Is this a tight end thing or just tight ends, those guys, the party guys?
I don't know. And you guys know I love people who yap. Like I love when it's not just me. So I was just on the edge of my seat the entire time, just giggling, watching this take place.
Yo Soy Fiesta.
Who's that?
It's Grunk.
Yes. Okay. So maybe it is a tight end thing. I'm not sure.
Theory confirmed.
He was just so happy to be there. Then we find out that George was playing a bit of hooky.
I see you came in with the boss, too, Frank Inning.
Oh, yeah, no. You know what? I was in New York City. I was hanging out there for
what were you doing there?
World Cup.
Oh,
I was up there.
Is that it? Just the World Cup?
I was up there for the World Cup. Saw my guy Noah Khan perform. He was just in Wrigley last week. Crushed it, as he always does. And just happened to, hang out with the CEO of Anheuser-Busch, my guy Brendan. And he's like, "Hey, we're going to the Cubs game. You want to go?" And I said, "Absolutely. Can't wait to go." So now here I'm at the Cubs game.
And he was supposed to have already gone to San Francisco.
Yeah, he skipped his flight. He's like, "I'm going to hang out. I'm going to hang out."
But George is like, "Nah, let's keep it going."
Is it that not unlike what Jake Arrieta did when he was here? And he was just like, "You know what? I'm just going to stay another day and we're going to figure it out."
Well, George had more. George moves definitively. Jake was still on the edge. Do you remember he was talking it out with us?
Yes.
And it was very like,
should I stay?
I got here in 2015, so I got to experience the peak dominance of Jake Arrieta. And I'm like, "Sure, Jake Arrieta, talk it through with us." Like, "Yeah, Alex, we'll hang," which is Alice Cooper from when Wayne and Garth were talking to Alice Cooper on Wayne's World, and they're like, "Yeah, Alice, we'll hang with witches," and they're backstage. I'm like, yeah, Jake Arrieta, no problem. We'll talk it through with you. He ends up changing his flight. But he was still on the edge when he talked to us about it at our apartment at Gallagher Way.
But he knew he needed to stay. He knew what it was.
George is like, "No, I'm staying." George was Yo Soy Fiesta about it all. George also, as we know, tremendous athlete. He talked to us about Bruce and his mom. So how come he did not end up playing some baseball?
Did you play baseball growing up?
I gave up in 6th grade because I got really bored in the outfield. I didn't have the attention span for it.
Neither did I. That's why I'm up here and you're on the football field. Makes total sense.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy baseball games. And like I said, the bleachers are my favorite place to watch any sport. But
Not here, but the bleachers.
Right over there.
Oh, gotcha. Left center.
Put me in the outfield. I'll have a great time, I promise.
Those outfield bleachers, though.
I mean, that's the place to be, is it not? They were graced with celebrities all weekend. So then George is talking about what section he's sitting in, and it was a row of him and Big Cat and then Crane Kenny. I'm like, the three amigos. I said he talked about the 50-50 raffle at one point. I was like, George is telling us everything. Like, why are you making this guy stop talking? And then he also went on to talk a little bit more about, I feel like very much coming from the spot of being one of us, about his baseball career.
It's funny. I watched my 8-year-old grandson play baseball, and when he's in the outfield, he's doing cartwheels, and
he's looking for dandelions. He's like, "Oh, what's that?"
That is exactly right. Well, there's no action. There's nothing happening out there.
Exactly. In that day, there's one kid on the team that can hit the ball to the outfield, and so you're just kind of sitting there. I played a lot of third base. I enjoyed that. I caught
corner.
I really enjoyed catcher because you're involved in every single play.
Every play. Did you get on the bump at all?
Oh, yeah.
A little bit?
Oh, a little bit. I was very, very, very below average at pitching.
And very
Don't
honest.
sell yourself short.
No, but I was outfield and catcher. I excelled at that. I could run and catch a ball. I could do that. I brought good energy every single day. But leave it to the professionals. I sit in the stands, drink a beer, watch them, eat a good hot dog.
It does seem to be the common denominator there. You enjoy the concessions.
I do that.
So I'm going to get an opportunity to do that at the University of Iowa.
Yes, you are. I heard about this.
Invited to go to Iowa State, Iowa.
Is it at Iowa or at Iowa?
It's at Iowa.
Ooh, Kinnick Stadium. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Sold out crowd.
There, do they?
Couple beers. Just a couple.
Will they be giving me T-shirts? Can I collect T-shirts while I'm there and all that?
You could probably do whatever you want there. They're going to let you do it.
I have an important question for you.
Yes.
Is there beer in heaven?
No, you got to drink it here. Gosh, what a great song. I get really excited every time I listen to that song.
It brings a smile to your face.
Oh, dude. There's no beer. You got to drink it here, man.
I got to.
And then when we're gone from here, our friends will be drinking all the beer. So you might as well drink it.
I mean, and him and Suck going back and forth, Rick Sutcliffe just shooting the breeze. Fantastic. What about that growing up drinking beer in the bleachers, George? I'm not snitching.
Growing up, he's 21. Growing up, he's building out.
I mean, on the Layla and Mark Grote scale of just a baby, he's still kind of just a baby at 32. He has a childlike joy of life.
It's childlike joy I'm trying to get back, Layla.
It was really cool to hear him interact with Rick Sutcliffe because I feel like Rick Sutcliffe embodies that as well. That was awesome.
Rick Sutcliffe is baseball joy. Alex Cohen has a great time, and George Kittle is absolute joy. I loved it. It was the funniest part. I'm telling you, was when they're trying to go to break. It's like, what do you guys think of ABS? And I'm like, ah! But he loved it. I need more George Kittle broadcasting, not just the podcast. He said that as a 49er at a podium. Think about that. God. There's a lot about the 2017 draft that is revisitable. Quarterback. But that second round decision.
The Bears.
This could have been us. This could have been us. But they were playing. Ryan Pace was playing.
Now they got all the tight ends, though.
They still don't have George.
But they got some pretty good tight ends.
Do you know how happy he would be here if he was here? He'd probably end up running for political office and having a show at the Score.
I feel like he's had a pretty good NFL career where he is. He's been to,
that's the point.
The big game and all that,
So now we just have to have George hang out all the time. Sadness.
A Midwest treasure.
George is a treasure. He really, really is. Clearly, he's having the best time. So hang out, George Kittle. I'm glad you enjoyed the Noah Khan concert, and way to be all of us. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, I think we need to get into the discussion surrounding how every single piece of news we're seeing is possibly affecting a team at the trade deadline. So we'll do that next.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by...
The point is that I like the way the Phillies slug. I know how chicks dig the long ball? I dig the long ball. I like the way the Phillies slug. Okay, that's what I like.
And you are beautiful.
Thank
Let me
you.
just say
Appreciate that. Compliment. Mark that down. 5:54. Mully compliments Dustin. It's Friday, clearly. Yay! Jalen decided to go to work. Woohoo! Good for you. Way to go, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I love Ben Johnson. I'm still happy for him. So
You'd be killing Jalen Johnson if he didn't show up. Come on, you can do more than a golf clap. You would. You'd be killing him. Right?
Oh, my God. Okay. There's a nice pregnant pause while Dustin refuses to answer another question.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye or whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said, you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just, for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like
So
he kind
true.
of dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monungai, still you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monungai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
Having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it, even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began, that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets. And I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept.
Dealers, this is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Menards, featuring Grant Leader.
Save big money at Menards.
Kyle Teal left the game with an ankle injury, a left ankle injury. We'll be hearing from Will Venable later in the show. That could be somewhat serious. We don't know. Don't want to speculate, but he had to be helped off the field. That was not good.
They say ankle, but I don't know much about that. But when they was touching, they know was touching the ankle. They was touching back in the foot. It's like how you call this?
Achilles?
Like the Achilles. When you have Achilles, I remember Jose Contreras got that. Wow, poor man, he came and walked for a long time. I hope it's when you say this is the news they got.
White Sox came out and they said it's an ankle injury. I
feel a little bit better, but when they was taking off the field, you have to think about it. Hopefully it's nothing big deal, but you never know. The White Sox say, hey, you know what? He just got a headache. Well, so he missed two months.
Ozzy had a point. That was courtesy of CHSN. That was Chuck Garfien, Ozzie Guillen on the White Sox postgame show. And yeah, there have been times where somebody got hurt and then the next thing you see is so-and-so underwent successful surgery. And you're like, wait, what? But either way, the Kyle Teal injury looked bad. And he is playing a position of consequence when you consider the dearth of catching talent in baseball. And how an offensive catcher, as we know, is pretty much the holy grail, Marshall. And I feel like that's why the Sox were thought to have 3 talented catchers, both from an offensive and defensive standpoint, earlier, much earlier. And either way, they've got more depth than a lot of teams do at the position. Kyle Teal could have been one of those pieces where the Sox would have been able to part with one of the pieces. Caro, maybe teams thought that there was a change of scenery there. Maybe it was a Thorpe as well, but like Drew Romo as well. But you have all these other options. And now suddenly that catching, depth that they had and maybe a tradable piece or two doesn't look as good.
No, this time last year, we were literally having a discussion. Well, who do you think is going to be the catcher that the White Sox keep and who's going to be the one that they trade? Because certainly they wouldn't keep both of them. We didn't know Edgar Carroll was going to fall off like he did at the beginning of this season.
That's the wild card of this.
And so you're waiting for Kyle Teal to come back for so long. He finally comes back after a couple of setbacks with his original injury, and now he's gone again. And this is a very different conversation if the White Sox aren't literally in the middle of a pennant push, a playoff push, a postseason push, in first place currently. It's not like they're chasing someone. They're in first place.
Well, and that's the hard part about this is we've seen the Sox make trades of consequence. When you're trading away 2 players who played at the big league level for a bonus pool money and draft pick. That's a move they made to ensure the future with the Landon Toey pick at 34 and how they drew that up. So then I'm thinking to myself, just because the AL has suffered around them, we still don't necessarily know how they feel. There was a report last week from Ken Rosenthal saying the Sox were going to be more aggressive than thought at the trade deadline, but the problem is we never really had the baseline for what they thought. So how does Kyle Teal's injury affect what we're seeing happen around this. And I do think one thing that is true, though, is because of the dearth of catching depth in baseball and how we've seen a lot of teams part and parcel accept that the catching position is not going to be an offensive production spot, that the Sox were in a good spot to be able to trade a guy and get some value, either for the seasons ahead of us or for this current season. The Sox catching depth could have affected this market.
So Ken Rosenthal, just this morning, writes an article, 3 all-star catchers are trade candidates. Here's where each stands. And it's interesting because you're thinking, oh, there's some catchers available, right? But here's what Rosenthal has to say. For a variety of reasons, 3 intriguing all-stars. The Colorado Rockies' Hunter Goodman, the Athletics' Shea Langoliers, and Baltimore Orioles switch hitter Adley Rutschman are less likely to move. And understanding that kind of gives you an idea because Goodman has 3 years of control after this year, Langoliers 2, and Rutschman 1. Rutschman can't stay healthy. He's been on the IL 5 times in the last 394 days. Goodman, the Rockies are probably thinking, well, why not wait till the offseason if we want to trade him? Or maybe we'll try to buy out some of his years if we think we're going to make a push at some point. Now, the Rockies have been in the doldrums for a long time.
Yeah, that might be the most unlikely thing is a push. But you also have to have kind of like, I guess, the concept with Joe Ryan, that Chris Rose was talking about. You may have had a fire sale, but you still have to have some cornerstones to your team. Catcher's a good place to start.
Someone has to play, first of all.
Right.
Like, you have to have players playing. And part of me is like, hey, and we don't know how bad it is right now for Kyle Teal. But if it is bad, where it does end in surgery.
It did not look good, man.
If that is, and I'm not wishing for that. I'm hoping against that. I hope it's just a minor injury and he's out a couple of weeks, 4 to 6 weeks even. But either way, if it is more than just the 15-day IL stint, and by 15-day IL stint, I mean he's only gone for 15 days.
Nobody's ever just gone for 15.
That's kind of the point here.
More 15 than 60.
Here's what I know. His IL stint is going to go past the trade deadline. So now Chris Getz is faced with a decision. Do you go back to having what was the worst OPS by position in baseball? That's what the White Sox had when they had Romo and Caro trotting out there every day. Or do you try to make at least a moderate upgrade, see what you can do?
Well, and that's it, is I think it has more to do with, was one of the 3 available as a tradable catcher? That's how I look at it. And to me, even with the offensive struggles, both out of Caro and Romo, there was still enough upside there if they both stay in if one of them stay in the minor leagues to say, hey, as part of a trade when you need the depth, how can you see this play out? Part of the reason, and you look at this Ken Rosenthal article, that Shea Langoliers is not considered a trade candidate is not because of his value to the A's. That is a huge part of it. But it's also because the A's don't have catching depth. The paragraph reads, so why not Langoliers trade when his value is soaring? For starters, the A's have precious little catching depth behind Langoliers and Jonah Heim, who is eligible for free agency. Perhaps even more significant, Langoliers is under club control through 2028, the year the Athletics expect to open up their $2 billion ballpark on the Las Vegas Strip, and a year in which they expect to contend. Because I think they look at the years in Sacramento, especially if you're a catcher or a pitcher, you know what time it is every time you play at home. ERA's going up, runs are being scored by the opposing team. So that's not going to count. But Langoliers is protected for long enough, but the problem is nobody's behind him. So the Sox had this wiggle room prior to Teal, where they had people behind him. And yes, the OPS was bad, but every team in baseball, relatively speaking, has had to make some concession at the catching position because of the lack of depth.
With Shea Langoliers, it's interesting because Jeff Passan just released his top 100 trade targets, and he has the chance of being traded, Shea Langoliers, he has it at 10%. And remember, this guy's got 2 more years of control after 2026. But you make a great point talking about the lack of depth, not just with the A's, but pretty much every team has lack of catching depth. The White Sox were at the top of the list at the start of the season.
The 2 positions that have had systematic issues in baseball when it has come to depth and production are catcher, and that's been longer established than third base, which has become a trend that's happened in the past 5 or 6 years. Catcher, I feel like I've been talking about this for over 10. That top 100 trade candidates list is interesting because I don't know why people are shocked by this, but number 4 is Mason Miller. So when you look at the list, number 1 is Tarek Skubal. Who's surprised? 0 people. Number 2 is somewhat surprising at Byron Buxton. The chances of him being traded are 10%, though. I think he's the biggest name on the list. Then you've got number 3, Joe Ryan. Well, outside of Skubal anyway. Number 3 is Joe Ryan. That's at 35. And you know how I feel. I thought that when the fire sale happened in Minnesota last year, Ryan would have been somebody I would have absolutely had gone after. I'm glad to see that my feelings about Joe Ryan have not changed.
Instead, he's sitting there looking like Will Smith in the last episode of The Fresh Prince.
Standing, looking around. It's him and Buxton. Just playing pitch and catch.
But Buxton,
Buxton is the... If you know anything about watching Minnesota and how they keep their homegrown players, and we all kind of do, you know that they keep that guy. I agree. I think the chance of him being traded in particular is low because he is a cornerstone of the franchise and how they do business. You know, the Joe Mauers of the world, players like that.
That's why they put Buxton at 10% because he said, I'm a twin, and the GM says, I have no interest in trading him. I don't see myself.
Life.
Yeah, like that's a corner. Remember, they're not like out of it. They're right there in the wild card race too. If he comes back healthy.
They've always prided themselves on scouting those types of superstars. And, you know, they did make some splashy moves, as I mentioned, Correa, and then they decided to go against it last year. Mason Miller's at number 4. At 40%, which I think is appropriate because we saw there was chatter about this last offseason. Now, I'm not saying A.J. Preller, the GM of the Padres, is like, I'll trade him for something. You know, he's not going to be desperate about it, but the price has got to be right. He's not throwing that out there, though, for no reason.
Also, A.J. Preller is a guy who has shown you he will take a superstar from someone and then flip him for some other stuff if he doesn't feel like either A, it's the time for them to compete. I mean, the Juan Soto deal is like in and out is legendary.
He's been doing that kind of stuff. The Matt Kemp deal, you know, I mean, you can go down the line. Upton, yeah, there have been quite a few trades where he's always taken these big swings, and he's becoming one of fewer and far between to be able to do so. Now, I say Mason Miller knowing that I do not think that the Cubs have enough to trade for Mason Miller. Does he solve a lot of your problems? Yes, but the problem is he solves a lot of people's problems.
High demand.
The buzz, less than a year after giving up one of the top prospects in baseball in shortstop Leo DeVries to acquire Miller, that's also important too in this. They traded for him. The Padres are considering moving him. They would love to attach Xander Bogaerts' onerous contract to any trade, but that would severely limit their return, and frankly, nobody's going to take it. So Mason Miller becomes the sweetener to the Xander Bogaerts contract. That leaves the Padres in a position to dangle the best reliever in baseball and see what kind of bites they get. There will be plenty. Miller is a true game changer, the king of the ninth, and with even the best teams always in need of another lockdown reliever, Miller's status will run parallel with the Padres. If they don't turn things around soon, he could be an ex-Padre by August 3rd. It will take a whiz-bang-damn trade in order to move Mason Miller, especially if Bogaerts is involved.
3 years of control after 2026.
I mean, but at the same time, like if you're itching for a deal, he's the dude.
Got any more of those closers?
I mean, that's it. How do you figure out what to do and how to put it together?
I like him for either the Cubs or the White Sox. It's just a matter of
you like Mason Miller for anybody. Well, name a team.
Well, I don't like him for the Angels. I don't like him for the Royals. I don't like him for the Rockies. I don't like him for the Giants. Teams not in contention, I do not like him for.
Knowing Buster Posey, he's probably like, hey, is Shea Langoliers available? What about Mason Miller? Do you even have anything to trade for? Don't worry about that part. Luis Arias is on the list, and the chance of him being traded is at 95%.
Well, yeah, that actually makes sense because they're trying to everything but the kitchen sink can be moved.
Yeah, there's everything must go, but also new pieces may be acquired in the process.
And surprisingly, Luis Arias actually is a plus fielder now at second base. I think that helps too.
He has
a position.
I've always loved how consistent he is offensively. Always. Like, I'll figure it out. That guy lengthens your lineup. Nico Horner previously was that guy for the Cubs.
It's interesting because the next guy on the list is Reed Detmers, who I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk about.
No, I like it. I mean, he's a reasonable trade piece, which is why I think he probably gets traded. But then again, I also thought that Joe Ryan should have been dealt.
Yeah, the Angels are going nowhere fast. He's got 2 more years of control after 2026. And he's got the 4th most strikeouts in the big leagues. And you need swing and miss in the playoffs.
312-644-6767 is our phone number. And on our text line, 847, Mason Miller is getting you 3 outs a playoff game. Who's getting the other? Let's call it 12 other outs, assuming a starter can go 4 in a playoff game. That's the point. That's the point. That dude is getting you 3 outs, period, paragraph.
I have the other guys, though, if we're talking about not if we're talking about the Cubs, but if we're talking about the White Sox, Brian Hudson and Grant Taylor and Jordan Hicks.
Bullpen is not as much of a problem for the Sox.
Super pin.
Then you've got like the Cubs on the other side, who we didn't touch on this in our first segment, Marshall. They used 7 relievers yesterday. The old starter plus 7.
That's part of the problem with Jameson Taillon only being able to get 13 outs is now you're not screwed for the other 2 games of the series, but you are behind the 8 ball. You need David Peterson tonight. You need him to go hopefully 6 innings.
Also, nicely done, Caleb Thielbar. It was a solid outing out of him. That was another reason why you probably felt good about the game yesterday.
Yeah. And
Ryan Rolston did a nice job.
He gave up the run, right? The second Dingler home run, or am I thinking of someone else?
Ferguson and
Tyler
Thornton
Ferguson.
had the runs attached to them. And now we don't know what's going on, because of the comebacker too, so that was a problem. It's stressful out there in the bullpen streets.
But we know the Cubs are just going to rotate through.
Have to.
They have no choice.
I mean, they've reacquired Aaron Savali.
Like, Javier Assad's not going to pitch again today. I mean...
today?
But I wonder who is truly available for the... I mean, Jacob Webb pitched last night.
If I were asking Craig Counsell questions after yesterday, I would ask that. Like who truly is available today?
Right. And again...
And you put Maton on the IL again?
The problem with how they lost last night's game, if it's a win, and you just kind of deal with what you have. But David Peterson... If he does go out there and gives up some runs early, he's going to just have to stay out there and eat it.
Yeah, I mean, but then at that point, you've lost the series potentially, and that's the problem.
Okay, fair.
Like, that's where it gets tough, is if he has to eat it, you just lost the game that was very winnable for you in 10, and that's why I took that game so seriously yesterday. Number 16 on the pass list, by the way, Spicy. Because it's a name that I have mentioned, but I don't know a lot of people have talked about him as much because of Scooble. Casey Mize, pitcher for the Tigers. He put the chances of him being traded at 60%. While Mize has twice hit the injured list with a strained groin, his most recent starts illustrates why he'll be in high demand if Detroit does indeed decide to punt. He threw 7 scoreless innings and allowed 1 hit while striking out 10 Yankees. Mize isn't popping any models with the stuff, but he's striking out more than a batter an inning. He's allowing less than a base runner an inning, and his contract will be barely $2 million for the remainder of the season.
What's interesting about him, along with Reed Detmers,
he's a rental, by the way, Mize.
He's listed as a best fit for both the Cubs and the White Sox. As far as those best fit teams.
Do you see how many teams Mize is considered for?
Yeah.
Best fits: Braves, Padres, Cubs, Brewers, White Sox, A's, Cardinals, Rays, Diamondbacks, Blue Jays.
And same thing for the next guy, Clay Holmes, who is getting moved off the Mets.
It would just make sense. But, where's Peralta out here?
It's interesting how
Where are you, Peralta?
Most of these starting pitchers have both the White Sox and Cubs listed as the best fits. And I don't think we touched on this, but Mason Miller, neither the Cubs nor White Sox were listed as best fits.
Freddie Peralta is at number 28 on the list.
How do you feel about that?
I think he's staying with the Mets.
Really? They got to get something for him. It's a 1-year deal.
He's a rental, I know.
I think they got to move him.
I wonder what the price is going to be because the Mets gave up so much to get him.
Wouldn't you rather have Sandy Alcantara anyway?
I don't know, man. People are back and forth on Sandy.
He's listed as a moderate rest of season impact.
The price on all these guys is going to be outrageous. Say is on the list too, but keep in mind he's got the no trade deal. So there's that part of it. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, it's time to bring in our outfielder in residence, Ian Happ, next.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
Roma Dunze has been a disappointment at the 9th overall pick. This is a huge year for him to prove that he wasn't a bust. Luther Burden right now is a better option in Ben Johnson's offense. Roma Dunze is on the clock.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's sports radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Pet.
Dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, 5th in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Tanny, you were going through the Dempster baseball reference page.
Well, it's just like it's not often we have a chance. Like usually when Demp comes on, it's like 15 minutes at a time here or there, and we're talking about a specific thing. It's like it's not often we have a big leaguer in the house to like go over their career, especially someone who played as long as Demp. So
right,
it's like,
and you've never asked me about my baseball reference.
The phone's
page.
ringing.
Well, it's not good actually. Yeah, your reference page is not particularly good.
It really isn't.
So we were looking at, I was wondering, like, Demp, do you know who you faced the most in your long career?
I think it's Albert, but it could be it could be like an Astro, like Lance Berkman.
I think you know your baseball reference page because Berkman is number 1 with 87 plate appearances, and Pujols right behind him at 79, number 2. Other notable names, and this is just a way to remember some guys. It's not a quiz per se, but Jason Kendall up there. Ironically, Jason Kendall, you hit him 4 times.
Yeah, we were just talking about that at the All-Star game.
A couple more real quick before we get to a break. Do you know who had the most amount of hits against you?
Skip Schumacher?
You do know your baseball reference page. Wow. 22 hits.
He named his dog. He got a dog, and he named his dog Dempster. I swear to God, that's a factual statement. It's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Yeah. It's so weird because you look at the list. It's like Skip Shoemaker, Lance Berkman, Albert Pujols. That's the
one
top
of
3
these
right
things
there.
is not like the other
Yachty's
one.
there, Prince Fielder in the top 10.
Yeah.
So let's go with guys that Dempster owned. All right, so you have 2 Hall of Famers on this list. I'm gonna go minimum 10 plate appearances. Right?
Oh, if you give me a little bit more less play, like 7, I got a couple more Hall of Famers on there.
I know. I do have one with 7. Well, I think it's who you're talking about. But there's a lot of pitchers on here, obviously, and I won't name them except Glendon Rush had 16 at bats and hit 063 against you. And Glendon Rush, friend of the station,
yes.
So just got to shout him out.
Friend of Ryan Dempster.
Yes, great friend. Son Cade Rush just drafted by the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, didn't take up pitching until 3 years ago, FYI. So for all the travel ball parents out there who thinks you need to take your kid to every tournament from here to Indonesia, you don't need to do that. You can go a different route too. Back to you.
All right, so who are the two Hall of Famers? One of them hit 000, nothing against you, and the other one hit just 143.
But they're both pitchers?
No. They're position player Hall of Famers.
And this is minimum 10 at bats?
Well, one of them 7 at bats. The other
Joe
one 13.
Mauer with the 7 at bats?
No,
he got a hit.
No, Mauer's got 13 at bats. He's the 143, so he hit only 143.
A double down the line, I believe, and then a single. I also, at one point, by the way, Joe Mauer in 2 games, he was 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts, and I'm one of only 3, I believe it is, starting pitchers to ever strike him out 3 times in 1 game. Small caveat: I had a nice strike zone from Corey Blazer behind home plate.
Way to go,
it's about
Corey.
this far off the plate.
I wish you were
Thanks
a White
so much.
Sox. I wish you were a
out.
White Sox from the years 2003 to 2010 for that reason. So
Mauer
the other Hall of Famer with 7 at bats hit nothing against you. 0-0-0.
Wow, nothing against me. Hall of Famer.
Just 7 ABs.
Just 7 ABs. It's a West Coast guy then, right? It's my guess.
Well,
maybe an East
he
Coast.
bounced around a little bit. Prime years, American League catcher, but also won a World Series as a catcher.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez hit nothing against our guy Demp here.
Tony Gwynn 1 for 7. Another one sneaking
That's
in there.
awesome. All right. Other notables here: Sammy Sosa hit just 222 against Ryan Dempster.
2 homers though. Totaled 7.8 miles.
Yeah.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and like I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, I put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Wait, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on The Score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question, scale of 1 to 10? He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us.
Continuing to develop here. We obviously have some mainstay guys like Ian Happ.
Ian Happ, Cubs all-star outfielder.
And I've seen a lot of guys play the outfield, but I think he's the best left fielder that we've ever seen in a Cub uniform, and I've been here 31 years.
When all is said and done, he's going to be one of those guys that Cub fans are going to look back and say, man, he was a really good player.
Longest tenured Chicago athlete, so there's a lot of respect for that guy.
And the pitch hit high in the air, deep right center. This ball's got a chance, gone!
Now that's a no-doubter there. First pitch up and in, he didn't like it. This next pitch, he hammers this ball 2/3 of the way up the bleachers in right center. Game is tied at 5.
Gold Glove Award winner, host of the Compound Podcast.
See a little clip of me finishing with 2 hands, maybe hitting a homer 500 feet. I want to freak you out, but I've been doing it a little bit in practice.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Here's a man that probably has 5 fresh pots a day.
On 104.3 The Score.
We toast you, Ian Happ.
And we are happy to have our weekly conversation with Ian Happ, co-hosting the Compound Podcast. It is now part of Odyssey Sports. New episodes drop each Wednesday with the latest discussion on the Cubs and baseball. Download and listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Our segment with Ian is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, born in Nashville and bred in Wrigleyville. And he joins us on the hotline and on Twitch today. Twitch.tv/thescorechicago. Hey, Ian, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
It's nice to see you. Thanks for coming on Twitch.
Yes, of course.
That was I described last night's game as a mixed bag. There were reasons to be happy. There were reasons to be a little concerned. And then ultimately, I think even when you guys were trailing, before you tied it up, I felt like the Cubs were winning the game. But then unfortunately, the 10th inning kind of unraveled a bit. In the 9th inning, there were some good chances. How did you feel about it? It was almost like a movie and a game in a way.
Yeah, it was a great atmosphere last night. And I think we gave ourselves chances. And that's if we do that over and over, we're going to be fine. I think a lot of belief in this team right now, like being down 2 runs. And they have a good back end of the bullpen. The 3 guys that they threw out there in the 8th, 9th, and 10th, all really good pitchers, all have had great years. And so for us to put ourselves in a position there, Dansby with the leadoff double in the 9th was a great swing. And we had opportunities, and that's what you can ask for. You're not always going to cash them in. And I think we've done that a lot this year at Wrigley. We've cashed them in and had some big walk-off wins, come from behind wins. And so kind of feels like we're always going to win those games.
Ian, I've heard you talk about that. Like you feel like there's a moment where you're going to win the game. Be honest with us. Didn't you believe that you're definitely going to win the game once Dansby gets that leadoff double in the 9th?
Yeah. Once he was on second base, it felt like we had a real chance to win that. Conforto put a great swing on that ball and hit it deep to center, just missed it. Kind of a situation where they were obviously going to walk Pete, and then we had a couple cracks at it. But Kenley's a Hall of Famer. That's who he is. He's one of the best to ever do it. That cutter is still super unique. And it was actually in that Bregman at bat, it's like when you get to 3-0 in that situation, it actually puts you in a tougher spot because you're 3-0 with the bases loaded, and it's like if he just throws one more ball here, we win the game. And so you definitely eat the 3-0, and then that 3-1 pitch becomes very challenging. Of you want to make sure that you're in the zone. And with his cutter, you really got to be anticipating it to a spot. If you try to be really precise to make sure it's a strike, it can get on you and you can pop that thing straight up or miss it. So, Bregman did the right thing, eating those pitches and forced him to throw strikes. Is just one of those at bats that you're going to battle with him over the course of your career, and he's going to get you more than you're going to get him.
I mean, that's it, Ian. I feel like you just kind of laid it out for us. I'm feeling awesome. Up 3-0 in that count on Kenley Jansen, having watched him at this point for over 10 years, right? And I'm still thinking to myself, that's just where you want him. But he is weirdly deceptive in how long he's been at this, how his off-balance rhythm will fool hitters. I think that's a really good example because I'm falling hook, line, and sinker for him on 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy like that who has so much experience, has pitched in these big moments and has, I don't even know how many career saves, but he's up there on the all-time list. And so, when he needs to make pitches, he makes pitches. That's why he is who he is. That's why he's put together the career he has. And so I think just the at-bats to get to that point were fantastic. And all you can do is give yourself chances. And we're going to come out on top. We keep having those at-bats, and we're going to come out on top more often than not.
Ian, talk to us about the home run that you hit, because I know it's been a while since you've been, probably how you feel to be locked in, but to come up with a big hit like that in a big spot like that in the 8th inning, the 2-run homer, what was going through your mind as far as the approach and everything else and the payoff?
Yeah, I mean, I put together good at-bats during the day. I worked a walk in the first at-bat and put some good swings on balls and was seeing it well, making good decisions. And so, was trying to get a fastball in the zone that I could attack. And that one just lined up really nice. And I put a lot of good swings on pitches over the last week or so and just haven't got the results, and kind of to actually see one leave the yard and feel that flush contact was really nice.
So now we've gotten your viewpoint on the home run. We also had the call of the home run, and Rick Sutcliffe was in the booth, and he had some observations too. We want you to take a listen, Ian.
Now, the guy that was out here first, he was out here before the ushers were here today, working on hitting the ball out of the ballpark, hitting the ball hard. An opportunity to be the tying run in Ian Happ.
Pitch. Happ, deep right center. We're tied! That's how you break out of a slump. Game time, 2-run blast. Ian Happ, number 18. Brand new game, tied up at 5.
There's John Mully. Yeah, Johnny, you were out here at noon today getting it set up for that early BP. I don't know who's happier, Ian Happ or John Mully.
Or Rick Sutcliffe.
I'm right there with him. Happy days. I might have got one of the keys right. I might have got one of them.
One of 3.
I'm so happy for that, man. He has done so much for this organization, this team. Just one of those guys that's so easy to pull for. He stood there, and he doesn't normally do that, but he deserved to stand there and watch that one.
And there's the hug.
Loved hearing Rick Sutcliffe talk about this because he spotted you, Ian. He spotted you guys working early, and then what is it like hearing that just from his vantage point? How can you fill in the gaps for us?
Yeah, I mean, Sut was out there for a little bit of the early work. It was good to just get on the field early and go out there. And sometimes you just need to get out by yourself and take some swings and feel some things. And so, Bales has been grinding with me, not only through this stretch, but for a long time. So Males was definitely the happiest one in the stadium at that point. But I think, just when a guy like Sut, who has accomplished as much as he has in the game and been around the Cubs organization for as long as he has, says those things about you, it means a lot, and it carries a lot of weight, and it goes a long way. And so, I appreciate him. He's always pulling for me, and he's always been a great cheerleader throughout my career. So pretty cool to have him on the call for that, but also just when you have that kind of encouragement or those words from a guy who's been through it and seen so much, it really, it's a cool thing.
Love to hear it resonate with you. And of course, his description to us, the public, the people that are just watching. I'm curious because you're taking on a Tigers team that certainly below 500, but they've been playing well of late. 12 of 16 they've won now. And their manager, AJ Hinch, said every game is like game 7. He says we've been playing that way since May. When you play a team like the Tigers, just trying to scrap and get back to 500 and stay relevant with you, as you know, is a down American League, can you sense the desperation when you face a team like that?
No, I don't think so. I think that they have a good group. Obviously, what they were able to do last year, they were ridiculous in the second half last year, and then went all the way to would they lose in the DS in Game 5 against the Mariners? But they put together a really good season. They have a really good team, young team, with a lot of really good bats, and then they put together a great bullpen, and so that they're very capable, and it's not like you're coming into that series and saying these guys are down and out. They're a good group who's experienced winning, and I think that when a group is hot like that and has had some success and is starting to feel that this second half they've already experienced a great second half and coming back and making that push. And so that's kind of, it's part of baseball. There's going to be those teams that you play that are hot, even though their record might not look great. And so I think we played a good baseball game last night and just didn't come out on top. And, we'll go back at it today, and it's about winning series and managing that and not getting too high or low on one day.
You know what it reminded me, though, of, Ian, was pretty much that description. I immediately thought of September 2023 with you guys, where I felt like the urgency was there, even from before the trade deadline. Mike Tauchman, I think, against St. Louis just caps off what became like, oh, you guys are going to be buyers at the trade deadline. Like, let's go. And then it was living on that edge for so long. And that season with you guys, I immediately thought of when he said that.
Yeah, I think that was an example. Like I think Jed said it the other day, we were sellers until we weren't. We were sellers 2 weeks before the deadline. Like at this time in 23, it was kind of like, all right, we're going to lose a few guys. And then we ended up playing great baseball for 2 weeks. And we became buyers. And then we were, kind of invigorated and had a run in the second half. Obviously it didn't work out, but it was one of those things too. When you're playing that type of baseball for that long, the end of September can be a little bit tiring where it's like, hey, we've been playing for our lives here for 2.5 months. And I think we just kind of ran out of gas in that year. And that's what makes it tough. We had a similar experience in 19 a little bit, where we were kind of grinding so hard, 18-2, where even though we won 96 games, we were kind of, the division was kind of slipping away from us. So, when you're in and especially with this new playoff format, because so many more teams get in, when you're in that situation where you're kind of steadily in the playoff hunt and you don't have to press like that, it's definitely an easier, freer feeling for a team.
Ian Happ joining us here on Rahimi Harrison Grote, and he's going to join us for a special hour-long Chalk Talk Tuesday, August 4th, live on the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage here at the Score Studios. And we're looking forward to having you in real life. How much are you looking forward to hanging out with us?
Yeah, I'm excited to get in the studio. Will I get a set of headphones as well?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Like you guys? You get
Dude,
to rock
not
them?
only do you get headphones, you get like the Janet Jackson setup or the Britney Spears with the attached microphone.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm into that. And we've done Brick House for a few years, and so to actually get to the studio and see it and get to hang out will be great.
You're always welcome, Ian. And anything else you want to tell us? I saw you take a sip of coffee on Twitch. What's going on with Connect?
Yeah, I'm drinking the Hope Blend, supporting the Boyd's Foundation, Kingdom Home. That connected with them. It's awesome. Have quite a few bags to the house. I've been working through that. And I don't know if anybody is familiar with Hometown. It's there's like a bunch of locations in the North Shore, kind of like Glencoe, Winnetka. There's a few others. There's at least 3 now, and maybe they're expanding to 5, I think. But we're going to have our cold brew with them. So if you're in the area and want to check out Hometown and check out our cold brew on tap, we'll be doing cold brew with them. We're excited for that relationship. It's a really cool spot, and so go check that out.
Absolutely. Ian, thanks so much. And it's cool to see the gold gloves in the background. Like the swag on the Twitch background is great.
It's not a bad office. Yeah. It's not bad.
It looks very like professional and powerful.
Quality setup and background. Yeah.
Thanks, Ian. We
Thanks,
look forward
Ian.
to next week too, and have a great rest of your Tiger series.
Appreciate it, guys.
That is Ian Happ joining us live from his office, his like cool office on Twitch.
It's where all the important decisions get made.
The Gold Glove, like when you can just have one of the blank U trophies in the background, Emmy, Gold Glove, I don't know, Oscar while we're at it, something. Like Tarek School bringing both of his Cy Youngs. Like when you bring the actual hardware into it, just hammers the point home a bit.
It's the fact that he has 4 of them and working on a 5th.
It's a flex.
You're just like, hey, you wanna hold on this Gold Glove? I got some more at home at the house.
I have some good news for everybody who has a nickname for our next segment. A lot of you on our text line and in conversation say that every time we play the drop, it's halftime. To you, it sounds like it's nap time. So for you, nap time talk is on next.
It's nap time. Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. Pat Will here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Red Sox and the O's tonight in Boston, and I'm jumping on the gravy train. The Sox have won 14 games in a row, and their lineup continues to mash. In the month of July, Boston's offense is top 10 in runs scored, batting average, OPS, and stolen bases. But it's their pitching that really takes the cake. Number 1 in all of baseball in ERA in July. Let's see how historic of a run this will be. Red Sox on the money line as a small favorite. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet Smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Chicago sports fans, it's Ron Coomer. Summer baseball is in full swing, and it's the perfect time to enjoy your outdoor space. TimberTech decking is engineered with advanced innovation and resilient design to stand up to sun, rain, and years of gathering. You get the beauty of wood without sanding, staining, or splinters. Order free samples or connect with a contractor near you at TimberTech.com. TimberTech.com. TimberTech. Everything wood should be.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a
To even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. Like, that's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, the fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. Like, how does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by
Right.
that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, like, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband.
I was gonna say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in Oklahoma City he did a headband
we
thing.
might have had that.
It would be. Would he do like the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
mind.
like I said, like,
Literally.
I'm a long-haired hooper. Like, people call me the Giddey on a pickup court. Like, when I play, like, I have to have the hairband or else, like, it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said that this is a common topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product. Well, the Bulls heard your question, Robbie.
Heard.
And they have something for you. This
What?
is courtesy of Josh Giddey, his sister, and the Bulls.
What is this?
Whoa.
What do we have here?
What do
oh
ye
my
have?
God.
What do ye have for us today?
No way. I got the hair product. Let's go. I'm running out too, so hell yeah.
Is there a note? Is there a note?
There's a
Read the note
here.
and hold it up for the camera.
There's
right
a
here,
note.
Robbie.
There's a note.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, here's a note. No way.
Oh boy.
Robbie, for keeping the flow fresh this season, Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Hell yeah.
Oh,
Josh
they
Giddey,
gave
that's
you a
why you're
card?
absolutely
Hold
the
on,
best.
I'm going to go down there and see Robbie right now. He might be overwhelmed. I'll be right back.
You're going to
gonna
go
faint.
check on him? Throw that headset, Hawk. Go get out
Wow.
there.
Josh Giddey, this is why you're the best. And because of this hair, that's why he's averaging a triple-double and will be averaging. And that's why he will be an all-NBA player by the end of the year and an all-star.
Robbie, you doing okay?
What is the
Thank you very much.
product?
Am I
Can you
Todd
tell us
Frazier?
what the product is?
Yeah, what's the product
Oh,
called?
This is called
he's gotten a hug from Mark
Muck.
Grote.
M-U-K, raw muck styling mud. I got to take a whiff of this. Hold on real quick.
Is it Australian?
It's got to be.
It's halftime here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, and it was a mixed bag of baseball yesterday. The White Sox lost Kyle Teal, which stinks, but they took it to Jacob deGrom, which was awesome. So now I'm kind of in the middle about it because I don't know what's happening with Kyle Teal. I feel the same way about the Cubs game. Jameson Taillon allowed some home runs. He said he wasn't rusty. I kind of think he was. He settled down. They got back in the game. Then they got out of the game, and I got fooled by Kenley Jansen, as I've been doing for some 14 years.
Trent Thornton got knocked out of the game.
Trent Thornton got hit with a comebacker. That looked pretty bad. Ian Happ's like, no, 3-0 is not where you want to be on Kenley. And I'm like, not me. I'd have been swinging every time.
I would have been leaning in every time. You give me the 3-0 on Kenley, I'm just leaning into all the pitches.
But that's the thing. He's so damn deceptive. And he's 38. It's not like you don't know. And still I'm like, oh, but what about this? And that's why I'm not a major league hitter. That's the only reason. Me versus Kenley Jansen.
Small strike zone, though.
Yeah, there is that. That is not the only reason I'm not a major league hitter, by the way.
It's halftime.
We talk a lot about naps on our show because the shift kind of dictates a nap. We work a split shift essentially here on RHG. We wake up, we go to work. You and I, Marshall, both kind of catch up, see if there's anything we missed in our research the night before. Then we have a couple of hours free during the middle of the day, and then we have to watch the games at night. So you would think that somewhere in there, it might be time for a little nap.
Layla, I took a lovely nap yesterday because I knew I had to go to dinner. And if I'm going to dinner, that means I'm going to be out past my bedtime. So, yeah.
Friday after the show, I took a nap that was so bad that I thought I was waking up to go to work again.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. So, of course, when I came across this stat from the Instagram account InstaSingle, which isn't really about being single anymore, it's just like interesting stuff. regular daytime naps may be linked to slower brain aging by up to 6.5 years. The study suggests. It's one thing if it's a year or two. 6.5? Researchers analyzed genetic and health data from nearly 379,000 adults in the UK. All you guys got time to take naps? And according to a study, people with a genetic tendency toward regular daytime napping had larger total brain volumes and a trait that is associated with healthier brain aging. The findings suggest that habitual napping sounds like a great job, may help preserve brain volume, with the difference being comparable to brains that appear 2.6 to 6.5 years younger. That is a wild stat. 6.5 years on an age expectancy is statistically significant by a lot.
My favorite part about this study is that it's not a small sample. 378,932 participants.
That's the real question here. How are all of you guys in the UK having this time to nap? Don't you drink a lot of tea all the time? Tea has caffeine.
You forget. They also have Holiday. So they got...
Holiday?
Yeah. I was like, what? First time I heard about Holiday, I was probably like 20 years old. I was like, wait, what?
I know about the movie The Holiday. It's shown on E! often. It's a rom-com
Who's
classic.
in that one?
It's Cameron Diaz and Kate Winslet and Jude Law.
Is that where they switch places?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that one.
It comes on at the holidays.
I love a good
lot.
rom-com.
It's going to challenge the Bears Hallmark movie for a rotation of holiday movie watching.
We forgot to ask Clay if he's in the movie.
We need to ask Clay about. We need to talk. We need to have an extensive holiday movie conversation with Clay and with Gabe Ramirez about this Bears
That's fair.
Hallmark movie.
Maybe do a holiday review.
People are sending me like updates of the shooting on social media. They're sending me they're tagging me in posts around town where they're filming, and I'm like, thank you for this very important reporting.
I did tell you about the fake Chris Kendall market, right?
Yes.
That they made.
Should we have gone to that one?
No.
You guys know I wanted all of us to have dates at Chris Kendall Market, and poor Robbie was gonna have to carry all of our drinks and write everything down, and then he left to go work for Danny Parkins in New York. Pretty quickly after that suggestion, actually.
Left the big city to go to an even bigger city.
Yes, and now we give Robbie hell because his Instagram story is just him constantly not believing he's in New York. And Grote's really annoyed.
I think he has a girlfriend now, too.
Robbie, of course he does. He's a likable guy. I love our team.
Former teammates?
Yeah, all of it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm always happy when the team is doing well. Robbie's out in the Hamptons, but the bottom line is Robbie taking naps? Because if so, he's probably got 6.5 more years on his life based on this accurately done study.
I think Robbie's he's good for another 70, 80 years.
Yeah, I think so. Gen X are on his side and his family too, it would appear. So that is your nap time news. For all of you who love to call the segment sounding like it's halftime, it's nap time.
It's nap time.
It's nap time.
So if you need it to be nap time for you, you live longer, and I think that's a good thing. And maybe you're happier during the day. I don't believe in that whole never go to bed angry thing, because a lot of times I was just tired. And that's why I was angry.
Is just tired higher or lower ranked than just hungry?
For me, tired. Always.
Okay.
Yeah, I have
Being
the
tired makes you
metabolism
more-
of a sloth.
Okay.
I have the metabolism of an inanimate object.
Well, the metabolism, I'm just saying, a lot of people oh, you're so angry. No, you were just hungry and now you're fine.
Yeah, I'm not hungry. I'm typically just sleepy and tired.
Okay.
If I stop moving, sometimes I fall asleep. I'm not going to lie. I had to make myself stay awake.
It's a good thing
for the 10th
Grote's
inning.
not here. He'd be like, sleepy Layla, sleepy Layla.
And he messes with you about it because of Vegas.
Yeah.
I stayed awake in Vegas and you went to sleep.
I know how much rest I need.
And then I wonder why I'm always tired. It's like a treadmill life. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets that are general admission to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more at Riot Fest on Saturday, September 19th. For tickets and more info, go to riotfest.org. Tickets are provided by Riot Fest. Coming up next, it is time for 5 on It, and Ray has broken out some meters that I'm somewhat scared of here. There's a lot of controversial meters on this thing. We'll do it next.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
What, spell it again, Robbie?
M-U-K.
M-U-K, raw muck.
That doesn't sound like a hair product.
They
but
won't
I
let me
believe
open
him.
it. Oh, God, this is expensive if they won't let me open it.
I love it.
Robbie is opening the hair product that
Oh
Josh
my
Giddey and the
God.
Bulls gave
Take a
him.
whiff of that.
Does
What
it
does it
smell
like?
Smells Australian is what it smells.
Smells like a triple-double.
Like a kangaroo.
Yeah, this is fancy smelling right here.
Well, I guess I have to put it in my hair
Does
then.
it smell like something else? Is it eucalyptus scented? If we're speaking of Australia, like what is it?
I can't put my finger on it. We're gonna pass it around, and everyone can describe it for themselves.
Take a little dab. Put a little bit in your beard. Let's see how it looks, Ray. Yeah,
We're all
put a
going to
little bit
get
in
a
there.
whiff of the Josh Giddey hair product. So,
Yeah.
how kind of the Bulls and Josh Giddey to
Thanks,
give you this
Bulls.
hair product that Josh Giddey uses. That was not the goal of the interview. Robbie was not trying to get this hair
Well.
product. He's applying the product now through his hair with his fingers.
It looks like a.
How does it feel?
A thing of ranch dressing.
Now, this thing is thick, and I understand now why his
That's
hair is
what-
so firm, because, oh my God, this stuff
it's
is
like
really
a
thick.
citrusy smell.
It smells unbelievable.
I'm going to pass this to Marshall. To see
Thank
what
you
he
to the
thinks.
Chicago Bulls. Thank you, Josh Giddey. You gained a fan for life.
20 years ago,
Yesterday.
I was there.
20 years ago, yesterday.
20 years
that's
ago,
how this surfaced.
back in Tucson, Tucson, as Uncle Terry would say.
Good old Pima County.
And remember that what happened is Frank got hurt during the championship run. He was an important part of that run, and he helps them win a World Series ring. He was hurt during the playoffs. He threw out the first pitch. And so it was like you have this like culminating moment, and then there was a contract dispute because there was a diminishing skills clause put into Frank's contract, and Frank didn't like that, and he felt disrespected. He ends up going to the Oakland A's, and he talked about how well he was treated at the A's and how poorly he had been treated by the White Sox. And as you can imagine, this caught the ear and eye of one Kenny Williams. And then Kenny said this.
Believe me, it's not easy to deal with an idiot. And this man, over the course of the years, has tried my patience and tried it. And we don't miss him, by the way. And if you go out there and you ask any one of my players out there, any one of my staff members, we don't miss him. We don't miss the attitude. We don't miss the bitching and the whining. We don't miss it. Good riddance. See you later. He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business. Matter of fact, I don't need to be talking to you guys. I'll say what I have to say to him directly.
Have you talked to Jerry? I know it's still early in the morning. Have you talked to Jerry about this story?
No, I haven't talked to him. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of guys around here that have been with the White Sox organization for, I'm one of them, damn near all my coaches, for 20 some odd years. And Jerry's he is like a second father to a lot of us. For these backhanded comments, actually, I guess they're not even backhanded anymore. They're full frontal smashes right in our face. For these to keep coming, and again, for him to turn his back on all the things that Jerry has done, and this guy, of all people.
So, okay, here's the thing, and I love it because inside the Twitch, the experience that we had with young Sean and young Alex happened. People are like, wait, what? This was said about Frank Thomas?
Even Connor in the Twitch chat, like, it's the first time I've heard the full clip of it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are now getting the context. Now look, Kenny no longer works for the organization.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
I am getting to that. Kenny is probably really enjoying not having to deal with the day-to-day operations of running the White Sox anymore. But imagine you're Frank, okay? And I get it. It's hard to imagine that you're one of the best baseball players that ever lived. But imagine you're Frank. And
6'5", you're handsome.
Yeah. She'll like it too. Now look, you remember this. You remember that one of the last things of you being around the White Sox was your friend and your former boss just going off, calling you stupid, saying no one's going to miss you, saying all of this stuff. The White Sox had just won the World Series
5 months prior.
Things were supposed to be bubbly
and so
at this point.
They get Jim Thome in and they have Paul Konerko. So there's really no place for Frank to go. By the way, that may have been the best White Sox team
on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score! I got 5.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score.
I got 5 on it.
Number 1.
On a scale of 1 to 10 on the disappointment meter, trademark, where would you rate the Cubs losing to the Tigers 8-6 in 10 innings? All this after Ian Happ tied the game with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th.
Man, it's high for me. It's like 7.5. And I think it's just because of how we lost a lot of good men out there. There were a lot of opportunities to win that ball game. Jamison Tyone settled down. They decided to use 7 relievers. Who's available today? You and me? Is it you and me out of the bullpen? Panic. The Cubs kept coming back. They kept having enough at-bats to be able to win the game. Then, like Ian Happ said, I'm all thinking everything's peachy keen over here with the bases loaded against Kenley Jansen when you're up 3-0 in the count. No, never mind. Cutter, yada, yada, yada. Inning over. And then, unfortunately, defensive miscues, which are rare for this team. So it was high for me. It was 7.5. Who's available today in the pen? Seriously. And then, as we said, it just sets you up for a tough situation in games 2 and 3 because you could have taken game 1 and now Peterson goes out there. How many innings is David Peterson going to have to go? That becomes the real question.
He better go 6.
That's it. So see what I mean? Like suddenly you're so close and then you're so far away. But really it was because of all the friends we had lost along the way here.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to put it at an even 5 because it is disappointing, but sometimes you just lose games like this. I mean...
No, they don't. They have the most walk-offs. I was like, yes, bottom of the 9th, let's rock. Dansby Swanson's like, I hear you, Layla. Boom, double.
Boom, double?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's why it's a 5 for me. They've won a lot of walk-off games, more than anybody in Major League Baseball. They were at 10 and counting. And when your starting pitcher gives up 4 runs on the first 4 hitters, you don't usually win the game.
No, I mean, that was the other buzzkill. Like 5 minutes in, I'm like, wait, I just turned this game on.
And while they fought hard, I don't discount who the Tigers are and how good they are as a baseball team fighting for their playoff lives. And
both teams played hard.
Both teams played hard. Somebody had to win. It went to extra innings. Like, it is disappointing. Don't get me wrong. But, like, I've seen a lot more disappointing Cubs games this season.
Clunkers. Yeah.
You couldn't get a hit with runners in scoring position. That wasn't the case here. You didn't show any power. That wasn't the case here. Guys have been in these terrible slumps. That wasn't the case here. It was just the other team played better than you and made one more play than you did. And, of course, the defensive miscue by Nico Horner doesn't happen all the time. So it's just felt, I don't want to say fluky because it wasn't flukish. Detroit earned the win. But both teams did play hard.
Rasheed Wallace was correct, usually when he said it.
She'd had a point.
You know what else he used to also say? And this kind of speaks to that too. Ball don't lie. And in the 10th inning, sadly, ball did not lie.
Ball did not lie.
No, it was really, yeah. It's 8! Up to an 8. Ball don't lie tells a lot of truths, Marshall. I need more Summer League again. How about our guy Yaxel?
Oh my goodness. MVP Yaxel, Summer League MVP
Yaxel?
Yaxel?
All he's doing is playing the games that he's been told to play. He don't care about his ceiling or his floor. He's just out here winning.
All right, here's question number 2.
Well, I'm way too emotionally involved in Summer League.
Summer League's the best.
Did I watch the Lakers game with Summer League? Yes, I did. Yep.
No surprise. No surprise.
Confession.
Summer League's the best. What's the worst is we got some injury news about Kyle Teal again yesterday. So that was the bad White Sox news, but they did win the game. So question number 2 is, what was your favorite part of the White Sox 10-3 win over the Rangers?
It was no doubt rattling the cage of Jacob deGrom early. It was not a doubt in my mind. When you're working 8-pitch at bats and then after the double and 9-pitch at bat, there was only one way to get to that man, and you figured it out. Like, he's, as I said, he's dominant not just in his whip, which was a 1.01 entering that game, but it is the way he is able to determine the timing of a game. He will mow you down, and the White Sox were like, nuh-uh. We're going to work you for some pitches here. We're going to walk to start the game. And the first inning may not be fruitful, but we'll get you later because we got you early. And that's exactly what happened.
I think my favorite moment of the game was Andrew Benintendi saying, 2 outs, ace on the mound. I'm celebrating 10 years of Major League service time today. Let me celebrate in style, 3-run double to make it a 5-2 White Sox lead.
Andrew Benintendi is batting .300 with 7 extra base hits and 12 RBIs in his last 16 games.
He's had quite the run, even larger than that, because he's been good for about 2 good months now.
Andrew Benintendo out here playing like a video game.
He's one of the reasons why the loss of Munetaka Murakami did not have a worse effect on the White Sox, because he's been out here playing up to his contract. Dare I say that, Layla?
I think that contract, he's outplayed the contract. The contract was cheap. It was just the fact that it was more expensive to the White Sox. He outplayed that.
It's the biggest free agent contract they've ever given up.
Yeah, I know. He had 20 home runs last year. There were years where he didn't, but now that contract looks like a very reasonable buy.
So I'm a big WAR guy, wins above replacement.
You are.
And yet when I see him have a negative .1 WAR, it doesn't feel like a negative .1 WAR. He's hitting .244. He's got a .307 on base percentage. He's slugging .430. His OPS is .736. And I get it. It sounds very
pedestrian.
That's a great way to put it. But in the grand scheme of things, if you take into account the fact that he hit .211 in April and March, and since then, in May, .256 batting average with a lacking slug. But in June, .284, .365, .97 is the slash. That's .957 OPS. He's been good, and when he's been good, the team has been winning. I give Andrew Benintendi credit. That was my favorite moment of the game, because he's out here grinding on a team that, I don't know if you know, he's been a big part of the reason why they've, lost as many games they've lost the last 3 seasons. He was on each of those 100 lost teams.
Oh, I'm aware.
5 on it.
Number 3.
It's 5 on it on 104.3 The Score with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Here's question number 3. During his conversation yesterday with, here on the show, Sox Machine host Josh Nelson laid this scenario out for Marshall Harris and Mark Grote about Munetaka Murakami's free agency.
Here's the fear for White Sox fans. Freddie Freeman's contract also expires at the same time, meaning the Los Angeles Dodgers will be in need of a power-hitting first baseman. And if you do not think that Shohei Ohtani will play recruiter this offseason with Murakami, you are sorely mistaken.
Look at his face.
That is Josh Nelson with Marshall Harris and Mark Grote. Mark Grote talking about Marshall Harris' face.
Look at his face.
As Josh Nelson of Sox Machine laid out that nightmare scenario. So here's the question. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the nightmare meter, trademark, where would you rate the idea of Murakami leaving the South Side and signing with the Dodgers?
10. Because when I saw that clip, I knew exactly what Josh Nelson was putting down. Exactly. And if you think the Dodgers haven't already thought about it, all the noises Grote was making, they were appropriate.
I don't like your laughter in this situation.
It's
Look
not
at his face.
It's not my fault. I don't cheer for the Dodgers, but I know what they do. That's why I was so excited about Kenley Jansen yesterday being down 3-0 to Alex Bregman. Same idea. Just when you think you've got them where you want them, or you've gotten a piece that they still don't have, they're like, look at our timeline.
Freddie Freeman is a future Hall of Famer. Freddie Freeman has 2,536 hits.
That's this early.
2,536.
This early in his career.
Oh, no. It's not early in Freddie Freeman's career. That's the problem. The problem is this is his age 36 season. Next year will be his age 37 season.
He's getting to 3,000.
Okay, can he get to 3,000 with the Dodgers? That's all I'm asking.
But that's my point is I still think he's got another contract in him. That's why I said this early. I think Freddie Freeman easily plays until 39.
Okay, but is he going to play in Los Angeles? Can a guy who's been an all-star every year he's been in LA and who's already won multiple championships with the Dodgers, would you trade him in for a newer, younger model? Despite the fact
I'm not the person to ask here. Our audience is men 25 to 54. A lot of them
I know
have
women
said
who
yes.
have turned in their old models for new models.
A lot of those dudes have said yes.
So he'll be 38 in 2028, which will be the first year of a new contract.
My ex-husband married older.
And the reason I made
Than
the
me.
face that I made yesterday, Layla, and the face that I guess I'm still making a little bit today is just, it's everything not to roll my eyes at this notion that the Dodgers can just look at Freddie Freeman and be like, all right, you're still a fine hitter, you and your 844 OPS.
It's that part.
But we can get a guy who will make our guy Shohei happy. Oh, and some of these other guys, I don't know, Yoshinobu, like there's other Japanese players on the team as well.
Yamamoto. He's been pitching pretty well.
Sasaki.
That guy. Yeah, Roki.
He just threw a complete game on Sunday.
I was being sarcastic. He's very good.
I know. I'm just emphasizing what you're talking about.
He's my favorite Dodgers pitcher, actually.
So it pains me, and the nightmare. It's a 10. Okay, scratch that. It's an 11.
You know what? The Dodgers are basically like Trey Songz. It's Mr. Steal Your Girl.
I don't like it.
He tells you, like Usher. Usher's going to tell you what's happening. You can't stop it.
Number 4.
Here's question number 4. Give me your projected.
You're laughing because you know it's. You know what I'm saying about Usher.
Yes,
I feel like y'all aren't giving me the support I need in a time like
I'm
this.
sorry,
Is Usher giving people support?
But the top free agents.
You went to his show.
The top free agents in baseball are all going to the residency in Las Vegas. And yes, Layla is right. They are Usher. They are serenading the free agents. They're serenading Murakami.
Might as well just make Usher the GM of the Dodgers.
Are they going to sign Scooball in the offseason?
The Dodgers are going into the crowd with the roses and serenading these guys.
Are they going to sign Scooball in the offseason?
I think they're going to do whatever they want to do, unfortunately. But we move on to some basketball. Give me your projected top 3 scorers in order on the Bulls roster next season.
Did you guys just see that Caleb Wilson made all Summer League first team? What? I just came across. Are we still
Who else
talking?
is on the team?
Am I
Who else
still
is on the
talking
team?
about the Summer League?
I want to know who else is on the
Bulls
first team
posted.
All Summer League.
Let's see. All Summer League.
Oh my
first
goodness!
time.
I didn't even know that was a thing until you. I knew there was
This
an
must
MVP.
be- this must be a new thing.
Is it a tournament? If the answer is yes, they're going to do all the tournament things.
So then we get a banner out here.
Not
for whoever
for
wins
one
it all.
guy. Okay, so the
Does he get a flag?
2020, the 2026 NBA All Summer League first team features the following standout prospects as named by the league.
Loser.
Yes. Okay.
Lindebor.
Let me see. Yeah. Yaxel's on here. He should be. Yaxel did his job. Okay, so is this the league name or is this the CBS? All Summer League teams, top 4 picks, all show out in Vegas. Cavs second rounder shines. Bucks have MVP. No, this is the CBS story. I need the real one.
Did it just drop?
NBA PR for the win. Okay. Sorry, I just saw the Bulls post. The All Summer League first team is this: Cameron Boozer, Braden Burries, Yaxel Lindeborg, Malik Thomas, and Caleb Wilson. I mean, that's pretty good, friends. That's pretty good. How do we feel about that?
I have questions.
About what?
Questions about Braden Burries.
Well, your other boys didn't play much, you know. That's the other hard part of this.
Yeah, no.
Like, Caleb is like, I'm playing these games.
No. I get that part. I'm worried about Braden Burries. Like, is he going to be a problem and thorn in the side of the Bulls for the next 10 to 15 years?
Probably.
Okay. Let me ask you a better question.
Nuck if you buck.
Is Dalen Swain going to be a problem and a thorn in the side of the Bucks for the next 10 to 15 years? Why are you making that face, Layla?
I think we need to see more out of Dalen Swain to know the answer.
Okay, but back to our question. Top 3 scorers, rank them. Who's the leading scorer on the Bulls next season, Layla?
Probably Giddy. Yeah, let's be honest. And then it's probably Modest after that, and then it's probably Caleb Wilson. And it's just a matter of how you have those 3 in order. I think there's going to be a lot of lobs. And by I think I'm telling the Bulls to do that for me.
Okay.
Guys, I'm going to need you to lob.
Our 3 players are going to be very different.
Really?
I think it's going to be fun. I think
Giddy's up. Giddy will probably lead in assists, too, now that I think about it.
That's why I don't think he's going to lead in points. I think he's going to be running the show. He'll be a scorer.
I think he's going to be in the top 3.
Nope.
Really?
Number 1 scorer on the Bulls next season is going to be Caleb Wilson. He's getting all the shots.
Man, if
he's getting all the shots.
If the 3s are there like we saw, I don't blame you for saying that.
Number 2 is someone you didn't even mention.
Probably.
Norman Powell.
Ooh, Norman Powell.
Because he can light it up.
He can.
And he's going to get to shoot all the 3s he wants.
I forgot about that. Yeah, Norm's probably on the list, yeah.
And number 3, taking another step forward, Modest Buzelis. So Josh Giddey will be the 4th leading scorer on the Bulls next season.
I am way too early in asking this question. But if we love basketball as we do.
Sickos. We're sickos.
Is Giddey playing the entire season with the Bulls? Very attractive contract to a lot of teams. Attractive skill set.
I don't think they're moving him. Because who's going to play point guard?
Don't worry about that.
We know what that looks like when he doesn't play point guard. And you can't finish in the bottom 3 anymore. You can't outright tank anymore. The goal is to not finish in the bottom 3.
I mean, given the depth chart, they have enough to play point.
They have one other point guard on the roster.
Yeah, he'd start.
I don't know if I feel like Trey Jones should be starting.
Trey NBA crazy theory over here, me.
Okay.
Trey Jones could start at the point. The better question is who's behind him.
No. He could start at the point, but as you just said, who's behind him?
All right, we've gotten way into the weeds, and we have another question. And that is the danger of talking about Summer League here on Team Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Why are we like this? I'm more excited to talk about basketball now almost than I was during the actual playoffs.
Well, because the Bulls weren't in the playoffs.
I liked all the teams that were.
I didn't like all the teams.
Number 5.
Well, we're not done with basketball just yet. Question number 5. Final one on 104.3 The Score. 5 on it. What happens first? LeBron James will pick his next NBA team, or White Sox slugger Munetaka Murakami hits a home run?
Okay, I like it because it's an immediate question. But I actually think that with Kumar Rocker having a 4.40 ERA and sporting a 2-8 record,
You're calling your shot?
I like Munet's chances here.
Tonight?
Tonight. He's my pick to click and the answer to question number 5.
Wow.
Hell yeah, Layla.
So here's
See
what's
ball,
interesting.
hit ball, baby.
Do you remember that time Mune went a lot of games, and I do mean a lot of games,
Nope.
without hitting a double?
I don't believe it happened in my life, and actually it did. It was the first stretch of games for him, actually.
And so what I've noticed that's a little bit different is that this man played 34 games before he hit his first double. He hit his first double of the season in his 35th game. He now has 7 doubles on the season, including multiple doubles since the All-Star break.
It's made me very happy.
So maybe more doubles are on the way and less home runs, and therefore LeBron James makes a decision in the next couple of days and Mune doesn't go yard. I'm going to go with LeBron.
I thought that I was wild out here on 5
got
on
wild?
it
You think
today.
I'm wild?
No. 312 on our text line.
What do you say?
Giddy will get hurt, always does. Trade Buzelis for a point guard.
Do you have a name in mind?
Why are we
312?
like this? Why? I'm not even mad. It was the likely discussion point after our
It's fair.
I didn't watch enough basketball is really what I'm realizing in this moment.
But So
or maybe I watched too much Summer League. Was that it? Did I watch too much Summer League?
Is there such a thing? Why would you say that phrase?
Well, I suggested last week leading our show with Summer League for the plot, and you guys talked me off of that ledge. And I actually kind of think it would have been funny, but very inside.
It would have been funny, but it would have been inside basketball.
People got so mad. Like, somebody was very complainative. I've been doing more Facebook videos lately, whatever. Do you know how to post videos to Facebook? And somebody was complaining about how we need to reassess our lives for watching so much Summer League. And I was like, my favorite part about talking about sports for a living is people complaining about us talking about sports for a living.
They want to control what sports you talk about and when and how and where and why.
I'm going to venture that that's not the only thing they want to control about you and I. Ooh. But that's another conversation for another day. Trading Buzelis, I like that you're wild over here in your trade thoughts, but I just don't like the idea. But if I'm gonna throw Giddey out there, then what are we doing? We're just living free and easy in the NBA streets. Mooney's hitting a home run. You think LeBron does it? You really think LeBron decides?
I'm surprised at your answer.
My answer?
Yeah, I would think you're the guy that projected him to hit all the homers.
He's gonna hit all the. He's still gonna hit all the homers, but LeBron's coming up with something in the next 48 hours.
These guys are making me laugh. Patrick Engage Park says can't trade Giddey if he turns into Jaylen Brown. Let's go.
Shout out to my cousin Alex. My cousin Alex said that LeBron was waiting for the World Cup to end, so all eyes can be on him. That was my cousin Alex's
theory.
The
World Cup's been over now.
It's not a bad theory.
But the World Cup's been over.
I can't say what I called the Final Four, can I?
Oh, no, you can't. For Score After Hours. Score in the Dark.
You kind of already know if I said what I... No. Okay. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, let's bring in a guy who always is in on a good joke and probably laughs at me being slightly crazy today. Jay Zawoski, our former producer on the Midday Show, hosted the CHGO Blackhawks podcast and the I'm Fat podcast. It is State Fair time, people. You got to start getting ready now.
Let's talk that hockey.
Yeah, we need to. Next. Patrick Kane.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos. Because, you know.
Aww.
Yeah, we love, you know, I like sending them to Grote.
I love when you send them.
They're just a baby. And then I came across this from KARK in Arkansas.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year, one of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names with more than 200,000 votes helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten. And just as he started like developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With like just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So cheddar cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of like, I love having my butt scratched. So he would like present his butt, and then it got to a point where like you would do like bongo drums with it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Getting that email today was a shock. Was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day, trying to figure out like, oh my gosh, what do I do? And no, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go like, Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that.
Cheddar.
Bravo.
Big booty cheeseburger.
Chet-
Shout out.
And he's an orange cat.
Orange
he's
cat.
very fluffy.
Aw.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Aw.
The other winners, dog name Internet Browser.
Internet browser.
I don't know why that says.
Come here, browser.
Internet Browser. And then for exotic pet name, there appears to be an iguana or a Gila monster, and his name is Space Cowboy.
Space Cowboy.
The Arkansas news reporter. He goes,
Bob.
What about Big Booty?
What about Big Booty?
Thanks, Bob.
It's the question of our times, really.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Yeah, man. I thought they were going to say
You also
ate
heard
cheeseburgers,
some.
too.
You heard some Forced news anchor laughing there too.
Big
Gotta have that.
booty.
Gotta have that fake laughter. I live in a high rise, and I'm sitting in my place. There's at least one other cat on the floor, and I was hearing meowing.
What? Showdown.
I know. They haven't met yet. No play dates, nothing like that. But I'm hearing meowing, and I'm like, oh boy, poor kitty. Like their parents probably aren't home, and then it's getting louder and louder in the hallway. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Dave. I left Dave in the hallway. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like laying down, kind of calling it a night. I had put Dave out in the hallway, and I forgot he was out there. And usually I'd lodge the door open so he can get in and out. I had locked him out. And so he's out there meowing. I'm like, boy, that poor cat out there.
He's just a baby.
Yeah, bad owners out there they're not home for their cat. And I'm like, oh man, that's my cat.
Oh my God.
And he looked at me like, bro, you just left me. His tail was all puffy. He was so upset with me for about 5 minutes.
Oh my God, his tail was puffy?
All puffed because he was freaked out. Because usually he can come in and, like, if there's a sign, a hint of somebody coming up on the elevator or a door open, that cat dashes back in. But I left him out. He is a scaredy cat.
So did you keep the door open, then you forgot?
I forgot, and I shut the door right in
his
I slammed it in his face, laid down on my couch, heard cat sounds that I thought I was blaming other bad cat owners. I'm like, oh, that's mine.
Walking around the apartment. Dave, can you believe these cats just out here?
Kind of. I was
Wait a second.
in my own mind, I was judging other cat owners while I was the bad cat owner.
Dave, aren't you glad I'm not one of them owners?
Yeah. You and I got a thing, bro.
I don't think Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger would approve of this.
I don't think he moves, though. I don't think Cheddar Cheeseburger Cat would want to go in my hallway. He'd want to sit on the couch.
Cheddar Big Booty ain't going out that door.
No, he's not.
Big Booty?
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger did move around, but he was like a very large, fluffy cat.
Living his best life. And
Yeah.
why not? Like, that's always a question. Do I keep my cat healthy or let him live a shorter life but be happier? This is what cat owners go through.
Yeah, I mean, all of us as well. Like,
Right.
you
Humans,
know,
too.
The concept of I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Right.
I will seek out more Matt Patricia content.
Okay.
And that is my confession.
All right.
He had thoracic outlet
10
syndrome.
our fathers, by the way, for that.
Oh, for the
You're good.
shoulder.
You're
How many
clear.
bears?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many? Because that's the absolution I'm looking for. How many bears?
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
We are the best show in this town to have the coach and or quarterback sit right here.
Because we're here for a good time.
We are here for a good time. We're fun. We're funny. We're serious sometimes. Sometimes we cry. Sometimes we laugh. Like, this is perfect.
If you wanted a high chance of a drink spilled all over the studio, we are definitely your people.
Middays 10 to 2
Maybe we're the show for you.
on 104.3 The Score.
As they say in hockey, let's do that hockey.
You know, of course, you want both sides to be happy with the term, like you said, and you know, I think it came to that pretty quick, and I think both of us feel pretty good about the length of it, and I think you've kind of seen that more with maybe the 5-year deal coming out of the first one. So I think we were both comfortable with it, and I'm happy where it ended up, of course.
That is Connor Bedard talking about his 5-year, $75 million contract extension, $15 million annual AAV running through the 2030-31 season. That said, we are happy to bring on longtime friend of the show, former producer here on the Midday Shift, now the host of the CHGO Blackhawks podcast and the I'm Fat podcast, Jay Zawaski, at Jay Zawaski on Twitter, and he joins us on our hotline and on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago. Jay, you're very clean shaven, and I love to see it, but someday I would like you to bring back the mustache. It's still an emote on our Twitch chat. Did you know that?
I did not know that. My wife threatened me. I did this for a fundraiser we did at CHGO for Big Brothers Big Sisters, and she said, if you come home with a mustache, just don't come home. So
wow,
I normally agree with Hope on everything. This is the thing we don't agree on.
Is it that serious for her?
She thinks it looks like I would not be allowed around a Chuck E. Cheese, if you know what I'm saying. If I've got a mustache. So look, I prefer to stay married. I don't know what my prospects would be at age 48 beyond my current situation. Not that I'm searching or looking anyway. I'm very, very happy. So I want to keep it that way.
I think they would be good, but I also think Hope is great. So yeah, I could see where that would be an issue. A lot of people on our Twitch chat are now posting the emote of you with the mustache in case you want to be reminded.
Oh, I have it handy for when we have some disagreements and I would like to pour a little gasoline on the fire. I can always pull the mustache picture out and send it to my wife just as a reminder of this could come home someday.
That is dirty. that is dirty work out of you.
I left town and when I came back, he had a mustache and I was like, "Who are you?"
You know what? Sometimes you need a change. So, Jay, I feel you on that. Sometimes I might grow my hair back out. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's not. That's a lie.
I'm not. Look, the Blackhawks, we would like to see them grow in the right direction because hockey was a thing here. And it feels like even with a guy of Connor Bedard's status, it just hasn't been a thing. What has to change this season, especially knowing that Connor Bedard is now going to miss the start of the season after surgery?
Yeah, well, it's taking more patience than I think people were ready to give the Blackhawks. And I think just for I know, the vast majority of people listening are probably not like diehard Blackhawks fans. So just for some context, like the real rebuild, like when Kyle Davidson took this thing over, burned it to the ground and started from zero, started in 2022. That's not that long ago, but they haven't made the playoffs in almost a decade now. So it feels a lot longer. It feels a lot more painful, and it is, and it has been a long time. I think this year you should start to see some significant growth from the young players that the Blackhawks have drafted and developed beyond Connor Bedard, right? Like you have Anton Frandl finished the season with the Hawks last year, played 12 games, had 9 points, hit the post a few times, looked really, really good. They're bringing over Roman Kancharov, who's a draft pick, who led the KHL in scoring in Russia. So they've got these young players ready to take this next step in their careers. And it's just a matter of them getting the opportunity in the NHL and growing. And I know it's taken a long time, but they are right there, right? Like this year, had Bedard been healthy, you'd probably be talking about maybe sniffing a playoff spot towards the end of the year. If he's missing a quarter of the season, that's going to be harder to do, but they should still be in a lot of games this year. And you should see definite signs of what Kyle Davidson was trying to do this year. This should really be the first time where you see the vision starting to come to life.
Well, I think that's the thing, Jay, is I remember the Blackhawks underperforming to Vlad Tarasenko at the times, the Nashville Predators, and I did not think that was going to be the last gasps of Blackhawks playoff hockey since we've seen it. And I understand it takes a while to rebuild because of how bad the cap is. But, Kyle Davidson has taken some big swings lately. The Byram trade and then ultimately extending him. That was an expensive one. And, that seems to have been a flashpoint. Extending Connor Bedard was the right move. But I think this is the year where the patience out of a very patient Hawks fan base might actually start to crack a bit.
Well, yeah, and there was a lot of mixed opinions about the Bowen Byram trade, and I think whatever you think of it, did he pay him too much? Was the term of the trade too expensive? Regardless of that, what that indicated to me and to most people was this is Kyle Davidson saying it's time to take the next step. He's not interested in the 4th overall pick again. He wants to get a guy who's 25 years old, who's been an important part of good teams, who's already won a Stanley Cup on this team, on the roster, in the lineup. Day one. Now, that trade happened before Connor Bedard got hurt, so it does change things a little bit. But the Byram trade, more than anything, tells me, and should tell Hawks fans, like Kyle Davidson's tired of this too, and he recognizes, I can only stack draft picks for so long. At some point, I've got to move this thing forward, and the Bowen Byram move is really the first step and moving this thing forward. And look, it remains to be seen whether or not he's done this summer. Like the smoke around the Patrick Kane thing, which I'm sure we'll get to, is very, very thick, right? Like that, it seems like every day it becomes more and more starting to feel like it might be headed that way. So he's ready. Kyle Davidson's ready. I think he's not the kind of guy who's going to look for a Band-Aid. And I think that probably bothers some people. Like, get someone to play with Kane. I don't care who it is. He's way more measured than that. But this is going to be the year, like you said, Layla, where it's really going to start to have to make some moves forward, some visible moves forward. Not like, oh, our underlying metrics say things are... No. It's got to be standings, points, competitiveness in games, those sort of things you have to see this year. Or I think that seat under Kyle Davidson starts to warm up a little bit.
It's showtime. Yeah, it is showtime.
I feel almost mad that
Interesting I use that nickname.
Well, it's almost maddening to me, Jay, that we're not talking about a playoff spot being an expectation. I know that Connor Bedard's hurt, and that's going to have a big effect on it. But I feel like that should be the bare minimum here. And my question is, this vision that you talk about Kyle Davidson laying out, can Patrick Kane help that vision come to life?
I think so. I think because, look, people have been wanting to bring Patrick Kane back since the day he was traded. Let's be real. But I think what Kyle Davidson wanted to do was say, I want this new young group, especially Connor Bedard, to establish themselves as leaders. I want this to be their team. I also kind of want the team to be bad, so our draft picks are better, right? And having Patrick Kane around can kind of stunt that a little bit. Now it makes more sense than it's ever made, right? They need some help on the top six while Cantrell and Frondell, the guys I mentioned earlier, really develop and get their feet wet in the NHL. And now you bring in Patrick Kane. If you bring in Patrick Kane, he can probably help hold things down until Connor Bedard returns, right? We're probably talking middle of November, worst case scenario for Bedard, which would be somewhere around 15 to 18 games. So if you bring Patrick Kane in and he's any semblance of what he was in Detroit, that should probably help you win an extra game or two that you probably wouldn't have with Connor Bedard. And I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but it matters when you're hoping to be playing to the end of the year. You're hoping to be in the playoff position until game 84 is over. At least fighting for that playoff spot. Every point matters, and bringing in Patrick Kane at this point for no cost aside from money. All they got to do is pay him. They don't have to trade a draft pick. They don't have to trade a prospect they like. They can get a guy who's going to come in here, fill a hole they need filled for just money. It makes all the sense in the world, even if you take the nostalgia out of it. Even if you take number 88 off the jersey. If you just say random player X with Patrick Kane's profile, makes a ton of sense for the Blackhawks to bring in. And then you just sprinkle in the nostalgia and who it is and what he's done here. And it just makes it make that much more sense. So I think it's time when you have Connor Bedard actively stumping for it to happen yesterday. Yeah, I hope so, is the quote he made. That tells me that this is something he's thinking about and he's excited about.
Well, and Patrick Kane has talked about Connor Bedard and vice versa. And Jay, I wonder if the reason, I think Buffalo, if it were to be Buffalo, maybe it would have happened quicker, because of the hometown connection for Kane. I wonder if the reason this has taken a little bit of time is because the likelihood of the Hawks is high.
So, yeah, there's a couple ways to look at that. So Buffalo is highly rumored in the Connor Hellebuck sweepstakes, the goalie from Winnipeg, one of the best goalies in the league, won gold with Team USA, got the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Got to mention that.
Yeah.
So he is on the block. He said he wants to play for Buffalo. I think they're trying to figure that out. But I think a lot of people are drawing that line okay, they need to figure out Hellebuck and then they'll figure out Kane. They can bring in Patrick Kane right now and still trade for Connor Hellebuck and make it work. That's not a concern at all. So to me, I'm wondering if, and this is me just playing, Pepe Sylvia, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, connecting the dots, right? They wanted to get the Bedard injury addressed. That's got a news cycle to it, right? Let's make sure, okay, that's blown over. Now they've got the contract extension for Connor Bedard. He meets the media yesterday. Okay, now that's out of the way. They might just be trying to stretch out the news a little bit here throughout the summer and let the Connor Bedard thing live and breathe. Give him his week, give him his few days, whatever it might be after the contract. Then bring in Patrick Kane. I don't know. I'm getting so many DMs from people I haven't heard from in 30 years. Is Kaner coming back? Guys, if I knew, I would tell you. I promise you. Having a scoop that big would be huge for me. I don't know, but every day that goes by, the more I feel like it's going to happen.
Also, Jay is the host of the I'm Fat podcast, and I know that you guys have been warning people about the dangers of lettuce for many years. I did also see, by the way, that we are close to the Wisconsin State Fair. And if there's one thing I know, the I'm Fat podcast is on top of it. Deep fried ranch is one of the foods that they want to unveil at the Wisconsin State Fair this year. Freeze-dried cheese curds is another one. Have you gotten to see the roster yet for the Wisconsin State Fair?
No, but we have a show tonight, and I think that will certainly be a topic of conversation. Can you explain the concept of deep fried ranch? How do you fry a liquid?
Well, as a veteran of the Texas State Fair, where they have come out with things like the fried latte and the fried Twinkie, I can understand the idea. It's really about the shell here. So the description says, deep fried ranch features a creamy filling made with ranch seasoning, cream cheese, and buttermilk, coated in a crispy panko shell and deep fried until golden perfection, topped with a dusting of ranch powder and served with a side of hot honey or ranch for dipping, available at all family concessions.
So it's really just a mozzarella stick with the ranch inside.
Yeah, but I think it becomes like liquefied, kind of like a soup dumpling.
Okay.
Jay, your thoughts?
I have recently become a ranch convert. I was never a big ranch guy, but all of a sudden it has grown on me. So I would try that. I don't know if I need to dip that in ranch. That seems a little excessive. But the idea of, well, let's be real, deep fried anything, I'm on board.
Here's
right?
one. Marshall Harris also, speaking of that, bourbon deep fried pecan pie, guys.
Ooh, Nasi.
Jay?
Yeah. I mean, look, you're taking something great and you're deep frying it. You're only making it better.
With bourbon.
Don't overthink it.
I'm with Jay on this one.
Are you guys going to go? Are you and Rick Camp going to go?
You know, Campy is a very busy man. He's very hard to pin down these days. When is it? Is it this weekend?
It is August 6th through 16th. But I knew this news would be out quickly, and when you were on, I had to tell you about it.
Okay. I mean, I'm down. It's just, we got to get Rick Camp a little more. Since he's gotten married very happily, his lovely wife, Sam, takes up all his time, as she should, because she's awesome. He has found his soulmate, and they're very, very happy. But I want to see Rick every now and then. I just don't want to talk to him via Zoom. I want to see him in person.
You know, and I feel like at a place that also is going to serve smoked pork pierogi sliders, maybe the Wisconsin State Fair is the place for the I'm Fat podcast this year.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like something Rick and I would both enjoy. Yeah. And by the way, what was the freeze-dried cheese curds?
Stand by, please. I have to scroll up.
Why? Cheese curds are perfect. They don't need any adaptation.
Fresh cheese curds, freeze-dried for a crunchy, craveable snack that you can take with you. They are available at Everlasting Eats in the Exposition Center.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Are normal cheese curds not?
Like, are they not portable enough?
I can take these with me. Okay.
Maybe they last longer.
Exactly.
Is it like space food? You know how the astronauts had special food that was freeze-dried?
Oh. That could be. You know what? We'll have to find out.
I'm looking forward to all of these answers on the next episode of the I'm Fat podcast. Rick Camp.
Yes, we're doing it tonight. We'll be live tonight.
Rick Camp, Jay Zawoski. Jay, thank you so much for coming on and talking hockey with us, too.
Appreciate you, Jay.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Miss you, Jay.
Miss you, too.
I do. I got to bug Jay for lunch soon. Our schedules just don't always align. That is Jay Zawoski at Jay Zawoski. You know him well. He is on X and he is at CHGO. Dan Plesac, Marshall, dropped an absolute gem of a thought during the Sox broadcast yesterday, as he does.
He typically does that.
I know, but this one was great even for Dan. And I think it requires us all to kind of look back at this season differently. So we'll do it next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
What kind of year is he going to have? How important this year is for him? 6'3" Roma Dunze, the guy that should be able to win any jump ball. Make sure that you're a guy that is on the field and ready to play, and nothing is your new normal other than getting 100 yards a game or something. I mean, really have yourself a hell of a year, Rome.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Well, no, the absolution is that you must say Bears 1,000 consecutive times at some point in time, whether it's on your walk home, whether I don't know if you're driving back to Hyde Park tonight.
I might want to walk home considering what's going on Lakeshore Drive.
Oh my God, yes.
Southbound Lakeshore Drive no longer exists.
I think you should say
because of the race.
Bears on the air for a segment.
You know?
Yeah.
20 minutes of Bears.
It would probably rate very highly.
I actually think that's a great idea. And the best part would be,
Bears on the score.
And the best part would be, like, we'd ask the listeners what we were talking about, and they'd be like, they kept talking about the White Sox.
Lawrence, you remember that's the old Zach Zaidman adage. All you have to do is give out the phone number and say Bears. And you'll have full calls.
I'm picturing the person listening to Lawrence do Bears, and the guy in the car going, "Yep,
Exactly.
yep."
You bet. He's right.
The guy in the car being
yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm so glad someone finally said it. Someone finally said Bears."
You gotta turn on a score right now. They're just doing the Bears thing.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. Lions. Lions.
And
Lions,
Tigers.
Lions.
Oh my!
This sounds like an improv exercise.
Isn't the whole day?
I was gonna
an improv
say
exercise?
this is what radio
yes,
is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I also,
Someone
also
texted
laughed.
in and said, "Let's do Bears instead of categories."
Bears.
Lawrence Holmes, if you don't stop naming every bear.
That was a segment
tell
my
you
old
about the
radio
Bears.
station did in Dallas. The Ticket, they just did a segment called Name the Baseball Players. So, like, so it was obviously a bit, some people would call it and just name baseball players. Some people hated it, but it was pretty funny.
Categories coming up at 325.
Tanny, what was the fantasy football?
Sit 'em or bench 'em?
Sit 'em or bench 'em that you guys used to do on Boris and
That was
Bernstein.
awesome. That was awesome.
Such a great segment.
Yes.
Should I sit 'em or bench 'em?
Because they didn't like fantasy football. They didn't care about fantasy football.
And-
so they did sit 'em or bench 'em.
And to speak to your point, Grote, a highly rated segment.
I believe it.
People would just listen to them go, you know what, bench them. Sit them.
I called the radio today. They told them to bench them.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
That's a good point. And is it my catchphase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Oh.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
There's a lot of options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place. He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I heard that. Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity boppity. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rossini and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rossini and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skibbity Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Skibbity boppity.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that. Skibbity Company. There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skibbity Company.
Sounds like skippity boppity to me.
Skippity boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. You know, I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time. The "Where's Lawrence" drop. So to me, it's just
It's everywhere.
It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay. I understand.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So
There you go.
yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
super negative
I'm always
over here.
bringing Marshall up.
Negative
to where I gotta
Nelly.
be. Say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long. Doors closing.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. And I think if you listen to our show, you know we talk a lot about the White Sox and try to examine their season and figure out what it is. And they were facing a team that is also, I think, in a similar situation, as is most of the American League right now. Sox, after the 10-3 win, 53-46 after they beat the Rangers, who are now 50-50. That's good for second in the AL West. And Dan Plesac was broadcasting from Arlington on the call with John Schriffen on CHSN. I love Dan Plesac's baseball thoughts always, but even this one was top-notch for Dan because he's just out here reminiscing about the Sox season so far.
And he specifically talked about the turning point in the season.
Yes.
That was really the biggest series of the year on the road in Cleveland. You had a lead in both games in the 7th and 8th inning in games 1 and 2. And to come back Saturday and Sunday and win both of those games, I thought was a huge statement. A statement for a young team that, you're trying to find your way. You're trying to develop. You're trying to win. You're trying to do both. But you want to stay relevant in the Central. And just from being around at the All-Star game, I had more players and colleagues that I work with saying, I think you're onto something. This is a really good, exciting young team.
So Dan thinks that the turning point of the White Sox season was that split that they salvaged against the Guardians in Cleveland.
Well, the fact that they lost the first 2 games and were able to show some resiliency, because remember, it wasn't just about splitting the series. They had a winning road trip, and they had gone since May without having success of that kind on the road. And what have we seen carry over here to the start of the second half? They've won all the series since. And if they win today, or they win tomorrow, or maybe both, they're going to have made kind of a statement here as to, hey, don't talk about us like we can't win on the road anymore, because look at the recent evidence of that specifically, which is why they were kind of hanging around just a couple of games over 500, because they do really well at home and they do really poorly on the road.
Well, and it was cool the way he brought it up too. And we play a shorter clip because this is broadcast and we got places to be. But Dan was saying to John during it, he was like, I was just thinking about this, and I think that was the turning point of the season. And the way he talked about just how he's trying to internalize and process the Sox season, I feel like for all of us, we all pointed to the same series, that Guardian series, knowing we had a specific goal in mind as to what was going to happen. I wanted to see a split, but he's right. To see the split where you come back from being down 0-2 when the Guardians looked dominant and you really did battle your way back to win those ball games, I could see why for him, longtime veteran as we know, man who's seen a lot of baseball as a broadcaster, why that point in time said to him, this White Sox team is more for real than I think.
When you say for real, I think it's such a relative thing because of the way the rest of the American League has played.
I mean, for real for me is like, oh, you're playoffs now. Like you're in the mix for contention for playoffs.
Is it when you say I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page with you, because contention for playoffs versus contention for doing something when you get there. Do you feel like that's two different things?
Yeah, because of roster construction, yes. I think there are teams that look no further than the National League. There are teams who are made to make the playoffs, and then there are teams who are made to contend with the Dodgers. The offseason moves the Blue Jays made were with the intention of winning the Game 7 next time they see them.
And now they might not even get to the playoffs with the way things have gone for them. And that's why I keep saying it's all relative, because who is this team? Is it just like the Rays and the Yankees, and then everybody else is kind of not for real?
That's what we're trying to figure out. And that's what makes this so tough, is because you have to have actions with the roster dictate how they want to feel about it. Also, we should note this. It came across during our commercial break. The White Sox have posted this news. Prior to tonight's game at the Texas Rangers, the White Sox placed catcher Kyle Teal on the 10-day injured list with a left ankle sprain. So, avoided perhaps worst-case scenarios. We know sprains can be very bad if they're a high ankle sprain especially. But it says left ankle sprain and recalled Edgar Caro from AAA Charlotte. So, we've got that news as well. We'll discuss it more with our friend Russ Dorsey, who is in studio for the next hour next.
Hey, Chicago. This is Dansby Swanson.
Cubs lead ninth inning. The pitch. Line drive. Diving backhand catch by Dansby Swanson. Sensational play. And the Cubs win the ball game.
Right now, you're listening to the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote Show. 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore. Ready to refresh your home? Benjamin Moore offered.
Hey, am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears-Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am. Because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing to admit unprompted. I was at Bears-Packers, as you know, and he's right. The ingress-egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But, like, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress-egress? You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." Like, what a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? Like, what is the matter with that guy? Like, it is just, I couldn't, it is one of the most politically incompetent things. Like, Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion, and he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable. Like, it was just a staggering admission by Brandon Johnson. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Oh, the ingress. Let me use a relatable example of why Soldier Field's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna pick the best sporting event that stadium's hosted in 20 years and tell you why I left early on a Saturday. Like, what is the matter with you? Like, I can't trust you to do anything. Like, I wouldn't trust you to dog sit Omar. Like, and I tried to trade him for Deshaun Watson. Like, that is so stupid. Like, it is like, no wonder, dude. Like, no wonder. Like, it explained so, it's not what you guys were trying to get out of him. It's not why you asked him to come on, but like, it is one of the more revealing, insightful answers to anything, certainly in the history of this radio station and maybe in the history of Illinois politics. Like, it is intergalactically stupid. Like, I have been thinking about it. It's like a wormhole in my brain. And I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like watching Karl Anthony Towns go by Victor Wembanyama, and I'm like, why did Brandon Johnson admit that he left the Bears-Packers early? Like, it makes, like, Owen wakes up this morning and like, do you want pancakes or scrambled eggs? I'm like, I don't know. Brandon Johnson left Bears-Packers early, and he decided to share that with people because he thought it would be a good idea to admit. Like, it's just, he may as well have come on and been like, you know, I really don't like that Barack Obama claims Chicago because technically he was born in Hawaii. Like, just like one of the most out of touch, insane admissions I have ever heard. And like, by the way, how has that not been revealed? You're the mayor of Chicago. How is there not cell phone footage or a security worker? I mean, the guy's approval rating is basically the ingress egress of the stadium. How did we not know that he left Bears-Packers early? Like, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Ben Brown's coming into his own, and probably the last couple times out been the Cubs' best starting pitcher. What if they're going to try to stretch him out some more? I love that term. We use it all the time.
I know.
Why are they sending him down to AAA? They're going to stretch him out.
Wouldn't it be great if they just had a guy bring out a table and they started?
I know.
Actually did some stretching.
Every time I hear that,
push it back, push it.
Every now and then, when I hear that, I think of you. I know you had, or you're familiar with the whole Stretch Armstrong toy as a kid.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, now Stretch is going to be a starting pitcher. So, what exactly are they doing to these guys in Iowa?
Oh my gosh.
Taking them to the back.
Stretch them out.
That's the part of the pitching lab we don't talk about.
There you go.
Let's stretch them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massage therapy. Da, da, da.
Javier, you're next.
Oh, that's so funny.
Jordan, get in line.
I think we're going to see local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Russell Dorsey, National MLB Insider for Yahoo Sports.
Oh, he's fine. He doesn't need the attention. Russell will be fine.
You're probably right. We're going to have a conversation about mediums when he gets in here. I tell you that.
Host of the Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast.
Crow Armstrong is the hottest player in baseball and has been for the better part of a month and a half. Like since May, he has been a man on a mission.
Insider and analyst for MLB Network and Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV.
They have guys in that lineup that they expected way more out of. Not a little bit, like a lot more. And so until those guys start swinging the bat, we're just going to be looking at each other like, one run and 5-6 hits, yeah?
Russell Dorsey. What's up, Russ? On 104.3 The Score.
What's up, Russ? He joins us in studio. You know the man. Insider, Yahoo Sports, Major League Baseball Network, Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. The Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast. Available on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. He is at Russ_Dorsey1 on X. He's waving to you on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago. Russ, how are you today?
I'm doing well, guys. It's good to be with you. Before we start, I want to say, happy 46th wedding anniversary to my parents, Ricky and Shirley.
Oh!
Yay,
Shout out to you guys.
Happy anniversary indeed. Well, everybody don't make it to 46.
Some people don't make it to 6.
Some people don't make it to 2.
I did not. I made it to 2. Ray and I were laughing. Did you not make it?
I didn't make it to 6. I didn't make it to.
Ray, you was married before?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The way you just said that. Wait, the way you just said that.
No, I just didn't know. Usually these things come up. Never
It's better that way, Russ. It's better that way.
He said it's better that way.
And your parents listen to our shows.
They do.
So a big happy anniversary. That is a wonderful mark to have.
They're awesome. I'm like meant for each other. Like I can't imagine them with anybody else.
Oh, we should all be so lucky.
Laying down thick now.
Yeah.
I'm just a hater.
I mean, really, where did that just come from?
Listen,
came from my hater heart.
I mean, he's so programmed to mess with you that just came out.
I can't wait till you're celebrating your 46th wedding anniversary.
My 46th birthday?
46th wedding anniversary.
That's 15 years from now. Marshall Harris. My 46th wedding anniversary, I don't think that one is in the cards for the boy. But I am just happy to appreciate my parents' love for each other for 46 years. Plus,
So many life achievements the millennials are just not going to take place in, House buying. 50-year anniversaries, having kids in general. We're out here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But other than that, yeah. Hi.
You know what we are doing? We're watching a lot of sports.
Yeah.
We get the news. I think let's start with the most recent big breaking news. I should have probably also read the breaking news part of that. Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. I think we got some better than what we saw news regarding Kyle Teal when the White Sox say he's going to go on the 10-day injured list, left ankle sprain. We got to see how high the sprain is. We know that. and that they're calling up Edgar Caro from Charlotte. But it did not look pretty yesterday.
No, you were trying to hope that it wasn't a torn Achilles. You were trying to hope that it wasn't an ankle dislocation, like all of those things that would be very serious. Fortunately for the White Sox and Kyle Teel, it wasn't either of those things. But also now you got to figure out what grade of ankle sprain is it, right? Is it a grade 1? Is it grade 2 or grade 3? Like that determines the amount of time you're going to be without Kyle Teel. It's just snake bitten by injury this year. It just has never been able to get on track. He had the hamstring strain in the World Baseball Classic, then had the setback when he was trying to come back, rehabbing in Charlotte, and now this. It's unfortunate because it feels like a wasted development year for Kyle Teel, who came into the year as probably the White Sox best offensive player. Now you've had development. Now you have development from guys like Miguel Vargas and Colson Montgomery, obviously Munetaka Murakami. At that time, we didn't know what to expect from Munetaka Murakami. Now you do. But yeah, coming into the year, like you had high hopes for what Kyle Teel would be in that lineup, and now you haven't gotten to see that.
It's funny how a year, we talked about it earlier, Russ, a year ago, we're talking about, well, which one of these catchers might the White Sox focus on, and then they can deal the other one. And now they need a catcher. Before Kyle Teel came back, and maybe now since he's been around and batting under the Mendoza line during his stay with the White Sox, albeit short, they've had the worst catcher numbers offensively in baseball. When you look at what Drew Romo and then, of course, Edgar Caro was doing, and Caro's coming back with the team now. It's not like they can't survive without the catcher producing, but one of the things that made their lineup dynamic was how good it was from top to bottom.
Yeah, and it's just not that way anymore. And I think when you talk about what they can do about it, I think that, one, depends on the severity of the injury, right? Like if this is something that they say, okay, it's going to be 2 weeks and you're going to get Kyle Teel back, then you don't have to worry about making that acquisition at the deadline. If it's longer than that, maybe you do have to acquire another catcher at the trade deadline. And here's the thing about trading catchers at the deadline. I wrote about this in my top 25 players at Yahoo when talking about Ryan Jeffers. Teams are much more comfortable acquiring backup catchers at the trade deadline because you don't have to worry about your starting catcher with all the stuff that he has to figure out, getting all the scouting reports and knowledge about 13 different pitchers, right? That's a lot for a guy in, the last 2 months of a season. It's much easier to spoon feed that guy in the offseason if you acquire a catcher. For a backup catcher, it's like you're not playing every day. You have time to meet with all the pitchers, figure that out as you work guys out in the bullpen, guys are throwing bullpens, etc. So when you're talking about moving a catcher or acquiring a catcher, you're talking about backup catchers for the most part.
Well, and then we were talking about the Ken Rosenthal article that had come out this morning discussing guys like Adley Rutschman and Shea Langoliers and why, because of the lack of depth in general in the league, which is also why I think you see a lot of backups get traded for this reason. It's almost as if having a quality backup catcher helps ensure your playoff run. That's how bad the depth is. And so guys like that, Langoliers, Rutschman, they're not going to get traded as easily because they build so much around them, and there's not a lot of depth necessarily behind those two.
Think about the guys that you've seen moved at the deadline from the catcher position over the last 25 years. It's guys like Rene Rivera, right?
Miggy got traded but later in his career.
It's guys like David Ross, right? Guys who are backup catchers, good at game calling. You're not acquiring them for their bat. It is specifically to be catching depth. And so, yeah, when you're talking about a Shea Langoliers, a Hunter Goodman, Adley Rutschman, guys like that, I think, one, acquiring a player like that is going to take a significant amount of prospect capital. Also, I think from a movement standpoint for the team making that trade, I think that's something that you want more time to kind of talk to other teams around the league that may not even be in a playoff position at the deadline, that you get more suitors to up the value of that guy.
So you're saying that it involves a lot of research as opposed to typical trade acquisitions, and a fit concern, I think, is also what you're illustrating.
Yeah, I think you have more dance partners during the offseason for guys like that. And that could go for any position, not just the catcher position, but in this specific case, there are a lot of teams that are like, well, we don't need a catcher right now, but maybe you change how you feel about that in the offseason.
When you look at the White Sox and their needs right now, has anything changed over the last since 2 weeks, like let's say a week before the All-Star break, in how you see them as a contender and what their approach should be? I mean, we're getting into it. It's less than 2 weeks away, Russ, and I'm waiting for the first shoot a drop from somebody, and it feels like any day now that could start happening as we wait to see who's going to lose, 5 games in a row or 6 games in a row.
Shoot a drop in terms of who the buyers and sellers actually are?
Yeah. And what the White Sox, I think the White Sox are buyers, but what is it that's going to be available to them, and how hard will they go into pay?
So I talked about this on my podcast and have written about it over the last week. I talked to a decent amount of people around baseball, different sources and whatnot, from teams who are looking to buy. And the response I get is similar from everyone. We don't know who the sellers are.
Yep.
Right? It's every team to a man is we don't know who's going to buy and who's going to sell specifically.
Yeah.
Right? We know the 3 teams that are for sure going to be sellers. Rockies, Giants, Mets.
Wow.
Not the Angels?
Yeah, Angels would be on my list.
From what I have been told,
okay,
the Angels have not explicitly told teams that they are selling.
The Angels are weird like that.
Do I think they are going to sell? Yes, I do. Do I think there are players on the Angels that contenders would like to acquire? I know that with a certainty. However, the Angels are one of those teams where you never know. And now they have they fired their GM, Perry Manassian. They've hired John Mozeliak to be their interim GM and run their deadline. And so who knows how things change with Mo at the helm instead of Perry. But yeah, as of right now, and this is something I was told twice today.
Wow.
They haven't heard that the Angels have yet decided what they're going to do with the deadline.
And you know what? I'm glad you brought this up, because when you read that headline about Mozeliak and Perry Manassian, that was one of those things that got to me too. Because I'm like, okay, understandable why you decided to fire your GM. But I thought Mozeliak was out of the game. I thought he's like, guys, I'm retiring. He had the long extended period of I'm leaving with the Cardinals. They had ample time to find their next general manager. Seems like they've made a good call. But at the same time, I'm like, whoa. What was all that retirement talk? And what are you working on? And maybe it's the Cardinals thing as to why I never count that guy out of any decision-making surprises. But I'm kind of wondering what is up his sleeve right now.
I think a lot of people were surprised that I don't think people were surprised that Perry Manassian got fired.
No,
I think that was
part made
one
sense,
that
yeah.
at the beginning of the season, if you said, who's the first GM to get fired, 10 out of 10 people would have said Perry, right?
Fair,
It's
yes.
just a bad situation all around.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people were surprised that John Mozeliak had the relationship with Artie Moreno to be the interim guy. And now you're not sure if he wants to be the permanent guy, but he's definitely the guy right now and has Artie's ear.
Artie loves a resume, man. Whether it's a player or an executive, he loves a resume. That feels like that's the case.
When you see what's happened so far on the back end of the trade deadline, the fact that you're saying we're, 11, 12, 13 days away from the trade deadline and we don't know who the buyers and sellers are out of 3 teams. I'm looking at a team like the Cubs who have multiple needs. How tough is this going to be for a potential buyer as we get closer and closer if everything just stays where it is right now?
It's going to be really hard, right? Number one, because if what we just said, there are only 3 teams that have come out and told other teams that they are selling, right? Giants, Mets, and Rockies. Everybody else, you're like, I would like to acquire X guy, but if I don't know if X guy is even available or if X guy's team is even selling, that limits the amount of players I can realistically think about targeting. And you're talking about, well, how do I put a deal together if I don't know who's available? You can't.
Yeah.
I talked to one team that were like, we haven't even had a ton of meetings about our deadline because the market hasn't even really established itself.
Why waste your
and
time?
That's 13 days ahead of the trade deadline.
Know exactly what every prospect is doing in your system, so that way if you have to create a deal quickly,
I think you know that part, and you have to feel good about that part. So yes, deals happen quickly.
Why waste the time on scenarios when you don't know what the scenarios are?
But I feel like this is going to be a deadline where day before and day of, there are a lot of teams still trying to make up their mind.
Oh, I mean, think about the last hour of this thing based on what we've just talked about. Where teams don't know who they are. The American League is worse than it was last year in this respect with the parity.
And I think you have a lot of teams that are like, well, the Red Sox have rattled off 14 consecutive wins, and 2.5 weeks ago they were going to be a seller, and now they're the poster child for that third wild card spot. And you have teams like the Tigers that are like, we could be them.
That's crazy.
Like, I think also people I've talked to, there's now maybe 50-50 that Tarek Skubal is going to be traded. Right?
The math
as
is
opposed
also,
to 3 weeks ago where you're like, oh, it's at least 80-20 that he would be.
The math is mathing. And not to de-simplify it all or overly simplify, but when you're 500, that means that if you win 4 games in a row, 5 games in a row, that statistically changes your chances. At this point in time, with this many games, it is a remarkable difference because of the record you've shown. And that's why the Red Sox streak is so wildly going to change their fate because of that. Or the Tigers record that we've seen since June 1st wildly changes their fate because of the nature of everybody else being at that even point.
The Red Sox have changed the trade deadline as much as any team, not just because they've won 14 games in a row. They had 3 of the better trade pieces on the market. You talk about Sonny Gray, who's having a monster year in his first year in Boston. You're not going to trade that guy. Wilson Contreras having the best year of his career in his first year in Boston. You're not going to trade that guy. He also told reporters at the All-Star game, I wouldn't waive my no-trade clause anyway. And then Aroldis Chapman, who is the best reliever available. You're not going to trade your best reliever when you've now won 14 games in a row and hold a wild card spot by a full game. And so now, if you were one of those buyers that we're talking about, you're like, well, shoot. Sonny Gray's not on the board. Wilson's not on the board. Aroldis Chapman's not on the board. Who's the best starting pitcher available if Sonny Gray's not available and Tarek Skubal isn't available?
Joe Ryan.
Is it Joe Ryan? The Twins can say, we're less than 4 games out of a wild card spot. Why would we move Joe Ryan? So now are you talking about Michael Wacha being the best starting pitcher available? Is it Clay Holmes? Is it Reed Detmers?
Freddie Peralta?
Is it Foster Griffin with the Washington Nationals? Like, this is going to be a trade deadline. I'd be shocked if we see the big blockbuster like we've seen in recent years. Like, there's a world where the biggest name that gets moved is Clay Holmes, right? It's a guy like Michael Wacha, Reed Detmers, one of those guys. I doubt it's going to be the huge name like we saw last year with Mason Miller.
You talk about Foster Griffin, but that's a team that's also just 1 game out of a wild card spot. And so I'm looking at this, and let's go back to this. Your teams that are for real, as you like to call them. How many teams are for real right now in the American League versus the National League? Because I think that's 2 different conversations, right?
Yeah. So let's call it the Dodgers, the Brewers, the Cubs, Atlanta, the Phillies are the best teams in the National League right now.
Yeah.
And then you have teams that are in the middle.
Padres.
I don't think the Padres, to me, are like 3 or 4 more games away from being a seller.
Basically, you're saying like the Cardinals, the Pirates, the Diamondbacks. Teams are just right there. They're there. Like, somebody has to take the last wild card.
I think that those teams for me that I named are the teams that I believe are playoff caliber teams.
Right, but there's 6 spots in each league.
Right. And so those teams like the Cardinals and the Pirates, who are knocking on the door of a playoff spot, that's not to say that the record isn't what it is, but that's, to me, that says, are those teams that I believe can really make noise in October.
And I said it's 2 different leagues. We should probably wait till the other side to get into the American League version of this, because I think it's more wide open, and I'm really curious as to Russ's thoughts.
Well, I've said we've been talking about this for the last several weeks and nothing's changed. We've been talking about the only thing that's really changed is the Red Sox.
Hey, guess what? When I talk to you guys next week, it might be the same thing then.
I mean, that's it. Same song, different verse. Tonight, the Cubs host the Tigers at Wrigley Field. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:30. First pitch is at 7:05 in crystal clear FM quality on 104.3 The Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. So let's get into more baseball talk with Russ Dorsey next.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
You want to know how good Ben Johnson is? and why he's going against the grain in the NFL. If you're a defense and you're trying to figure out, well, what look is he going to give us? You have no idea.
And now they're armed with 3 tight ends.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie Webb at Packy Webb Ford. All Ford dealers are not the same. Our Packy Webb True Price Pledge is your assurance the price you see is the price you'll pay with no hidden fees. Check us out at PackyWebFord.com.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi. Chicago summer is finally here. Whether you're hitting the rooftops, having patio grill outs, or tailgating before the game, you need premium quality meats without the premium price tag. Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market is my go-to for steakhouse quality cuts. They have an incredible selection, all priced low, 365 days a year. Shop one of their 12 Chicagoland stores.
Wicks and Javier Assad before it's all said and done. I don't know about this pitching rotation.
It feels that way.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had Assad as an option last night?
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Right.
You don't have guys who are giving you what you need in relief. And that's, the out-getters are not getting outs.
Right.
But you could have stretched out Assad in that moment, Dave.
What are you saying?
Why would you stretch out Assad?
You're saying to the outgetters, get out!
Get out! Get out, Phil Maton. Just the latest guy. What was the guy they just added yesterday?
Liam Hendricks?
Ty Block. Liam Hendricks, too? He's in Arizona. You know what he's doing in Arizona? Getting stretched out.
Stretched out. He's in the stretch lab.
They're stretching him out.
They got a pitching lab and a stretch lab.
Liam. So, yeah, he's in
Justin,
Arizona.
why did you raise your hands in frustration?
Just the idea of all this stretching out. I just feel I'm very passionate about the fact that I think last night, if you would have had Assad still on the roster and not in Iowa, you could have brought him in and tried to have given the team a little spark, if you will, at 4-0. There was still a chance, and it just made
I don't
you,
disagree. I'm not laughing at that.
It just made you remember. It's just too many flashbacks of last year and the Brewers out on their field, family, whatever, Miller Park. And I call it Miller Park. I call it Sears Tower. I call it Marshall Fields. The point is holding that L flag, right? And that they haven't played since then.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
They played yesterday.
Until yesterday.
I forgot all about that. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
I don't know. I just forgot about it. There's a lot of stuff in my brain. I just forgot about that. Well, Cubs Sox took everything out of the Cubs.
And maybe the Sox. The Cubs actually won last night 3-1. Cubs scored 3, White Sox scored 1. So look at it that way. If you look at it that way. I'm stretching.
Boy,
that's
talking
really
about
stretching.
That's stretching. That's stretch lab material.
Cubs were 3-1 winners over the White Sox last night.
Alex Caruso, too, had 31 points for the Thunder. Oh, my gosh. There was one point. He was guarding Wemby. And because of the switching and they were doing, he had 31 points. He had a huge 3. That was terrific. That's going to be a better series than I think I expected a good series, but now OKC's up against it.
We got a texter who says that Wemby was a 6'6" guard, but they sent him down to Iowa to stretch him out. Look at the size of him now.
Imagine what Assad's going to come back as. I can't wait for that. The Bulls will be interested.
That's great.
He got stretched out.
Touch them all there, texter. That's
well done.
So I think that's, again, for him, you're talking about small progress. I'm happy he's learning up here. Who are the White Sox stretching out in order to come up and pitch for Eric Fetty?
Stretch!
Down in the Charlotte Stretch Lab?
Get up, stretch!
I don't know.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. It's just so
because
silly.
it's the same thing for every
I
pitcher.
know, I
They're
know.
going to the minors to stretch them out.
They're going to stretch them out. Yeah, it's great.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a
From a
car.
car?
Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals
He did.
in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers Knicks, right? So you were Pacers Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, this is
that's not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So
family here.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
It is going up on a Tuesday with Russ Dorsey in studio.
It's going somewhere.
It is going somewhere.
Why isn't it going up?
Because every week we have the same discussion, and I can't get the number of teams that are for real to go up, although I have an argument to make about this week's number of teams.
But I
that
gave
are
you
for real.
6, 7.
5. You gave me 5.
Oh, I did all National League. Okay.
So the American League.
The American League went up because the Red Sox
Yankees,
have won a billion games
the
in a row.
Yankees, Rays, and Red Sox. The White Sox. Cleveland? Question mark. I don't know what the Tigers are going to do.
You just ignore the entire AL West.
And like the AL West has one team above 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mariners, because the White Sox
And the
just knocked
Mariners
the Rangers down a peg.
And the Mariners haven't shown me that they have any idea what they're going to do this year, because they'll win 2 games, they'll lose 4, they'll win 4, they'll lose 7. Like, coming off of the season they had last year, I didn't think I would see this from the Seattle Mariners. Look at the Toronto Blue Jays. Like, the Blue Jays, you're talking about a team that next week is going to have a tough conversation. Look at the Blue Jays.
That's the hard one, is we were talking about how the Blue Jays set out financially the last 2 off seasons. Financially. To make sure that they're in that Game 7 of the World Series with the Dodgers. To make sure that they were competing in their own division. Against the Yankees and Rays and the like, and what you just mentioned. And now they're faced with having to perhaps undo a lot of the work that they did to get there.
It's why I tell people all the time, you're not promised a window. And sometimes you only get one shot. Who's to say that the Blue Jays ever get as close as they got of Game 7 of the World Series?
God, that's heartbreaking.
No, I think that's fair, but I do want to point out that list of teams in the American League that are for real, they have changed drastically from when I had this conversation with him about 3 weeks ago, in that you just told me the Yankees and the Rays, who back then were your only 2 teams, and now you've added the
Got
Red
the White Sox in there.
You didn't have the White Sox when we had the discussion, because you were like, Marshall, I know you. What do you call me?
You're talking about the big dogs, White Sox Marshall.
Yeah, White Sox Marshall. I was like,
what do you call me? White Sox Marshall.
Yeah.
Because I was like, what do they have to do to be in that conversation of being quote unquote for real? And now you just included both them and the Guardians and the Red Sox. Those are 3 new teams. And the Red Sox, I know that's lately, because before they won 14 in a row, you definitely didn't have them.
not.
But when you consider 14 in a row, when their record was what it was, it's undeniable.
Oh, absolutely.
And here's the other thing with the Red Sox. They've won 14 consecutive games with no Roman Anthony and no Garrett Crochet.
Yeah.
And no
scary.
Ranger Suarez.
That's scary.
So
yeah,
now
they just took him out of the.
So he was supposed to come back.
He's supposed to start today.
He's going to come back tomorrow. It's not because of an injury. They just wanted to give him an extra day. But think about the Red Sox doing what they've just done. Then you get to add Ranger Suarez and Garrett Crochet to your rotation over the next 2 months, and hopefully Roman Anthony, who was their best position player coming into the season.
If you're saying the Red Sox are the team to beat, just say they're the team to beat, and I would believe you.
I don't know that because I don't know if Roman Anthony is going to come back this season.
Are you a
he's had
believer
a lot
in
of
run
setbacks.
differential?
Yes.
Over the course of
I think over the course of the season, it tells the truth.
That's why I do this with the Rays. My hand starts shaking because the Rays' run differential is not large.
Weren't they
Never
built to
has
kind
been.
of be that way, though?
Well, even if they are,
I I believe in the Rays' ability to pitch.
What's their expected win-loss too? That'll if the run differential doesn't tell you the expected will.
As we're talking about it, looking at the New York Yankees, a team that we mentioned, I think they are a team that is
shaky
because without Aaron Judge in your lineup, you are a completely different team.
The expected win-loss for the Rays is exactly what their record is. 52 and 40s. No, their expected is lower, 52 and 47. Their actual record is 57-42.
That's
so
what I'm
it's
saying.
inverse.
Yes, I'm with that. And the run differential backs that up. And so, do you know who has the second largest run differential in the American League?
Oh, let me know, Marshall.
It's the White Sox.
Nice.
I was not expecting that answer out of Marshall. I was really shocked.
But I'm just saying, at what point do you have to say this team should be aiming to win not just their division, but to have the best record in the American League? Understand they're only 4 games off the pace.
Yeah, I just think it comes down to what you can actually add at the deadline.
I think your point though about
and I hate saying that, but it's just that's kind of the truth right now.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Because like you can only add what's available to you.
But your point about the window not being promised,
and that's why the White Sox should go for it. Well, if there are enough sellers out there to help them go for it,
I think the one thing that is different from the White Sox versus the Blue Jays in that scenario, the Blue Jays have been in their World Series window. The White Sox, I wouldn't say, are in a World Series window, right? It was a surprise that the White Sox played as well as they did in the first half. Now that they have an opportunity, yes, you should try to win the AL Central. But I wouldn't look at them as saying, oh, your World Series window has opened.
God, the run differentials on the National League side are just stupid.
You say that, Russ, but aren't you? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical? Because if the window is open, and I feel like you're saying by calling them for real, it is just open. It's just now opening, but I think they've been fast-tracked now. If you make the right deal at the deadline, you're there.
What I'm saying is the Blue Jays were in a window that wasn't contingent on the specifics of the 2026 season. I think the White Sox, who were building something and have been building something, are a better team because the American League has been bad. But I'm not saying they're not a good baseball team, because I believe they are. But what I'm saying is, if you have the same White Sox team next year, there's no guarantee that the AL is as wide open.
Right, because other teams should be better.
Correct.
Somebody should be better.
Right. So like I think the unpredictable nature of the American League says, yes, go for it. And by go for it, it's go for it trying to win their division.
Okay. And if by happenstance,
because like the Blue Jays to me were one of the best teams in all of baseball. We weren't putting the contingency of the American League. So that's where I think the two are different.
Yeah, I think that's the issue too, is how much does the American League parity dictate some of what the Sox are doing? I don't want it to dictate their plan for Noah Schultz, for example. I don't want it to dictate how they address Hagen Smith. Yeah, but does it dictate whether or not they fortify a spot in the starting rotation held by a guy like Eric Fetty? That's the question.
I just think a lot of it is you can't blow up your developmental plan for guys.
Yes.
You can augment it where guys still play a part in your second half as you try to build towards something. But I think a lot of this and what the White Sox do over the next 2 months is going to be contingent on who they actually bring in. I know they want to bring in starting pitching, but a lot of teams are going to want to bring in starting pitching. It's the most highly coveted thing right now in the sport. But what do you actually get? What can you actually acquire without blowing up what you've built?
I know you guys think I'm a little bit biased here, and
you've had the same take the whole time. We know that the AL has dictated how you feel about the Sox.
But here's why, even with what Russ is saying now, the take is evolving in that because of the Red Sox and how they are running roughshod over everyone, and because of the division that they play in, and because there's 2 other teams at minimum that will be fighting for that division lead, I think those teams beat up on each other, and now the White Sox have a clearer shot at that 1 seed than they've ever had before. Now, if the Red Sox aren't winning all these games and then sellers are sellers, it's different. But now I think you're going to have at least 3 teams trying to get better at the trade deadline, and they're all going to beat up on each other unless somebody takes off. And if that's the case, the White Sox have a very clear path to not just the division title, but a possible 1 seed.
What is that move?
What is the move?
The 1 seed move.
Honestly, I think they can just do what they're doing right now, depending on how bad Kyle Till's hurt and if they get pitching help. Some type of pitching help. It doesn't have to be elite pitching help.
I mean, you said the other day you wanted to see them trade for some type of ace outside of Davis Martin.
I absolutely do. And I want that to be a control guy, not a rental guy. The conversation we've been having has been more about rentals. I don't want the White Sox in the rental conversation.
We use the word ace. I don't think an ace is getting moved.
Okay.
I think a mid-rotation guy with frontline stuff might get moved.
And I would take that
because if that's what you're talking about with Reed Detmers, I'd say, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But an Skubal-esque, unless Skubal actually gets moved. Because like if I had to put what my gut says about Joe Ryan, I don't know if Joe Ryan's going to get moved. That would be the only frontline guy on the market currently outside of Skubal.
If he were to get moved, I think it would have happened last year. But the question then becomes, do you think that trading for Reed Detmers is the move that Russ is asking you about?
Yes, I think it's the move because it helps in the future, first off. And that's I'm more concerned, again, not to get too far away from the plan down the road. And don't change everything about 2026. But I think it also helps you right now. And I think it's more about if none of those 3 teams in the American League East do like a super move to pull away from the rest of the division, again, they're just beating up on each other. The White Sox, they could continue to stack up wins, and they end up with more wins than any of those 3 teams because they don't have to play those teams all the time.
You would like Detmers, Holmes, Waka, etc., not Robbie Ray, Foster Griffin, insert rental name here.
Right.
Got it.
Right. That's all I'm saying is no rental. Get a guy that can help you well beyond 2026.
What if?
Yeah, I'm willing to do all the process. Like, they got so many middle infield prospects.
Robbie Ray might be that move.
I was just going to say, like, what if Robbie Ray, you don't have to move as much significant prospect capital to get him, and that's a guy that has big-time stuff. He's been on a lot of teams, but it's because he's been a solid starting pitcher throughout his career.
I've always wanted Robbie Ray on the White Sox.
The way Layla, if you're not watching on the Twitch stream or YouTube, the way she just raised her hand.
Like she's in school.
Like,
No, because
I will
it's
sign
true.
up for Robbie Ray.
Ray knows. Ray, don't you know? Don't you remember when
His
Robbie...
name is Ray. What else is he going to say?
Robbie Ray went for like $7 after he won the Cy Young. And I'm like, why were the White Sox not involved in this? Like, I understand Zach Wheeler. Who
Those
were they
Robbie
also
Ray-
very close on?
Robbie Ray coupons were available.
But like, I'm like, why was he never part of the discussion?
So
I'm not saying he wasn't, but to me, just me and my personal baseball talks with the White Sox, Robbie Ray never seemed to be part of that issue.
2 texts I want to get to.
So fix it.
630, I believe Russ 100%, but the Angels have 40 wins. How are they not a seller? Let me tell you something about the Los Angeles Angels.
First of all, they're next
crazy.
to keep in mind they're next to Disneyland.
They don't
Fairy
often
tales.
do things that make sense or the thing they should do. They should have traded Shohei Ohtani before he became a free agent. They did not do that. Watched him walk across the street to the Dodgers. Another text. What about Logan Webb? It is extremely unlikely that the Giants move Logan Webb, and they have repeatedly told people he's not available.
That's
you can get
the
Robbie
right,
Ray, though.
That's the right decision, though. That's the right way to address Logan Webb.
I don't know what that
I don't
organization
understand
is doing
why
either.
Robbie Ray didn't get more money when he won the Cy Young.
Yeah.
Am I his agent? Is that
Yes,
what's happening
that's what
here?
it sounds like. So yeah, that's. I would tell you, Marshall, there is a chance that you're gonna see a rental. I don't know if that's the White Sox first choice, but I think their choices are going to be contingent on the rest. Like, they're not the only team looking for starting pitching.
No, that's been established.
And there are teams that have really good farm systems also looking for starting pitching. Like, think about this. The Milwaukee Brewers just lost Brandon Woodruff for the season. You think they're not looking for starting pitching as well? And they have the best farm system in Major League Baseball, them and the Los Angeles Dodgers.
They traded for Lance McCullers.
I think Lance McCullers is more of a bullpen swingman piece at this point in his career.
Yeah.
But I don't think it stops them from saying, let's go get starting pitcher.
But the thing about the McCullers deal that intrigued me was that he needed a change of scenery in the worst way, like just given the career arc in Houston and what had happened. Like they were still hoping that he was going to return to his form when he was at his peak, and that just wasn't realistic. So I like many who go there, I could see him getting the exact change of scenery he needed.
I think for me, injury history, you want to have some more people or more starters that you can rely on, or more arms that you can rely on. Because if you get the most out of Lance McCullers, cool. And with their track record, I believe they likely will.
Yeah.
But I do think options is a great thing to have. And so I think they're going to try to find as many options as possible.
Russ Dorsey, you want to join us for our next segment?
Sure.
Rick Sutcliffe was dropping some knowledge bombs yesterday on the marquee broadcast. And we have to laugh at the pitch he says he just wasn't able to throw. So we'll do that next.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there. He gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours, and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment. Takes his glasses up.
Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on the Score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about Lawrence? What do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at the Score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to. I also have a similar story. This happened this is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. You know, he was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. You know, JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second. And in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio? And I just started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2 hour or something rain to 3 hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered PF Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, and the guy couldn't get. NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox. And the guy couldn't find the entrance, and Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay, and then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. And he never got his $175
It happened
worth
twice?
of PF Chang's. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day. And it was courtesy of JB, and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever, somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacy, and it will range from
You gotta let it flow. Our poor producer Ray spilled his coffee, so thanks for christening our studio over here.
No, it's okay. Ray. It's okay.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
What's happening?
I'm scared.
I'm so old. I love this song way too much. Russ is snapping his fingers. I am distracted.
I'm scared.
Snap your fingers. Okay, so last night, Rick Sutcliffe, I always enjoy when he's on the broadcast on Marquee. He just brings a different vibe. He'll tell you a lot of stuff. He and George Kittle were having fun out there. And then in the middle of all of this, prior to Kittle even being on, Rick Sutcliffe taught us a lot about Jameson Tyone and then ultimately himself in this clip. Take a listen.
And I definitely don't want to jinx him by talking about what he's doing well, but this is something that you remember, Alex, in spring training, he did a late lap, like right at the end of camp, because he wasn't happy with the spin rate and the way things were coming out, his command, and him and Tommy Hotovy figured it out that as he taps that foot, now he won't do it with a man on, but by tapping that foot a couple of times rather than just one real quick one, all of a sudden he was able to get the ball down and keep it out of the air. And just for some of the younger fans who are out there that might not understand the difference between the two and the four seam, you better have some velo to it. You need to get it by people or have it in a great spot. When you throw a good two-seamer that has some downward movement, you really don't, you're Greg Maddux. You don't have to locate it. You just have to keep it from getting in the air.
Son, if I were ever to write a book on baseball, it would be called Death of the Two-Seamer. Because they don't call it a two-seamer anymore. They call it a sinker.
Yeah.
When did that happen? I think it was after you played, but before you started broadcasting this game.
I didn't have a two-seamer. I wished I would have on days like this.
With a stiff wind to left, try to keep the ball down. Lance Rosowski, what do we got?
Yeah, you guys talking about two-seamers here. I was talking with Tyone after yesterday's game. One of the big things that he wants to incorporate more is that sinker to both lefties and righties. He just thinks, especially versus right-handed hitters, who we'll see up after Carpenter here. That's a nice little changeup right there. Yeah, but you see the sinker in particular for him just allows him to keep balls on the ground, allows him to kind of neutralize contact and avoid the barrels. But this is the kick change grip. Sut, have you ever thrown anything like this? This is a pretty modern concept, no?
I didn't really have a changeup, okay? Because I wanted to throw a split finger fastball like Mike Bilecki did, but my fingers are just too fat. And nobody back then, nobody talked about the kick change because it's between your index finger and your ring finger. And you just couldn't. I couldn't get my fingers wide enough to get the movement that Bilecki got on his forkball, split finger, whatever you want to call it. But this kick change, I'm telling you, my 13-year-old rider, I mean, he's throwing it, and it's probably as good as the one Jameson throws.
I don't know if that was shade or not.
Poor Rick Sutcliffe.
Was that
Hey,
shade?
man, I think you're just
himself.
trying to hype up your kid, man.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man. You know what a proud parent says. Come on, don't do that. I'm gonna give Sut benefit of the doubt there.
Oh no, benefit of the doubt is earned all around in that discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was so much though, because he was right about Tyone. You know, he's telling you inside stuff on Tyone that you're not getting anywhere else. And then there is a conversation to be had about that two-seamer, because it feels like it's become also like it's still such an effective pitch for lefties. Garrett Crochet comes to mind. But yeah, the description of it has entirely changed. And then on top of all of that, there's the kick change that poor Sut said he couldn't throw.
Fingers too fat. It's not his fault.
I guess because like if you're thinking about the fingers around the ball and then the push, maybe there is that element of it.
Guys manipulate the baseball differently, and maybe it is. It could be hand size, it could be finger length, it could be, sometimes you have a little bit more fingernail, like little things like that. Pitching is so intricate. Like even the smallest things make the biggest difference.
It's art.
It is.
Think about like Aroldis Chapman's hands. He has like big hands, long fingers. And you would think that maybe that would be a deterrent, but that's a benefit for him.
Pedro Martinez, right, is like 5'8", but had really big hands with long fingers. And when the ball, his changeup that he was known for rolled off his finger, made it different than anybody else in Major League Baseball.
He was very good at baseball.
He was pretty good.
I covered him. He was very good at baseball.
Did you? You covered?
Not only did I cover him, when he came to Philadelphia in 2009, we found out where he was going to come to get his physical. And so we're staked out so that we can get an interview with him on the street. And I was like, Pedro, are you pitching? Like, I'm literally chasing him down the street. He's like, go grab a bat, Poppy. It's good stuff.
He's way too laid back for being really the dominant pitcher of our generation.
He's so much fun. He's so much
cool.
fun.
Yeah.
Just don't ask Don Zimmer about him.
I love the way. I also love the way he addressed everybody being on steroids. He was like, I dominated the steroid era. I'm like, man.
That'd be something I'd pride myself on too.
Like, you have an answer for everything that makes sense.
He used to have a Jerry curl. Like, Pedro was the man.
I worked at MLB Network, and every single day I would see Pedro Martinez sitting in his office, and it looked like a fishbowl. And I'm like, no big deal. Just the dominant pitcher of my generation hanging out in an office. He's way too cool, man. He's way too like laid back and cool when you consider just how he would perform on the mound. I'm like, these things they conflict. Like, you need to treat yourself like the weapon you were.
No, I think he does. I think he just has joy in everything that he does because he knows he's freaking Pedro Martinez.
And he's out here tweeting now.
I love him.
Let me ask y'all a non-Pedro question, because this is very much the other direction of Pedro. Cubs start a playoff series. Who's pitching games 1, 2, and 3 if there's no big move, trade, acquisition?
Our boy Colin Ray.
Assuming that. Wait, in that you're assuming there is a move made.
No, there's no move. You just got to go with what you got. You got to go with what you got. You got to go with what you got.
I would be so shocked if that was the case.
You just told us all.
Yeah, I know what I told you. I still think they'll get somebody. I don't know who that guy is.
It's Shota Tyone and Colin
So
Ray.
let's say you add mid-tier guy X.
Well, is Ben Brown healthy in this scenario?
I don't think we know the answer to that.
He's not
so
available.
then it's Shota Tyone and Colin Ray.
I want y'all to think about that when y'all leave the office today.
Wait. Jeez.
Is Edward Cabrera healthy in this scenario?
Yeah, I'm trying to say Cabrera should be back by then.
Then it's Shota Tyone Cabrera?
You got Cabrera in game 3?
Has to start
You have to have him start a playoff game.
I'm saying, shouldn't he be earlier in the rotation?
I mean, it depends how he's pitching at the time. I think that plays into it.
I think it
how
does
is every
too.
guy performing?
What a grenade of a question up against a break.
Yeah, because y'all need to start thinking about this based on what you said about the difficulties of finding better arms.
I've been thinking about it.
I can't give you a legitimate answer until I know who's on their roster on August 4th.
All this makes me say is I can't wait until that crosstown. Can't wait.
What if neither had anything?
Then the White Sox have a better rotation.
I think there's a good chance that neither add anything.
I think both add something. I just don't know what it is or who it is.
The real sin was in not signing Robbie Ray when he was available for $4.
No stone unturned to find starting pitching.
Sometimes you look underneath the stone, all you see is some slugs, worms.
Just because you overturn the stone doesn't mean that the stones want to trade with you.
We'll allow it.
I was waiting for the next metaphor.
Yeah.
I
was just
waiting.
like, let's make sure I get this as close to how I wanted to sound as possible.
I saw
you were so
on the
calm in the delivery.
Yeah.
Like I thought you had that locked and loaded for months.
No.
All I can say is I'm thankful we have two baseball teams of note doing things. That's what I'm thankful for.
For sure. It'll be interesting. But I don't know if it'll be exciting. I'll leave you with that.
I'm already excited, so
I do think the likelihood of nothing happening is high. Just for what y'all said, for that reason. Caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670. Wins a pair of general admission tickets to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more at Riot Fest on Saturday, September 19th. For tickets and more info, go to riotfest.org. Tickets are provided by Riot Fest. Spiegel and Holmes are next. Russ, a pleasure always.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Chicago baseball fans. 104.3 The Score is your MLB trade deadline headquarters.
Will Chris Getz and the White Sox be aggressive as they contend for a playoff spot?
We're going to look for opportunities to help this future now.
Will Jed Hoyer make a splash for the Cubs and acquire some much-needed pitching?
You can't have enough pitching. You never have enough.
Keep it here as we approach the August 3rd MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored.
Took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor. To he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like it's gonna range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, like Johnny, Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacey was. And I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacey, when people say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him. And not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story and then I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacey to me when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons, and on one night we're sitting at a 5-star hotel in Paris eating escargot and listening to him tell all those Turkish mobster stories and his travels in Europe and the Hollywood starlets he rubbed shoulders with and the actors that he could shake hands with. And then I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And then the next night he rips his suit pants from thigh to ankle when he gets on the bus to go to the arena in Paris, France. So then we have to eventually staple his pants shut for the broadcast. Mark Brady did yeoman's work there. And then right when that happened and we're getting adjusted and sat down at our broadcast position, he looks across the way and sees Victor Wembanyama, 19 years old, not drafted, and goes, that dude's about to change the league. And what do you know, 3 years later, that's the case. And in the very next moment, as if it was a completely natural occurrence, he introduced me to a person. He said, Adam, this is Magic Johnson. And I turned around and suddenly I'm shaking hands with Magic Johnson and meeting Cookie. And then he just sat down as if that was
just a very normal occurrence. That's the juxtaposition, but that's also a great representation of pulling people in.
Fifth question here, 5 on it with Rahimi and Harris. Ross Dorsey is in. So it's usually a life question here. And I have a car for the first time since 2018. And I've lived in D.C., lived in Chicago, had a car. First time driving a car in the city. It sucks. I hate having a car in the city. And number one reason why is because finding a parking spot in the city is it's torture. I hate it so much. And now I understand all the people who are in their car listening to this fabulous radio station. I understand it now. The fifth question is, why is parking in the city so insufferable?
Well, I think it's insufferable because we live in a major metropolitan area with 3 million people, and people commute in, and they don't use enough public transportation, and they don't walk enough, and you end up with not enough parking spots. Let's be very clear. There's not enough easily accessible parking spots. And that's why it's bad, and it's only going to get worse, Robbie. I just want to let you know. Nothing speaks future good about Chicago parking.
Why does it suck? It's one of the largest cities in the country. There is a big concentration of people that live here. So naturally, a lot of people
Let's
with
just
cars.
not drive cars. We have transportation. Let's just take the
And here
transportation.
you are
driving your car.
transportation. But I like to drive, but as somebody with a car that lives in the city of Chicago, I don't drive necessarily unless I have to. And I've gotten to the point in life, and Marshall, I know Marshall's going to make a joke here. I just valet because I don't want to do the thing where, let's say I have a 7:30 reservation and it's 7:25. Now I have to circle the restaurant for 15 minutes hoping that somebody backs out and I find a spot. Like, just take my $15. But, Robbie, do you know that the city of Chicago doesn't even own the meters in the city?
Wait, are you kidding me?
So in 2008.
Wait, is this real?
Yes.
100% real.
It's
That's why I didn't
100%
tell you in
Well,
the
this
group
seems
chat.
flawed. Why
So,
did they do that?
In 2008, former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley privatized the parking meters. And so the city leased the meters to a company known as Chicago Parking Meters LLC, based in UAE, United Arab Emirates, for $1.1 billion because the city needed the cash. Since then, the meters have generated over $2 billion.
They really traded parking for cash considerations.
So this is the yes.
Are you kidding me?
So Robbie, this isn't
What
even
a
the worst
dumb
part.
deal.
That
Are
lease,
they the Bulls?
That lease was for 75 years. There is still 58 years on that deal, and UAE, the Chicago Parking Meters LLC, has already gotten their money back and an extra $1 billion.
How is this not talked about as one of the worst trades of all time?
Oh, it is one of the worst trades. Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score! I grew up in Iowa. My dad said, "Hey, we're Bears fans, and you're a Cubs fan." I said, "Sir, yes, sir." And here I am. I grew up drinking beers in the bleachers, so happy to be back. I love the Bears.
Aw, thanks to George Kittle for hanging out, even though we weren't the ones he hung out with. Thanks to Jay Zawoski. Thanks to Russ Dorsey. Thanks to Ian Happ. Thanks to Ray Diaz. One-man banding producing over here, being EP and sound producer. Thanks to Brandon Fryer for helping us out. Thanks to Grant Leader for helping us out for a little bit too. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerland. Hello, Lawrence Holmes and Matt Spiegel.
What's happening, y'all?
What's happening?
You know, we just got our hands on Grant Leader starting yesterday in the missing Alex Kuhn formation, which we don't enjoy being in. But Grant Leader, a fine young man, you guys taking him back today. I mean, we might have to throw hands on this.
I think Grant just helped out of the goodness of his heart and stuff.
Yeah, because Ray's by himself.
We could have taken Peter back. Peter, the intern.
Yeah, Peter was just kind of sitting here.
I don't know why that wasn't an option for us.
today?
You're on payroll. We
Yeah.
could have used your help today.
Is
but
he?
no, afternoon show's got to have 12 people on staff.
Wait, he's an intern on payroll?
Yeah, they pay interns now.
Oh, that's
Ever
right.
since the Today case. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that just derailed the business.
He
Upended the status quo.
It's kind of a precursor to like a lot of stuff in the biz. A lot of stuff. I'll just leave it at that.
So if the intern is paid, does that mean I shouldn't send him on coffee runs?
No, he's getting paid to go on the coffee
part
run.
of the job.
Okay.
Yeah, no dry cleaning though. That's where we draw the line.
I never had to pick up dry cleaning. Did you, Lawrence? You ever pick up dry cleaning as an intern?
Actually, yes.
See?
Really? I never had to do dry cleaning. I had to do food
technically dry cleaning, but I had to go get Rich King's suits.
Oh, yeah.
From his house.
From his house, okay.
Just the one time.
Maybe the dry cleaner brought it back to the house?
He needed like a particular jacket, and I was like, I'll go. And Krista was like, can you just go and get them? And I was like, sure. And Rich's wife had them, and
okay. I thought you were like went and had to go in the closet and find the jacket.
No. She had everything laid out for us. And
like
then,
The Devil Wears Prada, you got to go pick up the book.
Go get the book, but don't disrupt the fam. Right. Ray, do you have a history of dry cleaning pickup?
Not dry cleaning, but here, since we're going to go through the list of intern duties and what was normal and what wasn't, what about going to get somebody's brakes done? Is that something anybody had to do?
That is not normal.
No. What about what about sitting in their computer like room of someone's house and reviewing with them the weird things they bought on eBay, the nerdy comic book things they bought on eBay? No? Nobody had to do that? Oh, okay.
No, I never got anybody's brakes done. I picked up liquor, though. Went to the liquor store.
I've done that.
Yeah, I've done that as well.
9 a.m. margaritas. I've done it.
Delicious.
I think I had a pretty easy intern, right? Because none of this stuff sounds familiar at all.
I definitely had to do grunt work, absolutely.
Yeah, grunt work is fine.
But
logging
that's
games
it.
And such.
But logging games was the fun part. I got to watch games. The grunt work is picking up food and coffee and whatever errands needed to be done.
Whatever people need is fine.
Absolutely.
It's
you're,
fine.
You're helping to make the machine happen.
As long as you're learning from them and they are kind. And my rule is if I'm sending you, I'm paying. Like, it's not like you can also get stuff.
You fly by. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, one of my, and I'm not speaking out of school because I've spoken to Dan about this both personally and on the air. When I first got named to be AP of the Dan Bernstein Sunday morning solo show.
It's a good show.
It was. It was a very good show.
I used to listen to that show.
And Larry Libman was the EP of that show. And I was working, and so Dan would, because it was a morning show, he would buy sausage biscuits for Larry and not for me.
Oh, that ain't right. That just ain't right.
TF.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, you can't.
What did he say years later about this?
That if I were promoted to EP, when I was promoted to EP, then he bought.
You never made it to EP of that particular
if
show.
If somebody's there, you offer.
This is not coffee is for closers.
I mean, you know,
sausage biscuits are for EPs only.
The score in the 90s was a whole different
the
thing.
Sausage biscuit down.
But yeah, I like to if someone's gonna go, if they want something, they should have it.
I always, because I wasn't a paid internship, so I would always pick up everybody's food and then go back and eat my lean cuisine that I was pretty excited about.
Well, like when guys like North and Jiggets would send you out, they would buy. So like you could.
Yeah, that didn't
McNeil
happen.
did the same.
Yeah,
McNeil did the same.
They would buy for you, and you can get what you wanted. And North would give you $100 bill and be like, "You're fine."
When I was I was an intern in Boston at WBZ TV on the Sunday night show, the Sunday Night Sports Roundtable, and that meant I got to hang out with Peter Gammons and Bob Ryan and Dan Shaughnessy and Lee Montville and all these like giants of the business in my mind. But one time a Bruins player retired on that show. He announced his retirement and his wife was there. And my job was to escort the tearful Gord Kluzak of the Bruins and his wife to the front door and tell them how to exit as he was tearfully thinking about the end of his hockey career.
Oh my God.
And I was like 20 years old. I'm like 20 years old. Like, what?
That's a tough pull.
That was heavy, man. Dude's ending his career. And I'm like, well, good job.
It's not all fun and games, is it, Speaks?
No, it is not. Brings you the realness of the sports life.
I feel
right
like
there.
early on, you all have that moment. Everyone has that moment where like, oh, this isn't just all fun and games, where something either tragic happens or sad or an arrest. Something is like, oh, this is still like real life and bad things can happen.
Still actual life, man. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
when I was first here, like I got kind of a little bit of both. Like early on in my score tenure, the good was I was hired 2 days before the Kerry Wood 20 strikeout game.
Wow.
So being able to then archive and log that was cool. But then I was also like the extra producer on the Walter Payton show when Walter told everyone that he was sick. And like as a kid that grew up idolizing Walter Payton, like that was hard. Like being able to like and DJ was always Dan Jiggis was like always one of my favorites too. And seeing him have to kind of hold everything together while on the air was really a lot. So yeah,
So
there are the
great.
times when you find out that the serious stuff is happening along with the fun stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
I just had like sometimes babysitting duties, but the babysitting was awesome. It was taking Mike Leach to the studio and just hang out and seeing if he needed anything.
Oh, babysitting adults. I thought like maybe someone dropped off a kid on you.
No, whole amazing adults like Billy Tubbs, Mike Leach, and Mike Madonna.
Wow.
I'm like, so do you guys need anything? Cool. And then I showing
Mike Leach needed stuff.
I was showing Mike Leach plays that I had drawn up at 16, and then I was like, "Why couldn't you guys beat Texas A&OU?" And he was like, "We beat one of them," and I'm like, "Yeah, I wanted you to also beat the other one." He's like, "Do you know how hard that is in the Big 12?" Then he started talking to me about a concept where he wanted a faux Gatling gun that shot T-shirts at the crowd. Then he went some places.
That is tremendous.
He was awesome, man.
We got to roll because we're not only in the Nico Horner formation. That's okay. We're in the Nico Horner formation. We're also in the Sean Burke formation.
I like that.
This is a flex on you guys' part.
It really is because Lawrence, what did we do yesterday? Our first two segments, we're talking about Nico and the Cubs weekend and Sean Burke and the White Sox weekend. And now on the Spiegel and Holmes show, we get both of those guys back to back.
Shovin' Sean is going to join us at 3 o'clock. Nico Horner joins us at 2:30. Tanny's Open is coming up, and you know that's must-listen radio. It's next here on The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dane Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Hallis Hall looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety, and that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon, this past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Tosh Lapoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career. And also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thiedemann, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school. And the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thiedemann has shown he can do. He can be a guy, if you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on Inside the Clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
Is it?
It is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. I mean, if anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you Puffer Rhodes.
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week, he probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest,
the promotional items.
It sounds like CM Punk's music. It's Living Colors music, but it's used by WWE champion CM Punk for the 8th time. So now there's some real heat with him and Cody Rhodes getting you ready for SummerSlam. That will be our Wrestling Minute.
We want the gold, sucker! Hulk Hogan, we're coming for you!
Hey, Mully, I think you got another 20 seconds or so.
We're good.
Want to hop in?
No, that's it.
It's still real to me, damn it!
I saw that clip this weekend. It makes me laugh and it also makes me sad. He was trying to say that he appreciated it, but it came out as him crying and then like having to console.
Next question, Jeff. Where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it! I mean, thank you. Easy, man.
Take it easy, man.
Thank y'all guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said.
That's incredible. And we're still real to him.
I love wrestling. People try to make you feel stupid for liking it. They're always like, hey, you know that thing you love with the pageantry and the fireworks and the golden belts. It's fake. Well, no, it's fake. What type of psychopath would I have to be if I wanted it to be real. Oh, you mean the thing where people have minor disagreements so they body slam each other? And there's a guy who carries around a snake in a bag that he uses to bite his enemies. But it won't work against the Undertaker because he don't got no blood.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we are here for a full boat. And man, do we have a show for you today. There's a lot for us to get done and a lot of time to actually get it done, which is nice. Grant Leader sits in for Alex, who is on his European tour, his Euro trip, if you will. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Hello, boys. How you doing?
Nico Horner is going to join us in about 10 minutes. Sean Burke of the White Sox is going to join us at 3 o'clock today. Bobby Scales is going to join us at 4:25 as we talk Cubs and Tigers.
Yeah, Bobby, part of the Tigers broadcast crew, sometimes works with our pal Jason Benetti, sometimes does radio with Dan Dickerson, who's terrific, a lot of good broadcasters in town. And Bobby, a former Cub as well, played a Wrigley, played for Lou Piniella. We're told he does a Lou Piniella impression. I don't know if it's as good as Mark Grote's, but we'll find out.
We're going to find out. That's for sure. So there's a lot to do today. And it's
nice to have a full boat, isn't it?
It is, especially when, because we were talking about Sean Burke yesterday and getting a chance to talk to him, getting a chance to talk to any of these White Sox right now. Like with them being one of the hot teams. Like no one's hotter than the Red Sox, but the White Sox, if you go back to the middle of April, have been the best team in baseball.
Since April 17th, third best in baseball behind the Brewers and Dodgers. Best in the American League. White Sox since the middle of freaking April. I mean, that is a long run now. It's funny, Lawrence had a caller on Hit and Run on Sunday. It was like, they just can't get over that hump at 5 games over 500. They've been 5 games over a bunch, and they just can't get to 6. And I'm like, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Like, that's just sort of an arbitrary number that you're putting. They're playing good ball.
And now they're 7 over.
They
are still only 1 game ahead of Cleveland, which I figured would go away, and they just haven't. I'd like for them to go away, though.
Yeah, we're the best team in the American League.
Before the guy comes back, I'd like for them to go away.
Man, that is some old school Tim Anderson White Sox bravado that hasn't heard the light of day in quite some time. That's nice. Field of Dreams game coming back, by the way, this year.
That was the pinnacle. Like, that was the height of everything. And then slowly descended into madness.
and slowly I turned.
And then they bottomed out, made changes, kept bottoming out, found a new bottom, and now they are on a rise that you wouldn't believe.
It's remarkable. And we're going to talk about what they need to do to deal with a catcher situation. Kyle Teal has gone on the injured list with an ankle sprain within the last hour. That presents a problem. Does it present an opportunity? We will discuss. And I know you have concerns about the workout regimen of the man.
I mean, I'm not the only one. I know that there are a lot of people in White Sox land that were looking, like, in the moment, like, not just right now. And there are a lot of people who are looking at the workout now and commenting on it. But there were people when the workout was posted, they were like, what the hell are you doing, Wegner? And now it's like, is that why he's had multiple leg injuries? Like,
I don't know.
Correlation or causation? Yeah. No one knows.
It's a good question. But, man, that thing that they have going is pretty special. I thought for sure we were going to have a second straight day with both the Cubs and Sox winning, and that we were going to be looking at both of them with a little bit of a winning streak. I thought the Cubs were going to walk that thing off in the 9th inning. When Dansby has the leadoff double and advances to third on the deep fly ball, it felt like fait accompli. And Kenley Jansen couldn't find the plate for a while there. And I know there's frustration out there among many, including our guy Grant Leader at Alex Bregman and being up 3-0. My frustration offensively in that inning, Seiya Suzuki. Man on third, less than 2 outs, contact. Do what you got to do. Shorten up and make some damn contact. Fly ball wins the game. Ground ball that gets through wins the game. Strikeout against Kenley when he wasn't at his best is not acceptable.
I will always advocate for Seiya because in these moments we get mad at him, and then you look at his overall numbers and you're like, he's really good.
I know. But situationally, I want these guys to be able to shorten up when it matters and not K.
I understand.
I really do.
Here's Seiya's slash over the last 30 games.
Give me the slash from last night in the 9th inning.
Well, he had 2 RBIs earlier in the game.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed that part of it. But over the last 30.
I did, yeah, homered.
316, 397, 590.
Yeah, very good. Very, very good.
Last 15, 305, 388, 493. I'm sorry, 593.
Mm-hmm.
And the last 7, 346, 469, 577.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty good hitter.
By the way, Texture says, Speaks, how exactly does one hear the light of day? And that's a really excellent point about a soundbite not having heard the light of day for a while. I don't think you can really hear it. You can hear the birds chirping?
Yeah, I was going to go with the birds as being the way that you could hear the light of day. But,
hey, look at that.
But
I hear
you're
the
hearing
worms.
the birds. You're not hearing
Yeah, but you're adding context.
the light.
I mean,
Although I guess if you were in a really quiet place, maybe, I don't know.
Could you
can't really do it.
Hear the dewdrops evaporate off the trees if you're listening close enough?
I mean, you got to have your Sony monitors on, plugged into nature to do that.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. But we get it.
Yeah.
Finishing plays, they say to the shadow of the whistle. He's kind of pushing and shoving after the fact.
Does a whistle have a shadow?
It depends on where the coach is and what way the sun is facing.
That's an excellent point. The shadow of the whistle.
But echo of the whistle is what the people say.
That's what people really want.
That's what people say when their guy is cheating,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't want to admit that he late hit a guy. It's he plays into the echo of the whistle.
Jim Schwartz. I think that's the first time I ever heard that was Jim Schwartz Lions defense and Ndamukong Suh.
Yeah, and what did we think of Ndamukong Suh when he played?
Dirty.
That he was a dirty player.
Dirty.
Hell of a podcaster now.
Is he really?
And doing great stuff and trying to teach you how to do financing.
No way.
Yeah, he's very tapped in. I want to say he did an internship with Warren Buffett while he was at Nebraska.
Wow.
And he has since kind of built this platform where he talks about money and how to make more of it, how to save it.
Let's get him on.
Sure.
Let's do it.
I'd love to talk to him about
Let's talk
football
to Ndamukong Suh, yeah.
and money.
So, yeah, tell me about money. By the way, weren't you guys dirty? Why were you so dirty?
We could ask him about Jay Cutler.
Yeah, we can.
There's a lot that we could ask Ndamukong Suh about.
We got options.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. There's a lot of things we can ask Nico Horner about, too. Nico Horner is going to join us. We always look forward to it. Our guy is hitting, so we can talk to him about the laser show. Pew, pew, pew. And the defense not being great last night, but overall, the Cubs being in a good place. Nico Horner joins us next on The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
For Caleb Williams, it is the combination of knowing he can will to win a game where you run 26 yards behind the line of scrimmage before you pass the touchdown to Cole Kmet is the best example of it. It's also the example of the undeniable arm talent.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
That's good. So the first 10,000, you better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Ballet better go quick
That would
over
be
the
awesome.
forest dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh, wah, wah, wah.
We just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's a Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to beat Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9-11. We got guys.
Now, will he
we're set up.
Will he do it from here, or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay, so he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out the vests?
Does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should nab you one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels.
Nothing.
No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver, and the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much
to get the vest?
Yes.
Well, my daughter. It's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet.
But,
so we got ballet finishes, and we're going to come right down.
It's not a competition, or
No.
It's
just class, but
you
can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah.
You're going to be cutting it close. Yeah. Maybe.
And Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up a road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if he
no
was,
doubt about it, Mully.
You know
would be
what I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of
Yes.
things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now
inning to
it's going to
inning.
be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God,
Yeah.
exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
Is that
He celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to, it's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bag included a little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty. Like it didn't.
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know.
Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and
so
an
that's
old style.
probably why. Somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne. Something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, like maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot. Not a glass of you're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really
good.
No,
you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question. Like
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot, what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah. Okay. Now you lost.
Baseman number 2, Nico Horner.
Nico Horner, that's so fun.
Nico Horner, how are you, man? Keep rocking it, mate.
Nico Horner, Gold Glove Award winner.
Nico Horner, Chicago Cubs. Still haven't taken me with, so hopefully sometime this year. Keep trying, Bruce.
Nico really is the man.
By the way, Nico Horner, Rinaldi's, he's got his own pizza. It has pineapple on it.
Just a note.
Starting second baseman for your Chicago Cubs.
I feel like the Nico Laser show is upon us. I've been watching the at-bats, and I'm like, our guy's close. Like with the home runs last year, I'm going to declare that the Laser show is going to happen soon. So no pressure, though.
Welcome to the show.
Line drive, base hit, right field.
Lines went down the right field line. That's a fair ball. One run is in. Another opposite field knock for Nico Hoerner.
He had a great day. It was coming, and good time to get it.
Nico swings, line drive. It drops in for a base hit and gets past Keyshaw, the center fielder. It rolls all the way to the wall. 3 runs are in. Hoerner on his way to third. Stops there with a stand-up bases clearing triple.
Drive left field, Nico Hoerner red hot. Nico with 4 RBI today.
All right, guys, I'm here with Nico Hoerner. Nico, congratulations. You know, you're going to Chicago Cut for the best steak in Chicago. How about you and Julia taking me there? Because it's been a tough week for me, all right?
I got you, Bruce. It's hot out. We'll sit outside by the river. It'll be a beautiful night.
Nico Hoerner. Score.
How fun is that?
So fun when we have the opportunity to hang out with Nico Hoerner. Our segment with Nico Hoerner is sponsored by your Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places. Nico, how are you?
I'm good. We just got to the field. We had a little bit of a later show up today. No BP on the field, so I am in our parking lot. By the fire station. So
very nice. Yeah, that's very nice. We always appreciate where in the world is Nico Hoerner. How about Bruce using his personal troubles to guilt you into a Chicago Cut invite, and you went for it? That's lovely. When are you guys going? Have you locked that in?
Yeah, still working on dates. You know, going on a road trip soon, so it's probably pushed off for a little bit, but. It's we'll get it done.
It was fun that you went with it, and that Bruce also went with the bit, and we, as his teammates here, we appreciate that, Nico.
Yes,
thank you very much for that. I want to go back before we talk about you being the Laser Show and the 10 hits in the last 4 games. I want to go back to Friday. Did you think that you guys were going to play Friday? And once you found out you were, what steps did you take? Because I don't know if anyone has really dealt with like the concept of how do I protect myself in smoke.
I think we were pretty sure we were going to play because it was supposed to like come down as the day went on and such. I was never given a number of like the air quality index that I had to get below in order to play. But I don't think there was ever really much of a doubt on that one. But Thursday was crazy. I don't think we would have played Thursday. But yeah, and honestly, there wasn't really any talking. Just kind of went for it. It wasn't too bad out there, but it's definitely strange. It's eerie.
How did you enjoy your break? I saw you, actually ran into you at Wrigley during the Noah Kahn concert, and that was really cool. And you said you'd been to another concert. Love that Julia, your fiance, was here. Did you enjoy Chicago for a week in the heat of the summer?
Yeah. A lot of guys, take off and go home, which makes sense over the break. But this year we had a lot to look forward to. Just hanging out here in Chicago is tough to beat. Obviously, being here in the summer, and saw Tyler Childers on Sunday and then Noah Kahn Wednesday. It was the first concerts I've seen at Wrigley because it's always when we're on the road, obviously. So it was amazing to see a special place totally transformed into a different venue, and both were really great, and especially Noah Kahn.
Walk us through what you as a visitor to Wrigley Field enjoyed about it instead of being an employee at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, a little different 7 o'clock feeling for sure. But it's the best of like summer night outside, enjoying good music with some of my favorite people, and funny still like kind of dipping back to the locker room to go to the bathroom or grab a drink or whatever it is. And it's such a familiar space, but such a different headspace. So it was fun to do for sure.
I was wondering, you said that you guys were going to get some AC, going to get some air conditioning on a hot night. I'm like, where's he going? Probably his clubhouse.
Yeah.
Probably
membership has its privileges.
Probably going to his locker at that point.
Yeah. We were definitely spoiled in the hospitality of that concert. Yeah.
But it's amazing what good music venues ballparks are. Like it's just it kind of feels perfect, and it's a natural amphitheater, and it's an emotional amplifier as well, right? It's like it's a powerful place to see great music.
Yeah, it really is. It felt like a really just kind of iconic setting, and obviously Fenway was probably even more so for Noah Khan being from that area. But what a tour for him to get to do both those ballparks back to back. Pretty special thing.
I forgot to thank Julia for the wedding invite. That's what I meant to do, Lawrence. It was good to see.
Yeah. She made sure to get that to you. Okay,
yeah, right. And
we've definitely talked about that long and hard. So. Yeah.
All right, good. And you're having Lawrence and I stand up in the wedding, which is a touching.
Well, have you officiated before?
No, but we can get certified pretty easily. And I'll just say, right? I own a tuxedo, so whenever it happens, I'm down.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, I mean,
let it ride.
It's a really good investment.
Yeah,
Bruce will be there too, right?
I believe Bruce is an officiant, so
I'm sure that's the case.
Can knock that down.
Yeah. What was it like having the 2016 guys around, man? Like, did you interact with them much? Did they bum rush the clubhouse a couple of times? What was that like for you?
Oh yeah. They made themselves at home for sure. As they should. It's just a great reminder of what that group, did for this fan base. And obviously there's no replicating that World Series and all the lead up to it and the storylines of that. But an amazing reminder of what's possible in this sport, and both for what you crave for other people, but then also like the friendship and the bonds that come out of doing something like that as a team. And those guys 10 years later, when they're hanging out, it looks like they're just stepping right back into it and having a great time together. So it's really like all the good stuff from our sport, and cool to see that.
That's really cool. Yeah, they have a love for each other and a fondness and a connection and still an honesty and giving each other crap. Who are you closest with from some of those guys who ended up being your teammates and coaches in some instances?
Yeah, Jay and Riz. I mean, it's nice having Riz back around more now. He's seen him at least like once a month when he's been coming back around, which is pretty cool. And then Jason, I played with a lot and big in my career, and just an awesome person, which is well documented. But yeah, those guys were great to me.
Would you ever run a marathon? Because I know Riz is loading up to run the Chicago Marathon.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to see that running form from him. He was the guy that would have it would be muddy out, and he'd have mud on the back of his jersey from him doing butt kickers to first base. Like your knees are supposed to go the other direction. He's going backwards. So we'll see how that plays over 26.2, but he's got the heart. He's got the heart for it.
He's building up. Like I know I've seen some of the videos where he's done like the 10 milers and stuff. So he's getting there.
Yeah, he looks like he's in great shape. He was saying he's got the nice excuse of if he ever needs a break, he can just, someone's yelling at him to take a picture. He can just be the nice guy that stops for a picture, but it's really so he can rest.
That's next level smart.
That is brilliant. I traveled a little bit with my dad in his late 80s and early 90s, and he used to do this fake thing where he would stop and look at the scenery and be like, "Oh, look at this. Is this beautiful?" But he was just pausing to catch a breath. That's wisdom.
That's impressive at that age.
Yeah, man. Hey, Nico Horner here with us on Spiegel and Holmes. How about Michael Bush homering right to Rizzo? Is that insane or what?
Yeah. Like Rizzo has a certain something about him. Like some people, they just have these things happen, right? Like think about say there's 8 to 10,000 people in the bleachers. Like you could go to every game for a long, long time and never catch a home run ball. Obviously. To have two and maybe your only 2 games, I guess it was given to him, but still.
Yeah, the guy who got the ball is actually our colleague. That's our friend Nick Friedel.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
He's our Odyssey basketball expert. So he used to cover. He still covers the NBA, but he used to cover the Bulls. He's a huge Cubs fan. And technically, he was my intern back in the day, Nico. So me and this guy go back a ways. So seeing those two guys hang out. And that was probably the best thing that's ever happened to Nick. And he's had a lot of good things happen to him. The idea of being able to hand Anthony Rizzo a home run ball.
Yeah, on the 10-year anniversary trip, and what a worlds collide, perfect storm.
Yeah, and then Michael almost jumps up on the tarp as well. There's like, I don't know, it felt like there was a little kinship between Michael and Rizzo kind of in the air that day.
Yeah. I mean, couple of great ball players, and Bushy is awesome. So yeah, that was a cool weekend.
All right, we can't ignore the fact that you have 10 hits in your first 4 games after the break any longer. Doing anything differently, or what's up with the quality of contact? How is this happening? How's it feel?
Yeah, good line drives, like we've always talked about. Obviously, not hitting the ball like particularly hard, but just flush and on good ball flight, which definitely helps control for luck. You never can too much, but I like when the ball is just flush contact all over the field, different pitch types, different types of pitchers, different situations. And, sometimes you can't control for results, but when I'm doing that, I feel like I give myself a really good chance.
The contact was starting to happen late in June, and that's why I'd made the point. I was like, I think he's really on a heater. Like, they started to fall. The BABIP gods, started to help out and all the other stuff. With the break, does it help you at all, or were you concerned that you didn't need a break when you guys got a break?
No, I think the rest is pretty well received. I mean, even for guys that were really rolling, I think it's even if you're healthy, just the true reset of it, and just to get in a different headspace for a couple of days is pretty valuable. So, no, that was well appreciated, and I had a nice mix of fun things away from baseball, but also just getting to take care of my body and stuff in a way that I think put me in a good spot for the second half. But yeah.
But that's interesting. What did you think about baseball-wise at the break amidst the fun?
I did a little bit because if I didn't have any kind of plan or intent, then I would just kind of constantly kind of be thinking about it. So spent a little bit of time on the front end of the break, just things that felt I've been doing well, things that not. Made some plans with our hitting coaches just about similar reflections, and then took the Monday, or took some of the time totally off, and then we had our little workout at the field on Thursday and kind of got back into it.
Oh my God, I completely identify with the idea of, if I don't have a plan, I'll just hang out for days and days sort of thinking about it and ruminating about it and not really getting anything done. That happens to me with show prep. Lawrence, does that happen to you? If you don't sit down and write stuff down, you just hang around 20% thinking about it?
It literally happens to me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
You can make yourself crazy.
Yes.
That way. How'd you learn to be somebody who actually sets a regimen and avoids that at a young age? That's impressive.
Yeah, I don't know if I've learned that. I do it. Yeah, it always kind of comes and goes. I definitely like writing things down, though. I like the physical action of writing things down definitely resonates well with me. I've kind of always done that, so that's important to me.
I was looking at a tweet that Brett Taylor from Bleacher Nation put out, great Cubs writer for a long time. He had your last 4 years, including this one, on Baseball Savant, all side by side. And it's that's some of the best stuff that we can look at as fans. And all the red and the bright red is the same as it always is. All the blue is the same as it always is. It's crazy considering the numbers, as different as they might be in the first half as what they were last year. Does that feel similar? Do you feel like your year is similar in terms of that stuff, barrel percentage, et cetera? It's just the production numbers are not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I think those things are important as far as being able to be honest with yourself on both ends of it, right? Things that you're not doing well or things that you are, and being able to be objective about those and to be able to compare to yourself, I think is helpful for sanity. Yeah, I feel like I've been within the margins of what I've been in the past. I think there's years that are going to be better than others, luckier than others. You're going to play better than others in some years, but it's really, I think the thing I feel most as a player is more so the moments that really swing games. I think that's, and I think you get deeper in your career, and it's you want to have, your best year always, and have great stats and produce at a high level and kind of always have that high standard. But then at a higher level is really winning moments that swing games. And that's a gut feeling that you have that, I could have the same stat production I have right now, but have been really great in moments that dictate winning. And those are more of the things that really sting from this year. I just have had opportunities to change games defensively, on the bases, at the plate, and no lack of preparation or concentration. I just feel like there's been moments that I've had success in the past and haven't got there as often this year. Doesn't change my belief in myself and continuing to do that, right? But that's more so like what I feel, if that makes sense.
It does. Like, I think most fans experience it in terms of those moments. You know? Like, I was sitting there last night. I thought after the Dansby leadoff double in the ninth, I'm like, oh, walk off. Here we go. Like it felt like it was fait accompli, and then things don't happen. Like, there was a bunch of those moments last night when Ian hits that home run. Oh my God, that moment was it felt huge. That must have been a crazy bunch of emotional swings for you last night.
Yeah, I was on deck for that home. I love being on deck for homers, especially lefty homers, because I have like the perspective of the ball flight to right field where I'm like right behind the hitter. And it just like was a instant explosion. I'm standing, 25 feet from home plate, and I feel like I have the best view in the house, and I have to go have an at bat afterwards. But yeah, that was a really great moment, and he's been he's so resilient and impressive mentally, but so just really, really great to see Ian have that moment. And yeah, that's the tough part about losing a game like that, and obviously making a really impactful error. It's just like there is so much positivity right there to be like grasped, but you can't force it. And I'm sure a lot of guys that went home last night feeling like they could have swung that game one way or another, which is true. And we've been great in those moments, and I feel like we thrive off being at home in Wrigley. And absolutely, I feel like we play that game 10 times. We win it 8 or 9 after the 8th, but we didn't last night.
What's it like to be a Cub right now? It feels like things have stabilized for you guys. What does it feel like for you?
I think it's exciting. I think there's excitement just in that I feel like we're pretty calloused as far as things that we've handled from this season. Obviously the pitching injuries and stretches of great success that create confidence, and then really tough stretches for our group that you also come out of, which kind of creates its own kind of confidence. Comeback wins, home atmosphere. But yeah, you phrase it well. Like, what does it feel like to be a Cub right now? Because I feel like when you show up to the ballpark right now, it is like the season does build. Like, it feels different going to the ballpark right now than in May, in a great way. Like it's this summer turning on, and the stands being packed on a Monday night, and even like anticipation of the trade deadline. Like, that's a real thing in our sport. Like, you don't know where you're at heading into that, and you want to put your best foot forward, obviously, and there's kind of excitement of unknown in that, and then it becomes a bit of like a shorter season after that. And so it's a special thing to be in a place that's prioritizing winning and having a fan base that appreciates it, because there's maybe 12 to 15 teams in the league right now that don't have that going at this point in the season. So super grateful to be in a place that is emphasizing all the right things.
Hadn't even thought about that. Like, last year at this time, we're asking Nico Lawrence about the possibility of being traded.
Yeah, people are trying to get pitchforks out of my garage and everything.
That's true. It's true. Pitchforks and torches. We were ready. But now here you are, locked and loaded, long-term signed, and you guys are going to add something. That's a jarringly different situation to feel, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's always a new challenge at all points, and it's not easier or harder. It's just every season and every part of it is different, but there's so much excitement and opportunity always, and it's just I really enjoy our core group of guys that we have here right now, and just really want to seize the time that we have together,
Nico, our next guest is Sean Burke from the White Sox, and you've done pretty well against him in your career, but what's it like to battle that guy?
Yeah, he's got good stuff. He has a lively four seam and command of a lot of pitches that he throws for strikes, and the White Sox team obviously has been a fun team to follow this year, right? Like they've done a lot of things at a high level and seem like they're playing with a lot of energy and joy. So we've talked about those games against them being a lot of fun, and he's right at the heart of that.
Hey, last thing real quick. You gave the 10-year ace of spades to Bregman. We saw a video the other day. Tyone gave the 10-year ace of spades to Matthew Boyd. That's pretty neat. So do you guys talk as a group about who might hand it out to a player? Because you mentioned there's several of them this year.
Yeah, kind of a natural progression. I feel like Conforto actually would have made sense to give to Boyd because they were college teammates, and that's kind of a sweet full circle thing. But the starting pitchers are definitely their own kind of little group, and JMO does a really nice job setting the tone for that group, just what it means to be a professional and acknowledge other people's success. And so I thought that was fitting.
Nico, as always, we appreciate you jumping on with us. Good luck tonight against the Tigers, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, man. And Lawrence will get that tux ready.
It's always ready.
Yeah. Should we fly with Bruce? All three of us, you think?
I
Go
mean,
out there?
if he's the officiant,
yeah,
like we should be able to do that. But yeah, like a tuxedo, I know it's a weird thing to say, but
it's a good investment.
It's a great investment.
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know how many times you've used it, but I can tell you as a musician,
if you use it twice,
yeah. Well, as a musician,
it's paid for itself.
I used to own a tuxedo.
Yeah,
I mean, because you need it for all those gigs. I used to keep it in the glove compartment of the car, so I could drive to the gig and change into the tuxedo.
Keep it in a ring, and then it pops out, and then you turn the weight. That's a superhero thing. But no, like it's a really good, like if you're gonna rent a tuxedo multiple times, buying one for $350, wear it twice, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a good investment.
As long as your body doesn't drastically change.
That is a thing. Or the styles don't, like you want to go with something that's always kind of classic. You don't want to be like, oh, I want to go blue chiffon. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. That would be bad. Our segment with Nico Horner is sponsored by your Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
I love that you asked Nico about Sean Burke and that you had the numbers there. We get to go from one of the stars of the Cubs to one of the stars of the White Sox. That's pretty cool.
He's having himself quite the year. Sean Burke of the White Sox joins us next here on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Craig Counsell.
Sensational play, and the Cubs win the ball game.
You're listening to the Spiegel and Holmes Show, afternoons 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score.
Get ready to win big at Grand Victoria Casino, the ultimate Caesars Rewards hotspot with 27 table games, over 700 slot machines, and a World Series of Poker room.
I mean, a shot of whiskey, I suppose.
A peanut butter whiskey. A shot of peanut butter whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter
yes.
whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot,
yes,
didn't a listener buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote? I thought didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO?
I think it was
shots of Jameson.
Yes,
that would be a fine choice. So you'd go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't. I
like halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot, I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's like rocket fuel.
Your 900th successful show with The Score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
a cinnamon whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's good.
Got a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's like imagine that.
How did you forget Big Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon.
I will go with Hennessy. Love me
nice.
some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose Malort, or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A screwball, I thought.
Yeah, screwball peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? Is that a screwball?
It's a screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All these screws are getting to me.
Screw loose.
Yeah.
Screws falling all the time. The world's an imperfect place. Name the movie.
That's a good one. I don't know the movie.
Classic line from a classic movie. Filmed in Chicago.
Tell me.
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club, of course. Yeah. You didn't strike me as a Breakfast Club guy, Dustin. Even though we're part of the 5 a.m. club. I love it every morning when Dustin refers to the 5 a.m. club on the pregame show.
And the way the lineup is right now, Ballesteros, I don't know if you caught Craig Counsell yesterday, all of it with the afternoon show with Spiegel and Holmes, but I think Craig Counsell might be with me on the over-under 1.5 more times. He was like, it would have to be a very, very unique situation, or we would have to have an issue with one of the catchers being hurt.
I heard that. It didn't sound like they were planning on Mo Ball or getting behind the plate again.
Yeah, I'll take 2 shots of Malort on the air if he goes over 2 games as a starting catcher. Okay, 2 shots of Malort on the air.
We got that on tape.
Yep.
So that means if he catches 3 games this year, If he starts in 3 games catcher,
big key to that.
You're doing 2 shots of Malort before 10 o'clock.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like you're just desperate to get permission to drink on the job.
Well, how many times did I talk about Michael Bush? And then all of a sudden, we had a 6-pack of
Well, can you
tall
talk
boys
about
that
him some more?
David Haugh was like rifling down like it was a fraternity party back at IU or something.
I didn't go to IU.
I know, but you
I
might
never
have
went to a frat party at IU.
Never went to a frat party at IU? Okay.
No, come on.
It was for the out-of-staters.
I was at Ball State. We were the #1 party school in America.
Do they have frats?
Yes, they do.
I just asked the question. I'm wondering how many frat parties you've been to.
Why is Ball State taking strays?
Ball State's not taking a
party
stray.
school?
Ball State's huge, back in the day, it was a big party school. It was known as a big party school. I think the year that I went there, it came out, and whoever was ranking party schools, we are #1. We were #1.
Sure.
I was surprised to find out how big of a party school Dayton was. I was surprised. They're big St. Patrick's Day at Dayton.
Yeah.
How's your daughter handling the big party school that Dayton has become?
Pretty good so far. Yeah, pretty good so far.
Getting to the end of the year.
Yeah.
Finals coming up.
Yeah. A week from Friday, you won't have to deal with me. I'll be going to Dayton to pick her up.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
She ready for finals? Let's
hope so.
Let's hope that's not too big of a party school.
Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
Are you ready?
Best road trip snacks.
Sean Burke on the mound for the White Sox in the bottom of the first, no score, making his 15th start of the year.
He had his, kind of ups and downs and things like that, but, I think he's found his groove. I feel like the Yankees series, it kind of something changed him, and, I think he's just been one of our guys right now.
0-2 from Burke.
Yeah, buddy!
What a performance from Sean Burke. Can't say it enough. Brian Hudson did a great job at hitting it 2/3. Turned it over to Sean Burke, and as good as he's ever pitched in the White Sox uniform.
Becoming an ace for this team, and he strikes out Keys with the off-speed in the dirt.
I'm here with White Sox starter Sean Burke, who's been on a run lately. The White Sox have won each of your last 6 starts. You want to talk about the elephant in the room?
This juggling thing?
Yeah, how long you been juggling?
I think I picked it up like this morning.
Guys, that's Sean Burke.
Drew Romo. That's strike 3. Guerrero strikes out swinging. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. He just overpowered him.
And I think we're seeing a dominating guy who has ascended as the #1 starter as far as the Sox are concerned. And you could do a whole lot worse than starting, let's say, going with Burke and Davis Martin as your first 2 in a playoff run.
He set up the slider beautifully. Strike 3 swinging. Oh, what a day for Sean Burke.
Most likely to be found at the ballpark on an off day.
Because he's a cage rat, Brady Montgomery.
Ooh. Yeah, I was actually going to say Sean.
Really?
He loves going to the field on offense. I don't know why.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
We are so happy to have Sean Burke on the show. He joins us now on the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel Hotline, the Midwest best casino. The White Sox are having themselves a year, and a big part of that is Sean Burke. He joins us now here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Sean, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. The White Sox season has been unreal for those of us that are watching it from afar. What's it been like for you guys in that clubhouse?
What's up, guys? Yeah, it's been cool. Obviously debuting here in 2024, we were kind of in the bottom of the barrel there, and then, seeing the progress we've made since then, and, just doing it with a lot of the same guys, and then some new young guys coming up, and some key pieces that we've signed, whether it's, Mooney or Nuke, some of the other veteran guys in the bullpen, or even Grich coming in the middle of the season. It's been cool to see this group kind of come together and everybody get along, everybody play hard for each other.
Yeah, think about how many players you just mentioned, and you can go deeper, right? There's nothing quite like a hot baseball team. I'll tell you, as a media person or a fan, it's just cool. Feels like a different thing every night. When did you start to feel like this thing could be special? Sean, I mean, since April 17th, you guys have the third best record in baseball. It's the Brewers, the Dodgers, and you. But maybe you even knew it before then. When did you know?
I think, honestly, heading into this offseason, once we kind of made some of those additions in free agency, and then coming into spring training, just seeing how guys are showing up to camp, and everybody's attitude coming into camp, we were all ready to go. We were all focused on winning, and I think we kind of heard all the media and the chatter about this still being a rebuild, and nobody in that clubhouse really looked at it like that. We all thought that it was the team that can win right now and be really good this year, and didn't really let anything from the outside come in and affect our attitude or our culture. And guys have been doing a great job stepping up and continuing to improve every single day, and we keep playing our brand of baseball, and it's been fun and enjoyable. I mean, I think I speak for everybody when we all say we come to the ballpark each night looking forward to playing, looking forward to seeing each other, and especially getting back home and seeing 30,000, 40,000 people at the rate every single night. It's been a blast.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because there's been a literal buy-in by White Sox fans, and they've made a home field advantage on 35th and Shields, and it's been wonderful to watch. What's that feel like as a player to know that you've got the fan base back, and they're not just showing up like with words, like they're showing up in person buying tickets?
Mm-hmm. No, it's awesome. I mean, I've said it before. I think we have the best fans in the game, and the way they show up and the way they make the stadium so rowdy, it's awesome. I truly look forward to every single time I get to pitch. Obviously my next start coming this weekend at home. Like I can't wait to get back there and it's pitch in front of that crowd. It's awesome pitching when you feel like the whole stadium's behind you and the fans believe in you and your teammates believe in you. It's just been a blast.
Rock Chalowski said he fell in love the night he was there after UCLA had been knocked out in the College World Series. That was the night that Braden Montgomery debuted. The fans were awesome that night. Do you remember that night? The fans gave him a standing O before his first at bat, and then obviously the walk-off and the celebration. I could see falling in love with the White Sox if I had been there that night.
Yeah, I think I got to talk to him. I was fortunate to talk to him a little bit before the game. I wasn't pitching that day, so I was just doing my normal stuff and eating lunch or eating dinner or whatever it was before the game. He was in the cafeteria, so I just got to pick his brain a little bit. I talked about with college experience, just because I played at Maryland and now they're in the Big Ten with UCLA. So just talking about that for a little bit, and then his expectations for the draft and everything like that going forward. So he seems like a great kid, and then obviously him coming out to that game, seeing our team vibe, seeing the environment at the stadium, and I think just hearing him talk, I think he's really excited to get, become a part of this team, and he likes how we play, and he likes, the environment. So I think it's a freeing environment to go out there and be yourself. And, we have a bunch of guys that work really hard, and we all trust each other, like I said. So, when you put those things together, I think it's easier for a younger guy like him he's going to have a lot of expectations, but I think this environment that we're creating here is going to make it easier on him to come up here and do his thing.
Sean Burke, part of what Rock Chalowski and anybody would fall in love with on this White Sox team. There's some fun friendships among your teammates, some weird friendships, some what you need in a clubhouse. Which relationships in your clubhouse amuse you, Sean, on an off day when you're walking around? You're like, look at those two jamokes hanging out and getting along. Who amuses you like that?
I think one of the funniest ones that stands out to me is Noah Schultz and Eric Petty. Just because, Schultz is the youngest guy on the team and Petty's one of the oldest guys on the team, but those two always seem to be hanging out together. They're both into sports cars a lot. So I know on the road or even at home sometimes they'll go to sports car shop and they'll go rip open packs. They'll do, that kind of stuff together, play video games together. So I think that relationship is funny because I feel like, Petty's been in the league since Schultz was, damn near in elementary school. So whenever I see those two kind of hanging out, it makes me smile.
How about, that's awesome. How about Mully and Vargas? They seem to have a thing, man, like making signals at each other after wins and at the All-Star game. They've got a little vibe going.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's been so fun having Mully here too, just because, obviously he's a big-time superstar from a little bit of a different culture. And, you see guys come over from Japan there. Sometimes it's hard for them to kind of, get into the team culture and kind of adjust to the American lifestyle. But I feel like he's coming here and just seamlessly adjusted to us. I feel like he's one of the guys, obviously, like I said, he's a big time superstar. And, guys kind of got some worldwide fame at this point. But, like he doesn't act like that at all. He has no ego. He just comes in every day, works hard, has fun what he's doing. And, he's been awesome to have. It's so fun having him in the clubhouse every day. He's hilarious too. Even though he doesn't speak that much English, just like his actions, his mannerisms, and his sarcasm is really, really funny.
Sean, what are the things that you've done or have worked on that are giving you the success that you've seen?
I think it's a couple things. I think just first and foremost, just trying to be consistent in my drill work each time in between starts and my throwing and my prep to make sure my work in between starts is good and I'm getting to the right checkpoints and everything like that, my delivery, so that, when I go out there, I feel like all I have to focus on is executing the pitch. And I think that's when I'm at my best is when everything's timed up, I'm balanced, and I'm simple in my delivery. And then from there, it's just been kind of some adjustments in the game plan and making sure we're going in each week with a clear plan of what we want to do. And, I'm communicating that to the coaches. The coaches are communicating what they see back to me. And, we're all involved with the catchers. It's really a team effort, I think, that, it's not just me going out there and pitching. It's the catchers doing a really good job with, little things that fans might not even notice, like the setups or the pregame meetings, or finding little tells in guys that, we can exploit, because it's the first time you go through a lineup, it's kind of, feeling them out and seeing, okay, this is what they're doing. This is how I can combat that. And then just making adjustments throughout the game. I feel like that's honestly where my game has grown a lot, is the adjustments at bat to at bat, pitch to pitch, just being able to recognize what the hitter is trying to do a little bit easier and recognizing their swings, and then, being able to make pitches off that, make decisions on what pitch to throw and what location to go to after that.
It's funny because after Sunday's game, I saw you give a lot of love to Drew Romo. What's it like throwing to him?
It's been awesome. I think that, not a guy I threw to a ton in spring training, and then he comes in here, obviously starts the year in AAA, and then comes up, and with Kyle Teal being out, and we needed a guy to step up. He's been unbelievable. I think his focus, throughout the day, and his focus in the meetings, he really cares about the defensive side of the game, both obviously blocking stuff, throwing runners out, challenging, framing, all that stuff, but like I said, the stuff that doesn't get measured in metrics or stats, for the pregame notes and studying hitters and understanding how he wants to attack guys based on each pitcher on the staff and what their stuff does. Especially for someone that doesn't have a ton of experience doing it, I think he's handled it really professionally.
Sean Burke on The Score on Spiegel and Holmes. This is great, man. We're enjoying a chance to get to talk to you. How has your thought process regarding the opener evolved, if it has, and what role has Will Venable and his communication played in that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think just whenever I did get an opener, it was just kind of about adjusting to a little bit of change in like my pregame routine and making sure I was ready to go for whatever inning that was coming in. But obviously I'd like to start every game I get the opportunity to throw in, and me and Will have talked about that and just talked about his reasoning behind it and when he thinks that it's a good pocket to go to that or a good team to go to that. And but to me, regardless of when I get the ball, I just want to go out there and put up zeros and give our team a chance to win. It's not anything like an ego thing or anything like that, where, every time I pitch, regardless if it's, coming in the second or starting the game, it's like you still have the same job to do.
It's interesting. We've heard the phrase, everybody's got to check your ego at the door, those kind of things. There's very few times where it's that direct. You know, like maybe it's a hitter being asked to bunt in a situation, but to ask a starting pitcher who's an alpha to like be like, but that there's a power in you accepting that, and you guys accepting that. It shows everybody that you do whatever you got to do to win, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you ask everybody around the league too, that all the starting pitchers will say they want to start games. So I don't think it's an anomaly that whenever we get an opener, we want to start the games, but. It's what the coaching staff thinks is the best decision for the team to win the game, and you can either accept that and go into the game and still have that same aggression, that same attitude of I want to get out here and go get a win and put up zeros. Or you can kind of get upset about it, whatever. And I don't think that does anything for you. I don't think that does anything with the team. And like I said, we got a high energy group, the guys that play hard, and I think it'd be selfish to look at it any other way than you go out there and you do your job the same way as if you were starting the game.
Whenever we hear White Sox players talk, the way that you guys talk about Will Venable lets us know that he's had an impact. How would you describe the impact that Will Venable has had on you particularly and on the team as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I think his personality is laid back and he lets us just be who we are. I don't think he tries to impose a style of play or put any guidelines or borders on how we are, our personalities, what our clubhouse is like, and I think that's so important for the group we have that we're able to go out there and be ourselves, and we feel like he believes in us and he believes in us as players and wants us to succeed just as bad as we do, and for him to kind of give that belief and give the reins to a younger group like that, I know it means a lot to us, and so I think we play so hard and we don't give up on any games because we know that he's sitting there and he believes in us. Just as much as kind of we believe in ourselves.
All right, so we heard that you're the guy that people would pick for road trip snacks, but we didn't get any specifics. Like, I mean, I used to be a corn nuts guy, but really bugles are amazing. You got to have something sweet though, a little bit. What's your road trip snack choice or choices, if you'd rather?
Yeah. I kind of go a little bit of a variety. Davis Martin always makes fun of me because he says I have the palate of a 6-year-old because I'll go to like a nice steakhouse in Chicago or whatever city we're at, and then the next day he'll see me eating like Chips Ahoy or Nutter Butters and then Uncrustable at the field. So I kind of I'll go kind of based off what I'm feeling. Like I'd say if I was going on a little long road trip or going on the flight and I needed a couple snacks, I'd go maybe some like Chex Mix, Chips Ahoy, and maybe like some Twin Snakes or like a Nerd Rope, something like that for the candy side.
Dude, Chips Ahoy? Really, man?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
that's what
I grew up on, man. Chips Ahoy.
That's like that's a single flavor profile. Don't you need like depth, like something with peanut butter or peanuts in there?
No, I keep it simple.
I guess so. First pitch strikes and Chips Ahoy.
And I mean, the Chips Ahoy do have a little, like enough salt in them
That's
that you
true.
can get a little salty sweet. So
yeah, exactly.
I get where you're coming from. This has been incredible, Sean. Thanks so much for jumping on the show. And this has been a beautiful season for the White Sox. We hope that it continues, and we wish you a whole bunch of health and success going forward.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, man, that's Sean Burke, who is. What'd you call him? Shoving Sean?
Shoving Sean.
He is developing into an ace before our eyes. And the fastball is so real. And then he's been throwing the secondary stuff with less than 2 strikes so he can then come after you with the fastball. And being able to control all that stuff is really the ERA is down to 3.20. For Sean Burke.
Watching him and Yesavage on Sunday was art. Like both of those guys. Like they were both like so brilliant on Sunday. Now the good news is that the White Sox got some guys that can hit the ball out of the yard and then hit the ball real hard. And they were able to figure out Yesavage for a little bit of time. But those two guys and the bullpens of both teams in that game were terrific. And so you see a game like that and you go, man, when they needed him to have the White Sox starting pitching in Toronto was phenomenal. You gave up 1 run on Saturday and you lose, but you have this incredible performance. You have the performance on Friday where you get all the runs that you could ever need. And then, hey, a guy that is just as good, one of those guys that's on the rise in the American League, and Sean Burke goes out there and does better than him.
You know, Sean Burke's the best performance of his season, as referenced there in the Open that Tanny put together, is that Yankees game after he had an opener, then went 7 1/3 to finish it, and he hasn't had an opener since. You know, so there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starts since, and they've all been really good. And that's after he did not have an opener for the Dodgers series. And he's talked about it. James Fegan wrote about it. In that Dodgers series, he got hit by Ohtani, gave up the home run to Ohtani, then gave up a home run to Max Muncy and was trying to be too perfect. And then when he had that Yankees performance, after they'd been beaten up for a couple of nights in a row by the Yankees bats, he just went right after people and didn't try to be perfect. And it seemingly has transformed his season because he has been absolutely money every time since then.
Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice to be able to talk with someone who is having a real impact for the White Sox in the side of this season. Like, it's incredible. Like, seeing even like last night where you're going, all right, this game doesn't seem to be like they bust out of it. Like their ability this season to bust out of games and make the other team super uncomfortable. You know, you're down, and then like the floodgates just open up. And in the 5th inning, it felt like they were just hitting everything hard, and it didn't matter that the guy on the mound was Jacob deGrom. Like, it didn't matter. Like, there seems to be a fearlessness by them that is attractive.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. All right, important point of order here for a Grant Leader and Tanny to hop in on. A texter brings up something. Does anybody speak jive? Excuse me, stewardess. I do.
I speak jive.
We need Barbara Billingsley, or at least like slang. Or texter says that road trip snacks actually refers to women on the road in an MLB slang.
Go ahead, Grant. Take it away.
Grant, you got this one.
I'm going to plead the 5th because my fiance might listen to me.
Oh, come on, Grant. You're punting? Or he's calling a fair catch?
Fair catch.
Listen, baseball players, they're God's angels on earth. Let's be real.
Absolutely.
They're odd creatures. But in the particular video that we played the clip from, he's literally holding, like, it might have been a protein shake or something like that. Yeah, so I don't know.
They were definitely in that video talking about legit road trip snacks.
Yeah.
And he was right there. He was firing him off.
Yeah.
He was ready for you.
Yeah, man, he was ready. Now, he was laughing. Is that just because we were so engaging and it's a fun topic?
No.
Fair.
Whatever.
I was going to say yes. But
I do think about that for the flight. Like, what snacks are not overwhelming for a flight? Because you don't want to, like, since you never know, like, you kind of have an idea of what the airline's got for you.
Yeah.
But you want to have, like, your own thing and maybe your own mix and match thing.
Yeah, you need the mix and match, right? Like, it's, you got to have savory.
Yeah.
And you got to have sweet.
Like, usually I have a couple of chips and I love the Trader Joe maple cookies, strangely enough.
Those are delicious.
And I got the real ones on the way back from Canada.
Can't get those in the airport, though, can you?
What?
The Trader Joe maple cookies?
No, you can't. But when you're coming back from Canada, you can get
yourself some real maple cookies.
Mm-hmm.
So if in the flight or the road trip, I go, the miniature Pringles, the miniature sour cream and onion Pringles can.
Yeah, that's a good thing because it can also, when you're done, be a storage device if you need it.
Really, you put your weed in there or your trash.
Probably not doing that, but
me neither.
You know, like in case you bust a bag of M&Ms, like they can just go into the Pringles container.
It's true. So the miniature Pringles and then the peanut butter M&Ms. That's how I would roll.
Peanut butter M&M is now at the top of my M&M rankings.
It is.
Yeah. I can't have peanut or else that would be number one, but the peanut butter ones are pretty strong.
Are there voters for your M&M rankings, or is it just you?
No, I'm the only voter for my rankings, but other people can have their rankings on M&Ms.
I tell you, one of my favorite party snack things I ever did, I did it for the Spiegel and Parkins show, for a show gathering years ago. And Rick Camp and Jay Zawoski really enjoyed it, unsurprisingly, as did I. All of the M&M varietals I could find, all mixed together in one bowl. So the peanut, the peanut butter, the pretzel, the caramel,
It's
everything.
hard to find pretzel now. That used to be my favorite. I don't know if they've discontinued it or you just can't get it.
I had to go to Target. I went to Target and I got all the varietals and I dumped them all together in a big bowl. I thought about putting Skittles in there just to mess with people, but I didn't think that would be kind, so I didn't do that.
People don't want that when they're looking for M&Ms.
No. You can't have that. It disrupts the whole thing.
Grant, are you an M&M guy at all?
I am. Peanut butter M&M is probably my favorite, and then second would be peanut. My fiance really loves the peanut M&M, so we always have that in the house. So
this has been Get to Know Grant Leader right here, right now.
Yeah,
Tanny,
absolutely.
you're not. Are you even you don't even eat candy?
I
do you?
haven't seen that man.
Of course
eat candy.
I do. That's why I don't take road trip snacks on a flight, because you go to the Hudson News or whatever, and it's like Costco-sized bags for everything. And I'll totally house one, like an entire bag on a flight, especially to our Vegas flights. Like you got like 4 hours or whatever. Oh yeah, it's a wrap. Yeah.
Me and Ruben the other day went to a friend's house, and the guy gave Ruben this gigantic bag of M&Ms. And then he like handed it out to a bunch of people. And as we're driving home, he's like, "Daddy, let's not tell Christine about the M&Ms."
Oh my!
And I said, "No." So no, I am not advocating for this kind of secrecy. Yeah. And I have learned in my life that it's better just to be honest. You didn't eat all the M&Ms; you handed them out.
The Bischoff cookies are enough for me on a flight. That's something good. And you can only have those on a flight, by the way.
So
you
good.
eat those out of context. You're I don't know what you are.
I would say to you, because I have like after a flight gone and gotten some.
Oh, so good.
Here's the move. The move is the Eric Bischoff cookie with ice cream.
Oh, it sounds delicious.
That you make some mini ice cream sandwiches with those bad boys.
Oh my God, that sounds good.
You're telling me I had some gelato with the Bischoff in Italy.
There it is.
So.
That's
it
why
just tasted different there. You know.
That's why Tanny's going to move there and produce from afar. Grant, where are you going? You going somewhere and you're producing from afar? Was that Grant?
No, that wasn't me.
Damn
but
it.
I wish I was.
It was Alex.
If you want to take me to Italy, by far. Take me there.
Alex has already started.
No, you were trying to relocate Grant yesterday. That's what that was.
You were trying to relocate me to Toronto.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
Because Lawrence was hyping it up, so
but
he was telling me to move there.
Fiance, so you know.
Yeah.
I did ask her. I said, "Do you want to move to Toronto?" She said, "Hey, let's do it."
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So if it's ever in the realm of possibilities.
I heard from a little birdie about Grant Leader's his other professional endeavor. Do you guys know about this? I didn't know about this.
I did know about this because one day he was in his uniform and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Really? I've never seen that.
Let's
Grant,
tease this for 5.
all right, we'll get to this later on in the 4 o'clock hour. Not 5.
We are going to stick with some White Sox stuff, though. Let's talk about Colson Montgomery, because we had a conversation yesterday with Steve Stone, and then I saw something this morning. I was like, wait a minute. Like, that's what we were exactly talking about yesterday. So let's dive into the growth of one Colson Montgomery next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago baseball fans. 104.3 The Score is your MLB trade deadline headquarters.
Will Chris Getz and the White Sox be aggressive as they contend for a playoff spot?
We're going to look for opportunities to help this future now.
Will Jed Hoyer make a splash for the Cubs and acquire some much-needed pitching?
You can't have enough pitching. You never have enough.
Keep it here as we approach the August 3rd MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment, week and a half.
Let's hope you're not drinking Malort that morning.
I won't be here for that one.
I'm saying as you drive 5 hours.
I'll drink a whole bottle if he catches 3 games. If he catches 3 games by next Friday.
Don't say that stuff.
Yeah, don't say that stuff.
You never know.
First of all, don't drink a whole bottle of anything, okay? Just
like a Mick
lighten
Ultra.
up there,
I
Francis.
could do a Mick Ultra. Whole bottle.
Yeah,
Mick
okay,
Ultra.
great. A bottle of beer.
You don't want to make these proclamations because they end up coming back and biting you. I know I have done that
Who
in
are
the
you
past.
speaking for?
I've done that.
All
before.
humans.
Yes.
All humans.
Rosarena then pivoted to English, this according to ESPN, and said that Raleigh should shove his, quote, "good to see you" in his big dumper. That, it does not seem...
This is one of those stories that I wish that Les was still here to talk about.
Oh, this is Daniel
He would
Manning.
have a field day.
This is Daniel Manning and Brian Urlacher all over again, isn't it?
Do not congratulate the opponent. I don't care if it's a ex-teammate during a game. That's bull. Do it after the game. I totally agree with that. Before the game, you want to say hi, whatever. During the game, you're congratulating a guy for picking off your quarterback's pass? Complete garbage. Sorry. What the hell's gotten into athletes in this day and age?
They just realize that it's not life and death.
You're trying to beat this team's brains in and trying to beat them. You don't congratulate them for doing. They're taking money out of your pocket. They're trying to do something that could end up keeping you either out of the playoffs or get you a lower seed or cost you the division title.
I disagree. I think it's okay.
Then you're full of crap too. You're all full
Wow.
of crap.
Cupcake, my guy.
Not Adam Pac-Man Harris.
Good for Adam. The pause. And they're like, yeah, I disagree.
The crazy thing about Adam is like, he is literally the nicest person
Sweetest.
in the world.
He could not be
a
kinder.
Sweetheart of a man. And you can see his eyes rolling, even though you didn't see him and have his eyes rolling. Like, you could see it, even if just hearing it.
That is our friend and former overnight host, the late Les Grobstein, going off about Daniel Manning, then of the Texans, and Brian Urlacher dapping each other up after Daniel Manning had a pick. I wish Les was alive and here for the Green Bay Packers season that just was. Les really would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he would have enjoyed it. He really would have.
Oh my God, he would have loved that Ben Johnson is totally okay with Matt LaFleur not being happy.
Can you imagine the 2 overnight shows that Les does after the Bears-Packers games?
Man, just the joy.
Just leaning
coming in. Thank you to the texter for pointing out that was Kesha in the background for Les.
Oh, yeah.
And Adam Harris. Left for Les and Adam Harris, the music. It was Kesha.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely killing.
Didn't he have thoughts on Kesha, too? Isn't there some Les and Kesha thoughts or some back and forth between him and Adam Pac-Man Harris?
Have you ever seen the video where Kesha tries to hug Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet at an awards show, and he's just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because he didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
And
he would like to protect his personal space.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to hug everybody and anybody.
In that case, he was being like Cal Raleigh. Except
dapper up.
Kesha didn't come from Spiegel. Like, think about Speaks. Think about this from Randy's point of view.
If it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus and he said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. Like, think about Randy's like, man, I was just hanging out with your cool-ass parents.
Yeah.
I gave a big old hug, and we were talking about how great you are.
Yeah. And
Wait, we not cool now because I have on a different jersey?
That's why I said F off and go to hell. That's right. Shove that up your big dumper.
I think we actually have to dump that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I did it the first time. I was like, I'll just be cool and just not mention it, and hopefully Speaks doesn't say it again. Oh, no.
Yeah, because you can't.
Sorry
you can't
about
do
that.
the thing where it's.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye or whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But
and it is gone. Up over that high wall. Colson Montgomery goes deep. And A 2-strike count against Savage to make it 2-0 White Sox.
Why has this clubhouse meshed so well with this much youth?
I think how you're saying it, youth. We're all young. We're all pretty inexperienced, so we're all just staying together. And we have a lot of really good veterans too that kind of show us the way and everything like that. But just being young, we're all young. We're all going through this at the same time, and I think that's what makes us special.
It's the only stroking that the White Sox are doing on the road.
If you're to believe that road trip snacks refers to simply road trip snacks.
I do.
I do too.
In the case of Sean Burke.
Me too.
Maybe you should give up sex.
James Dolan with a thought. Worked for the Knicks.
Did it though? We don't know that it worked for them. We just know that he said it.
Didn't what's his name? Didn't Mikal Bridges talk about that during his Instagram adventures? Probably.
Yeah, but he didn't say we totally all went sexless during the playoffs, and that's why we won.
No. It's true.
I don't think.
Boy, how did we get here? This is what happens, folks.
Stroking?
That's how we did. Clarence Carter brought us here.
Yep.
Clarence Carter. Colson Montgomery.
We spent some time talking about Colson Montgomery yesterday, and we looked at the numbers. And it's funny because, after we had finished the conversation, I looked at a story that Lamont Pope wrote. And he was right where we were on this, paragraph.
Okay.
Talking about Colson Montgomery, it was his 45th career home run, the most by a Sox player in his first 165 career games. And that's what we talked with Stoney about this improvement with Colson Montgomery. Check out what Stoney said about how we got from him being sent away to him now having the most home runs in the first 165 games of his career.
Well, certainly from the guy that was sent down to Arizona and had his swing reworked by Ryan Fuller, that guy coming back and hitting home runs in the 40s and driving in over 100 runs, if you were to extrapolate that out to a full season, you'd have to say he's pretty successful. I think one of the things that he probably has to work on, if he can work on this one thing, so it's not three different things in his swing, it's one thing. And that's lay off the right above the strike zone fastball. The one that comes probably between your letters and your chin. It's out of the strike zone. It's very appealing. A left-hander, except for Tristan Peters, just about every left-hander that I've seen in this league can't catch up to the ball up there. Peters has the ability to do that, which makes him a guy who's hitting close to 300, which is somewhat surprising to me. But most left-handers, especially guys with home run cuts, they're not going to hit that pitch. And there's no doubt that Colson Montgomery falls into that category. There was a terrific hitter, and you guys might have heard of him. And again, this is probably more radical than they want to get into at this point, especially during the season. But there was a guy a few years back by the name of Cecil Cooper. And Cecil Cooper started with the Red Sox, and then he went to Milwaukee, where he became a tremendous hitter, a guy who's hitting 330 every year, hitting 40 bombs. And he did something pretty interesting. When he was with Boston, he was a straight-up hitter, very similar to what Colson Montgomery is, almost a straight-up stand-up hitter. And he was having all kinds of problems with the high fastball. Couldn't hit it to save his life. Went to Milwaukee. What they did was they put him in a slight crouch. And they told him every time you see a face-high fastball, it's going to be a ball. So just don't swing at it. He stopped swinging at it and started hitting home runs in big numbers and started just becoming a very dangerous hitter. If you look at his numbers when he went to Milwaukee after Boston, you'll realize that he completely turned his career around. And I'm not going to tell you that they're going to do the same thing with Colson Montgomery, but that's one suggestion how a non-hitter like myself saw a hitter who became very good work on not swinging at that high fastball.
Boy, that's hard to do, man.
It is, and it happened to Colson last night in the fifth inning. The strikeout pitch was a fastball that was high and outside, but it was, he got victimized a little bit by it in last night's game against DeGrom. But, this is what happens. This is a player that's absolutely growing. So back to the Lamont Pope piece, because I was like, oh, that's interesting that we were in the same place that he was on this. He got a quote about it. And this quote from Will Venable yesterday before the game is interesting, and I think plays into how we can look at Colson Montgomery going forward. Will said, "I've come to realize that I'm not sure how to characterize where Colson's at. that there are some at bats where he looks maybe out of sync, and then in the same game, he's hitting the game-winning homer. He goes on to say, so I think Colson is in a great spot, and he's doing what he's doing, which is getting big hits for us and driving in runs. So, yeah, he looks good up there, close quote.
It's interesting, though, that's admitting the inconsistencies of a young hitter. I feel like there's this thing all around baseball, because it reminds me of Ozzie Guillen going off on Colson about 5 weeks ago, whenever that was, about him maybe being a one-year wonder, and doesn't know what he's doing as a hitter, and poor decision-making and that kind of stuff. We've turned into a league where it's okay if everybody's Rob Deere. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay if everybody's Mark Reynolds and you're striking out a bunch and you're hitting 222. But, oh, by the way, you have 24 bombs and your OPS is 776 and you're playing a pretty damn good shortstop and you're a star. You know, like the league is okay with hitters being this wildly inconsistent within the same game, where a guy like Will Venable and a guy like Ozzie Guillen will both see it and talk about it, obviously, in very, very different ways.
Well, it's the idea of what is a player supposed to be. Now, I would say that the profile of Colson Montgomery doesn't strike me as him being a guy that you would even, if he grows into a guy that's giving you a lot of on base, fine. But that's a guy that you're turning loose and saying, with all that pop in his bat, if he wants to take some opportunities, take them. Like, it's different for a guy like Nico, where
for sure. But a guy like Colson, frankly, it reminds me of the conversation we were having about Seiya Suzuki at the beginning of the show, where in certain situations, can you shorten up and kind of do a little bit of a different thing at the plate? So hard to do. We've seen Colson do it. Remember that double he had against the lefty Friday night? You were there in Toronto, left on left. That was a great swing and a little bit shorter of a swing.
I'm all right if, like, a guy like that, try to hit it to the moon. I'm fine. Like, I get that it's going to come with a bunch of strikeouts.
Yeah, every decision maker in baseball agrees with you. Seriously, like, or at least 95%.
That doesn't make me feel great, because I think that there are a lot of them that, you know.
No, but I mean,
some of them.
I'm just saying you're in the right.
They have a T-shirt.
All the twinkles and the tweedles. I'll agree.
Yep.
But yeah, but this is the game. Seriously, remember when Rob Deere showed up? Am I the only one? I'm old enough.
I mean, you don't have to go that far. You can go into White Sox history and talk about Adam Dunn.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
He's a frustrating player.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the year, it's like, oh, he hit 40 home runs and he may have driven in 95 or whatever.
Yeah.
But he struck out a ton.
I got to come to terms with it every night. I watch baseball and I have to come to terms with it. Watching that All-Star game, I got to come to terms with it.
I don't want everyone to sell out for Slug, but there are some guys that you just go, yeah, that's what he does. Like, that's who he's going to be. Let's see, what was his best year? Yeah, he had an incredible year. Listen, 2012 Adam Dunn for the White Sox. 204.
Yeah.
333, which is insane for a 204 batting average. 468. He was an 800 OPS player.
And at 40, how many home runs?
41.
Yeah, I once
96 RBIs. It was right on the money.
You know, I should revisit the math. I forget whether it was that year. It might have been another one where he had the second lowest OPS ever at the time for somebody with 40 home runs. Like, it's hard to hit 40 home runs and have an OPS below 800. It's probably happened more than I realize in recent years because of all the strikeouts, and, you know, there's probably a couple of two true outcome guys out there.
I think that was the lowest one. Like, I'm looking at his 40 home run years, and his OPS for the 40 home run years, that was the lowest at 800. He had a season where, he had a season where he hit 266. With the Reds, with Cincinnati Reds, where he hit 46 home runs, but he was on base 39% of the time. For his career, like, the career slash is technically Hall of Fame worthy. His slash is 237, 364, 490, and 854 OPS. And usually if you're around 850, you're a Hall of Famer.
Do you remember Christina Carl from baseball perspective.
Absolutely. Christina would be on the score a lot talking ball.
Yes. As she used to come on with Mike Murphy and others, and then became an ESPN senior editor of baseball. For the last several years, she has been the sports editor of the San Francisco Chronicle. Okay? She invented the term 3 true outcomes. I didn't know that till recently. She is the one.
That was
she gets credit for the invention of 3 true outcomes as a description of a hitter, which I did not know.
We were really ahead of our time as a station with that. Like, and Murph was. Like with John Dewan and Christina Carl, like talking about the game in a way that I don't think was being talked about at the time in sports radio writ large.
I agree with you. And then Bernsey as well, obviously.
But then Dan took it to the extreme.
Right. But Murph, Jim Callis was a Murph find in terms of like talking prospects at all. You know?
And that's the danger, is going to the extreme, like it becoming dogma.
Yes.
And then like that's why I always talk about like straddling the line between the objective and the subjective.
That's the way it has to be.
But it's not the way that it is. Like that's one of my criticisms of like the Cubs as an organization.
Mm-hmm.
They sometimes just kind of like, this is what we do. This is their dogma. Well, sometimes you have to push past that. And it seems like maybe Jed at least gave lip service to that.
He gives lip service to it, but Carter's not there yet.
No, Carter's never getting there. He's never getting there. That's his thing.
I'm into the dogma.
He stands by it.
Yeah, I stand for dogma.
Connor Bedard spoke about his new contract and his injury, and Patrick Kane. We'll hear from him next here on The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
Anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play. They are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing, because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like
So
he kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monungai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monungai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
And having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it. Even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, fifth in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They're the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a
From a
car.
car?
Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals
Of course he did.
in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did what from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So he went Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score?
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there. He gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then
Jeremy Roenick.
My guys in Chicago, what a great day to be an American, huh?
Afternoons on The Score.
Hey, Connor, congrats on your extension. I just wanted to think, do you think signing the extension was like a weight lifted off your shoulders, or just your overall opinions of kind of being able to put this behind you and focus on healing and season prep?
Yeah, I wouldn't say a weight or anything. Obviously, it's, a relief and nice to get it done for, myself and for, the team. But, I don't think it was anything that was... Was I muted that whole time?
No, just for like that one sentence.
Okay. No, I don't think there was like any stress involved with it. I think we both knew that it wasn't going to take too many calls or meetings to get it done. So obviously very happy to get it done, though.
Connor Bedard muted himself while he was answering Kalen Lumpkin's question about his contract. It was one of the fun moments of the press conference with the young man.
Remember, if you don't know who Grandpa is on the Zoom, it's probably you. It's the new. If you don't know who the sucker at the table is, at the poker table, it's probably you. If you don't know who Grandpa is, it was Connor Bedard. In this moment.
This mute button is so huge. You got to get that mute button turned on.
When you got a $75 million contract, though, you can find someone that'll take care of that mute button for you.
Can hire somebody. I got a mute button caddy.
Hey, man, if that's what you need, that's what you need. Connor Bedard's got new paper, 5 years, $75 million. He says he's healing up with the shoulder injury. That's for sure. But what about this idea of Patrick Kane needing a home? And Chris Chelios telling the morning show that it's down to the Blackhawks and the Sabres, Buffalo and Chicago. Here's what Bedard said about bringing Kane back.
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know, what I can say to, persuade his decision. But, obviously we'd all be so excited to have a player like that, but also a guy like that. I can't imagine his first game back at the UC, the reaction he'd get and just how much juice that would bring to not only our team, but our fans as well. And, that would just be, that would be incredible to, get to play with him and learn from him. So, hopefully he decides to come back. And, I think it would, and you talk about kind of the legacy aspect of it, but just as a team, it would make us a way better team. He's still an amazing player. So, I don't know if this is probably not the best pitch, but, hopefully he comes back and, we can play together for sure.
That's engaging and real from Connor Bedard, even chuckling at himself at the end there about it not being the best pitch. But, yeah, Patrick can still play. I think it makes all the sense in the world. I think it makes all the sense in the world from both a team perspective and a ticket selling perspective, and from Patrick Kane's perspective as well. I hope it happens.
What does our friend and hockey expert Jay Zawaski think about this?
Now it makes more sense than it's ever made, right? They need some help on the top six while Cantrell and Frundell, the guys I mentioned earlier, really develop and get their feet wet in the NHL. And now you bring in Patrick Kane. If you bring in Patrick Kane, he can probably help hold things down until Connor Bedard returns, right? We're probably talking middle of November, worst case scenario for Bedard, which would be somewhere around like 15 to 18 games. So if you bring Patrick Kane in and he's any semblance of what he was in Detroit, that should probably help you win an extra game or two that you probably wouldn't have with Connor Bedard. And I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but it matters when you're hoping to be playing to the end of the year. You're hoping to be in the playoff position until game 84 is over. At least fighting for that playoff spot. Every point matters, and bringing in Patrick Kane at this point for no cost aside from money. All they got to do is pay him. They don't have to trade a draft pick. They don't have to trade a prospect they like. They can get a guy who's going to come in here, fill a hole they need filled for just money. It makes all the sense in the world, even if you take the nostalgia out of it. Even if you take number 88 off the jersey. If you just say random player X with Patrick Kane's profile, makes a ton of sense for the Blackhawks to bring in. And then you just sprinkle in the nostalgia and who it is and what he's done here. And it just makes it make that much more sense.
Kane had 16 goals last year, 41 assists, so 57 points. And the Blackhawks were second to last in scoring in the NHL. They've got, $14 million worth of cap space. Patrick made $3 million last year. I mean, the fit just in terms of that, like Jay talked about, is plain to see.
By the way, the 84-game schedule, do you know when the Blackhawks' first regular season game is?
It's like alarmingly soon, isn't it?
September 29th.
Yeah, it's all happening. That's 4 days before the end of baseball's regular season.
Yeah, and I think the NBA starts Halloween weekend. I think that's right. But that feels so early.
How many Bears games in are we at that point? 4 Bears games?
No, three, because it's September 11th, right? Is it the kickoff of the season? So 3 games. Well, maybe 4 games. 3 games in.
The 10th, Thursday night, I think is the first game of the year, I believe.
So 3 games in?
Man. So by then, we could have playoff teams in the White Sox and Cubs. We could have the Bears at 4-0, 3-1, 3-0 at that point. Could have the Blackhawks debuting
with Patrick
Kane. When's the Bulls debut? Not long after that with Caleb Wilson.
A month later.
It's all happening.
Yeah. September feels like so early for hockey. But it also, it puts them in a weird spot, too. Because now you're competing with this anyway. But you're right in the middle of people getting their college football and pro football Jones. And it's like, oh, and here's hockey. As the baseball season ends and then the playoffs start.
And
it's
here's Connor Bedardless hockey.
Here's hockey.
Yeah, no thank you. You're going to find people saying no thank you.
I mean, the only money that I've spent the last couple of years was to go see the kid. And when the kid comes back, I'll spend money to go see the Blackhawks again because he's worth it. And watching I've gone to 2 Blackhawks games, and what I've enjoyed the most was watching people watch him. People pull their phones out and video him and during his ice time, because you see stuff and you're like, wow, like he can really do a lot of cool things. He's just got to stay healthy.
We've talked a bunch of Cubs today with Nico Horner, talked some White Sox with Sean Burke, little Connor Bedard right there. There'll be more Cubs later on, including our trade target of the day coming up at 5 o'clock. But massive injury, it seems like, last night in Chicago baseball that we need to discuss.
Yeah, people, it looked like it was something that, at least for now, it isn't. But that has led a lot of people to get their detective caps on and be like, hey, is there something that's happening here with this particular guy? We'll talk about that next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
I'm obsessed with Walks setting up better at bats against the starting pitcher. The White Sox, they're very good about working at bats. A fruitless inning that on paper and in a box score looked like it didn't produce much. But then once you watch and you see these at bats and how they set themselves up to really get a good look at a guy, I'd much rather have a 9-pitch at bat than a 3-pitch at bat. The second time around, we see the fruits of the labor.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
$30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash 330. The crash happened.
Oh, no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment. Takes his glasses up.
Uh-huh. Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No. That was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on The Score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about Lawrence? What do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at The Score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to. I also have a similar story. This happened this is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps, but there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow!
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a karate man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean. Is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No. I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
That's
what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a
You did.
surprised yell.
And
Go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Mike, who do you have healthy sports hate for? Who do you let yourself feel it for, either a person or a team?
Definitely KU. Lawrence, I ever tell you I know I haven't told you. Have I ever told you my Bill Self story?
No. Go on.
Please, because Bill Self's got an opportunity here with Darren Peterson and a very talented team, and Duke looked vulnerable yesterday, so we were just talking about them off the air.
So this is a story of, again, how you can have inappropriate hatred towards someone who really doesn't deserve it. So John Anderson and I, in like 05 or 06 or 07, something like that, he goes, let's do a road trip to a Mizzou game. And I was like, yes, mentor. Like, such is done. And he said, we'll go. There was back when ABC used to have a 2:30 game on like a Saturday or a Sunday. And so we flew into Columbia. I was in Charlotte at the time. He was in Bristol. And he, like a week before, goes, hey, by the way, they're playing Kansas, the game we're going to. Remember last year they lost to Bradley in the first round, and the year before they lost to Bucknell. And I was like, yeah, of course I remember. Those are two of the greatest days of my life. And he goes, someone sent me a Bucknell t-shirt. So instead of us wearing gold at the game, I'm going to wear the Bucknell t-shirt. You got to get a Bradley t-shirt. And I was like, oh, classic, perfect.
Oh, God.
And so shockingly, I couldn't find a Bradley t-shirt, but I found a buddy's girlfriend who knew how to iron and print a decal. So I had a Bradley t-shirt with a lame, cheap decal on it. And it's like a 2:30 tip, and 11 o'clock, John's like, meet me in the lobby at our hotel. We'll walk to the game, and we'll just go to the student section.
104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
Afternoons on The Score.
How sick to your stomach did you feel when you saw the Sox catcher Kyle Teal limp off in the second inning, unable to put any weight on the lower leg, the left leg?
If you ever mess around on the internet, people go to darker places than you were even going to. And looking at Sox Twitter, and there was, I don't want to even say it, but, there's a certain Greek hero that comes to mind with a certain injury that ended his life, as a matter of fact. I don't know why we have to get into that.
What?
Achilles!
I'm so confused right now.
Yes, Mully was talking about Achilles, and there were people who were looking at Kyle Teal's injury last night and saying, there goes the Achilles. Now, he's officially listed on the injury list with an ankle injury.
Yeah, they called it an ankle sprain, placed him on the injured list today, but a sprain is a tear, right? A tear is a sprain is a tear. And Edgar Caro has been called back up, but that's good that it's not an Achilles tear. It's good that it's not a broken ankle, but it still could be a very serious sprain that lingers an awful long time.
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it. From the WBC on, he's had a rough go of it, and getting him back to this team was something that people were super excited about. And you understand why, because he's got a profile as an offensive player that allows you to think a little bit bigger than what you were initially getting from Edgar Caro and Drew Romo. Although I guess not initially with Romo, because he came in and hit home runs immediately. But there's more offensive upside, ideally, for Kyle Teal.
Would you like to guess where the White Sox are in terms of production from the catcher position? And this comes after a couple of years of being excited about the prospects, being excited about Caro and Teal, and oh man, they're in great shape. It's unbelievable. Where are they?
They're last.
Yeah, they're dead last among all teams in baseball with a 5.11 OPS, a 166 batting average, 242 OBP. All three of those numbers are dead last.
Yeah, Teal 190, 271, 317. So like he wasn't really hitting the ball.
And none of them are. Now, the other teams that are is interesting. The Philadelphia Phillies are 28th, but JT Realmuto is a defensive stud who absolutely takes care of that pitching staff. And for the Yankees, it's largely Austin Wells, who is very good defensively and takes care of that pitching staff. For the White Sox, now you've got Caro and Romo. Who knows how long they're without Teal. Position of strength could be something to discuss as far as even the deadline goes, and I want to discuss that. But tell people about Kyle Teal's workout routine, because I didn't realize what a thing this is on the old social media.
Yeah, and when he had posted the video of his workouts, people were like, "This seems like it is."
Bad idea?
No, just maybe it's a little bit different than what working on some machinery that people are like, well, wait, what is that? Is like this a new thing? And then you look at some of the drills that he's doing, and you go, is this his personal guy? Is this the White Sox guy? And there are a lot of people who are in the comments being like, well, wait, is this why he's had some issues with his legs?
Now, is this current or is this from the off season? When is this video from?
It's from the off season, but people are applying it and being like, hey, is this why he wasn't available at the beginning of the season? Are leg injuries going to be a thing with him because he might not have the correct workout mechanism to make sure that he doesn't get injured? And then it becomes a matter of, are we talking about correlation or causation? Like, I don't know. I don't know if the stuff that you're doing away from baseball, like maybe once you get back to the White Sox are like, listen, we've got a different system or drills that we want you to use to try and get stronger and to be here and all of that stuff. But it is become a thing inside of White Sox land to look at the workout of Kyle Teal and be like, is he getting what he needs when he's not with the ball club?
How would you describe this, what he's doing in the workout?
A horse kick? That's how I would describe it, but it feels like he's not on the right piece of equipment. And I'm not a trainer. It feels like he's not on the right piece of equipment and that the equipment's not being used properly.
I don't even know what kind of equipment that is, but he's got one foot on it and the other one is off it, and he's shoving the leg that's on it backwards as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah, I'm sure that the concept behind this is explosion. That you're looking to kind of build the muscles with explosion. Like that's what the exercises look like. I just don't know if they're being administered properly.
Yeah, the device looks like he's trying to escape from the exercise equipment itself. So that's
and the guy who's standing on the back of it, who's theoretically guiding him through this, is not wearing shoes, and he's standing on it like it's a tackling sled.
Yeah, I think he's doing that so that
or a blocking sled, I should say,
that he can hold it in place, because in at least what that showed us in those few seconds, like that's Kyle being his most powerful, trying to like horse kick it away.
As he tries to escape from the exercise. Yeah, this looks bizarre. Has anybody consulted with a trainer? Has a trainer gone on there and pontificated?
I think that the Spiegel and Holmes audience has quite a bit of trainers, and both amateur and professional.
Now we're getting somewhere. Spiegel and Holmes find out.
Go look at the Kyle Teal workout. You can just look it up on Instagram, and then as a trainer, you tell us, like text us and let us know what you think, like your first look at it, because it doesn't look under control, and usually that's what trainers are telling you to do, is that you're building muscle and you're firing out, but you're under control, and this does not look like it's under control.
Looked like he just had some bad hay. And he's got the horse kick going.
And I want to make sure that like all of these guys have exactly what they need. And I don't know if like this could be one of those things where Kyle tried something in the offseason, the White Sox saw it and were like, hey man, no. Like that's not what we're gonna do. We're gonna have you do some other stuff, and we're gonna give you a routine. But everyone that's training. Well, I shouldn't say everyone. A lot of people who are training at that level of athleticism is trying for explosion and power. And it shows itself in different forms. Like, it's not just hitting the ball farther. It's a quicker pop time if you're a catcher. It's all of that stuff that you're trying to add to your athletic profile. But it just, like, when I look at this, I'm not sitting, like, there are guys who you watch their workouts, you're like, I can modify that and I can do it with less weight. Like, I'll watch Aaron Donald's workout and I'll go, I'm not doing that with 115s, but I can do that with some 50s or 60s. And this is one of those things I'm like, if I saw that guy in the gym, I'd be like, what's he doing? And I don't quite get it. And maybe there's something to get that I don't understand, which I'm totally okay with.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to know. I'm really pleased to have been alerted to the video because it's extremely entertaining. But I understand the worry that is ensuing.
Is it correlation? Is it causation? Is it neither?
Mm-hmm. I don't know the answer.
Is it
to
punishment for something that he did? Are they making him do that?
Right. He didn't eat his vegetables, and they're like, now you have to do this. And I'm your barefoot boss, and I'm going to be standing on the blocking sled. What the hell is going on with this video? It is bizarre.
Ron Karkovice wasn't on that machine, I promise you.
I promise you that.
He was having a couple ciggy butts and
so it wasn't
getting
as
himself
good.
ready to play.
So let me ask you this. There is an opportunity here at the trade deadline for a team to go out and get a great veteran catcher. There are 3 all-star catchers who are potentially available right now. Adley Rutschman, who has 1 year beyond this under contract. Shea Langoliers from the Athletics, who has had a ton of big home run swings from Shea Langoliers, Shea Langoliers with 2 years in addition to this, and Hunter Goodman with 3 years in addition to this, the absolute bomber of a home run hitter from Colorado. And before you ask, he has better numbers on the road than he does even at Colorado. So if you're the White Sox with an opportunity here at the deadline, don't you consider putting a package together for one of these absolute stud hitters from the catcher position who all could help you against left-handed pitching as well? Langoliers and Goodman as straight righties, and Rutschman's a split.
I think of the 3, I think I want Langoliers here. And because when I look at Rutschman, I go, it feels like unfulfilled promise, and maybe the White Sox can fix him.
Oh, no, Rutschman's been on the injured list 5 times in the last 400 days.
His WAR just keeps going down each year. 5.4 when he got here, 4.3, 3.1, 1.9. Now, he was an all-star this year.
Doesn't that, along with his only 1 extra year of contract control, make him the cheapest of the 3, though?
Ideally, it is that he is the cheapest of the 3.
He was what? He went number 1 overall, right, Rutschman? I think he went number 1 overall.
Yeah, 1 of 1.
So you are correct that it feels like unfulfilled promise. The Orioles just signed somebody to an extension. Who was it? Bradish, Kyle Bradish, the pitcher. And Rutschman said he'd be open to it. But now he's injured again, by the way. He's on the injured list again. So maybe it's a non-starter. I agree with you. I think Langoliers is awesome. I think Langoliers is terrific. He was a Brave who went, I believe, to the A's in the Matt Olson trade, if memory serves. But serious pop from the right side and a really good defensive catcher. And the A's stink again. We suck again. And they don't really. What were you saying, Grant, about the A's timeline? Because when did they go to Vegas? 28?
Yeah, I believe somewhere around that time. But at the same time, the depth of the catcher position for the A's is pretty thin. And then they're looking to possibly do the whole buy-in to the market once they move. So, like, the whole I was telling you guys in the the pre-show meeting is that this whole Sacramento stuff kind of is like a limbo period for them.
So it's because he'd still be under contract when they move to Vegas.
Correct.
So they might want him in the final year of his deal to at least be part of things that way.
Yeah.
I know their catcher depth is thin, but
I mean, they've kind of only over the last 2 weeks played themselves out of this. Like they're still, 7.5 games back in a really terrible American League West.
Yeah.
It's been terrible. Cal Raleigh has been hurt or bad. So the Mariners can't get right. We're seeing the Rangers up close, and they seem to be okay, but just okay.
Man, I would, if I were the White Sox, I would absolutely put together a deal and offer it to the Athletics for Shea Langoliers. First of all, you give him a catcher back. You can give him Edgar Caro back.
Sure. Someone that can get you out of the season.
Here you go. And be under your control for many, many years. With a very high upside that has not played out offensively this year.
Man, 22 bombs this year.
For Langoliers?
Mm-hmm.
OPS
He's at 820, OPS 120, OPS plus 3.5 WAR.
I'm a big fan of that guy. And how much better does it feel and look as a team, especially if Teal's going to be out for a while? Or when Teal comes back, you can platoon them a little bit. You could DH one of them if need be. So I love it. I love the idea of it. I know you're going to target pitching first if you're the White Sox, but boy, I like the idea of going out and getting yourself a right-handed catcher with some bop as well.
So that's a dream, and I don't think it's a bad one. My whole thing is when I look at the White Sox, I don't necessarily think that they need – it's always good to add, but I don't think they necessarily need thump from the catcher position if, like when we were talking with Sean Burke earlier, he was talking about how impressed he's been with Drew Romo and how Romo has been calling games and how they've done defensively. If you get – we got that? Here's what Sean Burke said earlier.
It's been awesome. I think that, not a guy I recruited a ton in spring training, and then he comes in here, obviously starts the year in AAA, and then comes up, and with Kyle Teal being out, and we needed a guy to step up. He's been unbelievable. I think his focus, throughout the day and his focus in the meetings, he really cares about the defensive side of the game, both obviously blocking stuff, throwing runners out, challenging framing, all that stuff, but. Like I said, the stuff that doesn't get measured in metrics or stats, where the pregame notes and studying hitters and understanding how he wants to attack guys based on each pitcher on the staff and what their stuff does, especially for someone that doesn't have a ton of experience doing it. I think he's handled it really professionally.
I mean, that's pretty great. That's pretty great for Drew Romo, who did not have a reputation for such things, frankly. And
if
defensively.
you know that's the only way that you're going to stick. And he has come up with a couple of big home runs, by the way. Drew Romo has. But if that's the way that you're going to stick, and if maybe you're doing the bulk of the catching going forward, if you can tell me that you're still going to get that, a healthy White Sox lineup seems to have enough pop in it that they can overcome a weakness at a spot that a lot of teams have a weakness at offensively.
Yeah, and Langoliers is not a great framer of pitches, which obviously matters less, but still does matter in the age of the challenge. He's a really good thrower and has really quick pop time in terms of controlling the running game. But you'd have him along with Romo until you get Teal back. And so we'll see.
I'm just saying that for me, it wouldn't be a priority.
I get it.
But it would be something that I would look at.
Boy, would I explore that. And I think if you put together a package of like Edgar Caro and then Billy Carlson, a shortstop further down your list than Chalowski and Bonnemer, and an arm at single A or double A, I think you're already at a package that's going to beat a lot of other teams. Doesn't take much to get to a real good package.
It's fair. It's something to keep in mind as the White Sox hopefully explore things. We're going to take a break. When we come back, weird day in our industry. A lot of people getting laid off, and some of them are surprising. And some of it with the mergers that have happened in media are not as surprising as they may appear on the face of it. We'll discuss some of it next here on The Score.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance! Cubs win the ball game!
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment is brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Why?
They're going to love that we're there and we're, crazed fans, even though we're on SportsCenter and what have you. And I was like, great. So we get down and meet in the lobby at 11 o'clock, and we're walking over, and all of a sudden we hear this, hey, is that you, John? And we turn over, and it's Bill Self. The Jayhawks are staying in our hotel. And John, before he got to ESPN, worked in Tulsa, where Bill Self was the coach. So they knew each other and had a friendly relationship. So John goes, oh, hey, yeah. And so we walk over like morons wearing these basically middle finger T-shirts to the man we're going to talk to. He couldn't have been friendlier, couldn't have been nicer. We have like an 8-9 minute conversation. He's so charming and likable. And at one point he was like, hey, John, are you wearing a Bucknell t-shirt? And John like sheepishly just kind of like lowers his head and goes, yeah, I am. Oh, man, are you wearing a Bradley t-shirt? I was like, yeah, sorry about that, Bill. Sorry about that. And he's such a nice guy. He goes, okay, well, you want to come in and say hi to the guys and meet our staff? And so we walk in to the dining room, and I'm shaking Danny Manning's hand because he was a coach at the time while I'm wearing this ridiculous shirt. And like it was such a great sports hatred moment.
I would just like to say for the record, John Anderson's title right now is Endowed Chair of Radio and Television Journalism Professionals at the University of Missouri.
Oh, that man has found a perfect post-Sports Center gig, huh?
Correct.
Oh. But what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best for the fans. I'll tell you that much. Like the game has changed in a way that makes it not as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous. And it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you guys, and just listening to what you just said, you're being dominated by the fake technology again. You think that all these guys throw 10 miles an hour faster than we did back in the day. Just watch the videos. Watch videos of guys back in our day who were the hard-throwing guys compared to now. They are measuring fastballs and balls right out of the hand now, okay? The Jugs gun and the ray gun back in the day measured it as it crossed home plate. So there ain't no difference. These guys, I've been there. I've been with these guys that they say are throwing 100 and sitting there watching them going, they ain't no different than anything I saw, hitting against guys in spring training. This is not, but they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job. And you look at this. It's fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of the new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside and this and that, and when, watch the news today. Oh, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute. They can get into our technology from Russia. Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the technology that's running the strike zone at the home stadium?
Oh, this is fun. I had never thought of that. I had never considered this either, that like another front office would override the robot umpire. Yeah.
That's a good point. And it wouldn't be every pitch. It would be, okay, bases loaded. We got to get this pitch right here. Strike, quick. That's the kind of stuff that I know would happen.
Somebody's going to do it now. You just gave them the idea, Jack. So thank you for that.
They think they don't have the idea? Come on. That's metrics and that's technology. Ruining
Do you have a
everybody.
smartphone?
It's ruining our kids' lives. It's ruining our sports. It's ruining our countries all around the world. It's crazy.
Do you have a smartphone?
I'm on it right now, dude. So I'm sure that hey, maybe Putin's listening to us. You never know.
It's not that interesting. I mean, it's good, but it's not that.
It was tremendous.
Yeah.
And then telling stories. Mully, before the game, I think I could tell this. We're in the back of the green room, and he's talking with people, and it came up with something about mascots. He says, "Did I ever tell you about the time when in 1982 when I wore a mask? He was a mascot for NBC in one of his early assignments, and he pulled up this video, and he was showing it to the group in the room and then he unveiled the like he was dressed up as a mascot.
Oh my God.
And it was Bob Costas underneath the mascot uniform because his point was how hot it was in there.
Oh yeah.
How difficult it could be to be the mascot. And he was showing this story from 1982 when he was a young lad working for NBC.
When my eldest daughter turned 1 year old, she was a huge fan of Elmo. So I went to a costume shop, and apparently, if you rent an Elmo costume, it costs a lot of money.
Never done that.
They got to pay money for the name and everything.
Yeah.
This was called Big Red Monster. So I rented Big Red.
We shouldn't do this on TV, and so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh, stop! CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me tell you why. I'm not saying.
I'm not looking at fantasy football, Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Viral moment. Ryan Clark and Peter Schrager. When Schrager came over from NFL Network, his ESPN acquired NFL Network. That's very important in this conversation that we're getting ready to have. Ryan Clark was informed while on the air yesterday on NFL Live.
Yeah, during a break, right?
Yes.
Because word had gotten out. It wasn't supposed to happen until the next day, apparently, and they decided they wanted to tell him. So they pulled him off the air, and he did not finish the show? Is that what happened?
I mean, if they laid you off, would you finish the show?
Trying to think if I've had that particular experience. I have not. Some friends of ours who worked at The Game, the old sports radio station here in town, found out that their station was toast while on the air.
That's different.
That's different. This is specifically...
It also hurts. Shout out to Ben Fenford.
Shout out to Finji. But yeah, no. I suppose I would not finish the show.
So of the names that you would know, here are the people that were laid off. Carl Ravitch. Baseball Tonight's Carl Ravitch.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weird one because I figured most of these were related to the NFL Network and ESPN kind of merging and becoming one.
Most of them are. Like, this is the one that it's a bit of an outlier.
Carl Ravitch used to be the host of Baseball Tonight.
Dun, 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 dun.
When that was like the best show on TV.
I used to look forward to Baseball Tonight all the time.
Dude, I'm right there with you. Right there. Like Gammons. You're telling me you'd give me Gammons and usually a former player, or Gammons and Kirkjian, or Kirkjian and a former player?
Web Gyms.
Oh, let's go. Let's effing go. And then Ravi has worked his way up to lead play-by-play. And that's abrupt because he called the Dodgers and Phillies on Monday. Last night he called it.
It's wild. So you have Carl Ravitch, who was there for 33 years.
Man.
You have Ryan Clark, who was there for 11 years. The Cam Newton one is really weird because he had signed a multi-year extension last year. David Lloyd, who whenever you needed a stable person to host SportsCenter, there was David Lloyd.
Yep. Did you mention Stefania Bell, the injury expert?
Yeah, and Stefania had been there for a long time. And I remember it being kind of groundbreaking where they had finally been like, you know what we should do? While we're doing our fantasy football shows and our pregame shows, what if we talked with someone who understands injuries on how to explain whether or not the guys that you're putting into your fantasy football lineup actually make sense to play that week. Tom Pelissero.
That's intense for me. I think Tom's really, really good at the NFL Insider gig.
We've had him here on The Score.
As both a broadcaster and a writer. Has been on top of a lot of stuff.
But here's the math on that, okay? The math on that is you kind of don't need Tom as a newsbreaker because you have Adam Schefter.
And Ian Rappaport as teammates now.
And Peter Schrager. You've got those guys there. So as good as Tom is, and he's really good.
Man, so that's Peter Schrager being dissed by Ryan Clark. I was dissed by Peter Schrager at the Knicks NBA Finals game. He was sitting there right in front of me and my brother, and I kind of reintroduced myself and said, he wanted nothing to do with me.
No, but wait.
He said, are you a Knicks fan? I said, no, not really, Peter.
That's when he didn't want anything to do with you,
In general, it just shop talk. He didn't want shop talk. He was there wearing a Knicks scarf. And his buddy had a hat, and they were taking pictures of themselves after that game. There, he was really enjoying it as a fan, and I made him talk shop for a split second. Nobody likes that.
You don't want to do that.
No. So anyway,
Bart Scott can't wait. He's out, and our friend Charles Davis is laid off. But I think Charles is still doing game work somewhere.
CBS? I didn't even know Charles was employed by ESPN.
NFL.
I didn't either.
No, by NFL, that's
NFL
the
Network.
thing. Guys,
hybrid.
People that come over from the NFL Network, if you're ESPN, you're like, well, let's look for the redundancies.
Wait a minute. They fired Jeff Van Gundy again. They rehired him and fired. No, that was 3 years ago. They got Jeff Van Gundy and Jalen Rose and others. So what do you make of this? Because there's a lot of big names there, and it's the trimming. Can they still call themselves the worldwide leader?
Of course they can, because they've got all the things, including the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the Super Bowl this year, and what it comes down to is what it comes down to in our business too. I mean, we're in the same business, but on a smaller scale. It's where do you think who's driving viewership or listenership, and they've kind of told you with the money.
The punter in a tank top.
He's one of them. McAfee brings in a lot of viewers, and he had already built up through Barstool and doing his own thing.
Yeah.
And he came with that. So when he was able to re-up his deal, he had the evidence to be like, look, this is what I'm bringing to you. So you got McAfee.
And you got Stephen A.
You got Stephen A. And you know that Stephen A. brings in viewership. Whether people love him or hate him, people will watch him. It's kind of the Stern effect on sports television. And then Greeny. Those are the guys that make the big dollars.
So it feels kind of like the Oklahoma City Thunder with some of their cost-cutting moves this offseason.
And Schefter. Schefter just signed a huge deal. Yeah. And Shams.
This is why you trade Lou Dort.
Right? So, you have all of this stuff where the money gets consolidated, and then if you're one of the people that's making the money, it's like, man, should I give him money back so that those people can stay? And would the company have even spent that money in the right way if you give the money back? Lots of questions.
Speaking of the Super Bowl and ESPN, did you see our friend Joe Buck's tweets on Sunday night? Or maybe it was Monday night. Yeah, I think it was last night. Somebody tweeted at him, how about you try to be impartial while announcing this game? And Buck retweeted it and said, just so I can sleep tonight, what game do you think I'm doing at the moment? Is it the Phillies game on ESPN? I think I'm having a hell of a game right now. You don't?
They blame him for games he's not even calling.
I don't care who they put on. When Joe Buck's on, I turn the sound down.
And then he tweeted, oh, wait, that's not me. I just did bath time with my kids. Now putting them to bed. My bad. Go Phillies or Dodgers or whatever team you want me to cheer for. They're the best. That is Joe Buck having some fun with somebody who thinks he's actually doing a game.
Hello, Chicago!
All right, that's it. We got to ask Buck to come on. He's also doing
the Jeopardy
show.
ESPN with a bunch
Jeopardy.
of ESPN personalities that didn't get laid off. Bobby Scales used to play for the Cubs, now does analysis for the Tigers. The Cubs are playing the Tigers, so we're going to talk with Bobby Scales next on The Score.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30.
Monster, which was absolutely Elmo. And I had this giant costume that fit me. And I was covering the Bears. I was at Hallis Hall. I'm in the parking lot. And I'm in this, I was showing John Mullen, Moon Mullen, the costume. And I had the big head and I put it on and I was kind of dancing around the parking lot. All the players were coming out of practice, honking their horns. They thought it was hysterical. So anyway, I end up at this party, and I'm Elmo, and I'm dressed up, and I'm dancing around. I lived in a townhouse at the time. My nephew tripped me. I went like arse over tea kettle down the stairs. The only thing that saved me was this big outfit I had on. That I got to tell you,
almost saved your life.
Almost saved me when I finally took the helmet off. About a bucket of water of sweat poured out of it. I was just like, how do you ever wear one of these things?
That was kind of his point.
Oh, he's so right.
I don't think he was ever Elmo.
Oh,
That's
my
quite
God.
a story.
Thank you, buddy. I'm here for you.
I mean,
when you love your kids, you do all sorts of dumb things.
Yeah, that's not a dumb thing.
You're not coming to Sesame Street anymore.
They threatened, did you see that thing? When Elmo said he hopes both teams have fun, he tweeted that out about the Knicks and the Spurs. All these New Yorkers went after him. Pick a side. And then they had
Elmo loves everybody.
The street thing, they showed the sign, they named the street Sesame Street, and they told him this comes down if you don't take the Knicks.
Oh, come on. He loves everybody.
It's hysterical.
Little touchy there.
Don't mess with Elmo.
For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butt's clenching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clenching
starts out
butts.
with like a bunch of tight ends. Like you had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it, we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh,
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries. Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. Rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people were reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I thought
this
about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
Bit
your
of the
tight
joke?
end.
You
the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're right.
has advertising taught you nothing? Mark.
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me. I laughed when Vernon Davis
Reclench.
was painting. When I saw, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait till
are
you get me
relaxed.
wait until I get you in my clenches.
I can't believe that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the past
ran
tense.
it by somebody.
I wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olczyk referred to a high heavy shart that it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
Last for that baseball. An opposite field slashing single into left for Bobby Scales. Congratulations. Up the middle, and here's Bobby Scales with a jump throw, and he gets it. Tejada again close to hit number 2,000, but it does not happen. Scales with a good play up the middle. Another bid right up the middle, but Scales shading that way, got to in a hurry, and then the jump throw.
Bobby Scales. I loved your Lou Piniella stuff earlier. That's right, son.
High deep drive. Bobby Scales with his first career homer. And he just went around the bases about as quickly as any player in big league history after a home run. How about that? Tell you, Bob, he's gotten off to a blistering start.
Give us 10 seconds of Lou Piniella. He looks at me over his desk. He says, gosh, thanks, son. You look good. Every time I see you, you look good. My goodness, son. I feel sharp. You can teach some guys around here a thing or two.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
You know what? That's a pretty excellent Lou Piniella by Bobby Scales. He joins us now on the Potawatomi Casino Hotel, the Midwest best casino. He's in town to call Tigers baseball on the Tigers Radio Network. Bobby, thanks so much for joining us, man. It's awesome to hear from you. And what's it like for you to step foot back into Wrigley Field?
First of all, thanks for having me. Second of all, that's it. I don't know where you got that Lou Piniella from. I don't even remember doing that, but that's a good job of investigative journalism by you guys. But no, listen, in all seriousness, I love history. I'm a nostalgic person. I appreciate things that have happened before. So every time I walk in this building, in any capacity, I get the feels. I'm not afraid to say it. It is what it is, man. And this place was good to me. Chicago was good to me. And it's always fun to come back. And when you're coming back in an official capacity, looking inside the game, it's even better.
Man, it was really cool to hear those highlights of yours with our friend, our friend Len Casper right there on the call. You know, it's like you're a part of some legit legendary Cubs history. That's pretty neat for a guy who loves the game.
No, it is. It's special. Obviously, we know Len's on the other side of town now, and the cool part for me was my dad brought my son up. When we were in town for the White Sox a couple months ago or whatever, and I took him next door to the White Sox radio booth, and he actually got a chance to meet Len, and then he fished around on the internet and found the call. So it was good. It was just cool to connect some dots and stuff like that. It's really a good experience. Like I said, Chicago's a wonderful city, and I appreciate it any time I get a chance to come down through here.
What do you remember about Lou Piniella? Like, what was he like on a daily basis?
Lou Piniella was old school, man. And he was tough. He wasn't warm and fuzzy. He didn't care who you were, what color you were, where you came from, how the teams that whatever team he was managing at the time, how they acquired you. You were there to do a job, and you got a job to do. Do your job. I'm not going to love you up and give you a whole bunch of pats on the back, but if you do a good job and you do what you're supposed to do, I'll give you a little nod. If you don't, you're going to hear about it. And he was tough, but he was fair. And that's all you can ever ask, I think, of anybody in any kind of leadership capacity in any walk of life, as far as I'm concerned. I loved playing for him because you knew exactly where you stood. It was straight, no chaser. And if you couldn't deal with it, that was a you problem.
So we all do a Lou Piniella impression. I mean, it's too much fun. If you lived through that man's time here, your voice goes up a little bit. And mine's terrible, but like, what do you do for the Lou impression? Like, what do you change vocally or facially or psychologically, really, to get it done, Bobby?
Well, he had this way of looking at you, but looking through you at the same time. So I try to just channel that when I'm doing it. And, like you said, the voice has to go up 2 or 3 octaves. And then you just have to give somebody a straight shot answer, and it may hurt their feelings, but it is what it is. And that's his worldview in that moment. So, like I said, I loved him. Everybody couldn't play for him. And it's not like I played for him for decades or anything like that, but I enjoyed how honest he was and just how no nonsense he was. And so I just try to do that when I do my Lou impression. That's all I try to do.
Dempster tells the story of he was in the dugout one time and Piniella turns around and says to Larry Rothschild, "Hey, Larry, get Wirtz up. Get Michael Wirtz up." And Larry goes, "We just traded him. Just traded him yesterday, Lou." And Lou goes, "Well, get someone else up then." like it was Larry's fault that Wirtz was gone. Like, oh.
No, I believe that. I believe that because it kind of there's a story like that with when I was here. We had a Rule 5 guy named David Patton, and David Patton had fire red hair. This is the fun stuff that everybody wants to be a star player, but I think it's more fun being a bench guy because you get access to this stuff, right? So he says, "Hey, Larry, get the redheaded Rule 5 kid out." And Larry goes, "You mean Patton?" He goes, "Yeah, whatever his name is."
Wow. The redheaded Rule 5. That's who he's talking about. That's what it is.
And that's what it is. That's how he remembered in his mind. And, that's fine. And David Patton got up and went in game. I think he retired the side order, and that's what happened.
It's a good job by Lou. Called on the right guy.
It.
Unbelievable.
That's right, son.
Former Cub.
Good job, son. That's right.
Former Cub, current Tigers announcer Bobby Scales joining us here on The Score. Bobby, you're a baseball lifer. Like, you're someone that continued to chase the dream all the way to Japan. What were those years like in Japan, and what did you pick up from Japanese baseball culture that you think can be added to what we do in the States?
I loved playing in Japan. I absolutely loved it. And the fortunate thing is, they'll take guys who don't have Major League Service time, but Chicago will be always inextricably linked to that because they just prefer for their guys that come over to have Major League Service time. But what I learned from Japan, first of all, it's a very, very different style of baseball. I tell this story all the time. When I got there, the day I got there, I played for the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, and at the time, Darvish was on that team. That was the team that he had come up with, and before he had posted. So I was on his team or whatever. Michael Haugh, another former Cub, was already over there. So we get there and we go to Seibu, which is another team in suburban Tokyo. I meet the team on the road, and there's another guy there who plays for the Kansas City Royals, and a guy that I had known just from other baseball dealings named D. Brown. So D comes over, and he says, "Hey, man, let me introduce you to the guys." And so you kind of have like this thing called gaijin time. So if all the foreigners get behind the cage, and that's like the one time a day you can talk to somebody without having a translator, right? So we were talking or whatever, and there's a guy out there named Mayo Fernandez. Now, at this point, Mayo Fernandez had played like 10 years over there as a gaijin to the point where he wasn't even considered a foreigner anymore against the roster. If you play there for 8 years, you're not considered a foreigner. But he pulled me aside and said, "Hey, man, welcome to Japan. If you need anything, whatever, I've figured out some stuff here that can help me." He gave me his number right then and there, wrote it on a baseball. I just took it and put it in my locker. And then he said, "Listen, you think you know the game?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay." He goes, "Everything you know about baseball, there's a trash can in that dugout. Put it in the trash can and open your mind. Because if you come over here with that North American mindset to baseball, you're not going to be a success." And that was the most true thing I've ever heard on the baseball field. It's completely different. The style of play is different. The way they deploy the bullpens is different. The way they play defense is different. The way they teach the game is vastly different, both pitching and hitting. But if you kind of let your guard down and you dig in, you'll be able to take things that make you a better player. There's no question. I went over there at 33 years old. There is no question that when I came back at 35, I was a better baseball player at a time when my physical arc was going down. But the things that I learned, the skills that I learned, the way that they practice certainly helped me become better in my last 2 years as a professional baseball player.
Wow, it's interesting. And now there's so many Japanese stars that are just killing it in MLB. A couple of them on the north side. You thought, you can be honest, you thought Cubs were going to win that game after Dansby Swanson had the leadoff double in the ninth inning, right? And he's standing on third with only one out, and bases are loaded, and Kenley Jansen can't find the plate. You thought you were about to look at a Cubs walk-off, didn't you?
Listen, it wasn't because I didn't have faith in Kenley or anybody that was going to pop out of that Tiger bullpen, but we've had some pretty bad endings to baseball games this year. So there was some PTSD running through my system at that point. But, Kenley Jansen isn't the guy he was 10 years ago. That said, he's still very effective. And the one thing, even when your stuff rolls back a little bit, the one thing you don't forget is how you feel in that moment. He's been there 400 however many times at this point in his career. The guy's going to go into Cooperstown. So if there's anybody on this Tiger roster that wasn't going to panic in that situation, it was him. And so, fortunately last night, the few things went the Tigers' way, and he was able to close that game out, and Tigers were able to get a win. But we had some brutal endings to ball games. I did a road trip on TV early in the season during that terrible month of May that we had, 16-22 in the month of May. But Cincinnati and Atlanta, I had those games on the TV side, and we went 1-5 on that trip. We got walked off 4 times, and 3 of them were homers. Like, how does that happen in a 6-game span? So, we've had some really brutal endings to games, and so there was a little PTSD there, but fortunately the boys were able to pull through it and get the win.
We've seen Tigers teams before have seasons that are underwhelming and then fight their way into the playoffs. We've seen this before. What do you think has made this possible? And do you feel like with the squad that is available right now, it's possible for this team to do that?
I do. We'll start with your first part of your question. What has made it possible? This game is really simple when you boil it down to its most common denominators. Number one, if you get good starting pitching, you have a chance. You got to get guys who can throw the baseball over the plate. I know there's some guys that, some people are big on believing swing and miss. Some people want a ton of, weak contact. I'm a believer that if you can get both, in certain ways, that you'll be better off. If you get decent starting pitching, you have a chance. If you catch the ball behind the guys, you have a chance. And obviously, you have to get some hits. But with that, for me, it all comes to getting good pitches to hit and firing on pitches you're supposed to and taking ones you're not. And when the Tigers are put together, when they have their actual team out there, and the injury list is shorter, that's what this team is good at. We've struggled this year when we've had such, injuries, but every team has injuries, so nobody cares. But we've struggled a little bit when we haven't had the main guys in our roster, namely guys like Labor Torres at times. And I know Kerry Carpenter left the game last night, still waiting on some moves from him. But when you haven't had those guys out there in your lineup on day in, day out basis, it's been tough, and some injuries to the pitching staff. But you see some health coming back to this team, and you see the uptick in production and uptick in what's going on a nightly basis. So I do think that this team can claw back in it. They've clawed back in it, and it helps certainly that the American League is in the shape that it's in right now. So it's a free for all over there. It's much different than the National League, but it's a free for all in the American League right now.
So just leave Tarek Skubal there when you guys go. All right, you can just leave him over there at Wrigley. AJ Hinch.
That is way above my pay grade, my friend.
AJ Hinch says we've been playing Game 7 since May. That's what he said. That's what it feels like. And maybe that can help a team in some ways, can steal them for the rest of the season to come if they find a way to hold on to him and get good and stay good enough.
I think that's right. I mean, these games, it's so weird because, you always say baseball's a marathon, baseball's 162 sprints, however you want to look at it. But sometimes you just got to look in the mirror and be like, yeah, we got to win. We got to win a lot. We got to, you got to have your 12 out of 15s. You got to have your 17 out of 21s. And that's where the Tigers are. So that's what AJ was saying. This Game 7, it is. I mean, pretty much every night. And the trick for him is he has to manage with that urgency, but also realizing he's also got to look down the calendar and down the schedule so he doesn't beat up the pitching, so he doesn't beat up the bullpen, so he doesn't, wear guys out. He's still got to find the occasional off day for Kevin McGonigal, who's played more baseball than he's ever played before. He's still got to find an occasional off day or DH day for Riley Green, who's just been an absolute horse. I think he had one complete day off the entire first half. So, but in doing that, these are the guys who are producing. So you have to juxtapose all those things, and that's what makes it hard for guys like AJ and Craig in the other dugout.
Bobby, we really appreciate you jumping on, man. This was a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll get the opportunity to talk with you again because there's so much that we can discuss about your career and where you've been, but we really appreciate you lending your insights and continued success, and have fun with our friend Jason Benetti, and thanks for being on the show.
Oh, thank you, guys. I appreciate it. This game has been beautiful to me. Not always perfectly fair, but it's been beautiful, and I'm going to ride this thing to the wheels fall off.
I like that. That is Bobby Scales.
Thanks, Bobby.
Former Cub and current Tigers broadcaster. What a delightful conversation with that guy.
Yeah, man. Really enjoyed the hell out of that. Texture says, I remember watching Bobby Scales. I was a huge fan. He had his first home run on the day my kid was born, May 12th against San Diego. See, baseball can be time travel like that. I was just in doing some research. He got called up the same day as Jake Fox.
Wow.
Remember Jake Fox?
I do.
I remember interviewing Jake Fox one day, and we asked him, which glove are you going to use? Which glove are you grabbing? Because they had him all over the place. Played him at third, played him at first, put him in left field. I think he had been a catcher at one point in his life. Like, all right, so if they say you're in the lineup, which glove are you grabbing? And he said, I'm grabbing my bat. He didn't have a position, but he just wanted to freaking hit.
Good idea.
That dude. So yeah, Jake Fox and Bobby Scales called up on the same day.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful stuff. Let's try and fix, well, I guess they don't need fixing. Let's try and improve the baseball teams in town. Let's try to help make them as bulletproof as possible as we head down the final 62 games of the season for both teams. We're going to start a little feature today. Trade target of the day. Speaks has got someone targeted. You'll find out who it is next on The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
Roma Dunze has been a disappointment at the 9th overall pick. This is a huge year for him to prove that he wasn't a bust. Luther Burden right now is a better option in Ben Johnson's offense. Roma Dunze is on the clock.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's sports radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm going to let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on vacation. Mitch has got a big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice
yes,
how
it
we
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it. Because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
Right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never bleep anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
No.
But Katy Perry
Wait, yes. It was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet by 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to get bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if you wanted to.
Yeah, what's the
Same
updated
effect either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe with.
It's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah,
That's right.
Maybe just leave it at that.
Just leave it there, yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that path.
You did.
Our listener, Kurt, from the Finer Line. You can go to finerline.com. They will brand all sorts of things for your company image. Was listening and has prepared this nameplate for you that says Boog Shambi.
Just stopping by, everybody.
So you've got that.
Which camera am I on? Am I on that camera?
Yes, Mr. TV man. He knows well.
Just stopping by.
Just stopping by.
So now you've got a nameplate.
That is incredible. This is going on my desk.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, I think
thank you.
we need it for
Kurt,
whenever we get a chance to have. We
so
can't
you're
make
saying
another
when
one.
I come on, I have to bring this if I'm in person?
No.
Yes. Yes. If we're going to be together, you need to bring that.
No. Boo, let that sit on your desk, and thank you very much for playing with the bid. Quit putting labor on people.
But there's going to be a time, Lawrence, in the future where he's going to have it at home. It's going to be at home. He's going to be with us, and nobody's going to know who he is.
Who are you? Just stopping by.
We have one more item for you, sir. Could you retell the story quickly about your mother and Pat Murphy? Please. You shared it with us then, but if you could, it's a wonderful story, if you would, please.
My mom was, as she would watch the Cubs last year, and then towards the end of the year and then into the playoffs, I called her before one of the playoff games, and she said, ooh, that manager on the other team, that Pat Murphy, I don't like him at all. It looks like every time they score, he's sitting there saying to Craig Counsell, up yours. And I don't like it. So I told Murph in one of the pregame meetings, and we immediately made a video that we sent to my mom where he was basically like, look, I'm a good guy. I really like Craig. I'm sorry if I'm rubbing you the wrong way. I'm not trying to rub anybody's nose in it. Really apologize. And that's...
Okay. Well, the listener was listening, and he made this for your mom.
Oh, my God.
He made it for your mom.
Spelling's right?
Did he get the name right?
Well, mom's the best. What it makes it even better, and what's great is now my mom's going to hate this show because my parents got divorced, and my mom's been going by Suzanne Wolf since I was 3.
Oh no!
So calling her Suzanne Shambi,
it's not going to go well.
It's going to be like bees stinging her face. So the idea, yeah.
Oh well,
we can just take that back.
Kurt from the Finer Line.
Kurt.
What if
tell people it says Suzanne Shambi doesn't like Pat Murphy?
Hates Pat
Murphy. Well, maybe you could give it to Murph. You can do what you want with that.
Wouldn't it be hilarious
if he wanted another shot at it? My take would be Suzanne Wolf, WOLF.
Yeah.
Not a Pat Murphy fan.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Now, the miracle would be if you actually had a Suzanne Wolf nameplate in the box speaks. You're like, we hadn't anticipated that.
And here we go. That's right.
Here it is.
I just keep pulling nameplates out of the
until
box.
we get it right.
I'm going to text that to both
Presented to you in
Murph
part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
We put ourselves in a really good position. And, as I've said, I think that I'm not ruling out any kind of position player transaction, but the expectation would be that we'll focus on our pitching staff. I think I've said to you guys a million times, you can't have enough pitching. You never have too much. You never have enough. And this first half has kind of proven that. We thought we went in with real depth, and we got to the end of our depth and had to trade for guys and pick up guys. And so I think the hope of guys coming back off the injured list, I don't think that's going to temper our need. I'd love to have it. We have too much. I don't see that ever really happening. So I don't think that will impact it considerably.
Targets, a movie about a war inside a man's head. Targets.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
What?
targets, like trade targets.
I know. No, I loved it. I don't remember that movie, though.
Oh, it's a good one, Speaks. It's a fun movie. Not really. Peter Bogdanovich.
1968 horror crime movie starring Boris Karloff. Let's go.
It's eerily poignant for these times.
Wow.
What's the name of it again?
Targets.
It's not about a big box store, huh? It's not. You sure about that?
Nope, and it's not about an angry receiver.
No, man.
Who wants his targets.
Yeah.
Targets, a movie about a war inside a man's head.
Man, intrigued. I trust Chris Tannehill on movies, too.
He's our cinephile.
Uh-huh. We'll just have to chase that one down. I can't stop thinking about Clay Holmes.
My cousin.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It explains a lot, actually. But I can't stop thinking about Clay Holmes as a trade target for either the Cubs or the White Sox. And I know that there was a report from Bob Nightingale that the White Sox had sent a scout out to look at Clay Holmes. And
if you guys want to have Bob Nightingale on, you guys can certainly do that.
I think the morning show it does it more often than us. And they can have him. It's all right.
Sure.
We could do it.
You can talk with Bob.
But Clay Holmes.
We'll talk to Bob.
Clay Holmes is a fascinating trade target to discuss. First of all, he hasn't pitched since he broke his fibula. Okay? And he broke his fibula after 9 starts earlier on this year. And he was supposed to make a rehab start 2 days ago, and it was rained out. So he threw 45 pitches in a bullpen, and he still hasn't thrown. So that is, of course, a major concern. Salute.
Salute that man.
But it's not an arm injury. It's a leg injury. And Clay Holmes was an absolute beast before that injury. A converted reliever into a starter. He had, in 9 starts, had an ERA of 2.39 and a whip of 1.10.
I will say, leg injuries can very quickly turn into arm injuries.
They could, sure.
When you're a pitcher,
But
that can turn in because you're not generating as much power.
I didn't expect to take this early of a turn into Worrytown.
Hey, man.
But I was driving. I'm driving, and there's Worrytown. It's like the exits look good. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying that's one of those things where, like, this is a guy that's pitched a lot, and that's one of the things that can happen when the guy comes back from a leg injury, and he's just like, I'm going to be all arm for a little bit, and it's like, my elbow hurts.
Right, so you got to make sure that he's rehabbing properly and all of that. But he hasn't really pitched a lot in terms of innings. This is the thing. See, I was fascinated by him before this injury because he's a converted reliever. He was a great closer, and then he earned a starting pitcher contract with the Mets and was pretty darn good last year in his first year as a starting pitcher.
Pretty good this year until he got hurt.
This year even better. Like different level. Had just been unbelievable. And Mets teammates and coaches and our guy Mendy, Carlos Mendoza, just were raving about him. He's on another level right now, physically and mentally. He just keeps making pitches, making adjustments. I think this guy was on the precipice of being one of the best starting pitchers in the National League.
And definitely for a franchise that's like, we need to make some room. We got to clear some of this salary. Like that could definitely be someone that they would look at and say, we're moving in a different direction. And what's Clay Holmes, 33?
I don't think he's... Yes, 33. 33. Clay Holmes is 33. But here's the thing, Lawrence. He's on a weird contract that really is basically a rental.
Break it down for me.
He signed a 3-year, $38 million deal before last year. And now he's in the second year of it. He's got an opt-out at the end of this year.
That's not a lot of money.
So it's 12 for this year and 13 for next. So you could look at it as a 2-year 25. But I think he is almost assuredly, if he finishes strong, going to opt out and try to sign a new deal. So I think you're looking at a rental. You're looking at a guy who you might even be able to sign an extension with if you bring him over and he's killing it in the back half of the year. I think he's going to be phenomenal in the back half of this year. I would invest in him in the future. Not a lot of history of arm troubles with him in recent years.
So wait, the rehab start, Why didn't it happen?
Rain.
Because of rain.
It's because of rain. So he threw 45 pitches in a bullpen. He's got to make probably 2 rehab starts. And it's going to be a really interesting trade market where you might not have to give that much to get him because it's going to be pure rental, and he will not have pitched almost assuredly in a big league game. But I think this is a dude who's got top end of the rotation possibilities for this postseason.
You're kind of running out of time to eval him, though.
So jump. So make a move. And I could see the Cubs and the Sox and other teams in a battle of sorts for Clay Holmes, and you're probably not going to have to give up a huge pile.
No, I think you're right. But again, it's the mayor of Worrytown. If I'm a baseball operations department and I know what Clay Holmes has been, and I think that his resume is like, yeah, this is exactly the guy that we want. But that's a severe injury. And he's coming back from it, and I don't have a lot of time to make the decision on whether or not he's all the way back, if he's totally healthy. Like, you've got 13 days to figure this out for someone who hasn't made even a rehab start yet.
I hear you. It's risky business out there. It's a tricky business as a baseball evaluator. But we're going to do this every day, look at a different trade target every day. I think Clay Holmes is the absolute goods waiting to happen. And here's the extra bonus. He's the guy that Ben Brown sought out and worked out with in the offseason. And this guy taught Ben Brown not just pitch grips or varieties of pitches, but he taught him how to work out better. He taught him all kinds of things. And we're watching Ben Brown transform. Clay Holmes played a huge role in it. Here's Ben Brown from Hit and Run a couple of months ago talking about Clay Holmes and the offseason they had together.
Yeah, well, the first 2 months before I even got off the mound, this guy is pushing me. I mean, the way that he trains, he's ridiculous. I haven't really met anyone bigger or stronger than him ever. I mean, just the way he gets after it. Similar story. He struggled his first couple of years in the big leagues, and then you obviously saw what happened in New York, just becoming a closer, and now he's a 3-year contract starter. It's a big deal. But yeah, he challenged my thoughts. I think that was the biggest thing at start of the offseason. He's pushing me just to think different about my career, about who I am. And then once we got into the pitch design process, it was special. It's me, him, a catcher, and a track man. And sometimes not even having a catcher. And we're going through stuff. We're learning how things work. We're trying new things. And then I'm just so incredibly grateful for Clay. And it was definitely something out of this world that got us together. And I'm just super blessed that I got to work with him. And he still is huge for me. Even now, I still connect with him pretty regularly, and I'm really thankful for him, and it's exciting to see what he's doing over there too, throwing the ball well.
Man, so not only did Clay Holmes transform himself, but he passed it on willingly, happily to Ben Brown, who was in the process of transforming himself. I'm a huge fan of this dude as a pitcher, as a possible trade target, and as a person and mentor. And I hope a Chicago team goes out and grabs him.
I don't even necessarily need him as a mentor, but I'm looking at the contract, and really we're talking about $5 million, right?
Yeah, man.
That's what we're talking about, because more than half the year is over. He was paid $13 million. So we're talking about $5 million if you're able to make a deal. So as a rental, you're right. Like, it wouldn't be prohibitive from a prospect standpoint or even a cash standpoint. The White Sox, if they were to do this, they're going to go over 2 million in attendance this year, probably. And so, that's not a thing, right? That's not an excuse. The people have come out, so you have an opportunity to spend some money. For the Cubs, they got money, and they are looking for help. And they have been we know that the Cubs and the Mets
for weeks and weeks and weeks.
David Peralta.
I'd rather have Clay Holmes and Freddie Peralta. I would absolutely rather have Clay Holmes and Freddie Peralta.
Can I say David?
Yeah, it's all right.
Freddie.
David is the left-handed hitting former Diamondbacks outfielder.
Yes, Freddie Peralta.
Yeah.
And David. Get him too.
Whichever Peralta.
How about
Jahani?
Have too many Peraltas or Molinas.
Jahani?
Jahani. It always looked weird when you saw it. You see it in a teleprompter, and you're like,
there's no way that's that guy's name.
But
there's
it
no
is.
way. But it is. Yeah, man. I'd rather have Clay Holmes than Freddie Peralta. I think somebody's going to get him, and I think this is going to be a dude. Like you're going to be watching the postseason. You're like, oh my God, look at that! Clay Holmes is killing it, and we're going to be like, Spiegel and Holmes were talking about it in July. We were on it.
Well, this is the time to talk about trades, though.
That's a good point
for teams that are in it.
Both of them
that are in it.
We got two of them, man.
I was thinking about this the other night. Like it's really nice. Like it's nice to, when we leave here, like part of our gig is to then go home and watch the games. And you're like, man, I gotta be nimble tonight with the remote, or I gotta get 2 screens going. So I'm watching both games because now like I don't think we're quite in the sprint phase.
We're at game number 100. Right? Is the White Sox at 100 or Cubs at 100?
I think both are at 100, or around, at least over 100.
Right around there.
So we're not in sprint because usually it's 42 is when we start talking about sprint.
See,
White Sox will be at 100 tonight.
Man, I am here for this conversation. Where is the sprint? Where are the dog days? You can't have dog days until August.
Well, I don't know if there are dog days. Like if in the way that we talk about baseball, I don't know if there are dog days if your team's good. I think dog days of baseball.
That's interesting.
That's August when it's like, God, like can we get to the end of the season with these guys?
Can we get to the stretch run? When's the stretch run?
I think the stretch run, because baseball people will go, you spend
September.
you spend 60 figuring out what you have. Then you spend 60 figuring out how to help. And then you let them play the final 42.
Uh-huh.
So for me, 42 is the sprint.
So tonight will be the White Sox 100th game. It'll be the Cubs 101st game. So they're in the middle of they're not in the home stretch or the stretch run or the dog days. See, I would like to map out the whole season and decide where these ridiculous phrases actually fall.
Well, I mean, we
I
have
love these phrases.
We have the markers. Like the markers are usually Mother's Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day.
I thought you said Memorial. Yeah, Memorial Day is the one that I hear about. Grant Leader gave us a good one earlier on during a break. What'd you tell me, Grant, about who's pitching for the Cubs tonight?
Peterson's pitching tonight.
You didn't say pitching, though. What'd you say?
Oh, no, I said he was on the bump. Sorry.
On the bump.
Yeah.
Let's
I've been saying that all my life, though.
On the bump. Yes.
Who's behind the dish?
Who's on the pill?
On the pill. Grant, you don't know this, but there was a sports guy here named George Hoffman, and he once talked about how Wilson Alvarez was on the pill because he meant to say he was either on the hill or perhaps on the bump, but took the pill. Have you ever heard took the pill?
Yeah, I've heard took the pill.
Yeah, Wilson Alvarez will take the pill.
How do you feel about stopper versus closer?
Oh, that's tricky.
See, I always say closer.
Yeah, but see, the stopper is a starter.
Yes, the stopper. The stopper is the starter who stops a losing streak.
There's a lot of that. Win day, like that's when your stopper's going. Like that's win day.
Speaking of wins, by the way,
and Wednesday.
I heard Pat Hughes reference this the other day. Are you down with lowering the threshold for starting pitchers to get a win?
No.
4 innings to get a win?
No.
Still 5?
Yeah. No, 5.
You know what Len Casper's idea has always been is to just let the official scorer assign the win to whoever they thought was the most important pitcher to the team's effort in acquiring said win.
They sometimes do that. Aren't there weird rules about saves? Like, wasn't
there is a win assignment rule. You're right.
Didn't one of the Cubs get a save in that game where they scored like 37 runs earlier this year?
There is a rule. I forget. A win is
3 inning rule. It says maybe 3 innings. That's why you got to save.
Three innings is one of those rules, but I feel like there was another one, and I'm like, how did you?
If a starting pitcher does not complete 5 innings, the official scorer awards the win to the relief pitcher, who in the scorer's judgment was the most effective. The reliever must have entered the game before the team took the lead for good. So, yeah, the official scorer can still just hand it out. So Len wants the scorer to be able to just hand it out all the time. no matter whether the starter went 5 or not. Is that it, Studs? We got it right?
Let me see here. I want to go back through the box score.
Find the Cubs.
He's walking it back. He's walking it back.
Studs is?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He said he worked the game, so that's why I felt good about it.
Is everything okay with his lunch spot over there in the back of the control room?
Okay, so Studs is right.
Whoa.
Wicks did get a save because he went 3 innings in that game.
Oh, okay. We got the three inning save.
So in the 23-3 game, Jordan Wicks got a save, even though they won by 20 runs.
Yeah, no, I love it. Because, you go the last 3 innings, you can get one.
Get yourself a save.
Lawrence, when you were gone, me and I think it was Ryan McGuffey had to go record something in the back of the control room.
Had to kick out Studs?
Yeah, when Studs is like, where am I supposed to eat my lunch? He was eating his lunch back there.
Look, man, this has become a thing for me, especially with all the construction around here.
Yeah.
It's like wherever you can find a quiet place.
That's true. It's hard to find.
It's hard to find.
There's one really good sneaky spot right now. You know what it is? It's not going to last.
Mitch's old office?
Damn right.
Yeah.
Mitch's old office has a couch in there and like nothing else. Just go in there, leave the lights off. Nobody knows you're in there. I just gave up the secret spot. Lawrence knew it too.
No, you didn't. I was in there yesterday, and I was literally laying down on the couch like, "Oh, this are terrible optics if someone walks by."
It's not bad. I haven't partaken yet, but that's not until they destroy it. Like, they're
going to destroy everything. Right now, you walk into our hallway, it's lit differently every 20 minutes. Have you noticed this?
Yes, and I saw the guy putting the lights up in the ceiling last week, and I was like, oh, that's how you do that. And he's like, oh, yeah. So he walked me through it, and he's like, yeah, I'm like putting these wires in, and I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Wow.
It's nice in here. But there's new doors everywhere.
Yeah.
I can't walk around the station
the
way that I used to.
No, you can't get your steps in like that. There's new barricades up in the hallway every once in a while. It's just good luck,
People are in
everybody.
weird offices. Porth has to walk all the way around to get to Mitch's office, which he is summoned to quite a bit throughout the day.
That's amazing. They're right down the hall, but he has to go all the way around.
I had to tell one of the sales guys today. He's like, how do I get to Mitch's office? Because he went the back way. And I'm like, oh, you can't get through there. Poor Sonic doesn't have air conditioning in the B96 studio. Said they knocked out something over there, and now there's no air conditioning.
Speaking of Mitch's office, that's where I learned this little tidbit about Grant Leader's other profession. We teased it, 2.5 hours ago?
That's right. We did not pay off this tease.
No, we got to pay that off. Should we do it? Maybe tomorrow.
No, don't do that.
I'm not here tomorrow. I'm here Friday. If you want to tease until Friday.
Oh, great. We'll get 72-hour tease then. We'll get you on Friday.
Was Baby T back tomorrow?
Yeah, he's back tomorrow.
So wait, are you not here because you're doing your other job tomorrow?
No, I think it's just a scheduling thing. I only got these 3 dates.
Yeah.
So.
He's had it with us, actually.
No, that's not true.
Join the club.
I completely get it.
Grant, you're in training to be a fireman.
Not training.
No, you are a fireman?
He's just going to go right to it day one.
I told you, I've seen him in the uniform.
You are.
I've seen Grant in the hallway in the uniform. I'm like, what the hell? Why do you work here?
Now, this is not a closer. You've not won the Rolaids Relief Man of the Year award.
No, I have not. No.
You are a legit fireman, so you battle fires.
Yeah, so I finished my EMT last winter, and then this past winter I went to the academy, and past December I finished it, and yeah.
Congratulations. I mean, seriously, the times that we have joked about Tanny being on the front line.
An essential hero.
An essential hero. You're actually working with one. The real deal. Grant Leader, thank you for your work and your care.
It's not just a last name.
I appreciate that.
It's a lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle.
That's right.
You got it. Friday, would you wear the uniform as you produce our show?
That. No, we're not doing that.
Come on,
I can wear a T-shirt. That's about it.
Yeah. Twitch Mob would love it.
Can you wear a traditional American headdress?
Yeah.
Yeah, Native American headdress.
And
It'd be
jean
great.
shorts.
And then dance around, and then
no. How about a helmet? Could you bring in a helmet or something?
I can bring in my helmet. I probably won't wear my helmet though.
Don't do that.
Don't do any of that.
Don't do that.
I didn't mean to make a mockery of you.
No.
That's kind of what we do.
You're not making a mockery of me.
All right, good.
The guy's risking his life. You're asking him to cosplay. Jesus.
Come on, man. Twitch numbers would explode.
I thought we don't kink shame on this show.
That's true. As I said, that's on me. Did you laugh when you saw the shirt that that George Kittle got from the firehouse last night? Did
No,
you see that?
that was pretty cool.
I
liked
thought it
that.
was good
Yeah.
too. It was a very cool moment.
Yeah, what was he was wearing a Cubs